The first act upon ascending to the status of the Supreme Demon Emperor was to conceal one's identity and wed the illustrious Empress Ru Yin. However, that very night, you awaken the system. Upon divorce, one shall forfeit half of their cultivation, yet in return, they may receive a 10,000-fold recompense, rendering them invincible in the realm. What the system fails to comprehend is that you have long grown weary. You were originally meant to traverse the realms as a shark, cutting through the layers of the heavens and the earth with unparalleled force. A millennium has passed, and you find yourself enveloped in a profound sense of happiness, blessed with 2 daughters and a son. I never anticipated that on the very day my wife ascended to the throne, she would publicly choose to part ways with me. Provide me with a reason. Though you're already aware of the answer, you require her to articulate it herself. The pure, sovereign throne, cultivated to the pinnacle, rivals your eternal night throne. In other words, Lu Ruyin has been continuously cultivating, and she may aspire to reach the heights you currently possess. However, you find this all to be rather abrupt, and simultaneously quite amusing. Indeed, the choice of a partner for you and your wife rests upon strength. Lu Ruyin closed her eyes, daring not to meet your gaze. I yearn to grow stronger. Forgive me, it is my fault. Upon hearing this, you cannot help but chuckle. This reasoning is irrefutable. In her eyes, the reality is that she stands before you and even before the child. Time can no longer be squandered. Your imperial essence is about to manifest. Should there be any repercussions, you may find yourself unable to reach that pinnacle in the future. Lin Qingxue, with a serious demeanor, urges you onward. You divert your gaze, focusing intently on Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of predation coalescing around her. She swiftly turned her gaze towards the person who sent chills down her spine surprisingly. It was you. What is happening? Why do I subconsciously feel that he could devour me? A wave of astonishment washed over Lin Qingxue. The sensation was exceedingly intense. Yet, just as abruptly as it had arisen, that feeling dissipated. At that moment, Lu Ruyin made her final decision. She pressed her palm forward, and a resplendent golden mark materialized in the air. With a graceful motion of her fingers, she inscribed her name. The mark of the golden seal descends before you. I beseech you, considering the sentiments we have shared over the years, grant me my freedom. Lu Ruyin gazes into your eyes, earnestly imploring. You gaze upon the celestial mark before you. Your pupils momentarily lose focus, only to regain their resolve. Fixing your unwavering gaze upon Lu Ruyin, Emperor Nian channels his power, forcefully establishing a connection to Lu Ruyin's sea of consciousness. And ask, sir, is there anyone coercing you? This is your final stand. Lu Ruyin was taken aback. She had already ascended to the realm of the great emperor. Only individuals of vastly superior strength could forcefully penetrate her consciousness and intrude upon her sea of awareness. To her astonishment, it was indeed a formidable great emperor. Lu Ruyin gazed at her husband, her pupils quivering gently. To her astonishment, she had not realized all these years that he was a formidable sovereign. Yet in the next moment, her gaze resolutely steadied. No, there would be no apologies. Upon hearing those words, you lingered with a momentary gaze, and when you opened your eyes again, your expression had transformed into one of utter indifference. May your future be radiant. You wave your hand, inscribing your name with elegance. The golden seal abruptly erupted, and with it, the celestial mark binding the two of you as companions in the path of destiny quietly dissipated. Congratulations on the successful divorce, dear host. The shared cultivation of both individuals has rendered Lu Ruyin's prowess negligible. The host is immediately divested of nearly half of their cultivation power. In the blink of an eye, half of your cultivation has vanished, while above in the heavens, Lu Ruyin suddenly widens her 7 eyes in astonishment. This 9-fold transformation was characterized by a radiant golden glow emanating from her form. Her cultivation aura surged dramatically, propelling Lu Ruyin from the initial stage of the Emperor realm to the 3rd minor realm within it at an astonishing pace. With further cultivation, she would soon ascend directly to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Lin Qingxue gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. This was a miracle indeed. How extraordinary! She could not comprehend how her disciple had suddenly experienced such a remarkable enhancement in cultivation, Yet she was certain it was linked to this recent separation. The throne of the Immaculate exists solely within the legends of antiquity. Perhaps, by attaining a state of absolute purity, one can swiftly enhance their capabilities. Everyone present was astonished by this scene, yet you alone gazed at the sky, where your wife displayed a look of sheer delight. You shook your head and smiled. In moments of silence, one often finds themselves smiling, having misplaced their trust. The return of a millionfold cultivation has commenced. The return has been successful. However, the sheer magnitude of a millionfold cultivation of the host's essence is indeed terrifying. The system cannot swiftly imbue this energy into the host's body. It can only be stored within the host's sea of consciousness for the time being. The host may utilize as much as desired, releasing at will. A gentle reminder: in this world, it is utterly impossible to release all at once. Should one attempt to do so, the very fabric of this world may unravel. Thus, exercise caution when utilizing this power, lest you inadvertently obliterate all of humanity. Listen to the system prompt. You cannot find happiness at all. Since the separation has occurred, it is imperative to manage matters regarding the child appropriately. At this moment, 3 children beheld the scene, enveloped in a profound silence, their tears flowing freely. Especially Moo Meow Meow, completely indifferent to whether there are many people here. She suddenly burst into tears. Mother, I do not wish for you to part ways with him. You embrace the tenderness, yet it can only be bestowed upon the children. Lu Rian concealed the joy of her breakthrough, fully aware that the situation had not yet reached its conclusion. She understood that in order to secure her imperial throne, she must sever the ties between men and women. She was determined to strive for this. I have already inquired of you, all have you resolved whether to side with your mother or your father? Mu Zixuan lowered her head, her fists tightly clenched within the confines of her sleeves. Zheng Ran, these 2 unparalleled weapons have been meticulously prepared for you by your mother in advance. Come forth. These weapons are designated for you. In the future, follow your mother closely. With your innate talents and abilities, combined with your mother's resources, he will undoubtedly ascend to the throne. Lin Qingxue presented the exquisite sword that he had just entrusted to her. Since the moment he Zai and Lu Rian decided to part ways, I have remained in a state of bewilderment. At this very moment, witnessing Lin Qingxue unveil the 2 unparalleled weapons he has forged, I find myself gritting my teeth in frustration. That wretched old witch, how dare she? Observing you in this moment, I'm tempted to give myself a few slaps. Yet I'm also aware, as a friend, I am powerless in such matters. As soon as Lin Qingxue's words fell, Mu Zhengran, who had been keeping his head lowered, began to move. He advanced step by step towards Mu Ge, his voice filled with regret. Child, I am truly sorry. In a public display, Mu Zhengran bowed deeply 3 times in apology. With a single sweep of your hand, you lift your son aloft, your sturdy palm gently resting upon his head. From now on, father shall no longer govern your path. Heed your mother's words, and strive diligently in your cultivation. Mu Zhengran lifted his gaze towards you. Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he turned and walked towards Lu Ruyan, standing beside her. At this moment, Lin Qingxue entrusted the exquisite treasure to Mu Zhengran. Holding the precious treasure in his hands, it felt as though he had received the finest gift imaginable. He swallowed hard, excitement sparkling in his eyes, impossible to conceal. Lin Qingxue gazed at Mu Zixuan. Come here. This sword is now yours. Mu Zixuan's fists remained tightly clenched. Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, she resolutely strode forward. Approaching Lu Ruyan, she knelt upon the ground, banging her head against the stone floor 7 times. Without the protection of her cultivation, her forehead bled as it struck the hard surface. Once completed, she rose to her feet. Lan Sen cast a glance at her mother, then shot a disapproving glare at her brother, before turning to walk towards you. A daughter will always stand by your side. You gaze upon your eldest daughter. Your heart, once icy, now feels a flicker of warmth. You reach out to gently tousle her hair. A smile graces your lips. Are you certain? Not far away, Lu Ruyan wrestles with her inner turmoil. She wishes not to harm you, Tai Duo, yet she cannot bear the thought of not seeing her child. Since the inception of her pure imperial essence, it is best that she never encounters you again. For should her heart waver once more, all would be rendered futile. In response to her mother's inquiry, Mu Zhixian remained silent. Zhixian, you are still young, unaware of the intricacies at play. You must consider your future. By following your father, you shall forever remain devoid of the imperial realm. Lin Qing Shui has always held a deep admiration for Mu Zhixian, her extraordinary talent evident, as she nurtures her disciple with great care, hoping to witness the emergence of another formidable emperor from the celestial ruins. Mu Zixuan gazed at Lu Ruoyan and Lin Qingxue, declaring resolutely, even without your assistance, I can achieve my goals through my own diligent efforts. At this moment, Mu Zhongran also wished to persuade his elder sister. He was acutely aware of the significance of resources. His innate talent was comparable to that of his sister. Had it not been for their mother, he could never have risen to become the most exceptional talent in his age group. Silence your tongue. Utter another word, and I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Mu Zixuan now feels a sense of revulsion upon seeing her brother. She is acutely aware that, in contrast to their stepmother, who is perpetually engrossed in her cultivation, their father's affection for them is markedly evident. Any quandary they face can invariably find resolution in their father's wisdom. Mu Zixuan's actions caused Mu Zhongran to bow his head once more. Yet he still believed that his sister was acting impulsively. Their parents were the closest individuals to them, but if one had to be chosen, it would be preferable to select their mother, the formidable Emperor Realm powerhouse. A group of onlookers, witnessing the scene, engaged in hushed whispers among themselves, expressing their disapproval of Mu Zixuan's actions. They subtly shook their heads, acknowledging her youth and naivety, unaware of the significance of resources in the path of cultivation. As she continues to follow this melody of pastoral life, she will eventually grow and come to understand her mistakes. Lu Ruyan has suddenly ascended to the late stage of the great Emperor Realm, an achievement truly terrifying in its magnitude. Such extraordinary talent and strength are destined to establish her as one of the most prominent figures in the immortal ruins. Failing to align with Lu Ruyan would undoubtedly be the gravest mistake of one's life. Lu Ruyan observed that her eldest daughter had made a resolute decision. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to hold her back any longer. She turned her gaze towards her youngest daughter, Miao Miao. At this moment, Mu Miaosan had ceased her tears. Mu Miao Miao had also stopped crying. She curled up in your embrace, trembling, listening to her mother's voice, without turning her head, continuing to bury herself in your arms. She is about to turn 5, perhaps in the eyes of others. She is still a mere child, yet she is fully aware that, compared to her stepmother, her father loves her more. Her mother is a wicked villain, and I shall no longer pay you any heed. Lu Rian gazed at Mu Miao Miao, her eyes reflecting a complexity that reached its zenith. Come here, my dear, she beckoned, and henceforth, we shall employ a renowned culinary master from Qianxian ruins, famed for their exquisite skills, to prepare delectable pastries and meals for you every day. You villain, do not speak to me. Father, let us depart. I no longer wish to remain here. At this moment, your clothes have already become soaked. Observing the sorrowful expression on your daughter's face fills your heart with immense sadness. Miao Miao, you should rest for a while. Father will speak with them for a few moments, and then we shall depart together. Listening to her father's words, Mu Miao Miao felt an inexplicable sensation wash over her. Suddenly, her eyelids grew heavy, and she found it increasingly difficult to keep her eyes open, ultimately succumbing to slumber. You held Mu Miao Miao close, casting a glance at all those present. Having resided in the immortal ruins for over a millennium, you never expected that this place still would not be your true home. In that fleeting moment of separation, the future appeared shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, as your two daughters resolutely chose to follow you, a path unfolded before you anew. Your purpose became clear, to nurture them diligently, shaping them into the most formidable beings in existence. Observing your wife, who had acquired half of your cultivation, and her remarkable prowess, you felt a chill of indifference. The strength of the Emperor realm was indeed formidable. May your daughter surpass even that greatness in the days to come. You have not uttered more eloquent words. At this juncture, one must forcibly suppress the lingering feelings of discontent within one's heart. You have loved this woman. Now that you have reached this point, Let all the cherished memories and gentle moments of the past serve to grant each other a semblance of dignity. Subsequently, you turned your gaze towards Lin Qingxue. You have just manipulated my child using various means. Were it not for your standing as her mentor and the presence of the child here, you would already be outnumbered 3-1. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue once again felt that peculiar sensation of thinness, rendering her momentarily speechless. Having said that, you turned your gaze towards those with whom you share a good rapport, including your sister-in-law and your old friend He. Take care of yourself, you said as you began to depart, fearing that you may not return again. In the end, your eyes fell upon your son. Father is no longer here. You inhaled deeply, grasping your eldest daughter Mu Zixuan's hand, preparing to leave. He quickly approached. Mugu, I too wish not to linger here. Let's depart together. You shook your head. No, I must venture to the demon realm. I hail from the demon realm. Let us maintain contact through sound transmission. Should you wish to see me, come to the demon realm, and I shall send someone to escort you. Very well, farewell, you said, patting his shoulder before soaring into the sky. At that moment, the aura of your cultivation was no longer concealed. A terrifying demonic presence coalesced into a breathtaking dragon of light and shadow. The black dragon soared into the sky, with one hand grasping the elder daughter, and the other tightly embracing the younger. Standing atop the dragon's head, they ascended into the distant heavens, their velocity akin to that of shooting star. All present were astonished by this scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was a being from the realm of magic, or perhaps a pinnacle of imperial cultivation. In all these years within our celestial ruins, how could no one have discovered this? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. He, astonishingly, was a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm in the demon domain. No wonder there were so many peculiarities, and no wonder she had failed to notice his subtle approaches all this time. She had been deceived for so many years. Lin Qingxue gazed at the horizon, her teeth clenched in discontent. A flicker of irritation stirred within her heart. After all, that cultivation aura was merely a shade stronger than hers. How audacious to speak so arrogantly. She resolved not to let him sway her. It was wise to part ways. This young man turned out to be a denizen of the demon realm. Having concealed his identity all this time, such depth of cunning was evident. Moreover, his cultivation was not particularly formidable. Once she ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, she would effortlessly crush him beneath her heel. Lu Ria nodded. Her innate talent is hardly inferior to that of the so-called strongest demon emperor from the demon realm, who has existed for billions of years. In her future cultivation, she will undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of ordinary peak Emperor realm cultivators. Mu Zhengran gazed blankly at the horizon, utterly astonished by the formidable strength of his father. However, it was not long before he composed himself. Just as Lin Qingxue had remarked, his mother's innate talent was even more astonishing. His choice had not been in vain, it simply remained to be seen who would emerge stronger in the future. Lu Ruyan returned home with her son, gazing at the desolate Mu residence. A profound sense of loss washed over her, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Do not dwell any longer, your composure is on the verge of unraveling, Lin Qingxue solemnly cautioned. Lu Ruyan swiftly regained her composure, nodding gently. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, and upon reopening them, her mind was astonishingly clear. She sealed away all memories of her past with you. Gazing upon the bufu before her, she resolved to make a decisive choice. Since the past had already transpired, there was no longer any necessity for its existence here. With a grand gesture of her hand, everything before her transformed into a fine powder in the blink of an eye, accompanied by the last vestige of her lingering attachment. With a single step, all vanished into thin air. At the juncture of the celestial ruins and the demon realm, a formidable barrier separates the two realms. On one side, the sky radiates with a brilliant azure hue, while on the other, it is shrouded in a somber gloom. Looking back, you linger in the air for quite a while. Having lived here for over a millennium, you express a desire to depart. Yet, in the end, there remains a tinge of reluctance. Father, let us depart. Return to your home. Mu Zixuan gazed at her father. awestruck to discover that he possessed the pinnacle cultivation of the Emperor realm. At this moment, within her beautiful eyes, stars sparkled, as if she were beholding an idol. You wear a smile on your face with great effort, reluctant to reveal your troubled emotions to the children. Are you not afraid? After all, that is the realm of darkness, and it is often said that the dangers are manifold in the realm of the abyss. Mu Chai-Xian chuckled and said, "What is there to fear? With my father by my side, I am unafraid no matter where we go." A warmth envelopes your heart once more. You can indeed perceive the underlying tension within yourself, hidden beneath the surface. It appears that you too feel a sense of trepidation towards the unknown. Indeed, Miao Miao is unafraid, for with her father by her side, no malevolent force can threaten them. Father possesses the strength to shield us from harm. In an instant, Mu Miao Miao seemed to mature considerably after the recent events. Her tears ceased, and she endeavored to maintain a facade of resilience. You gently ruffled the hair of your two daughters, assuring them that there is no need for fear, for their father has long since become invincible. Interjection. Mozixuan stifled a smile. Father, are you truly confident in your invincibility? Did you not teach us that there are always others beyond ourselves, and realms beyond the heavens? We must not succumb to arrogance and pride, must we? Indeed, one must not succumb to arrogance, for there exist many who surpass you in strength. However, as for me, your father, I am an exception, for I am the celestial being revered in the hearts of all. Mu Zixuan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Father, you truly possess an audacious sense of pride. Mu Miao Miao tilted her head and laughed. Her father's words held a modicum of truth, though not much. As you gazed upon your two daughters, joy erupted from within, dispelling the shadows that loomed over your heart. Very well, let us proceed. Father shall take you to the realm of magic for a delightful adventure. You took a deep breath, stepped forward, and crossed the barrier of 7, entering the realm of 7 demons. The surroundings felt as familiar as ever. Having departed from 7 for a millennium, one could only wonder if the ancient beings or the new generation had made any advancements. Upon seeing Mu Zixuan, whose eyes darted nervously as she scrutinized the environment, and feeling Mu Miao Miao tighten her embrace around her, you smiled softly. Father will first lead you to a safer place. Where to? Mu Zixuan inquired. Before departing from the realm of magic, Father concealed numerous treasures in a hidden location. Let's embark on this journey. You transformed into a shooting star, soaring in the direction of 2 maidens. Before long, you hovered above a chasm filled with surging magma. In a moment of perplexity for the 2 maidens, you began to descend towards the depths below. This place shall be regarded as my vault. Did you not just acquire an extraordinary treasure, dear sibling? The weapons of Father from days of yore are now entrusted to you. As you uttered these words, your gaze swept across the expanse below, murmuring to yourself, "Where has that little rascal gone? I instructed it to remain here, yet it is nowhere to be found." You extended your consciousness and recited a spell onto your breath. In the next moment, the magma erupted violently, and a crimson radiance burst forth from the snowy prison of the stars, revealing a crystalline sword of snow. It was forged from the essence of eternal, enchanted snow, with a blade adorned by abyssal sigils. With each tremor, it emitted a soul-chilling wail, and wherever the blade swept, even the void was marred by cracks of emptiness. Immediately following was a set of obsidian black heavy armor, its surface adorned with swirling dark red demonic patterns reminiscent of molten lava. Bone spurs were embedded at the joints, and as the components of the armor clashed together with a resonant clang, a manifestation of 9 black dragons coiled around the figure. Beneath the helmet, 2 crimson glimmers ignited, akin to the awakening of an ancient demonic deity. This set of equipment is none other than the snow battle armor, once renowned for its dominance in the realm of magic. After a millennium of silence, it has once again ignited the infernal cannon for the Master of Destiny. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Zixuan felt her throat involuntarily constrict. She had never encountered such a terrifyingly powerful piece of equipment, particularly that sword, which had transcended the 10th tier and reached an unfathomable realm of artifact. If her brother's weapon was an unparalleled masterpiece, then this sword now stands as a divine armament. As for that suit of armor, it exudes an aura of demonic might, seemingly capable of withstanding any harm that comes its way. As the exquisite sword soared before you, it trembled violently, as if imbued with sentience. Old companions, it has been a long while. This unparalleled sword is known as the Nine Abyss Celestial Sword, though I prefer to call it by its original name. Today, my father bestows this sword upon you. A cacophony of sorrow. This is my beloved daughter. Please assist my daughter earnestly. Do you comprehend? The sword appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained its composure. It trembled slightly. However, Mu Zixuan shook her head like a rattledrum, saying, "Father, this is simply not feasible. This sword is exceedingly precious, and I cannot accept it. Moreover, my current cultivation level is not worthy of such a blade. Just because you are my father, it does not mean that there is nothing in this world that you cannot match. Rather, it is only a matter of personal preference." As Mu Zixuan gazed at her father, suddenly expressing such seriousness, a stark contrast emerged between this demeanor and her previous impression of him as a kind and gentle parent. Unable to suppress her amusement, she let out a soft laugh, saying, "Father, while your words are undeniably charming, I cannot help but find the situation somewhat amusing. What is going on? Your demeanor towards your goddaughter is devoid of any anger. Instead, it is infused with a tender smile of indulgence. You must adequately acclimate to this environment, for upon entering the realm of magic, your father may need to alter his image, revealing to you a side that you have yet to witness. Here, the reality is far more brutal, where strength reigns supreme. Moreover, there are indeed numerous adversaries in this vicinity. In the past, I managed to subdue them all. However, since my prolonged absence, they may have regained their confidence. Given their cunning nature, they might attempt to use you as leverage against me. Therefore, I must provide you with certain provisions. You no longer allow your daughter to refuse. Instead, you directly pass the divine weapon into the hands of your eldest daughter. What your younger brother possesses, you must also possess. Did you not assert that you could become a powerful emperor? Just a short while ago, you proclaimed such words before a multitude. You must strive diligently. In the future, let us see who among you and your brother can break through to the realm of the emperor first." Upon hearing these words, Mu Zixuan felt a surge of determination welling up within her once more. Gazing at the divine weapon in her grasp, she prepared to unleash its power. "Thank you. There is no need for formalities, my dear. Here is a splendid gift for you." As you cast your gaze upon the armor, it swiftly diminishes in size, ultimately transforming into a fitting piece, perfectly tailored to your stature. Is this from Miao Miao? It appears quite unattractive. The armored entity inherently possesses a spirit. Upon hearing the words ugly spoken by Mu Miao Miao, it immediately quivered in response. You couldn't help but chuckle. "Snow battle attire. Did you hear that? My daughter does not fancy your current appearance. Transform yourself. Become the kind of figure that children adore." The snow battle attire, exuding a dark aura, could only transform on its own. Suddenly, the ominous black mist morphed into delightful pink bubbles. The overall color scheme shifted from a sinister black and red to a charming pink hue. In a bid to delight the children, the armor produced various small heart-shaped embellishments in different areas, which astonishingly emitted a soft glow. As she gazed at the snow battle attire, it unexpectedly appeared so charming, with many areas shimmering with a radiant glow. Mu Miao Miao was instantly captivated. Upon encountering your young daughter, a sense of delight enveloped you. You offered an approving thumbs up to the snow battle attire. This fellow appears to possess an understanding of the nuances of young girls. Perhaps you should bestow upon the gift you have given to your father a new name. In the future, you will be able to converse with it, transforming it into any hue imaginable. It could even become invisible, adjusting its size at will. Is it truly so delightful? Then I shall think of a name. Mu Miao Miao gazed at her snow battle attire with immense fondness, her large eyes sparkling with starlight. "Eureka! Let's name it Donut." Mu Zixuan, upon hearing her sister's name, chuckled and inquired, "Doesn't this name seem a tad too ostentatious? Isn't it adorable? Sister, take a look. Has it not enveloped me entirely? Is that not a circle? And it's so charming, wouldn't it be lovely to call it sweetie?" You indulgently tapped the little one's nose, adhering to Miao Miao's suggestion. Moreover, it seemed that it too rather fancied this name. You cast a glance at the currently motionless snow battle attire, and your gaze suddenly turned icy. In the next moment, the snow battle gear vibrated rapidly 7 times. Behold, does it not exhibit a profound sense of excitement and exhilaration? Very well. Grandfather shall guide you on a delightful exploration of the enchanted realm. Let us proceed. After securing the 7 treasures, you ascend to the heavens. Before long, you shall return to the surface of the 7th domain. The direction you are headed is towards the nearest great city of the demonic realm, known as Mullen City. If I am not mistaken, the Black Dragon should have ventured there for amusement. The lord of this city is one of your former adversaries, who you managed to subdue. After you ascended to the title of Demon Emperor, you entrusted the governance of this grand city to this old rival. This old fellow has cultivated a remarkable demonic skill, seemingly well suited to my daughter's constitution. I intend to have her practice it for a while to ascertain its compatibility. However, this individual is rather garrulous, and I fear that news of my return will swiftly echo throughout the entire demonic realm. Nevertheless, this may prove beneficial, for now that I have returned, I shall not depart again. In the city of Demon Realm, on the bustling streets, Mu Zixuan walks beside you, her delicate visage adorned with astonishment. This city of the Demon Realm is unlike anything I had envisioned. I had anticipated a chaotic environment, filled with incessant brawls and turmoil. In truth, the cities within the realm of demons are not vastly different from those in the celestial ruins. The primary distinction lies in the differing cultivation systems. Here, the absorption of demonic energy can easily lead to a descent into madness, giving rise to inner demons. Consequently, the inhabitants of this realm tend to exhibit a slightly more belligerent disposition than those from the celestial ruins. Mu Chaixian appears much like a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Gazing left and right, Mu Miao Miao was brimming with excitement, for as soon as she stepped into the city, she encountered numerous quaint shops, each showcasing an array of items she had never laid eyes upon before. "Are those edible?" she inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Your grandfather will buy them for you." "And what about those?" she asked, pointing. "Those are for play." To the little girl, you must now shower her with affection, striving to keep her thoughts away from the recent events. As you stroll through the streets with the child, you make your way towards the city lord's mansion. Someone is engaged in battle. Mu Zixuan has never witnessed the combat of individuals from the demon realm, and her curiosity is piqued. At this moment, high above in the sky, 5 men with malevolent grins encircle a woman clad in a crimson dress, launching an assault against her. It is imperative that they capture this young lady, for tonight promises amusement for all. The amusement is trivial. What truly matters are the treasures she possesses. Nevertheless, it must be said that the young woman is indeed quite striking. It seems that these 5 individuals are quite taken with the captivating figure of this enchanting woman. They became adversaries due to a certain matter, yet the woman possessed remarkable beauty, which stirred within them other nefarious thoughts. How intriguing! You wish to assist this lady. As you gaze upon your own daughter, you discern a profound sense of righteousness residing within her heart. A typical father would undoubtedly instruct his daughter not to meddle in others' affairs. However, you are different. You possess a profound understanding of your daughter's capabilities on days of combat, considering that these individuals possess skills comparable to her own. Allowing these minor adversaries to serve as a means for her to hone her abilities is indeed a commendable choice. This will enable her to adapt to the battles of the demon realm more swiftly. The offensive tactics employed by the denizens of the demon realm differ somewhat from those of the celestial ruins. The inhabitants here possess an array of peculiar and enigmatic magical skills. Mu Zixuan pondered, feeling that she should not cause trouble for her father. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from meddling further. Upon hearing this, you chuckled and replied, "What trouble could there be? With father to support you, even the gravest of predicaments becomes trivial. However, with my current mastery of the immortal ruins technique, should I reveal my prowess, will I attract a multitude of beings from the demonic realm to besiege me? You remain as calm as ever. No matter how many come, you will vanquish them all. Just observe for yourself, and do not worry about any troubles." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan remained hesitant. It was not until she witnessed the woman in the sky being unexpectedly ambushed by the 6th individual emerging from the void that her eyes narrowed, leading her to a resolute decision. 5 nefarious individuals are harassing a woman, which is already reprehensible enough. Astonishingly, there remains someone lurking in the shadows, striking from concealment. Thus, I shall intervene. You may earnestly endeavor to experiment with a new weapon. Mu Zixuan nodded, her figure flickering as she soared into the air. I shall assist you. Enveloped in ethereal energy, her divine sword radiated a mystical aura. With a single stroke, she unleashed a brilliant flash of light, cleaving an adversary into 2 perfectly symmetrical halves. Upon witnessing your daughter exhibit such decisive prowess, you nod in satisfaction, recognizing the hallmark of your own demeanor. Yet, at that moment, your gaze shifts to your younger daughter. Upon witnessing my little daughter engrossed in the scene, utterly unafraid, and finding joy in the spectacle, my heart swelled with happiness. Truly, she is a reflection of her father. Tiger's cub is never a mere dog. With the sudden appearance of Mu Zixuan, the remaining 5 men from the demon realm were taken aback. Particularly upon seeing the exquisite sword in her hand, they were all rendered speechless. This sword appeared to be an unparalleled treasure of the highest order. The young woman was not wielding demonic energy, but rather ethereal qi. It became evident that she hailed from the realm of the immortal ruins. The woman in the red dress was astonished to witness Mu Zixuan's intervention on her behalf. However, her surprise deepened upon noticing the weapon in Mu Chaishuan's hand and the ethereal aura surrounding Mu Zixuan. It became evident that they hailed from the realm of the immortal ruins. This was troubling. Those from the immortal ruins who came to her aid were, in essence, the very ones who could bring her harm. Was she truly destined to reach that critical juncture? After Mu Zixuan made her move, she held nothing back and charged towards the remaining men of the demon domain. Following a powerful strike, she had already sensed the formidable nature of this divine weapon, which had significantly enhanced her strength by at least 100-fold. 5 men observed the approach of Mu Zixuan and swiftly redirected their focus, uniting to confront her. Together, they managed to withstand Mu Zixuan's second strike, albeit with great difficulty. As time passed, it became increasingly evident that Mu Zixuan grew stronger with each battle, as if the constraints that once bound her were gradually dissipating. We must not continue this fight, one voice urged. We must call for assistance. She hails from the realm of Xinshu. The 5 individuals swiftly glanced around at the onlookers from the demon domain. Esteemed friends, one of them addressed the gathered crowd. This person from Xinshu has ventured into our demon domain, audaciously challenging us and possessing such a precious artifact. Let us unite and vanquish her. The treasure shall belong to the one who is fated to possess it. Upon hearing this, many were swept away by the allure of fortune, rallying with fervor. The sword is mine, someone declared fiercely. Mu Zixuan, sensing the sudden surge of challengers, felt a shift within her. Yet, upon realizing that their cultivation levels were comparable to hers, a flicker of reassurance washed over her. I can still hold my ground, she thought. Upon hearing your daughter's words, you nodded slightly. The battle commenced as Mu Zixuan engaged with a group of adversaries. The woman in the crimson dress had become but a mere spectator, the attention of those around her having shifted entirely away. She observed Mu Zixuan being besieged by the throng, her heart heavy with conflict. It was because of her that Mu Zixuan found herself ensnared in such a predicament. To turn her back now would feel rather devoid of moral integrity. Yet she observed an increasing number of individuals of the same realm converging towards Mu Zixuan. With determination, she clenched her teeth and made a resolute decision. Fellow cultivator, let's unite our strengths. You cast a glance at the woman in the red dress, nodding in satisfaction as you assessed her, deeming her acceptable, even possessing a hint of virtue. Without turning away, you were suddenly struck by a peculiar familiarity emanating from her. Wait a moment. This young lady exudes an air reminiscent of someone you know. At this moment, a sinister voice of an elderly man echoed. People of the immortal ruins. A 10th grade sword. I never anticipated that in merely a fleeting visit, I would encounter such extraordinary fortune. Little girl, hand over my treasured weapon. The sound emerged, causing all present to swiftly halt their combat. It was alarming. A formidable presence from the Sacred King realm had arrived. The group besieging Mu Zixuan was taken aback, realizing that those who sought to seize the treasure were now devoid of hope, for the powerful being rendered the coveted artifact unattainable for them. However, as they beheld a gaunt old man who had just appeared in the air, the next moment he seemed startled by something, quickly turning his gaze in a particular direction. At the instant their eyes met, his frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. The realm of the great emperor. The young are blind to the brilliance before them. Please, esteemed elder, continue. I shall take my leave now. The emaciated old man merely cast a glance your way, and you were already overwhelmed by a tremor emanating from the very depths of your soul. This individual indeed possesses a certain level of insight. You, however, do not exude any aura of cultivation. Yet, he is still able to perceive your formidable strength. There is something noteworthy about him. Nonetheless, should he leave with just one arm, even if he has not laid a hand on your daughter, the mere presence of a sinister thought would warrant some form of retribution. The elderly man, upon demanding a tooth, waved his right hand with a flourish. His left arm was severed instantly, and snow-like liquid splattered forth. He hastily conjured a spell to halt the snowfall, then bowed slightly towards you before turning and departing. He did not stop this individual. Ziguang continued to gaze at the celestial being above, the female Aiel. Proceeding, those who have laid hands on your daughter shall face their reckoning today. Of course, it is not you who seeks retribution, but rather, it is your daughter who shall enact it. Mu Zixuan smiled and nodded. Is this an unprecedented sense of security? Is this the exhilaration of having a father of the Emperor realm? Upon witnessing the mighty beings of the sacred Jade realm severing their own arms in a desperate bid for escape, the denizens of the demon domain were not fools. They turned their gazes towards you. Although they could not discern the extraordinary qualities that set you apart, they recognized that you were not someone to be trifled with. Swiftly, they turned and fled. However, you are merely a gaze, a black frame confining a vast expanse, imprisoning the entire sky. Alas, a multitude of individuals now wallow in profound regret, desperately assaulting that black frame. Yet their efforts yield not. Mu Zixuan moved once more, darting towards a throng of individuals. Upon witnessing this, the woman in the crimson dress from Qianbang exhaled a sigh of relief and rejoined the fray. Before long, under the combined might of the two, the group that had just launched an assault on Mu Zixuan from the sky had become mere specters beneath their blades. Mu Zixuan took a deep breath, turned to gaze at her father, and revealed a smile. This sword feels remarkably suited to me. You gaze at your daughter, radiant and poised, nodding in satisfaction, your eyes brimming with affection. It is imperative to find her a suitable cultivation method swiftly, and with a touch of strategy, to cleanse the foundations of her previous training, transforming it entirely into demonic energy. Utilizing the techniques from the immortal ruins in the demon domain is indeed rather conspicuous. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a chilling voice resonated from the void. From afar, I sensed the aura of a 10-grade, exquisite sword. I initially thought I must have misperceived it, but to my astonishment, it was indeed true. Ha ha, how delightful! I have come to this place without any hesitation. Chapter 9. The effortless slaughter of the emperors might the emaciated elder merely cast a glance at Lu Qing'an. Yet he was instantly engulfed by a shuddering sensation emanating from his very soul. It was undeniable that only a being of the emperor's caliber could evoke such a response in a mid-stage Saint King. No wonder there was a person of the transformation realm present, capable of wielding such a magnificent sword. Lu Qing'an mused to himself that this individual possessed a degree of discernment. Even without releasing his aura, the elder could sense his formidable strength, a noteworthy feat, however. He declared calmly, "Leave behind an arm." Even if this man had not directly threatened his daughter, the mere flicker of malevolent intent warranted a price to be paid. With a grim determination, the elder bit down hard, swiftly severing his left arm with a wave of his right hand, blood splattering forth. He hastily employed a spell to staunch the bleeding, then bowed slightly to Lu Qing'an before turning to depart. Lu Qing'an did not obstruct him, his gaze returning to his daughter, soaring in the sky. The onslaught against her must cease. Those who dare to strike at her would perish today. Of course, it would not be by his own hand, but rather by the hand of his daughter. Not a single one would escape. They would all serve as her sparring partners in her inaugural battle within the demon realm. Lu Zixuan smiled, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Is this the exhilaration that comes with having a father of emperor stature? As she witnessed a Saint King severing his own arm to flee. The onlookers from the demon realm were no fools. They turned their attention to Lu Qing'an, although they could not discern his extraordinary nature. They understood that he was not someone they could provoke. Consequently, they dared not entertain any further thoughts regarding that exquisite sword, swiftly retreating instead. However, Lu Qing'an merely needed a glance. A black frame materialized, encapsulating a portion of the sky and sealing it off entirely. The group that had just attacked his daughter found themselves ensnared within the confines of this dark boundary. Panic ensued. Regret washed over the group as they desperately assaulted the black frame, only to find their efforts utterly futile. Lu Zixuan seized the moment, charging toward the throng. The woman in the red dress, observing the unfolding scene, exhaled in relief and joined the fray. In no time, through the synergy of their efforts, those who had previously taken to the skies to assault Lu Zixuan had become mere phantoms under their blades. Lu Zixuan inhaled deeply, turning to her father with a radiant smile. "Father, this sword feels remarkably suited to me." Lu Qing'an gazed at his daughter, exuding pride and affection. He knew he must quickly find her a suitable cultivation method and employ certain measures to cleanse her past training, transforming it entirely into demonic energy. Utilizing the techniques from the immortal ruins within the demon realm was, after all, rather conspicuous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling voice resonated from the void. The presence of a 10th-tier supreme sword could be sensed from afar. Initially doubting his own perception, he was taken aback to find it was indeed true. My journey here has not been in vain." As the voice echoed, a figure emerged from the ether, clad in a black robe, appearing to be of middle age. A shroud of dark energy enveloped him, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Behind him, he bore a coffin. Oh, a member of the corpse sect? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Qing'an's mind conjured the visage of an old man. The ancestor of the corpse sect had been among the forces that besieged him when he ascended to the throne. After becoming the emperor, he swiftly eliminated the ancestor of the corpse sect. Subsequently, the sect languished under his oppression for an extended period, with no emperor-level figures emerging for many years. To his surprise, during his absence from the demon realm for over a millennium, the corpse sect had given rise to such an emperor-level being. However, this individual was merely at the mid-stage of the emperor realm. Following the appearance of this mid-stage emperor from the corpse sect, the entire street fell into a profound silence. Good heavens! Not only had a Saint King appeared, but now a mid-stage emperor had also arrived. Was this not one of the most prodigious talents of the corpse sect in recent years, Luo Fenghai? The previous individual had been capable of repelling a Saint King, likely at the peak of the Saint King realm, or even at the emperor level. This promised to be an exhilarating spectacle, if he truly possessed emperor-level strength. I have yet to witness a battle between emperor-level beings. The disparities within the emperor realm are vast. I suspect this person is merely at the initial stage of the emperor realm, while this elder from the corpse sect clearly exudes the aura of a mid-stage emperor. Furthermore, the corpse sect's secret techniques involve manipulating corpses, which may also possess emperor-level prowess. Lu Zixuan listened intently to the discussions around her, her expression turning grave. Yet, recalling her father's words about his invincibility and the divine weapon he bestowed upon her, which could evoke such excitement in this individual, she felt assured that her father was far superior. Thus, she harbored no worries, but rather a burgeoning curiosity about her father's true strength. She longed to witness her father's prowess in action. Since childhood, she had idolized him, perceiving him as omnipotent aside from his somewhat modest cultivation level. Now, learning of her father's formidable strength, her admiration intensified 100-fold. The woman in the red dress had initially believed the crisis had passed, but upon witnessing the current scene, her heart sank once more. She was unaware of Lu Qing'an's abilities, merely speculating that he was at the emperor realm, yet she understood the peculiarities of the corpse sect. Perhaps a one-on-two scenario awaited them. After all, the corpse sect could manipulate corpses to attack. "This sword must belong to you," the corpse sect's warrior remarked. Quickly recognizing Lu Qing'an's extraordinary nature, further reinforced by the murmurs around them. Meeting Lu Qing'an's gaze, he discerned that Lu Qing'an was also an emperor-level cultivator. However, he had never encountered Lu Qing'an before. Within the demon realm, there were several hundred emperor-level cultivators, and he could recall the powerful elite among them. Apart from a few enigmatic figures who had yet to reveal their true identities, he had memorized the others. Since he had not seen Lu Qing'an before, it was reasonable to assume that he had just recently broken through to the emperor realm. If that were the case, this sword would be ripe for the taking. Lu Qing'an gazed with keen interest at the member of the corpse sect. This is a gift for my daughter. What, do you desire it? He himself was uncertain of the inexplicable connection he shared with the corpse sect. In the days before his rise to power, the sect's patriarch harbored the greatest animosity towards him, dreaming incessantly of his demise and wishing to refine him into a corpse. After ascending to the throne, the first to meet his end was indeed the patriarch of the corpse sect. Now, upon his return to the demon realm, the first unfortunate individual he encountered was once again from the corpse sect. It was unsurprising that this individual did not recognize him, as he had rarely revealed his true visage, always donning a mask. Fewer than 10 individuals in the entire demon realm truly knew of his appearance, all of whom shared a good rapport with him. Your daughter is unexpectedly cultivating the techniques from the immortal ruins? How intriguing! I shall grant your family a path to survival. Surrender this treasured sword to me, and I will allow you to depart. Otherwise what? I shall refine your entire family into my corpses. Oh, huh? It appears that after years of dormancy, many in the demon realm are unaware of the former might of the corpse sect. In that case, today shall serve as a demonstration for the world to witness. The pinnacle corpse sect has returned. Such a verbose individual, Lu Qing'an remarked, losing interest in the conversation. He extended a hand, and an aura of dark energy suddenly manifested. In the next moment, the once smirking powerful figure of the corpse sect found his smile, abruptly vanished. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lu Qing'an, his neck firmly grasped in Lu Qing'an's hand. No, this is impossible. The corpse sect warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was utterly powerless against Lu Qing'an's grasp. Regardless of how he summoned his strength, he could not break free from the binding of that dark, formidable hand. How amusing. Your patriarch's final words were identical to yours. It seems your lineage possesses quite the synergy. With that, Lu Qing'an's hand erupted with a terrifying black flame, which instantaneously enveloped the member of the corpse sect. The warrior's eyes bulged in horror, unable to emit a sound of lament, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ash, scattered across the ground. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 10. Farewell, old friend. All present were rendered speechless by Lu Qing'an's prowess. A mid-stage, emperor-level cultivator was utterly powerless before him. What does this signify? This individual must be at least a late-stage emperor, if not a peak emperor. Lu Zixuan, witnessing her father's formidable strength, could not suppress a gulp, especially when she observed how effortlessly he dispatched his foes. A sense of disbelief washed over her. Is this truly the father she has always known? How magnificent! Their mother had often described their father's greatest virtue as his gentle demeanor towards everyone. Yet, in this moment, he revealed an unexpectedly iron-willed side. The woman in the red dress stood frozen in the sky, initially fearing a calamity had unfolded. Little did she anticipate that this man was a late-stage or even peak emperor. Moreover, what was that black flame? It could instantaneously reduce a mid-stage emperor to such a state. It is widely believed that emperor-level cultivators are immensely difficult to kill, possessing secret methods to escape and remarkable vitality. Yet what she had just witnessed was the fragility of an emperor-level warrior. This contradicted everything she had ever known. Lu Qing'an merely killed the member of the walking corpse sect without incinerating any of his belongings. After briefly scanning with his divine sense and confirming the presence of valuable items, he waved his hand to collect them. He then turned his gaze to his little daughter, still cradled in his arms. To his surprise, she exhibited neither fear nor shock at his act of violence. Instead, she appeared somewhat amused. Meow meow, are you not afraid? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. No, I'm not afraid. Daddy is so handsome. Lu Miao Miao replied, shaking her head. Observing his daughter, Lu Qing'an thought to himself, this little cotton-padded jacket truly possesses some remarkable traits. It is no wonder she carries his bloodline. He affectionately ruffled Lu Miao Miao's hair, filled with pride. At that moment, another aura suddenly emerged. Following its arrival, a thunderous, ancient voice resonated from the sky. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my imperial city? Are they unaware of their impending doom? Instantly, the heavens were engulfed by dense storm clouds, swirling purple-black like a raging sea, obscuring the sun. Lightning lashed through the sky like a colossal serpent, its deafening roar shaking the earth, as if the apocalypse were upon them. A terrifying pressure descended, causing all living beings to tremble. Even the air itself felt heavy. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight. It was the City Lord. The Lord of Demon City is one of the most formidable beings in the demon realm, a peak emperor. It is said he was one of the rare friends of the former old demon emperor. This time, the one causing the ruckus would surely face dire consequences. Having resided in Demon City for so many years, they had never witnessed the City Lord in person. They did not even know what he looked like. Would they finally behold the esteemed visage of the City Lord today? Many years ago, two formidable Emperor Realm warriors clashed here, causing extensive damage to numerous structures. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Demon City executed both early-stage Emperor Realm strongmen, displaying their severed heads at the city gates. He subsequently issued a decree, commanding all Emperor Realm warriors to refrain from fighting in this vicinity. Would this individual also face the wrath of the Demon City Lord and be slain? Regardless, today's spectacle has certainly been thrilling. A gathering of onlookers hastily distanced themselves, fearing that such high-level battles might inadvertently involve them. The woman in the red dress did not anticipate the situation's unexpected twists. Now, gazing at the stormy clouds above, she felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It appeared she was aligned with this father-daughter duo. Would the Lord of Demon City also take the opportunity to eliminate her? Why was her fate so tumultuous? She was acutely aware of the Lord's immense strength, of being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the previous Demon Emperor. Such powerful entities were exceedingly rare in this realm, with only a handful existing, let alone the earlier Emperor Realm warrior from the Corpse sect. Even the seemingly strong Emperor Realm warrior currently present would likely find himself groveling in submission before such might. However, as her thoughts lingered on this, she turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an, only to find no trace of fear upon his face. On the contrary, a subtle smile graced his lips. This old man still loved to put on airs. Lightning wove a net across the sky, and amidst the blinding white light, a figure stood at the pinnacle of the clouds. Surrounding him was a radiance of destructive thunder, resembling a creator deity surveying all beings. Everyone in Demon City was captivated by this figure, their spines weakening under his presence, too intimidated to look up. He was astonishingly powerful, a peak Emperor Realm warrior. With a full force strike, he could obliterate an entire city in an instant. Who dares to identify themselves? You mere insects, the figure in the sky proclaimed, his voice reverberating through the heavens. Lu Qing'an smirked, replying, your grandfather. Goodbye. How dare you? The figure in the sky was about to unleash a furious tirade when he suddenly paused, sensing something amiss. Wait, that voice sounded strikingly familiar. The ancient voice of the Thundercloud Emperor, Shao Qingyi, blinked in surprise, quickly scrutinizing the speaker below. At first, he thought he must have been mistaken, but upon seeing the man's distinct features, he was utterly bewildered. No, could it be that I was mistaken? The voice that had once commanded such overwhelming pressure transformed into one of overwhelming excitement. The oppressive ambience created by his earlier presence dissipated instantaneously. In mere moments, the storm clouds cleared, revealing a sky unmarred, a brilliant blue expanse. Moreover, the figure had vanished, leaving only a white-haired elder in a purple robe who suddenly appeared before Lu Qing'an. His demeanor was kind, with a scar shaped like lightning adorning his chin. Ha ha ha! It truly is you. Where have you been all these years? I've searched high and low for you. Shao Qingyi approached, seizing Lu Qing'an's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Don't move. You're shaking my children. Lu Qing'an squinted his eyes and spoke with a tone of menace. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi halted, the familiar threat only serving to widen his smile. Wait, your daughter. Xiao Qingyi's gaze darted to the little girl cradled in Lu Qing'an's arms. Upon closer inspection, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. You, my friend. No wonder I couldn't find you in the demon realm. You have ventured to the fairy ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. Xiao Qingyi was speechless. This fellow had vanished without a trace, and after all these years, he suddenly returned with a daughter. Is this truly your daughter? TSK, TSK. She bears no resemblance to you at all. Not a trace of fierceness. Lu Qing'an swiftly kicked out, sending Xiao Qingyi stumbling backward. Must my daughter look fierce? Look at her eyes, her nose. Do they not resemble me? Her appearance is indeed similar, yet she is not fierce. Rather, she exudes a sweet and endearing charm, evoking a desire for closeness. Xiao Qingyi was not at all angered by Lu Qing'an's kick. Instead, he felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, his smile broadening even further. Daddy, who is this? Lu Miao Miao, noticing Xiao Qingyi's discussion about her, tilted her head in inquiry. Miao Miao, you may refer to him as the old immortal. He is a friend of your father's from the past. Shouldn't I call him Grandpa? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large, innocent eyes. Huh, yes, you should indeed call me Grandpa. I am many times older than your father. Xiao Qingyi's heart soared at being addressed as Grandpa by Lu Miao Miao. Wow, you, my friend, possess such a delightful and understanding daughter. How utterly unfair of the heavens. Is this what children from the fairy ruins are like? They are infinitely more charming than those from the demon realm. Chapter 11. The heavens have no eyes. Yet you have such a lovely daughter. Lu Qing'an felt a swell of pride as Xiao Qingyi lavished praise on his daughter, for indeed, she was undeniably charming. What shall I call you, little girl? Xiao Qingyi endeavored to adopt a gentle demeanor, smiling at Lu Miao Miao as he softly inquired. Lu Miao Miao, ever bold, beamed with two delightful dimples upon confirming that this gentleman was her father's friend. I am Lu Miao Miao. You can call me Miao Miao, Grandpa. May I ask how you are dressed? Miao Miao, how delightful. I am Xiao Qingyi. You may call me Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Qingyi yearned to pinch Lu Miao Miao's cheeks and perhaps embrace the child. Yet upon observing Lu Qing'an's stern visage, which seemed to perceive his intentions, he hesitated. What a pity. I have chosen a life without marriage, without children. If only I had such an adorable daughter as well. How did this fierce man end up with such a lovely daughter? I'm truly envious. Sighed Xiao Qingyi. Father. At that moment, Lu Zixuan descended gracefully. Xiao Qingyi paused, astonished to hear Lu Zixuan refer to Lu Qing'an as father. Wait, you have more than one daughter. Casting a glance at Lu Zixuan, he noted her striking resemblance to Lu Qing'an, her beauty radiant. Despite her youth, she stood tall, embodying the essence of a captivating maiden. This fellow, a legendary killer. It's so fortunate. How unfair. Sister, this is Grandpa Xiao, a friend of father. Lu Miao Miao cheerfully introduced Lu Zixuan before Lu Qing'an could speak. Hello, Grandpa Xiao. Lu Zixuan greeted with a smile directed at Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi quickly returned the gesture. What may I call this beautiful young lady? Grandpa Xiao, I am Lu Zixuan. You may simply call me Zixuan, she responded, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Qingyi intently. She had felt the immense power he possessed, far surpassing that of their mother's master, Lin Qingxue. Yet, she was astonished to witness such a formidable person exhibit such demeanor before her father. Just moments ago, her father had playfully kicked this powerful figure. Though it was in jest, this behavior revealed how her father had once treated this extraordinary individual. Goodness, I hardly know what to say. I find myself at a loss for words of envy. Observing Lu Qing'an's two daughters, Xiao Qingyi inhaled deeply, shaking his head in awe. That legendary killer had vanished for an extended period, only to return with two daughters so contrasting in nature. It was nothing short of a grand jest upon the entire demon realm. There are too many people here. Let's find a quieter spot to converse. I have returned to stay and would appreciate your assistance in locating a suitable place to settle. Lu Qing'an surveyed the surroundings, wishing to catch up with Xiao Qingyi in a more private setting. Upon hearing that Lu Qing'an intended to settle nearby, Xiao Qingyi's aged eyes sparkled with a sudden surge of excitement, like a parched spring suddenly bursting forth with droplets of water. Excellent. Do not have a change of heart. Settle down here with me. Ever since Lu Qing'an departed, he has spent his days engaged in solitary practice within the confines of the demon city. Now that Lu Qing'an has returned, not only to stay, but also accompanied by two remarkably charming daughters, the atmosphere here is bound to become lively. Kulme, I happen to know a place that is perfect for your settlement. Utterly tranquil. Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. Wait a moment. Lu Qing'an interjected just as Xiao Qingyi was about to lead them away. He glanced upward at the woman in the red dress, who stood motionless against the sky. Come down. His voice possessed an enchanting quality, and before the woman could react, she found herself standing before Lu Qing'an. Positioned between Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, the woman trembled with an unprecedented sense of anxiety and pressure. Who could she possibly be? How could she be so closely associated with the lord of the demon city, Emperor Lei Xiao? Moreover, she had just kicked the emperor twice. She racked her brain, unable to fathom who in the demon realm would dare treat Emperor Lei Xiao in such a manner. Not even the demon emperor would. What is your name? Lu Qing'an inquired. Esteemed senior, I'm called Sun Minzi, the woman stammered, her composure faltering. Upon hearing her surname, Lu Qing'an felt a wave of recognition wash over him. No wonder she seemed familiar. Do you have a place to stay? My daughter is visiting the demon realm for the first time. You are of similar age and both unfamiliar with many aspects of this realm. I need you to help her acclimate, Lu Qing'an stated. Xiao Qingyi had also noticed the woman in red and sensed the demonic aura about her, indicating her origin from the demon realm. However, he presumed she had some connection to Lu Qing'an. It was only upon hearing this dialogue that he realized they were strangers. What surprised him most was Lu Qing'an's willingness to introduce an unfamiliar girl as a friend to his daughter, which seemed rather unusual for his character. Sun Minzi glanced at Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, then turned her attention to Lu Zixuan. Seizing what felt like a stroke of fate, she eagerly nodded. Very well. From this day forth, I shall accompany you. Lu Qing'an looked at his eldest daughter, Zixuan, and said, This will be your friend in the demon realm. Be sure to get along well. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, cast a questioning glance at Lu Qing'an. He was well aware of Lu Qing'an's distinctive nature. Introducing an unfamiliar woman from the demon realm as a friend for his daughter was indeed peculiar. What is so special about this girl? Xiao Qingyi inquired telepathically. Lu Qing'an replied, Have you not noticed the unique aura surrounding her? Furthermore, her surname is Sunday. Realizing the implication, Xiao Qingyi studied Sun Minzi intently, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you suggesting she is his descendant? Lu Qing'an confirmed, There is a high probability. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Qingyi. Subsequently, the group vanished from their location, heading toward a serene place. After their departure, an enveloping silence prevailed. Those who had witnessed the scene remained in a state of astonishment, struggling to regain their composure. It was only after a considerable time that they began to collect themselves. Good heavens! Who on earth was that? Clearly, he shared a remarkable familiarity with the great Emperor Lei Xiao. It appears he too is a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm. No wonder he effortlessly annihilated that Emperor of the Walking Corpse sect. Just moments ago, he had even kicked great Emperor Lei Xiao. Yet astonishingly, Lei Xiao showed no sign of anger, instead appearing quite nostalgic. This is simply extraordinary. Wait a moment. I recall that great Emperor Lei Xiao seldom has friends, often wandering alone, save for the previous generation's demon emperor. Are you suggesting that the individual just now was the previous demon emperor? That cannot be possible. The previous demon emperor was a living embodiment of slaughter. He does not even appear menacing. Chapter 12. To think your father is the eternal night demon emperor in the heart of the city of Mo Lin, beneath a tranquil mountain, lies a secluded courtyard with azure tiles and white walls, shrouded within the depths of swirling clouds. A bronze wind chime, suspended from the eaves, produces ethereal sounds without the slightest breeze. Before the courtyard, a sapphire pond reflects several floating petals of spiritual lotus, their hearts glowing with a soft luminescence. While silver-scaled fish occasionally leap shattering the starlit surface. A bamboo grove flourishes along the stream, with emerald-like stalks beaded with mist, whispering softly as the wind passes through. Behind the eastern window stands a stone pavilion, where a half-completed game of chess casts shadows upon the bamboo, and a stone bench holds a half-consumed cup of cold tea, its fragrance lingering faintly in the air. How do you find this place? I usually reside here alone, but now that you are here, it is yours, said Xiao Qingyi with a smile. Lu Qing'an gazed at the courtyard, unable to suppress a second glance at Xiao Qingyi. You have clearly copied me. This place resembles my previous residence perfectly. Ahem, I couldn't help it. After spending time at your place, I simply replicated it, Xiao Qingyi replied, content with his surroundings. Lu Qing'an felt a sense of returning home. Meow meow, Zixuan, you too can find room. As for you, he glanced at the three children. Just choose a place to settle down. Okay, father. Lu Miao Miao, entirely unperturbed by her new environment, rushed into the house, brimming with curiosity. Being still young, she was arranged to share a room with Lu Zixuan, while son Minzi occupied the house opposite them. Father, it's getting dark, and I'm a bit hungry, Lu Miao Miao said, patting her belly, which rumbled like distant thunder, her big eyes blinking innocently. Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi. It's time for your culinary skills to shine. My Meow Meow has quite the appetite. Huh, at last I can show off my skills. Meow Meow, I shall prepare the ingredients. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed before vanishing in a flash. In less than 3 breaths, he reappeared, shouldering a magical beast the size of the entire courtyard. Wow, Lu Miao Miao gasped at the sight. Huh, tonight, we feast on roasted meat, Xiao Qingyi declared joyfully. As the night deepened, the group gathered around a roaring black flame. Lu Miao Miao, like a glutton, devoured the meat voraciously, exclaiming, delicious, delicious. Grandpa Xiao is the best. Xiao Qingyi, praised effusively by Lu Miao Miao, continued to grill meat for her. Lu Qing'an observed the unceasing smile on Xiao Qingyi's face, intrigued by the joy he had rarely witnessed in him before. Father, I am quite curious about your true identity in the demon realm, Lu Zixuan said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked at her father. She had previously heard descriptions of Xiao Qingyi amidst the crowd and pieced together her father's words since arriving in the demon realm. Invincible. Could it be that my father has long been invincible? Lu Qing'an chuckled and shook his head. You should ask him. Lu Zixuan quickly turned to Xiao Qingyi. Grandpa Xiao, is my father well known in the demon realm? Son Minzi sat at the forefront of the campfire, appearing as though she were an outsider, hesitant to utter a single word lest she inadvertently invite calamity. Yet, upon hearing the conversation, she could not resist stealing a glance at Xiao Qingyi. She too yearned to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. How shall I put it? You may not have heard of him, given your previous sojourn in the immortal ruins, but those from the demon realm are undoubtedly aware of your father's name, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. In this realm, the only being slightly more formidable than myself is he. Lu Qing'an shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi, retorting, only slightly stronger than you? You certainly know how to flatter yourself. Ah, cough, cough. A modicum of respect before the younger generation would be appreciated. Xiao Qingyi hastily communicated telepathically to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an opted not to expose Xiao Qingyi further, granting his old friend a measure of dignity. Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Zixuan echoed, turning her gaze to her newly forged friend, son Minzi. Minzi, you have been in the demon realm. You must have heard of my father's name, correct? She held a favorable impression of son Minzi, not only because they had fought side by side, but also due to the fact that son Minzi had not fled in the face of adversity when she was besieged. Moreover, son Minzi's demeanor left a positive impression on her. Thus, having spent merely an afternoon together, they had already developed a close rapport. Additionally, she had great faith in her father. If he encouraged her to befriend son Minzi, then Minzi must be a worthy companion. However, upon posing her question and observing son Minzi's reaction, she was taken aback to find her companion trembling violently, as if she had received a shocking revelation. Her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at Lu Qing'an. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. It is truly the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Minzi, what is the matter? Lu Zixuan, noticing Sun Minzi's distress, quickly inquired with concern. Lu Qing'an glanced at Sun Minzi and asked, "Am I truly that fearsome?" Sun Minzi promptly lowered her head, seemingly attempting to hide her face within her garments, utterly unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. And no, it is the eternal night demon emperor, the very being who has caused rivers of blood to flow in the demon realm. An invincible existence. How could he appear before me? Moreover, he has taken me under his wing and allowed me to befriend his daughter. What extraordinary luck have I stumbled upon? Seeing Sun Minzi's fear, Lu Zixuan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "Minzi, my father is a kind man. There is no need to be afraid." She had a reasonable understanding of her father's authority in this realm. I'm not afraid." Sun Minzi quickly raised her head to meet Lu Zixuan's eyes, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile. However, the smile appeared forced, rendering it awkward and uncomfortable. Xiao Qingyi, overhearing Lu Zixuan's assertion about Lu Qing'an's benevolence, felt a chuckle bubbling within him. "Ah, dear child, you are blissfully unaware of the deeds your father has accomplished in the demon realm." Upon understanding this, one might comprehend the reasons behind the young girl's peculiar demeanor. "So, is my father truly renowned?" Lu Zixuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. The eternal night demon emperor, the most formidable genius of the demon realm over the course of countless millennia, possesses the strength of an early-stage emperor after ascending the throne, capable of vanquishing even the peak-stage elder demons. Throughout the entire demon realm, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is a name known to all, Sun Minzi recited, as if rehearsing a lesson. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan blinked and turned her gaze towards her father. Observing him calmly savoring roasted meat, his expression as unchanging as ever, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Who would have imagined her father possessed such might? Truly invincible? Lu Miao remained silent, seated beside Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, particularly close to Xiao Qingyi. After finishing a skewer of roasted meat, she continued to gaze eagerly at him, brandishing another skewer in her hand. Nonetheless, this did not deter her from occasionally casting admiring glances at her father. "Dad, why have you never spoken of your past prowess?" Lu Zixuan pouted, casting an eye roll towards Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an chuckled. There was no choice. During our time in the immortal ruins, revealing one's identity was inadvisable. Just remember, with your father here, you need not fear pursuing your desires. I will always have your back. Sun Minzi felt a pang of envy upon hearing this. If only her father had not passed away, perhaps he would have indulged her in a similar manner. Chapter 13. The initial pursuer of the night was as dark as ink, and the stars were obscured. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat opposite each other in a stone pavilion, a pot of fine wine and 2 cups of celadon before them. The wine, reflecting the faint moonlight, exuded a crisp and fragrant aroma that wafted into the bamboo grove, where a gentle rustling could be heard. Outside the pavilion, fireflies flickered intermittently, casting a soft glow. Inside, the two clinked their cups lightly. The candles had long since been extinguished, and Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao were already tucked in bed. "What are you staring at? Keep drinking. It's time to nourish the fish," Lu Qing'an said, glancing at Xiao Qingyi, who was merely observing him, his cup of wine untouched. Xiao Qingyi replied, "I sense that you are harboring something within. There is a question that might bring you discomfort. I'm uncertain if it is prudent to ask." "Then do not inquire," Lu Qing'an retorted. "But my curiosity is piqued. Please don't be angered. Where is the mother of those 2 children? Why isn't she here with you?" Xiao Qingyi, having known Lu Qing'an for millennia, was well aware that his friend was burdened with unspoken thoughts, evident from his excessive drinking. The absence of the children's mother was likely tied to matters of the heart. The notion that she had passed away seemed implausible. Who would dare lay a hand on the woman of a killer like him? No one could achieve that. Lu Qing'an shot Xiao Qingyi a glance, remaining silent. "Very well. If you choose not to speak, I shall consider my question unasked. Let us continue to drink. I shall indulge you tonight, and we will drink to our heart's content." Xiao Qingyi was increasingly convinced that Lu Qing'an was weighed down by heavy thoughts and was reluctant to probe further. Yet, Lu Qing'an indeed felt a pent-up frustration and desired an outlet. Taking a deep breath, He gazed at his old companion and ultimately decided to confide. She and I have parted ways, he confessed. Xiao Qingyi paused, taken aback. Parted ways? Is there trouble in your relationship? Could it be that Lu Qing'an no longer has feelings for her, abandoning her? No, that doesn't align with the Lu Qing'an I know. If he hadn't forsaken her, then separation would be impossible. A man of his caliber surely wouldn't have a woman foolish enough to leave him willingly. Such naivety is rare, especially given how many Sanuses are enamored with him in the demon realm. It's not as though he is uninterested in them. After pondering this, he found himself thoroughly perplexed. Why? I'm somewhat at a loss. Please elaborate on what transpired. Lu Qing'an, noticing Xiao Qingyi's curiosity piqued, continued. She has ascended to the imperial realm, achieving the title of pure emperor. Wait, you mean the pure emperor? That is a title that can be compared to your eternal night emperor. Hold on. After attaining the pure emperor title, what happened next? You don't mean to imply that her newfound strength led her to surpass you and willingly depart? Xiao Qingyi still struggled to grasp the situation. Lu Qing'an, seeing the confusion on Xiao Qingyi's face, decided to clarify by recounting all that had transpired recently. After sharing his story, he felt a slight relief in his heart. Wait, hold on. Let me sort this out. Xiao Qingyi closed his eyes, channeling his energy to dispel the lingering intoxication in his mind. After a moment of careful contemplation, he opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at Lu Qing'an. Are you suggesting that she was completely unaware of your true strength, oblivious to the fact that you are the eternal night demon emperor, and that she foresaw her ascension to the unsullied throne, prompting her to plan her departure from you in advance? Furthermore, upon her coronation, she publicly sought to sever ties with you because of her actions. You felt disheartened and returned to the demon realm with your daughter? Lu Qing'an downed a glass of wine in silence. Xiao Qingyi was certain he had laid out the entire matter, yet he noticed Lu Qing'an's tacit acceptance and fell into silence himself. How could such a foolish individual exist in this world? She must be unaware of the remarkable man she had forsaken, the eternal night demon emperor, an unbeatable force in existence, a single individual capable of traversing the entire demon realm, let alone the immortal ruins. The power to conquer the entire Qing'an continent with but a word. Though the unsullied throne could rival the eternal night throne, it was merely a title, and Lu Qing'an's strength far exceeded what mere imperial rank could confer. This individual had honed every aspect to perfection, rendering him terrifyingly formidable. So, this woman chose to leave an already invincible being to become stronger? What a fool. A pure, unadulterated fool. I raise a toast to you. After a mental tirade, Xiao Qingyi lifted his cup and poured himself another drink. So, have you truly resolved to let go of this woman? Given his understanding of Lu Qing'an's character, it was highly probable he had decided to completely sever ties with her, offering no further chances. This fellow was quite cunning. Yet, it was evident that he genuinely loved this woman, as he refrained from wreaking havoc upon his return. Of course, it might also be due to considerations for their child. Hence he suppressed his murderous intent. He glanced towards the direction of the room. If he had such a delightful child, he certainly would not want them to witness such scenes. Departing with dignity might be the optimal solution. However, would that woman ever realize what she had missed in return? Would Lu Qing'an's heart soften? After all, she was still the mother of their child. Lu Qing'an gazed at the moon, shaking his head with a smile. You know my character well. The past is the past. Emotions are like a mirror. Once shattered, they cannot be restored. Initially, he harbored a sliver of hope, wishing to keep the family intact. But the moment Su Qingying publicly sought to part ways, he had already made his decision. This relationship could not be salvaged. What steadied his emotions now was, in truth, their child. Very well, I shall unconditionally support you. From now on, make your home here. Moreover, the demon realm is home to many fine women. I'll let you in on a secret. Several beauties come looking for you almost every year, especially that snowy day concubine. In the realm of the demon domain, I searched for you for a millennium. I heard you ventured to the celestial ruins in search of me, but inadvertently revealed your identity as a powerful being of the demon domain, leading to a joint assault by the formidable emperors there. Ultimately, you returned wounded and required a prolonged period of recuperation. This young lady truly harbors genuine affection for you. At this juncture, Xiao Qingyi poured a glass of wine for Lu Qing'an and winked at him, sensing that perhaps Lu Qing'an could find a stepmother for the two children. Upon hearing this, an image of an extraordinary woman surfaced in Lu Qing'an's mind. She had indeed been to the celestial ruins? Yes, but you're aware that crossing that boundary significantly diminishes one's power. The fact that she did not perish there is a stroke of fortune. How could you possibly overlook such a woman? He had always believed that Lu Qing'an would ultimately be with the Snow Sky Empress. Yet Lu Qing'an persistently rejected her advances. What? Are you once again attempting to play matchmaker? Lu Qing'an retorted, at a loss for words. All right, forget I mentioned it. Xiao Qingyi replied. By the way, could you lend me a copy of that cultivation method? I want my daughter to try it out and see if it suits her. That's agreeable. If it doesn't work, we shall seek other methods. Given our bond, your daughter is as good as my own. Throughout the entire demon domain, I will ensure she is provided with a suitable cultivation technique. The two continued to drink, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Lu Qing'an gradually buried his sorrows in the spirit wine named Worry Relief. Meanwhile, in the room of Lu Zixuan and her sister, Lu Miao Miao pouted, unable to sleep as she gazed at her sister lying nearby. What's wrong? Are you unaccustomed to sleeping? Lu Zixuan asked softly. I clearly despise our mother, yet I can't help but miss her. Lu Miao Miao's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Zixuan embraced her sister, a flicker of sorrow crossing her gaze, yet she steadfastly reassured her. Let us not think of her. We have our father, and that is enough. But I can't help but recall how she used to hold me as I slept. From now on, I will hold you as you sleep. Sister, will we ever see our mother again? We will. When will we see her? When we both reach the Emperor realm, we shall go see her together. Really? Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. She will stand before us, and with our strength, we will prove her wrong. All right, then I will begin to cultivate seriously. Yes, let us strive together in our cultivation. Chapter 14. Bestowing the cultivation method to my daughter the following day at dawn. Lu Qing'an summoned his eldest daughter after she and her sister awoke, instructing Xiao Qingyi to impart the cultivation technique to her. Old Xiao, please proceed with the transmission. Xiao Qingyi nodded, gazing at the poised Lu Zixuan before him. He extended his fingers, upon which a small orb of violet lightning materialized, aimed at Lu Zixuan's forehead. This energy would directly penetrate into her sea of consciousness, enabling her to cultivate this method with utmost efficiency. Within a short span, she would discern whether this technique was compatible with her physique. Wait, Grandpa Xiao, Lu Zixuan interjected just as the orb of lightning was about to touch her forehead. What is it? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Could you make that orb of lightning a bit rounder? It looks rather awkward. Although the lightning was generally spherical, it had a few protruding points that disrupted its smoothness, causing her some inner agitation. Xiao Qingyi blinked, casting a glance at Lu Qing'an. Clearing his throat, Lu Qing'an remarked, Surely, you can manage this minor adjustment. Xiao Qingyi nodded in agreement. Moments later, he successfully conveyed the technique to Lu Zixuan, who quickly entered a state of comprehension, closing her eyes and meditating. Daddy, what about Miao Miao? Lu Miao Miao, after hearing her sister's words yesterday, was now eager to ascend to the Emperor realm. Lu Qing'an looked at his typically reluctant younger daughter, surprised to find her now so keen on cultivation. Miao Miao, do you wish to cultivate? Lu Miao Miao earnestly nodded, declaring, I want to reach the Emperor realm. Very well. Old Xiao, please bestow the technique upon Miao Miao as well, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Xiao Qingyi nodded once more. After imparting the technique, he seated himself beside Lu Qing'an. How long has Zixuan been in this state? He asked, his expression peculiar. Lu Qing'an sighed. Since she was little. Isn't that quite similar to Shui Tianfei? Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an shook his head for now. She isn't as formidable as her, but I am at a loss regarding such psychological issues. You initially rejected Shui Tianfei because of her personality, and now your daughter exhibits similar traits. This is quite enough. Lu Qing'an interrupted. I forgot to ask you something yesterday. Have you seen my little Hey Z over the years? Your contracted beast? I have indeed encountered it. That rascal stole my treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's neck flushed with indignation. Lu Qing'an frowned. What did it steal from you? Approximately 500 years ago, it suddenly appeared in Demon City. I was overjoyed to see it, thinking you were there as well, so I sought it out to inquire about your whereabouts. However, that individual insisted he did not know your whereabouts. Naturally, I was skeptical, so I decided to keep him within the city. He appeared to have nowhere else to go and resided here for a while. Yet, I inquired daily about your location, which may have irked him, leading to his sudden departure. Subsequently, I discovered that my Thunder Flame sword was missing. This sword is the most formidable weapon in Xiao Qingyi's possession. Though it does not surpass Lu Qing'an's divine sword in rank, it ranks among the top 10 treasures in the entire demon realm. Ahem, what happened next? Lu Qing'an was well aware of the little black creature's tendencies, having a penchant for collecting exquisite items. Initially, before he could capture the creature and bind it as a contract beast, it had even pilfered a weapon from him. In a fit of rage, he employed various means to track down the little black creature, expending considerable resources before finally succeeding in capturing it. Ultimately, it was under duress that he compelled the creature to become his contracted beast. Thus, Xiao Qingyi's words were credible. This little black creature is a natural thief. What else is there? I simply cannot locate it. I must insist that you retrieve my Thunder Flame sword post-haste. That is your contracted beast. Yet, I have no idea where it currently resides. Do you not have contract? I have unraveled half of it. He cannot take the little black creature to the immortal ruins without unbinding certain aspects of the contract, as it would restrict the creature's freedom. Therefore, he chose to release half of it, granting the little black creature a measure of liberty. However, to his surprise, the little black creature slipped away. Xiao Qingyi fell silent, opting to trust Lu Qing'an. As long as this black dragon remained within the demon realm, it would not be difficult for Lu Qing'an to retrieve it using his skills. You must find it swiftly. Without my Thunder Flame sword, I cannot fully unleash my potential. Lu Qing'an nodded. At that moment, his eldest daughter opened her eyes. Zixuan, how do you find this technique? Did you experience any discomfort while cultivating? Lu Zixuan replied, Father, I feel this technique is quite good, very domineering and powerful. Yet there seems to be an issue I cannot articulate. Run through it once, and I will assist you in examining it. Lu Qing'an placed his hand on Lu Zixuan's head, closing his eyes. After a moment, he reached a conclusion. This technique has about a 90% compatibility with your constitution, which is slightly lacking. Never mind. I shall help you find another technique. Is your technique ineffective? Xiao Qingyi inquired. At their level, they understood the significance of a powerful technique's compatibility with one's body. In their earlier cultivation days, they lacked the conditions and thus practiced any advanced techniques available to them, often encountering numerous bottlenecks. I had her try it when she was younger, and it was still somewhat inadequate. Lu Qing'an replied, Father, I have no recollection of that. You were quite young then. In fact, I tried it with all 3 of you siblings. My technique was exceedingly domineering. Just as they were discussing this, Lu Miao Miao opened her eyes. Father, does this mean I am capable of cultivating? As Lu Miao Miao finished speaking, she deftly flipped her hand, conjuring a delicate orb of purple lightning within her palm. My goodness! Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. Lu Qing'an, equally surprised by the spectacle, swiftly maneuvered to stand before Lu Miao Miao, gently placing his hand atop her head. After a moment of assessment, he cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Qingyi. It appears that my Miao Miao is far more suited for this cultivation technique than you are. This is the first time I have seen someone able to condense purple lightning upon merely beginning their training. Throughout all my disciples, none have achieved this feat. Truly, she is your daughter. The significance of bloodlines is undeniable. Daddy, is it really impressive that I can do this? Lu Miao Miao inquired, blinking her large eyes in response to Xiao Qingyi's praise. Ha, indeed, you are far more formidable than I was when I first began my practice. Lu Qing'an replied with a fond smile. Really? Do I have a chance to cultivate to the Emperor realm? Lu Miao Miao gazed intently into Lu Qing'an's eyes. As long as you dedicate yourself to your training, you undoubtedly can. Yay! Then Miao Miao will strive to practice diligently every day. Lu Qing'an affectionately tousled her hair. then turned to his eldest daughter, Zixuan. You need not pursue this technique any longer. I will seek a more suitable method for you. Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement. Actually, I believe you should allow Zixuan to try the technique of Shui Tianfei. Xiao Qingyi interjected through thought. Lu Qing'an regarded Xiao Qingyi with a raised brow. Once more? Is this suggestion not linked to your life's major matters? Have you not noticed how similar they are? Perhaps the technique would resonate perfectly with her. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing'an responded telepathically. Do you still maintain contact with her? Is it possible to not stay in touch? Ah, it is rather frustrating. Chapter 15. The obsessive pursuer arrives. Xiao Qingyi hesitated, yet ultimately succumbed to the urge, pouring forth a torrent of grievances. Shortly after Lu Qing'an departed from the demon realm, not only was he searching for Lu Qing'an's whereabouts, but Shui Tianfei was also on the hunt. More fervent than he, Shui Tianfei had even collaborated with him in the search, but after an exhaustive period of fruitless endeavor, he relinquished the pursuit. Understanding Lu Qing'an's desire for anonymity, he recognized that no matter how diligently they sought, they would remain unsuccessful, leading him to adopt a stance of indifference. However, having shared the search with Shui Tianfei, she became displeased with his apathetic demeanor and insisted that he continue the quest. Perhaps realizing her own limitations in compelling him, she ultimately refrained from pressing him further, yet insisted on daily updates regarding any news of Lu Qing'an. Each day at noon, he was obliged to send her a message. Failure to do so would unleash her wrath. As he recounted this, the bitterness on his face intensified. Initially, he had believed she would not resort to violence against him, but to his astonishment, she had truly lost her mind. After neglecting to send her messages for a few days, she arrived uninvited and delivered a few blows. You are well aware that I am no match for her, especially after my weapon was stolen. She threatened that should I ever fail to report on your whereabouts again, I would receive another beating. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an could ascertain that such a course of action was indeed characteristic of Shui Tianfei. This madwoman remains as unpredictable as ever. After achieving invincibility, he had grown weary of a life filled with conflict and sought instead a tranquil existence with a beloved partner, envisioning marriage and family. Shui Tianfei was undeniably beautiful, surpassing Su Qingying slightly, particularly with her chilling demeanor that made her the object of many top-tier warriors' desires in the demon realm. Yet, he could see no hope for a stable life with her, ultimately rejecting her advances. After all, who would want a wife who resorted to violence over a mere fashion faux pas? I understand now. When you urged me to be with her, were you also coerced by her? Lu Qing'an cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. That's not the case at all. Xiao Qingyi turned away, whistling nonchalantly. Lu Qing'an sent her a message asking her to come here. Fine, at last, I can cease the daily repetition of that task. Xiao Qingyi had intended to message Shui Tianfei yesterday, but Lu Qing'an seemed reluctant to meet her and fearing that a hasty decision might compel Lu Qing'an to leave. He restrained himself. Now that Lu Qing'an had personally requested it, the matter was settled. At noon, as mealtime approached, the sky above the courtyard was a brilliant blue. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth, while the cicada's relentless cries echoed through the woods. The leaves drooped wearily, and even the wind seemed too lethargic to stir. Yet, amidst this unbearable heat, the sky abruptly darkened. A cloud, seemingly appearing from nowhere, swiftly spread across the heavens, obscuring the blazing sun, and soon after, an icy chill surged forth like a tidal wave. The temperature plummeted sharply, as if one had suddenly fallen from the peak of summer into the depths of winter. Grandfather, how strange. It's snowing outside, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the window. The once azure sky had been draped with leaden clouds, and delicate snowflakes began to fall. Initially, only a few scattered flakes appeared, but in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a flurry of snow, cascading down like goose feathers upon the earth. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi were equally astonished. The abrupt change in weather was truly magical. In contrast, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi maintained serene expressions, for they understood that this transformation heralded the arrival of the snowy celestial. Amidst the swirling snow, a white figure gracefully descended from the horizon. She was tall and elegant, her pure white gown dancing lightly in the wind, as pristine as snow and as frigid as ice. Her silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, soaring freely in the tempest, each strand seemingly imbued with an essence of extreme cold. Her skin was fairer than snow, nearly translucent, and her exquisite features exuded an unapproachable majesty. Her ice-blue eyes were profound and chilling, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon them. Her lips were a soft hue, pressed together in an expression that conveyed a hint of detached indifference. She alighted gracefully in front of the courtyard, her toes barely touching the ground, as if the moment she made contact, the earth would tarnish her immaculate attire. The wind and snow circled around her, hesitant to draw near, as even the forces of nature bowed in her presence. Xiao Qing'an, you mentioned you had urgent matters to discuss with me. Have you gathered news of him? The snowy celestial did not enter the house, seemingly disdainful of the dwelling, as it might soil her gown. Are you not coming in to sit? At that moment, a middle-aged voice resonated from within the house. Upon hearing this voice, which had haunted her dreams repeatedly, the snowy, celestial's expression faltered abruptly. With a swift motion, she found herself inside the room. When she turned to face the speaker, that single glance felt like an eternity. You, where have you been all these years? The previously frosty visage now seemed to thaw, brimming with excitement, resentment, and a hint of anger. The tumult of emotions caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Where I go is none of your concern, Lu Qing'an retorted. While it may not concern me, could you not have informed me? Do you have any idea how difficult it has been for me to search for you all these years? The snowy celestial's voice was laden with grievance. Xiao Qing'an observed the snowy celestial's demeanor, reminiscent of a petulant young woman, and shook his head. Only Lu Qing'an could manage her temperament, and it was only in his presence that she revealed such a softer side. Shall we sit and converse? Or as before, do you still carry all your old habits? Lu Qing'an inquired. The snowy celestial glanced at the chair beside him, her crimson lips twitching, yet she steeled herself and replied, No, I have changed quite a bit. She placed her feet on the ground, shivering slightly, but ultimately suppressing it, moving closer to Lu Qing'an, only to discover a youthful girl already seated beside him. Excuse me, little sister, she frowned. Who is this girl, and why is she sitting next to him? Upon overhearing the conversation between Shui Tianfei and Lu Qing'an, Lu Zixuan became acutely aware of something amiss. This woman is certainly peculiar. Could you not sit over there? Lu Qing'an gestured toward the empty seat across from him. I haven't seen you in quite some time and wish to engage in a more lengthy conversation. Shui Tianfei's demeanor towards Lu Qing'an was exceedingly gentle, almost imbued with a sense of deference. Annie, why not take my seat? At that moment, a soft, melodic voice chimed in. The speaker was Lu Miao Miao, seated to Lu Qing'an's left. Shui Tianfei turned her gaze toward Lu Miao Miao. Auntie? Lu Qing'an glanced at his youngest daughter, surprised that she would offer her seat to Shui Tianfei. However, I do have a request. I noticed you seem capable of freezing things. Would you be so kind as to transform that watermelon outside into a frozen one for me? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large eyes, filled with eager anticipation. She had observed that when Shui Tianfei's feet touched the ground, it had frozen beneath her. Frozen, sweet delicacies are simply delightful. Zat einli, Xue Tianfei replied. Hooray! Then please come sit here. I can just sit on Daddy's lap. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed cheerfully. Daddy! Shui Tianfei's eyes widened in astonishment. This is your daughter? Chapter 16. Can I be their stepmother? As Shui Tianfei witnessed Lu Miao Miao seated upon Lu Qing'an's lap, she compared the distinct features of the two and fell into a profound silence. They bore an uncanny resemblance. Is she truly his daughter? Her mind felt as though it had been filled with thick mud. Sluggish and bewildered, after vanishing for a millennium, he returned with a daughter. This implies that he has married another woman. Who could it be? Who has managed to capture the heart of man? She was unable to pursue herself. Miao Miao, Zixuan, addressed her as Aunt Shui. After Shui Tianfei sat down in a daze, Lu Qing'an glanced at his two daughters, prompting them to greet her. Lu Zixuan nodded and said, Hello, Aunt Shui. Hello, Aunt Shui. Lu Miao Miao smiled brightly. Shui Tianfei nearly choked as she realized that Lu Zixuan also referred to her as Aunt Shui. Not just one daughter, but two. And this daughter is already so grown. Why is this happening? Oh wait, there's another one. Could it be that this one is also? Xiao Qingyi, noticing Shui Tianfei's gaze on Sun Minzi, subtly reminded her she is not his daughter. She is the descendant of an old acquaintance. Despite hearing that Sun Minzi was not Lu Qing'an's daughter, Shui Tianfei's mood remained grim. How could she have been away for 1,000 years, only to return to find her daughters grown so large? Let us eat. We can chat afterward, Lu Qing'an suggested. Lu Miao Miao nodded, her gaze drifting towards the sumptuous dishes laid out before them, her mouth watering in anticipation. Eat plenty. If it's not enough, I will prepare more, she added. Grandfather Xiao, it seems we might not have enough, Lu Miao Miao quickly replied. You little glutton, and you're already saying it's not enough before you've finished. Xiao Qingyi, who was quite fond of Lu Miao Miao, teased, yet he stood up and headed to the kitchen. Aunt Shui, you should try this. Suddenly, Lu Miao Miao offered food to Shui Tianfei, leaving her momentarily taken aback. This child is so polite. However, she would never eat food offered by anyone unless it was Lu Qing'an. No need for you to serve me. I can manage myself, Shui Tianfei interjected. Then, Aunt Shui, could you please chill this dish for me? Lu Miao Miao tilted her head and inquired. Shui Tianfei. Wow, it's truly delicious when chilled. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed in delight as she savored the frozen dish. Miao Miao, don't trouble Aunt Shui unnecessarily, Lu Qing'an chided gently. All right, the lunch progressed with an odd atmosphere. Were it not for Lu Miao Miao occasionally breaking the silence to enliven the mood, the meal would have been consumed in complete quietude. Zixuan, take your sister back to play, Lu Qing'an instructed after the meal. All right, Lu Zixuan replied, leading Lu Miao Miao away. Sun Minzi also hurriedly exited the scene. Soon, only Lu Qing'an and the two others remained seated. Shall I attend to some matters? Xiao Qingyi suggested, glancing at the two. You may stay seated, Lu Qing'an replied. With the children gone, Shui Tianfei took a deep breath, still striving to maintain a smile, and turned to Lu Qing'an. Where have you been all these years? I have searched for you for an eternity, yet you remain elusive. In a realm of magic, there is no trace of your presence. However, I have ventured near the fairy ruins where I nearly met my demise. As Shui Tianfei recounted her tale, her gaze lingered on Lu Qing'an, revealing a hint of vulnerability. I have heard of this matter from old Xiao. How is your injury? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an inquire about her condition, Shui Tianfei's heart fluttered. After a period of recuperation, she had fully healed. He cares for me, but have you what over there? The weight of her question bore heavily upon her heart. Lu Qing'an nodded. The two children are quite lovely and adorable. Truly, they're your offspring. As she spoke, her gaze fell slightly, as if the echoes of past wounds had resurfaced, her voice diminishing to a whisper reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Her demeanor prompted Xiao Qingyi, who observed from the side, to shake his head in disbelief. A woman who typically exudes fierceness now feigns fragility. How can one be so insincere? Who is she? Shui Tianfei longed to see the woman who achieved what she could not. Lu Qing'an replied, she remains in the fairy ruins. Why did you not bring her back? Shui Tianfei fixed her gentle gaze upon Lu Qing'an, still maintaining her softness. Or perhaps, you have merely returned to visit us before departing again? Lu Qing'an stated, we have divorced. Shui Tianfei, who had lowered her head, suddenly raised it, her beautiful eyes alight with excitement. Divorced? Really? Ah, that is quite unfortunate. As she expressed her regret, she nearly burst into laughter. Yet, with great restraint, she suppressed the smile that threatened to emerge. Will you return there in the future? Is there any hope for rekindling what was lost? Xiao Qingyi, feigning indifference while sipping his drink, was secretly observing the two with keen interest. How fortunate he had not left earlier, or he would have missed this captivating scene. Lu Qing'an shook his head. I will not return. A shattered mirror cannot be mended. Indeed, matters of the heart, once troubled, cannot easily be restored. One must look forward. Shui Tianfei's voice rose slightly, yet remained tender, like an understanding admirer. She had felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart when she first learned of Lu Qing'an's children. The pain was unbearable. But now, she felt a sense of relief. This unseen rival possessed some skill, yet ultimately, she could not hold on to this man. She did not care whether Lu Qing'an had feelings for other women. As long as they were no longer present, everything would be manageable. After all, when one loves a man, what need is there to concern oneself with his past affections? Then what are those two children? Are they to grow up without a mother? The older child may fare well, but the younger one is still so small. Have you considered finding them a stepmother? Shui Tianfei lowered her head once more. Her fingers brushing her white hair from her forehead to behind her ear, her voice imbued with a shyness that was palpable. Xiao Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at the two individuals, a subtle and lascivious expression emerging on his face. It must be Shui Tianfei. A decisive offensive is in order. Let us see how Lu Qing'an will respond. Lu Qing'an glanced at Shui Tianfei and calmly replied, "As long as I am here to raise the children, everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei pouted, "You can't possibly play both the father and the mother, can you? I believe a child needs a mother to nurture them, especially when it comes to two daughters. There are matters in which you should not interfere." Lu Qing'an had grown somewhat immune to Shui Tianfei's advances and was reluctant to continue the conversation. "Let's discuss this later. I have no thoughts on relationships after the recent divorce. All right, should you wish to find them a stepmother in the future, do let me know. I have a splendid candidate in mind." Shui Tianfei winked at Lu Qing'an, her meaning almost explicit. "The reason I had Lao Shao summon you here is that I have a matter for which I seek your assistance." Lu Qing'an disregarded any further pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Given our relationship, there is no need for such formalities. Just speak plainly. My eldest daughter requires training in demonic arts, and I'm currently searching for a technique that is highly compatible with her. I wish to see if your method would be suitable. That is simple. I can transmit the technique to her for a trial." "Thank you very much. I've already mentioned there is no need for such courtesy. I shall go find the child and give it a try." Shui Tianfei rose, delightfully making her way to Lu Zixuan's room. She intended to bond more closely with the child, striving to secure the role of stepmother. Once the children grow fond of her, Lu Qing'an, that stubborn fellow, would have no choice but to heed their sentiments. Chapter 17. Affection for the unlovable, however. She had not spent much time with the children, which presented a certain challenge. It was essential to treat these two little ones with care. Furthermore, she could not entirely quell the lingering resentment within her, as these children were undeniably connected to that woman. Nevertheless, she held faith that she would eventually dispel this animosity. After all, these children were, in essence, Lu Qing'an's offspring. Anything that mattered to Lu Qing'an would inevitably earn her affection. Two lovely little princesses. "Aunt Shui is here to see you. May I come in?" Shui Tianfei gently knocked on the door, opting not to enter uninvited, but instead called out with a warm smile. Standing behind Shui Tianfei, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged glances, taken aback by the contrast in her tone. Xiao Qingyi whispered, "I've always told you that this woman has her flaws, yet she genuinely cares about your affairs. She is indeed a woman worth treating with respect." Indeed, if it were another man in this situation, given Shui Tianfei's temperament, she might have acted quite ruthlessly. Yet, when it comes to Lu Qing'an, she is willing to embrace the role of stepmother to these two children. Her approach to them is nothing short of remarkable. This time, Lu Qing'an refrained from countering Xiao Qingyi. Observing Shui Tianfei in that moment, his emotions began to grow increasingly complex. In truth, there was merit in Shui Tianfei's earlier statement. As his daughters were both girls, certain matters were beyond his paternal purview. There exists a natural boundary. Sons tend to avoid their mothers and daughters their fathers. When circumstances arise, having a woman to assist in raising the children does become quite necessary. Yet, after his previous relationship, he found himself lacking anticipation for the next. How long it would take to move on remained uncertain. He could only wait and see. "Aunt Shui, please come in." Lu Zixuan opened the door, surprised to see Shui Tianfei. If it were her mother seeking her, regardless of whether the door was open or closed, she would have entered without hesitation. The fact that Shui Tianfei knocked and awaited her permission made her wonder if this was a performance for her father. She had already discerned that Shui Tianfei harbored a particular fondness for her father, one that seemed to border on a desire to penetrate his heart during his emotional turmoil. What is she up to? Shui Tianfei clasped her hands behind her back as she stepped into the room, momentarily taken aback by its immaculate cleanliness and orderliness. Any discomfort she had felt vanished in an instant. Then, she noticed something she had overlooked regarding Lu Zixuan. The girl's attire and presentation were exquisitely harmonious, embodying an extraordinary beauty. This child is quite remarkable, she thought, feeling a sense of delight. I am familiarizing myself with the circumstances in the demon realm. Minzi has provided me with a manual detailing many aspects of this place, Lu Zixuan mentioned. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Aunt Shui. I am quite acquainted with the demon realm. Or, if you wish to go out for a stroll, you can invite Aunt Shui along. I would be delighted to take you out for some fun. Thank you, Aunt Shui. It's nothing at all. This is simply what Aunt Shui ought to do. By the way, your father asked me to pass on the cultivation technique to you, so you can give it a try. Do you have a moment? Lu Zixuan gazed at Shui Tianfei with profound tenderness. Her gentle demeanor not only reflected in her expression, but also in the softness of her gaze, leaving her somewhat surprised. This seemed far too genuine to be merely an act. I have time, she replied. Very well, please sit cross-legged on the bed, and I shall transmit it directly to you. Okay. Once Lu Zixuan settled into position, Shui Tianfei inquired if she was prepared. Upon confirming Lu Zixuan's readiness, she began the transmission of the technique. A swirl of white light, reminiscent of delicate snowflakes, emerged from her fingertips. Lu Zixuan stared in astonishment at the snowflake-like glow before Shui Tianfei's fingers, realizing how remarkably orderly it was, enveloping her in an overwhelming sense of comfort. She had expected the experience to mirror her initial encounter with Xiao Qing'an, where she needed to remind him or endure the chaotic influx of energy into her mind. To her surprise, it was entirely different this time. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she gazed at Shui Tianfei. All done with the transmission. You may begin your practice. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult Aunt Shui. She will be patient in guiding you, Shui Tianfei assured her. Lu Zixuan nodded. Observing their easy interaction, Lu Qing'an wore an unusual expression. It seemed Shui Tianfei was quite normal when engaging with children. He had often witnessed her resorting to violence, or even worse, when conversations went awry. Such a gentle demeanor was indeed rare for her. After receiving the technique, Lu Zixuan commenced her practice. It wasn't long before she paused. Father, this technique is far more enjoyable to cultivate than Grandfather Zhao's. I feel absolutely no discomfort, she exclaimed, quickly turning to Lu Qing'an with a bright smile. Lu Qing'an approached and gently placed his hand atop Lu Zixuan's head, channeling his energy to assess her. He instantly confirmed that his eldest daughter was perfectly attuned to Shui Tianfei's technique. Indeed, this technique aligns flawlessly with you. You should diligently cultivate it from now on. Really? So I can simply convert my powers cultivated in the immortal ruins to this technique? Lu Zixuan inquired. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. You cannot do it alone. I will assist you. An hour will suffice. Is that true? When shall we begin? Lu Zixuan took a deep breath. Since she had arrived in the demon realm and resolved to reside there long-term without returning to the immortal ruins, she wished to convert all her previously cultivated powers to match this realm. The discordance of her current abilities felt unsettling, akin to a circle missing a small segment. Let's start right away. You may step outside for now, Lu Qing'an instructed, glancing at Shui Tianfei and the others. Father, should I also go out? Lu Miao asked. Indeed. Do not disturb your sister. Were you not longing for a slice of watermelon? Splendid. Shui, let's venture outside. Lu Miao trotted up to Shui Tianfei, seizing her hand with exuberance. It was the first time Shui Tianfei had experienced such a gesture, and she trembled slightly. Yet, she suppressed her discomfort and nodded vigorously. This rare opportunity to care for Lu Qing'an's child must be seized. After all, with two children, nurturing Lu Miao takes precedence, as Lu Miao is still quite young. She needs a stepmother now more than ever. Then Miao let us step outside, once assured that they would not be interrupted. Lu Qing'an sought to expedite his daughter's cultivation by extracting a portion from the system's reserve of 100-fold cultivation. System, extract a fold of cultivation. This world should still be able to bear it, should it not? It can indeed, then extract another fold. He dare not take too much, for a careless act could lead to catastrophic consequences for this world. Chapter 18. The arrival of the celestial visitor in front of the courtyard on a snowy day. Shui Tianfei first prepared a frozen watermelon for Lu Miao Miao. Lu Miao Miao eagerly embraced the watermelon, relishing it with great delight. Miao Miao, if you wish to have more of this watermelon in the future, you can tell Aunt Shui. Here is a communication jade slip for you to keep. You can input your magical energy into it to send messages to Aunt Shui. If there is anything on your mind that you wish to share with her, you can convey it through this as well. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Tianfei sought to strengthen her bond with Lu Miao Miao. All right, Lu Miao Miao replied, continuing to munch contentedly on her watermelon. After she finished a slice, Shui Tianfei resumed their conversation, eager to discover more about Lu Miao Miao's preferences. Miao Miao, do you particularly enjoy eating icy treats? No, I simply love anything delicious, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, a little gourmand. Such a child is easiest to please. Miao Miao. Aunt Shui isn't very skilled at cooking, but I can learn. I'll prepare meals for you in the future. How does that sound? No need. Grandpa Xiao cooks exceptionally well. Let him continue to do so, Lu Miao Miao replied casually. Shui Tianfei was momentarily taken aback. Then, how about this? Aunt Shui will find a way to bring you many delightful delicacies from the demon realm. All right? There are so many things here that you don't have in the celestial ruins, such as magic balls, which are exquisite treasures, and various elixirs that smell divine. Quickly, Shui Tianfei rummaged through her memories for delectable items she had tasted before, excitedly listing them. Really? Aunt Shui, can you truly procure these delightful treats I've never even heard of? Lu Miao Miao asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Of course. However, our relationship isn't particularly close yet. As we grow closer, Aunt Shui will be able to gather these treats for you. Shui Tianfei smiled. Then from now on, Aunt Shui will be my second best friend here in the demon realm. Second? Who is the first? It wouldn't be your father, would it? Shui Tianfei inquired with a playful twinkle in her eye. My father isn't a friend. He is my favorite person. My number one friend is Grandpa Xiao. Lu Miao Miao grinned widely. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao Qing'an, how dare he claim my top spot? At that moment, Xiao Qing'an, who had just exited the house, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. What's this, miss? Why are you directing your murderous intent towards me? I haven't wronged you. Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qing'an proceeded to the stone pavilion, where she had some inquiries for him. Once seated, she cut straight to the chase. Do you know any detailed information about that woman? Xiao Qing'an observed as Shui Tianfei distanced herself from the Lu Qing'an family, her demeanor shifting dramatically to one of cold indifference, causing his aged face to twitch slightly. I am also a friend of Lu Qing'an. Could you possibly treat me with the same kindness you extend to them? Can you speak gently and perhaps for a smile? Shui Tianfei scoffed. Can you truly be compared to them? Hurry up. I need to finish my questions and spend more time with Miao Miao. Xiao Qing'an sighed, feeling utterly exasperated. I have praised you endlessly in his presence, yet you dare to commend me? How can I possibly believe that? Enough of this. I have misjudged this good person. Stop the nonsense and tell me all the information you possess. Without further ado, Xiao Qing'an continued. The woman you speak of is the first one that Lu Qing'an encountered upon arriving in the immortal ruins. She possesses considerable talent and is a remarkably gentle soul. Am I not gentle? Is my talent so lacking? Shui Tianfei interjected, unable to contain herself. Ahem. Well, you are indeed quite gentle with him, but with others. Xiao Qing'an's voice trailed off as Shui Tianfei furrowed her brow. Was it truly the case that she had faltered in this regard? What was the reason for this? From his description, it seems that her becoming his partner was largely a matter of coincidence. Just as he yearned for a stable life, she happened to appear. Is it merely her good fortune? Xiao Qing'an expressed with a hint of uncertainty. In any case, Lu Qing'an's ex-wife seems to have fared quite well. Without Lu Qing'an's covert assistance in enhancing her cultivation and talent, she would not have reached the emperor realm so swiftly. And what else? Shui Tianfei bit her lip, pondering why she lacked such fortune herself. A stable life? She, too, could change for him. In the past, she could not tolerate any discomfort. Her obsessive cleanliness and compulsiveness were overwhelming. Yet now she had made some adjustments for him, managing to endure more than before. Then came their union, marriage, and children, 2 daughters and a son. And where is this son? With his ex-wife, of course. Why? With a father who is a demon emperor, such a formidable figure. Why would he not stay with his father, but instead with his mother? Shui Tianfei was momentarily taken aback. Is this son not a sound mind? Ahem. It is rather peculiar, I must say. Allow me to elaborate, Xiao Qingyi began, ready to share the amusing details of Lu Qing'an's necessity to conceal his identity as a demon emperor in the immortal ruins, as well as the recent breakthrough of Su Qingying to the emperor realm and her acquisition of the unsullied emperor position. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei was utterly bewildered. It is simply beyond belief. How astonishing, she exclaimed in awe. Indeed, when I first heard him speak of these matters, I bore the same incredulous expression as you. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization that someone finally understood his feelings at that moment. How could this woman have ever been deserving of him? Shui Tianfei could no longer remain seated and stood up. Yes, that was precisely my thought. The unsullied emperor position, while commendable, is it even comparable to the eternal night emperor position? No matter how much she cultivates, can she ever match his strength? Ultimately, if she does not break through in other areas, can she even hope to compete with me as I am now? To abandon him in pursuit of greater strength under such circumstances is utterly foolish. Indeed, that was my sentiment as well, Xiao Qingyi exclaimed, as if he were playing the role of the comic, slapping his thigh once more. Wait. No, I should not speak of her. Why am I even discussing her? Had it not been for her lack of appreciation, had it not been for her foolishness, had it not been for her sudden desire to become stronger, how could I have possibly encountered such a fortunate opportunity? Shui Tianfei swiftly comprehended the situation, a radiant smile blossoming on her face, akin to a delicate flower blooming amidst the icy landscape. Based on my understanding of Lu Qing'an, it is nearly impossible for him to look back now. Your chances of successfully winning his affection are quite substantial. You must put in the effort, remarked Xiao Qingyi. TSK, I suddenly find you somewhat agreeable. Quite commendable. Do maintain this momentum. Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. Xiao Qingyi added, I have always supported your relationship with him and have urged him multiple times to be with you. Why do you not believe me? Very well. This time, I shall begrudgingly trust you. I won't hit you anymore. Xiao Qingyi. At this moment, Shui Tianfei turned to glance at Lu Miao, who was enjoying a watermelon not far away. These 2 children, unlike their brother who chose to stay with that woman, clearly adore Lu Qing'an. Now, he has but these 2 children to whom he can confide his feelings. He must love them dearly. Thus, if I can genuinely satisfy them, I shall surely find my way into his heart. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an successfully refined his eldest daughter's cultivation to align with the standards of the demon realm. Well done, Zixuan. Focus on your dantian and familiarize yourself with the cultivation practices here in the demon realm. Wow, I've truly transformed my cultivation to that of the demon realm. Moreover, I've even ascended a significant realm. Father, what has happened? Lu Qing'an smiled and replied, Only I, in the entire demon realm, can assist you. Had you been anyone else's daughter, you would have to start your cultivation anew. As for this breakthrough, I merely imparted a fraction of my own cultivation to you. However, I must be cautious not to transmit too much, for fear your foundation may become unstable. You must solidify your roots diligently. Wow, my father is the best, Lu Zixuan exclaimed joyfully. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile and returned to the hall. Upon seeing Shui Tianfei playing with Lu Miao, he momentarily fell into a daze. Are you 2 this close? Lu Qing'an inquired. Shui Tianfei smiled, saying, The child is both adorable and intelligent. How could I not cherish this? Miao, tell your father who your best friend is in the demon realm. Shui Oni. Lu Miao promptly replied. Lu Qing'an and Lu Zixuan exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Shui Tianfei certainly possesses a remarkable talent for nurturing children, Lu Qing'an mused. Thereafter, Shui Tianfei began to engage more closely with the two children, conversing with them, evidently striving towards her heartfelt aspirations. With Shui Tianfei's presence, the once tranquil courtyard became infused with a lively chatter. This slight commotion alleviated some of the emotional pain that had lingered within Lu Qing'an. Just then, a sound transmission jade slip concealed within his spatial treasure suddenly vibrated. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that the sender was none other than his good friend, He Hong, from the Immortal Ruins. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to answer the call. Old Qing'an, I find myself disinterested in remaining in the Xinshu realm any longer. It feels rather meaningless. May I venture to the demon domain to seek you out? Chapter 19. The arrival of my sister-in-law. When Lu Qing'an heard He Hong's words, he was taken aback. He Lao, what has transpired? To him, He Hong was a cherished friend, a relationship that had flourished since their acquaintance. It was markedly different from his rapport with Xiao Qingyi, which had evolved from a rivalry into a friendship. His bond with He Hong, however, had always been steadfast and unwavering. When you departed, many were aware of your status as a formidable figure from the demon realm. Our close relationship is well known throughout the Immortal Ruins, and now many claim that I have betrayed the Immortal Ruins by inviting individuals from the demon realm. Yet, in my eyes, the distinction between the people of the Immortal Ruins and those of the demon realm is negligible. It is merely a matter of allegiance. I remain indifferent to such gossip, but it does irk me. Upon listening to He Hong's recounting, Lu Qing'an chuckled. You two possess the strength of a sovereign. They only dare to speak of you in whispers. He continued, you are welcome to come here. I have found a place to settle down. Do you intend to stay for a while, or make it a permanent residence? He was delighted at the prospect of having his dear friend nearby, relishing the thought of more companionship. Now that his power had reached its zenith, and with the system storing a millionfold of his cultivation, he could summon it at will. Akin to having a substantial fortune deposited in a bank, albeit with the caveat of not withdrawing too much at once to avoid catastrophe. With no need for further cultivation, he had little else to occupy his time aside from caring for his two daughters and assisting them in their training. He Hong replied with a smile, if I am not hunted down by those from my side, settling here would be a possibility. After all, you're my only true friend here. Moreover, my two favorite girls are with you. Your son, however, seems to be incompatible with me. We struggle to find common ground. His implication was clear. He missed Lu Miao Miao and the others. Lu Qing'an responded, very well, as long as I am here. You may reside as long as you wish. No one dares to challenge you. Your assurance suffices. You truly possess remarkable qualities to have concealed your peak sovereign strength for so long. Even I, an old man, failed to discern it. When He Hong finally witnessed Lu Qing'an's true prowess, he was genuinely astonished. Having known Lu Qing'an for a millennium, he had spent countless days enjoying tea, chess, and conversation with him. Although He Hong himself was a mid-tier sovereign, he should have been able to sense the aura of a peak sovereign. It could only be said that Lu Qing'an was exceptionally skilled at concealing his strength. However, he bore no resentment towards Lu Qing'an for this. He understood the challenges a powerful figure from the demon realm faced while residing in the Immortal Ruins. Failing to conceal one's true abilities could easily invite an onslaught from the sovereigns of the Immortal Ruins. Centuries prior, a peak sovereign from the demon realm had ventured into the Immortal Ruins, and despite his terrifying strength, he had nearly been slain by a coalition of the Immortal Ruin sovereigns due to the limitations of the realms. On that day, he caught a distant glimpse of a fierce battle among a group of top-tier powerhouses. If Lu Qing'an's identity were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in his immediate annihilation. Lu Qing'an remarked, your failure to notice indicates that you have never doubted me. You certainly know how to speak. He replied, very well. I shall pack my belongings and prepare to set forth. How shall I find you upon my arrival? Will you come to fetch me? He Hong inquired earnestly. It took him 2 days to reach this decision, for the circumstances in the demon realm were akin to those in the Immortal Ruins. Even with Lu Qing'an, a peak emperor-level powerhouse of the demon realm, safeguarding him. He could not afford to expose his cultivation from the immortal ruins. Otherwise, he might face an onslaught from a multitude of emperor-level warriors. Therefore, once he arrived there, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Lu Qing'an responded, "When you reach the location where the immortal ruins connects with the demon realm, send me a message. I will personally come to retrieve you." He was somewhat uneasy about entrusting this to another. By going himself, he could ensure He Hong's safety. He Hong smiled. "All right, I shall contact you then. I will prepare myself well." After concluding the communication, Lu Qing'an turned to see Lu Zixuan approaching, her charming face illuminated with excitement. "Father, is Grandpa he coming over here? And is he possibly going to stay here for a while?" Though she could not hear He Hong's message, she inferred from her father's words that He Hong intended to visit. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. "Yay!" Lu Zixuan exclaimed joyfully. Having felt somewhat out of place since arriving here, she believed that having a familiar face around would help her adapt better. Consequently, she dashed towards Lu Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, I have wonderful news. Grandpa, he will be coming to visit us soon." Upon hearing this delightful news, Lu Miao Miao bounced with joy. "Really? That's fantastic." Shui Tianfei, overhearing the conversation, inquired, "Grandpa he? Who is he?" Lu Zixuan replied, "He is a good friend of my father from the immortal ruins." "A good friend?" Both Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qingyi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Their curiosity piqued about the person from the immortal ruins. Before long, Lu Qing'an received another message from He Hong. This time, He Hong brought news that his former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, also wished to visit. However, her intention was not to stay long. She merely wanted to check on the two children, concerned that the children might experience emotional issues after leaving home. She wanted to see them. Upon learning this, Lu Qing'an had no objections. Su Yuni had always treated him well, especially towards the three children. Thus, he readily agreed, instructing them to contact him when they reached the border between the immortal ruins and the demon realm. When Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao learned that Su Yuni would also be visiting, they were filled with joy. "Auntie is coming too. How wonderful!" Lu Miao Miao leaped with delight, as if she had just received a delectable treat. Lu Zixuan chimed in, "I will clean the room for Annie and Grandpa he." Lu Qing'an observed the two children with a sense of contentment, feeling a measure of relief in his heart. He had feared that the children would struggle to adapt to their new surroundings, merely pretending to acclimate for his sake. However, he could discern a hint of forced demeanor in Lu Zixuan's behavior. Now, witnessing his eldest daughter's genuine joy, it was evident that she was truly happy. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei exchanged glances upon hearing the news. Lu Qing'an's former sister-in-law was also coming. Shui Tianfei's beautiful eyes narrowed momentarily. Sisters often resembled each other not only in appearance, but also in temperament. "Very well. I am curious to see what that woman's sister is truly like." Chapter 20. Arrival at the demon realm before the grand hall in the mystical ruins. Su Yuni, adorned in a flowing azure gown, gracefully descended. Upon her entrance into the hall, she beheld a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly in his teenage years, seated cross-legged at its center, under the guidance of a stunning woman radiating a brilliant white light behind him. His cultivation surged immensely. Moments later, he achieved a breakthrough to the third minor realm. Lu Zhongran opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, overwhelmed with excitement. "Mother, have I truly just ascended 3 levels of cultivation in an instant? Indeed, this is all the assistance I can offer you. From here on, you must solidify your foundation and continue to advance on your own," Su Qingying advised. "Understood. Thank you, Mother." Lu Zhongran meticulously sensed the transformation in his cultivation. In less than half a day, he had made such remarkable progress, something he had never dared to imagine before. Now, his cultivation had surpassed that of his sister by at least 1 level. "Sister, are you free?" Just then, Su Yuni's voice resonated behind them. Su Qingying had already sensed Su Yuni's arrival and nodded. "Have you come to see me regarding something?" "Aunt." Lu Zhongran turned to Su Yuni, beaming, "Aunt, look at my cultivation. I have just broken through 3 levels." He carried a remarkable sword on his back, choosing to bear it rather than storing it in his spatial ring, a testament to his affection for the weapon. Su Yuni smiled and nodded, then shifted her attention to Su Qing'an. Sister, I intend to accompany Elder He to the demon realm. What purpose do you have in that perilous place? Is fraught with danger. Su Qing'an's brows knitted in concern. Elder He is visiting my brother-in-law. No, he is meeting my former brother-in-law. I find myself with little to do lately and wish to join, also to check on Zishuan and Miao Miao to see how they are faring there, Su Yuni explained. Su Qing'an's expression darkened. The demon realm is exceedingly treacherous. You have yet to break through to the emperor realm. It is far too dangerous for you to go. Sister, Elder He will accompany me, and my former brother-in-law will be there to meet us. As long as we conceal our cultivation, we should be safe. After ensuring that Miao Miao and the others are doing well, I will return, Su Yuni reassured her. Su Qing'an's countenance remained troubled as she pondered for a considerable time. Mother, please allow my aunt to go. Father is also of the emperor realm and should ensure her safety. Aunt, when you see my sister, be sure to tell her that I have broken through 3 levels of cultivation. Lu Zhengran grinned. He already envisioned the surprise on his sister's face upon learning of his rapid advancement. Very well, sister. Do you have any messages for the children? Su Yuni asked, not seeking her sister's permission, but rather considering the 2 children and if there was anything her sister wished to convey to them. Undoubtedly, the children must be missing their mother. Su Qing'an closed her eyes, remaining silent for a while, before she finally spoke, unable to hold back. Tell them that their mother has her own life, and they should not blame me. Furthermore, do take care of yourself and return promptly. The longer you linger there, the more perilous it becomes. When you return, your mastery of formations should be commendable. If the 2 children wish to convey something to me, record their words visually. She was aware that her sister had devised a recording formation. Very well. However, do you truly have nothing to say to the children? I shall only depart tomorrow morning. If you have anything to express tonight, simply embed it within the formation. All right, I shall return to gather my belongings. Upon concluding her words, Su Yuni left the formation and departed. Su Qing'an gazed at the formation, gesturing with one hand to draw it closer. Zhengran, go back and solidify your cultivation. If there are any uncertainties in your training, come seek your mother. Understood. Once everyone had left, Su Qing'an contemplated the formation in her hand and ultimately recorded a message. The following morning, He Hong sought out Su Yuni, bidding farewell to those here with whom he shared amicable relations. He approached Su Qing'an, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was he who had introduced Su Qing'an to Lu Qing'an, a bond fraught with complications, one he had unwittingly orchestrated. Qing'an, as I depart, I cannot ascertain when I shall return, so allow me to bid you a proper farewell, He Hong stated. Su Qing'an responded, Elder He, are you certain you wish to settle there? It remains exceedingly dangerous. My mind is made up, do not dissuade me. Shall I convey any messages for you? He Hong looked at Su Qing'an, harboring a flicker of hope to hear her ask him to relay words to Lu Qing'an. However, he observed Su Qing'an shaking her head. Very well. He Hong sighed in resignation. It appeared that these 2 could truly never return to their former selves. Grandfather He, will I truly never see you again? Lu Zhengran inquired, furrowing his brow. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Focus on your cultivation. Time will tell who among you and your sister first ascends to the imperial realm, He Hong replied. Lu Zhengran nodded. Then I shall take my leave, He Hong declared. Second sister, are you truly going to follow him? Su Xuanyu looked at Su Yuni, exasperation evident. It is far too dangerous there. Enough. We shall communicate through sound transmission when the time comes. Sister, we are departing. After their farewells, the 2 ascended together, soaring towards the direction of the demon realm. Su Xuanyu gazed towards the horizon, solemnly pondering. I wonder if that fellow can protect second sister adequately. And those 2 children, they have trained in the techniques of the immortal ruins. Alas, had I known he was from the demon realm, I would have never allowed him to take the children. Sister, is there any way to retrieve the children? Su Xuanyu turned to Su Qing'an. She merely cast a glance at her brother. Then, as if she had heard nothing, pivoted and flew back towards the grand hall. Sister, do not ignore me. He Hong, a seasoned imperial powerhouse, flew with considerable speed and, after an hour, finally reached the boundary where the immortal ruins met the demon realm. Observing the ominous landscape beyond the boundary, both felt a twinge of anxiety. Qing'an, I have arrived at the boundary. Where are you? He Hong produced a communication jade slip to relay a message to Lu Qing'an. Shortly after sending the message, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching from a distance, eventually halting just across the boundary. It was Lu Qing'an, who had come to escort them. Upon seeing him, He Hong and his companion smiled as they crossed the boundary and entered the demon realm, coming to a stop before Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, Su Yuni called out with a smile upon seeing Lu Qing'an. He Qing'an nodded with a smile and then turned to He Hong. Is this your first visit to the demon realm? Certainly the first. I must admit, I'm a bit anxious. You must ensure our safety, He Hong replied with a chuckle. Rest assured, in the demon realm, no one can harm you, Lu Qing'an assured them. Now, follow me. The children have been waiting for you. He gestured for them not to resist, and then utilized his formidable cultivation to pierce through the void, leading the two as they flew at full speed towards Demon City. His current cultivation strength had more than doubled compared to before, and in less than 2 breaths he had traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, arriving at Demon City. Su Yuni and He Hong, who were flying alongside Lu Qing'an, widened their eyes in astonishment. Qing'an, how far did you just take us? He Hong could not help but inquire rapidly as Lu Qing'an came to a halt. Several 100,000 miles, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. At this revelation, He Hong and Su Yuni were left agape once more. What kind of cultivation strength could possibly allow such a travel speed? The peak emperors they were familiar with could never achieve such a feat. Chapter 21. Arranging a bright future for old friends, both individuals were momentarily frozen in place by a single remark from Lu Qing'an, suspended in midair without motion. In their understanding, the swiftest pace achievable by a peak emperor-level being was approximately a myriad of miles within the span of a breath. They had distinctly sensed that they had traversed several spatial passages, covering at least 100,000 miles, though the exact distance, possibly several 100,000 miles, remained uncertain. Yet, there was no reason for Lu Qing'an to deceive them. Qing'an, could it be that your imperial position is related to space? He Hong pondered, hesitantly voicing his thought. Lu Qing'an glanced at his old friend and smiled. Old He, there's no need for questions. The children have been waiting for you for quite some time. Let us proceed, and we shall converse once we arrive. Suppressing his curiosity, He Hong nodded in agreement. Su Yuni, however, gazed intently at the profile of Lu Qing'an. Previously, she had perceived her brother-in-law as meticulous, principled, and amiable. Now, she found him to be shrouded in an enigmatic aura. The more one struggles to comprehend another, the stronger the desire to seek validation becomes. This time, Lu Qing'an did not need to shatter the void. Instead, he effortlessly soared with the two companions for a brief moment before they found themselves above a tranquil mountain range. We have arrived, Lu Qing'an announced, guiding them downward toward a serene courtyard. Below, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao stood alongside Xiao Qingyi, eagerly awaiting the guest's arrival. Grandpa He, Ani, Lu Miao exclaimed, leaping with joy and waving her hands enthusiastically. Lu Zixuan also smiled as she awaited their descent. Upon landing, the two children darted forward like a gust of wind, embracing Su Yuni and greeting the adults. Good children, are you adapting well in the demon realm? He Hong inquired, warmth gleaming in his aged eyes. We're doing splendidly. Eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well, Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. And Miao? He Hong asked. Very well. Just a bit homesick. Lu Miao chimed in. Grandpa He, would you like some ice-cold watermelon? It's delicious. Haha, let's hold off on that for now. Old He, Ani, my sister and I have prepared rooms for you. Come. Let us head inside. Lu Miao exclaimed, taking both their hands and pulling them toward the house. Lu Qing'an watched this scene with a smile, following behind them into the dwelling. Qing'an, who are these two? He Hong inquired as he settled into a seat, glancing at the silent Xiao Qingyi and his companion. They're my friends here. Perhaps you two would like to introduce yourselves? Lu Qing'an suggested. Xiao Qingyi smiled. I am Xiao Qingyi, the great Emperor of Thunder, one of the foremost powers in the demon realm, and a longtime friend of his. Ah, so you're Taoist Xiao. I am He Hong, merely a humble old man with decent refining skills from the immortal ruins, He Hong responded. Su Yuni, it's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Xiao. Su Yuni added. introducing herself. At that moment, Shui Tianfei also introduced herself, making an effort to display her gentler side in response to He Hong's words. Snowy Heavenly Concubine, one of the foremost powerhouses of the demon realm, is also his admirer. The introduction of Snowy Heavenly Concubine was laced with personal sentiment. As these words were spoken, the previously pleasant atmosphere abruptly turned awkward. Lu Qing'an cast a silent glance at Snowy Heavenly Concubine, perceiving her idle chatter. He Hong, after a brief moment of surprise, swiftly broke the tension with a laugh. Ha! I didn't expect Qing'an to be even more popular here. He couldn't help but glance at Snowy Heavenly Concubine again. Earlier, both had claimed to be among the elite of the demon realm, which perhaps implied they possessed peak emperor-level strength. Wait, this woman bears a striking resemblance to the demon realm powerhouse who was besieged by a group of immortal ruins experts that day. Enough of this trivial banter. You have traveled from afar, so please take some time to rest. Lu Qing'an sought to conclude this peculiar topic of conversation. Observing Lu Qing'an divert the discussion, Snowy Heavenly Concubine felt a twinge of resentment and discreetly turned her gaze to Su Yuni. At that moment, she noticed Su Yuni was also looking at her, and a glint of darkness flashed in her eyes. Su Yuni, lacking even emperor-level strength, though possessing decent looks, still fell short in temperament compared to her. As for strength, it went without saying, Su Yuni's sister must be of similar caliber. That foolish woman. It must be mere luck that allowed her to win over this man. He Hong and Su Yuni proceeded to the tidily prepared room to arrange their belongings. Soon after, He Hong pulled Lu Qing'an into the room. Qing'an, I have many questions to ask you. Observing his old friend, Lu Qing'an did not respond, but sat on the edge of the bed, gesturing for He Hong to inquire. The bond between them was forged by a shared stubbornness. When He Hong delved into his research, he did so with an unwavering passion, much like Lu Qing'an himself. Furthermore, he had a long-deceased friend who mirrored this trait, and in He Hong, he saw echoes of that friendship. After a millennium of companionship, He Hong had treated him with sincerity, and thus Lu Qing'an regarded him as a true confidant. Is there truly no possibility left with Qing'an? If you require my assistance in any way, I shall do my utmost to help. He Hong's expression was earnest. Lu Qing'an knew He Hong would express such sentiments. Yet he shook his head. No need, let this matter rest. Very well then. Are you truly planning to remain here and not return to the immortal ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. Good. Then I have decided as well. I shall settle here. After all, this old man enjoys researching artifact forging and is indifferent to worldly affairs. All I need is a place to forge artifacts. Most importantly, once I am finished with my work, I can still see these two children. I truly adore these two children and wish to witness their healthy growth. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow flickered in He Hong's gaze. From what Lu Qing'an understood, He Hong had once had a daughter who tragically passed away at a tender age due to an unforeseen accident. The two children are also very fond of you. Old He, during this time, I will arrange for someone to set up a forging room for you. Should you require any forging materials in the future, simply let me know. As you are new to the demon realm, I will ensure everything is properly arranged for you. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong's shoulder. Isn't this rather inconvenient? He Hong chuckled. You are unfamiliar with this place. You can only rely on me. What? Do you think you can manage it yourself? Lu Qing'an coughed lightly. Well, I shall have to make do then. However, I cannot take advantage of you. If you wish to forge weapons in the future, just command me directly. I will forge them for you free of charge. He Hong laughed. All right, you have said it. I shall undoubtedly call upon your free labor in the future. Yet, Lu Qing'an had no need for He Hong's assistance in weapon forging. In the demon realm, there were countless top-tier blacksmiths eager to help him craft weapons. The very blacksmith who forged his renowned sword had gained immense fame, for it was that very weapon which wreaked havoc in the demon realm, claiming numerous lives. As the creator of such a divine armament, he ascended to become one of the most revered and sought-after blacksmiths in the realm. Chapter 22. This brother-in-law is far more mysterious than imagined while He Hong engaged in a private conversation with Lu Qing'an, Su Yuni, under the arrangements of Lu Zixuan and her sister, settled into an impeccably clean room, devoid of any dust. Aunt, how long do you plan to stay here? Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile, hoping that Su Yuni would prolong her visit. Su Yuni affectionately patted both their heads and replied, "It depends on the circumstances. I'll try to spend as much time here with you too. Once you adapt to life here, I will return. Then we shall never adapt." Lu Miao Miao mischievously retorted. "You little rascal." Su Yuni playfully pinched Lu Miao Miao's cheek. Lu Zixuan understood that Su Yuni would eventually leave, and though she could not prevent it, she resolved to cherish their time together. "Aunt, look at my cultivation." Lu Zixuan cast aside her worries of impending separation, embracing the present moment as she proudly showcased her progress over the past 2 days. Initially, Su Yuni had not paid much attention to this development, but now, under Lu Zixuan's deliberate display, she could clearly see the transformation in her cultivation. "What? You have broken through a major realm?" Su Yuni was taken aback by Lu Zixuan's advancement. How could such a transformation occur in merely 2 days? Moreover, my cultivation has already shifted to the magical domain. Lu Zixuan demonstrated a swirl of magical energy, emanating an overwhelming aura. Su Yuni was left speechless. What on earth had transpired? She had previously heard that for a cultivator from the immortal ruins to practice magical techniques in the magical domain, one must relinquish their original cultivation. Yet Lu Zixuan had achieved this remarkable change. "Zixuan, please tell Aunt how you accomplished this. It's utterly astonishing. It's all thanks to my father. He helped me ascend a major realm." Lu Zixuan eagerly recounted her discoveries from the past 2 days. She felt immense pride in her father's formidable strength. Previously, she had no one to share her joy and excitement with, but now that her aunt was present, she felt compelled to share. "Truly impressive. I never expected him to possess peak emperor-level strength, but even so, he shouldn't be able to facilitate such a transformation for you," Su Yuni remarked, still perplexed. "My father claims that he alone can accomplish this in the entire Sangyan continent." "Are you certain he said that?" "Aunt, he also told us that he has already become invincible." Lu Miao Miao chimed in, grinning adorably. "Invincible?" Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes. The children had no reason to deceive her, and Lu Zixuan's transformation was undeniably evident. However, regarding the notion of invincibility, it might merely be a jest shared between Lu Qing'an and the 2 children. After all, the wisdom that there are always greater beings beyond oneself is well known to all. However, her brother-in-law was indeed terrifyingly powerful. She believed that neither her sister nor her sister's master could possibly have instigated the remarkable transformation that Lu Zixuan had undergone. Clearly, her brother-in-law was one of the most formidable beings in the demon realm, Su Yuni pondered. "By the way, Aunt, look at this divine weapon of mine." Lu Zixuan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly produced the 9 Hells Slayer sword from her storage ring. Su Yuni cast her eyes upon the sword in Lu Zixuan's hand, and just a glance left her utterly astounded. "What is this? Zixuan, where did you acquire such a divine weapon? It is utterly terrifying." Merely a fleeting glance made her soul tremble. She had never witnessed such a fearsome artifact. The most powerful weapon she had encountered was her sister's Master-S sword. Yet, in comparison to this divine weapon, that sword seemed no more than a child's toy. And to think such a divine weapon was in the possession of her niece. Observing her aunt's shocked expression, Lu Zixuan smiled slightly, saying, "Aunt, this divine weapon was bestowed upon me by my father. It is called the 9 Hells Slayer sword. Isn't it impressive and powerful?" Su Yuni's mind faltered, as if struck by lightning for an entire day and night, leaving her questioning her very existence. "Your father gave this to you?" She couldn't help but think of her other nephew, Lu Jingran. After receiving that precious blade, he had cherished it so dearly, carrying it on his back every day, displaying it to others, eager for them to notice his treasured sword. Now, the comparison was starkly evident. "Zixuan, are you certain that this truly was a gift from your father?" As someone with a modicum of insight, she had never seen a divine weapon of such caliber throughout the entire immortal ruins. The fact that it could be given to a child was even more astonishing. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "At first, I felt that my current strength was unworthy of this divine weapon, but my father told me that it is the weapon that is unworthy of me." Su Yuni. This weapon must be her brother-in-law's primary weapon. He directly bestowed it upon his daughter. At this moment, Her estimation of Lu Qing'an rose further. To possess such a terrifying divine weapon, his strength seemed to exceed her initial expectations. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge Lin Qingxue. He had indeed claimed the ability to slay her. It was not mere bravado, but genuine capability. It appeared he had truly restrained his murderous intent that day. How remarkably composed he was. Had it been anyone else, they might have unleashed a massacre that day. Aunt, look, I also have one. Just as Su Yuni was lost in thought, she felt a gentle poke on her back from Lu Miao's tiny finger. When she turned around, she was completely taken aback. There, Lu Miao was adorned in an equally fearsome yet adorable little suit of armor. She was at a loss for words. The formidable aura emanating from this suit of armor is akin to that of the divine weapon, clearly belonging to the same echelon. A mere glance instilled within her a profound sense of helplessness, as if no matter how fiercely she might strike at her young niece, the latter's formidable prowess would render her attempts utterly futile, incapable of even displacing a single strand of hair. "Little aunt, look, I can even make it disappear," exclaimed Lu Miao, eagerly demonstrating the armor's ability to appear and vanish at will. "See? It's gone. Isn't it? It can even change colors." Su Yui found herself entranced, slightly dizzy from the spectacle. Her brother-in-law was shrouded in an air of enigma. What rank could his strength possibly hold within the vast dominion of the demon realm? Judging solely by these two remarkable artifacts, there was certainly nothing of their caliber in the realm of the immortal ruins. Yet, her brother-in-law had bestowed such terrifying treasures upon his two daughters. She pondered whether her sister would share such treasures with her own children. The answer was unequivocal. She would not. Ah, how fortunate the children were to have such a father. Chapter 23. The stubborn contestant, upon witnessing the current state of the two children, she felt a sense of solace. They appeared to be faring well. At that moment, she noticed the communication jade slip vibrating. Upon retrieving it, she discovered that the caller was none other than her sister. "Your mother has sent a message. Would you like to converse with her?" Su Yuni inquired with a smile, glancing at Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao. However, the two, who had just moments ago been joyfully showcasing their belongings, suddenly fell silent and lowered their heads. Observing their demeanor, Su Yuni offered a wry smile before connecting the communication. "Sister, where are you now? Have you encountered any dangers?" "No, I have arrived at their residence, and the two children are doing quite well." "Oh, that was rather swift. Are they nearby?" "Yes. Is there anything you wish to discuss with them?" Su Yuni asked. After a moment of silence, Su Qing'an replied, "Ask the children if they would like to talk to me." Su Yuni kept the sound on speaker, allowing Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao to hear. Yet, when she glanced at them, she found them still sulking and silent, their heads bowed. "It seems they have little to say." "Su Qingding Vima." "Very well." Su Qing'an took a deep breath, and then her voice unexpectedly transformed into that of Lu Zhongran. "Aunt, is my sister and little sister there?" Hearing her brother's voice, Lu Zixuan let out a soft grunt. "Sister, how are things over there?" Lu Zhongran, upon recognizing his sister's voice, eagerly inquired. However, Lu Zixuan ignored him, feeling utterly disappointed in her brother. "Sister, say something." Lu Zixuan remained silent. "Xiaomiao, are you there? Your second brother misses you." Lu Zhongran called out, but Lu Miao stubbornly turned away, refusing to respond. "Zhongran, if there's nothing else, I shall end this communication." Su Yuni felt embarrassed on behalf of her nephew. "Aunt, please don't hang up. Sister, you can hear me, right? I've just broken through to the 3rd level of cultivation." Lu Zhongran exclaimed joyfully. Su Yuni thought to herself, what significance does a 3rd level breakthrough hold when your sister has achieved a grand realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan could not restrain herself any longer, replying in a deep tone, "Oh, a 3rd level cultivation is so impressive. Forgive me, dear brother, but you remain just that, a brother. I had just transcended a major realm. Moreover, Father has bestowed upon me a divine weapon, far surpassing that sword of yours by countless measures. Indeed, countless. Sister, keep boasting. You must be feeling quite disgruntled having been surpassed by me," Lu Zhongran declared proudly. "Navet, I have no desire to continue this conversation. You may inquire with Anne instead." Lu Zixuan chuckled lightly, deeming it unnecessary to continue. "Aunt, is my sister merely boasting?" Lu Zhengran questioned incredulously. "A major realm breakthrough? A divine weapon? Stronger by countless measures? I never imagined that after venturing into the demon domain, my sister's capacity for boasting would have greatly increased." He had waited far too long for the moment he could surpass his sister. When Su Yuni was asked, she helplessly replied, "When has your sister ever boasted?" "It's all true." Lu Zhengran. Su Qing'an. Su Qing'an had been listening intently from the side, and when she heard her eldest daughter's voice, she perked up. However, after hearing her daughter's words, she, like her son, felt astonished that her eldest had resorted to deceit. Yet, upon hearing her sister corroborate these statements, she furrowed her brow. Had her sister also learned to lie? Was the demon realm capable of corrupting one so swiftly? Breaking through to a significant realm in just 2 days seemed utterly implausible, let alone possessing a divine weapon far superior to her son's treasured blade. Countless times more potent. What does that even mean? Even a top-tier treasure could not be considered countless times more powerful. Ani, you can help my sister deceive me. I shall not converse with you any further." Lu Zhengran still felt they were deceiving him, and, with a huff, he returned the communication jade slip to his mother. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to expose her sister's fib. "Be cautious over there." "All right, sister. If there's nothing else, I shall conclude our communication." After their conversation, both ended the transmission simultaneously. Lu Zhengran turned to his mother and exclaimed, "Mother, my sister has learned to lie. She seems to be harboring some resentment. Perhaps that is why. You two are siblings. Do not foster excessive rivalry." Su Qing'an replied. Lu Zhengran fell silent and then nodded. Su Qing'an continued to frown, feeling a tinge of sadness that her 2 children were disregarding her, but she ultimately brushed away these clouds of gloom and began her cultivation. In the demon realm, after Su Yuni concluded the transmission, she turned to Lu Zishuan. "Zishuan, I am aware of your dissatisfaction with your brother's choices. However, each individual possesses their own path. Life unfolds in such a manner that one must make diverse choices, which cannot be altered. Regardless of the circumstances, you are bound by blood as kin. As you mature and encounter more individuals, you will come to appreciate the significance of familial ties." She spoke from experience. After years of navigating the cultivation world, she discovered that, ultimately, her closest relationships were with her family. Therefore, she treated them with utmost tenderness, cherishing all that she possessed in the present. She understood that her sister's actions in this matter were not commendable, yet she felt powerless, as that sister had raised her and her brother since childhood, akin to a mother. Her visit was not solely to check on the 2 children, but also to sincerely apologize to Lu Qing'an on behalf of her sister. Lu Zishuan nodded, refraining from further comments. "Well then, let us change the subject. I have brought you 2 items. These are recordings from your mother meant for you. You may choose whether or not to listen." Su Yuni produced 2 talismans and handed them to Lu Zishuan and Lu Miao. The 2 individuals gazed at the array presented by Su Yuni, remaining silent for a moment before tossing it aside with evident reluctance. However, Su Yuni discerned that they had not dismantled the 2 formations, likely due to their unwillingness to lose face. Thus, she rose and departed, granting the 2 children their space. Once outside the room, she noticed the children had not followed her, realizing they still wished to hear what their mother had to convey. Like her sister, they were quite stubborn. Su Yuni chuckled softly to herself. At that moment, she happened to observe Lu Qing'an and He Hong emerging from another room. "Brother-in-law, may I speak with you privately?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement and heading towards the courtyard. Su Yuni gracefully followed in his wake. Shui Tianfei, witnessing this scene, narrowed her eyes as she watched the pair exit the house, then turned to Xiao Qingyi. Her sister has already divorced him. How can she still call him brother-in-law? In a private conversation, does she not realize the impropriety of such an arrangement? Xiao Qingyi casually replied, "What of it? They say a day as husband and wife warrants 100 days of affection, and once a teacher, always a father. After all, if one has called him brother-in-law for 1,000 years, it cannot be changed in an instant." Whose side are you on?" Shui Tianfei asked in a low voice. Xiao Qingyi responded, If I speak, you may not wish to hear it. Perhaps I shall remain silent instead. Chapter 24. The abyss of desolation and the verdant tranquility of the serene courtyard. Lu Qing'an and another halted beneath a stone pavilion. Observing his former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an surmised the intent of her forthcoming words. In the next instant, he witnessed Su Yuni bowing deeply before him, offering a formal apology. "Brother-in-law, I apologize on behalf of my sister." With a sigh, Lu Qing'an replied, "Please rise, you have not erred in any way." Su Yuni, possessing a heart of gold, had often expressed apologies since their acquaintance, predominantly on behalf of others, particularly for her brother, Su Xianyu. Whenever Su Xianyu spoke ill of him, Su Yuni would offer a wry smile and an apology. "Brother-in-law, you are well aware of my sister's disposition. Having been raised by her, I understand her insatiable desire for strength. However, I never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent, nor that she would relinquish everything she possessed." Seeing Su Yuni maintain her posture, Lu Qing'an could not help but step forward, grasping her shoulders and gently urging her to stand upright. "You needn't say more. The situation has reached a point of no return. Your apologies bear no weight. This matter is not your concern. You are a good girl, yet sometimes, perhaps, too good." Gazing at Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an found himself at a loss for words. He did not seek anyone's apologies. Having arrived at this juncture, he had resolved not to dwell on the past. With 2 children still present, his family was not entirely fragmented. Su Yuni lowered her gaze, feeling profound regret for the distress her family had caused Lu Qing'an. "Very well. Is this the crux of what you wish to convey? If there is nothing else, shall we return?" Lu Qing'an inquired. With a bittersweet smile, Su Yuni responded, "Brother-in-law, I wish to apologize on behalf of Qing'an and my brother as well." Lu Qing'an interjected, "This girl, are you destined to be an embodiment of apologies? Very well. If you wish to express remorse, it must be done with sincerity or some form of gesture. Wouldn't you agree?" He could not suppress a smile. Su Yuni nodded earnestly. "What can I do to make my apology acceptable to you?" Truly, she was steadfast in her intentions. Lu Qing'an jested. "Then from this moment forth, you shall remain here and not return. Can you manage that?" He sought merely to tease Su Yuni. However, upon hearing his words, a conflicted expression crossed her face, and she finally replied through gritted teeth, "May I return briefly to bid farewell properly?" Lu Qing'an rubbed his forehead. "Enough of this jesting. I accept your apology. Is that satisfactory? No more discussion, as I find myself at a loss for words regarding you." He turned to walk inside. Su Yuni, observing Lu Qing'an's retreating figure, furrowed her brows before hastily following him. Upon their return to the house, they discovered an unusual atmosphere. There, Qing'an cradled the armored Lu Miao Miao in one arm, while holding the divine weapon Lu Qing'an had bestowed upon Lu Zishuan in the other. Gazing at it with the awe befitting a dream lover, his eyes wide and mouth uttering incessant praises. "Extraordinary! Truly, it is extraordinary." Upon seeing Lu Qing'an return, Qing'an quickly approached him. "Qing'an, are these all your treasures?" Lu Qing'an nodded calmly. "You actually possess such extraordinary divine weapons. Where on earth did you acquire them? The craftsmanship demonstrated here is unparalleled. I have never witnessed anything quite like it." These 2 artifacts are not only a testament to the superior skills of the craftsmen who forged them, but the materials used are truly rare on Qing'an continent. This type of metal is utterly unfamiliar to me. Qing'an appeared as a fervent enthusiast, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Qing'an replied, "To be honest, the individual who forged these treasures possesses significantly greater abilities than you. If you're interested, I could introduce you to him later, or I could arrange for him to teach you directly." He had made up his mind. He would bequeath both treasures to his daughters, and, given that he currently lacked a suitable weapon, he would soon arrange for Qing'an to have a crafting chamber built, allowing the old craftsman to forge a weapon for him as well. Qing'an's face lit up with joy at the mention of this. "Really? I can actually learn from such a master craftsman?" Lu Qing'an responded calmly. "If he does not consent, I will simply persuade him to allow it. It is a trivial matter." Persuade him? That may not be wise. Moreover, I suspect that someone capable of crafting such treasures must possess formidable strength. At the very least, they must be at the peak of the Emperor realm. Are you certain you are capable? He Hong did not underestimate Lu Qing'an, for he understood that a craftsman's power was not to be trifled with. Each craftsman was a formidable figure, wielding their specialized hammers in battle, rendering even the strongest of foes as mere iron before them. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. He Hong, are you still unaware of just how powerful your friend is? Just trust him. In the entire demon realm, no one dares to disregard his words, or they would face dire consequences. As Xiao Qingyi's words hung in the air, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. In the entire demon realm, no one dares to disobey Lu Qing'an, or they would be met with violence. He Hong and Su Yuni were both taken aback by this revelation. They pondered for a moment, believing that there was an element of exaggeration in Xiao Qingyi's statement. While Lu Qing'an was indeed a peak emperor powerhouse, it seemed that Xiao Qingyi was merely emphasizing the close camaraderie between Lu Qing'an and the top craftsman of the demon realm, suggesting a playful brotherly relationship. That is splendid. I shall humbly seek to learn from this formidable master. He Hong truly felt that he had encountered crafting techniques he had never grasped before within these two treasures. This trip to the demon realm was undoubtedly fortuitous. Very well. In that case, I shall make my way to the Tianyan Demon Cave to procure some fine materials. By the way, all of you who have yet to reach the Emperor realm, come along with me. There exists a place where one can purify their essence, thereby facilitating the journey towards attaining the realm of the Emperor. The materials for the two treasures possessed by Lu Qing'an were procured from the abyss of celestial destruction, and the endeavor to acquire this batch of materials nearly cost him his life. Now, with his enhanced strength, retrieving materials from their poses no challenge. If absolutely necessary, he could even extract some cultivation from his sea of consciousness for use. Moreover, there is indeed a specific location within that realm that would greatly benefit his two daughters. Even if Su Yuni has not yet transcended to the Emperor realm, she may accompany him. Upon hearing the mention of the abyss of celestial destruction, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei could not suppress their unease, recalling their past tribulations in that place, where they nearly lost their lives. The depth of their psychological scars regarding the abyss rendered them reluctant to partake in this venture. Chapter 25. The dark flames of the extermination of immortals. Lu Qing'an had never intended to bring along Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei, for their presence would only invite unnecessary complications. Given their cultivation levels, venturing to the depths of the fallen demon abyss without his protection could easily spell danger for them. Old Xiao, you must possess the sound transmission mark of Wang Duanshan, right? Relay a message to him, requesting his presence here. Under the pretense that I need his assistance in constructing a refining chamber, Lu Qing'an instructed. He turned to Xiao Qingyi, noting that his sound transmission artifact had been submerged in the magma for too long and had suffered some damage, rendering him unable to contact many of his former acquaintances. Understood, Xiao Qingyi nodded. Take good care, my friends. I shall return shortly. Lu Qing'an concluded, glancing at Su Yuni and the others. Follow me. Not only did he take Su Yuni and his two daughters, but he also included Sun Minzi. Anyone below the Emperor realm could undergo refinement within that space. He led the four away from their original location and set off without delay. After Lu Qing'an departed, Xiao Qingyi produced a sound transmission jade slip. Hello, Wang Duanshan, yes. It's me again, he began. Wang Duanshan replied, all right, goodbye. Wait, what do you mean goodbye? I have something to discuss with you. No, rather, someone is seeking your assistance. Xiao Qingyi corrected. Who? Wang Duanshan inquired. Naturally, it is the person you asked about last time, the one you wish to know the whereabouts of. He has returned. Come here quickly. He needs your help with refining and wishes to establish a refining chamber here as well. Are you trying to deceive me again? Last time you claimed he had returned, luring me over under the guise of needing help to forge weapons. And now you expect me to fall for it a second time? Will you not discover the truth upon your arrival? If I am deceiving you this time, then I am indeed a fool. You have already played the fool for me once. A foolish fool. Xiao Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. Had he said such a thing last time? He couldn't recall. Ask Shui Tianfei. She is right beside me. He urged, looking towards her. Shui Tianfei affirmed, indeed. He has returned. You should come swiftly. Wang Qingyi, are you mimicking Shui Tianfei's voice? This time, instead of imitating Lu Qing'an's voice, you have shown a bit of cleverness. But I still do not believe you. Do you have any idea how busy I am? A multitude of peak Emperor realm experts are constantly beseeching me for assistance in refining. I simply cannot keep up. Please, do not bother me any further. Xiao Qing'an fell silent. Shui Tianfei too was rendered speechless. In the desolate land of the Eastern Demon Realm, Lu Qing'an arrived with Su Yuni and the others, hovering above the barren expanse. From their vantage point, a deep, gaping scar, an unhealed wound upon the earth, came into view. The fallen demon abyss was, in fact, a colossal pit formed by the impact of a gigantic meteorite from beyond the heavens. It spanned a diameter of 100 miles, with its walls steep and sharp as if carved by a knife, while dark rock layers were interlaced with veins of dark red lava. At the bottom of the pit, a perpetual swirl of violet-black magical mist churns, occasionally coalescing into distorted phantoms or emitting piercing shrieks, devouring the sunlight entirely. Surrounding the pit, scattered figures of practitioners from the realm of magic linger, yet none dare to approach the precipice. Occasionally, a daring soul ventures forth, only to be violently cast aside by the sudden eruption of dark energy. Countless weathered bones dangle from the rock face, some still clad in rusted armor. The most chilling aspect is the low-frequency tremors emanating from the pit's depths, as if some slumbering behemoth were breathing. Each vibration causes sand and gravel to tumble down. At this moment, Lu Qing'an stands aloft, his robes billowing, his silhouette slicing through the chaos like a blade. Observing this familiar landscape, a faint smile graces his lips. It has been long since he last returned here. His true transformation into the most formidable force in the realm of magic commenced in this very place. Within those depths, he encountered fortuitous events and acquired the annihilating black flame. This was the very flame that manifested during his last confrontation, annihilating the formidable emperor of the Walking Corpse sect. Following the fall of a meteorite in this location, numerous emperor-level experts flocked here to explore its mysteries. Many of these powerful beings were oblivious to the lurking dangers, driven solely by the belief that treasures lay hidden within the depths of the pit, leading a throng of them to hastily plunge inside in pursuit of riches. Little did they anticipate that half of those who ventured in would perish. All were consumed by the pit, their essences nourishing the flames that surged from within. Fortuitously, he not only survived but also reaped benefits from his calamity, obtaining the annihilating black flame. Thereafter, he ascended with vigor, breaking through to the emperor level. And upon claiming the title of the Eternal Night Emperor, he became a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and vanquishing Buddhas. Now, upon his return, he finds himself steeped in reflection. Gather closer, all of you. Once we delve deeper, remain within the protective barrier of my energy. Otherwise, you shall be swiftly consumed by the magical flames within. Lu Qing'an's gaze fixed intently on Su Yuni and the others, particularly his two daughters, his expression gravely serious. Once they venture deeper, he must place them in a secure location, creating an energy shield to safeguard them while they undergo body refinement without harm. Zishuan, keep a close watch on your sister. Do not let her stray. Lu Zishuan fully comprehended the gravity of her father's seriousness. She nodded vigorously, wrapping her arm around Lu Miao Miao, who also nodded earnestly in compliance. Su Yuni, though unsure of the circumstances, glanced apprehensively at the abyssal magic pit below. Feeling a chill run through her, an aura of terror enveloped the space. It was evident that peril lurked within. Among the four, Sun Minzi was most acutely aware of the horrors that the Heavenly Falls magic pit harbored. It had entombed countless emperor-level experts. The number of peak-level emperors who had perished here exceeded the fingers on one hand. Some had left with lasting afflictions. She had previously trained in this vicinity, allowing the fierce flames to refine her body from several dozen miles away, resulting in significant transformation. Yet at this moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor intended to lead her into the depths. It seems we are about to venture into deeper realms. Very well, let us descend. Upon uttering these words, Lu Qing'an transformed into a streak of radiant light, accompanied by the four others, as they soared downward. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the formidable beings of the demon domain lingering around the abyss of celestial ruin. What are they doing? They are actually heading straight for the heart of the abyss. Surely, they are courting death in the innermost region, even without descending into the depths. Merely hovering within a radius above could reduce one to mere ashes without the cultivation of a saint king. Do they not perceive that? The aura emanating from there is evidently that of an emperor. Even an emperor must tread carefully. A careless misstep could lead to grievous injury. Wait, they have entered it. Before they could deliberate any further, they witnessed Lu Qing'an and Su Yuni, along with the four, directly plunging into the abyss. Moreover, they were swiftly delving deeper. This scene left the cautious cultivators of the demon domain, who were painstakingly training within a few miles of the abyss, utterly astounded. Chapter 26. Delving into the depths of the abyss upon plunging into the vast chasm, Lu Qing'an did not hesitate, but instead quickened his pace. Enveloped in an aura of dark energy that formed a faint black light shield around himself, and Su Yuni along with the other three. In that moment, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, should that black shield dissipate, the three would be reduced to mere ashes, save for Lu Qing'an. Sun Minzi observed as Lu Qing'an led them swiftly deeper, surpassing the depths typically reached by a formidable Emperor Realm cultivator. A knot formed in her throat. Remarkably, she felt nothing at all. It was said that at such depths, even mid to late-stage Emperor Realm warriors would suffer immensely, with the risk of death looming ominously. Was this the true power of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an reached the central area of the celestial abyss, approximately 3 miles deep, and came to a halt. He located a suitable spot for the four to sit cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a larger black light shield enveloped a 10-zhong radius around them, quelling the surrounding flames and waves, rendering the atmosphere akin to that of the outside world. However, this would not grant Su Yuni and the others the desired body-tempering effect, so he needed to allow some of the fiery waves to permeate the shield. As the flames flowed into the black shield, it filtered out the most harmful elements, retaining only those beneficial for their refinement. I have divided this area into 3 domains. The innermost zone, where you stand, offers no tempering effect, allowing you to rest comfortably. The second domain, extending about a zhong outward, will induce a strong burning sensation in your bodies. Fear not, as it will not inflict serious harm. Rather, it will be a trial that, if endured, will yield substantial rewards, even insights into your cultivation. Beyond that, as long as you remain within the black shield, you will be safe, although the tempering effect will intensify. Do you understand? Lu Qing'an inquired earnestly, eyeing the four. They all nodded in agreement, even Lu Miao Miao grasping the essence of his words. All right, give it a try. He encouraged, remaining by the side to observe. As Su Yuni and the others stepped forward, they soon reached the outer boundary of the second domain, where a sudden, intense burning sensation enveloped their bodies. Immediately, beads of sweat began to form on their brows, cascading down. "Daddy, it's so hot," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed. "Remember what I told you, Miao Miao. Those who endure hardship will rise above others. If you cannot withstand this little discomfort, you will never surpass your peers," Lu Qing'an replied. "Okay, I can endure it," Lu Miao Miao resolved, steeling herself. Su Yuni, being significantly stronger than the 3 children, felt the heat but did not find it unbearable, pressing onward with determination. As she ventured into the next realm, an overwhelming wave of terror surged toward her. Instinctively, she halted, feeling an intense discomfort engulf her. Yet there was no imminent threat to her life. After a moment of perseverance, her eyes widened in realization. She discovered that her body was swiftly excreting various impurities. Simultaneously, some perplexing cultivation and formation issues that had eluded her understanding suddenly began to crystallize in her mind. Lu Qing'an observed that the 4 individuals comprehended his intentions, which put him at ease. Remember, do not step beyond this black shield. Even if someone appears nearby, pay them no mind, for no matter how powerful they may be, they cannot breach this barrier. Before departing, he reiterated his caution and turned to his 2 daughters, Zishuan, Miao Miao. "Your father has matters to attend to, and may be away for a while. Please continue your training here until I return. Understood. Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly, gritting her teeth against her discomfort. We will await your return, father. Lu Miao Miao chimed in. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded before soaring beyond the black shield, delving deeper into the abyssal cave of heavenly descent. This area was merely a moderately perilous depth within the cave center, accessible to most formidable cultivators at the late Emperor realm and beyond. The materials he sought could only be found in the deepest regions of the cave. Previously, before he ascended to the Emperor realm, he had exhausted every means to reach the cave's depths, which extended 20 miles down. It was there that he had acquired the black flame of extermination. However, the abyssal cave was not merely 20 miles deep. Its true depth remained a mystery, unknown to anyone who had ventured within. Now, having returned stronger, he was prepared to explore these unfathomable depths. He hoped to discover more refining materials in the abyss's darkest corners. Should he amass sufficient resources, he could craft additional treasures for his daughters, an armor for his eldest, and a divine weapon for his youngest. In that moment, he thought of his son. Although his son had chosen to follow Su Qingying, he was still his child, and if resources permitted, he would forge an armor for him as well. Transforming into a streak of black light, Lu Qing'an accelerated toward the deeper recesses of the abyssal cave. Within a 10-mile radius of the cave, two individuals, drenched in sweat, flew deeper into the abyss. Their pace was languid, as if moving in slow motion, both descending along the same horizontal line, adorned with various treasures, formations, and an overwhelming tide of demonic energy. Both were at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. You old fool. Look, I have taken another step forward. One man, clad in a black robe, proclaimed with a derisive cackle, having taken a definitive step downward, turning to mock the white-robed figure who lagged behind. The latter, drenched in perspiration, appeared furious, smoke billowing from his head. Just wait. I am about to step out as well. Ah! The middle-aged man in white finally took that step, once again aligning himself with the middle-aged man in black. Huh, did you see that? I have caught up with you again. Humph. Just wait. Soon I shall advance even further. The two were engaged in a contest of wills as they continued their slow descent. However, amidst their intense rivalry, they suddenly turned their heads in unison. Wait, does it feel like someone is approaching rapidly? Exclaimed the man in black. No kidding. I sense it too. But wait, how could anyone approach so swiftly? At this depth, even with our level of cultivation, one misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Just as their confusion mounted, a shadow suddenly appeared behind them, swiftly darting between them and plunging deeper into the abyss with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star. Both men were momentarily stunned, momentarily forgetting their perilous surroundings, only to be jolted back to reality by a searing heat, prompting them to quickly shield themselves against the oncoming flames. Chapter 27. The Evernight Demon Emperor. The two individuals employed various methods to finally stabilize their condition. When they were at last able to exhale a sigh of relief, they swiftly turned to one another, rendered speechless for a moment. What had just transpired? It appeared as though there had been but a single person. Indeed, it was a singular entity, yet I could not discern the specifics of their appearance. It was all too swift, utterly astonishingly swift. The two gasped in disbelief. It is essential to note that although they had recently ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, they were indeed formidable in their strength. With such prowess, navigating the depths of this place required utmost caution and vigilance. Yet that figure had descended at full speed. Moreover, it seemed entirely unaffected by the surrounding circumstances. Preposterous. Could it be one of the most elite beings? Inquired the man in the black robe. Impossible. Even the most elite would not be capable of such feats. Unless they were the Demon Emperor, replied the man in the white robe. The Demon Emperor? Isn't he confined within the Demon Palace? Has he ventured here? The black-robed man questioned. I am not referring to that Demon Emperor. The one I speak of is said to have journeyed to the deepest parts, a mere 20 or 30 miles deep. Thus it is implausible for him to still be capable of such flight at this depth. The white-robed man explained. Are you suggesting it could be the previous generation's Demon Emperor, the Evernight Demon Emperor? Precisely. It was rumored that even before he ascended to the Emperor realm, he could reach depths of around 20 miles within the celestial fall demon abyss. Imagine, after his ascension to the Emperor realm and achieving the pinnacle of that realm, how profound his reach could be. But the Evernight Demon Emperor has been missing for over a millennium. Perhaps he has merely been in seclusion all this time. Has he now emerged? Could it be that the Evernight Demon Emperor has been in this very place in seclusion? Their fervent discussion continued, yet the astonishment within their hearts showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, as they engaged in this intense dialogue, Qing'an continued his rapid descent into the depths. His expression remained serene as he flew, observing the surroundings. Why are there so few individuals cultivating within the celestial fall demon abyss? Moreover, those two at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm appear unfamiliar. Have they just recently ascended to this level? They seem rather unimpressive. Merely 10 miles deep, and they're already struggling. Qing'an shook his head. During his absence of a millennium, he was unaware of the changes that had transpired in the demon domain. Surely many newcomers had emerged, yet they appeared rather ordinary. After a short while, he found himself at a depth of 20 miles within the celestial fall demon abyss. Upon reaching this point, he suddenly slowed his pace. He had located a mark he had left behind during his previous visit. Gazing at the mark, a faint smile graced his lips. The mark remained intact. When he had first entered this place, it had been solely to evade pursuers. Little did he know that what he possessed would grant him a remarkable immunity to the consuming flames. Thus, even without the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he had been able to reach this depth, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Upon his ascension to the realm of the great Emperor and the attainment of unparalleled strength within the depths of the demon domain, he returned once more to this place. It was during this visit that he uncovered the materials necessary for forging two extraordinary artifacts, located deep within the heavenly fallen demon abyss, over 30 miles into its depths. Indeed, even in his most formidable state, he could only venture 30 miles deep. Presently, endowed with a cultivation level twice as potent as before, he believed it sufficient to reach the abyss's innermost recesses. Yet, should that prove inadequate, he would draw forth even more power, threefold, fourfold, or even quintuple. As long as the fabric of this world remained intact, he would summon forth his strength until he could penetrate the deepest layers of the heavenly fallen demon abyss. Logically, the deepest section should harbor a substantial amount of heavenly fallen divine gold. He hoped to acquire at least double what he had previously obtained. He cast a lingering glance at the markers he had left behind, then disregarded them and soared deeper into the abyss, transforming into a streak of black light that darted swiftly onward. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed another 5 miles. However, at this moment, his speed diminished slightly, for he unexpectedly discovered the presence of another individual ahead. How could anyone reach such depths? He quickly discerned the reason for this person's remarkable achievement. It was due to a formation. Yet, this individual's mastery of formations was astonishing, and to his surprise, it was not the old acquaintance he recognized. A peak great emperor had evidently emerged over the past millennium. He realized he did not know this person. After becoming the eternal night demon emperor and vanquishing all his foes, he had entered a secluded period of cultivation for nearly 10 millennia. Following his breakthrough, he had remained active within the demon domain for nearly another 10,000 years, until a shift in his mindset led him to seek a more grounded existence, prompting his quiet departure from the demon domain. Consequently, he was largely unfamiliar with those of the younger generation of peak great emperors. To him, they were all considered new luminaries of the demon domain. There was a possibility that some formidable beings had secluded themselves during his rise, remaining hidden for millennia without venturing into the world. However, this probability was slim. In his recollections, the most formidable formation master within the demon domain remained an old friend. Perhaps this individual bore some connection to that old friend of his. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to dwell on it further. His current objective was to swiftly acquire the heavenly fallen divine gold and return to his daughters. Thus, he bypassed the individual and accelerated deeper into the abyss. At that moment, A young woman with fiery red hair, cascading like flames, and a snow-white gown fluttering like a delicate snowflake, stood amidst a myriad of formation lights, gradually stepping into the deeper recesses of the heavenly fallen demon abyss. She murmured her steps to herself. Ah, at last, I have reached a depth of 25 miles. I have once again surpassed my limits. Here, I shall cultivate the formation. Her youthful visage radiated pride as she came to a halt, settling into a meditative posture. Surrounding her, countless formation patterns swirled, weaving a tapestry of golden radiance and silver brilliance, akin to a galaxy descending into the mortal realm. With a delicate flick of her fingertips, runes fluttered like a swarm of butterflies, each formation light harboring the might to shatter mountains and split seas. Yet, just as she was basking in the glory of her newfound breakthrough, a sudden flash of dark light darted past her. What? She quickly glanced ahead. The multitude of formations enveloping her surroundings had obscured her awareness of an approaching presence until it zipped by her, finally captured in her line of sight. To her astonishment, it was indeed a person. A person? Impossible. She swiftly focused her gaze on the figure that had just passed. However, in the blink of an eye, that individual vanished at the edge of her vision. The terrifying waves of searing flames had restricted her ability to see clearly. It was undeniably a person. Yet, at such a depth, how could anyone possibly descend so rapidly? Is this still human? Her own ability to reach this depth was solely due to her formidable mastery of formations. Had it relied merely on her cultivation, she would have been halted long before at a depth of less than 20 miles. The individual she glimpsed was shrouded in a thin layer of demonic energy, lacking any other protective measures. This was utterly horrifying. Chapter 28. The mysterious life form in the depths she yearned to pursue and uncover the truth. Yet her limited strength rendered her helpless, forcing her to remain rooted in place, eyes wide with astonishment. If it were indeed a person, what extraordinary power must they possess? Could such beings truly exist within the realms of the demon domain? She found it unfathomable to conceive of a strength capable of such feats. Not even the current demon emperor, nor the long-vanished eternal night demon emperor, could achieve such prowess. After all, it was said that the eternal night demon emperor could only descend to depths of 30 to 40 miles. At such depths, it would be impossible to attain such velocities of flight. Qing'an soared through the air for a considerable duration, eventually arriving at the depth he had once reached 35 miles below. Here, he beheld the markings he had inscribed upon his ascension to the title of Eternal Night Demon Emperor. All the celestial meteorite gold within this depth had been claimed by him in the past. Presently, not a single piece of celestial meteorite gold was in sight. Now, he pondered how far he could descend with his newfound strength, which was now doubled. He refrained from hastily expending his cultivation or accelerating his flight. Instead, he descended at a more measured pace. As he delved deeper into the abyss of the celestial meteorite pit, he noted that the opening above gradually diminished in size. The space he occupied now resembled the dimensions of a circular basketball court, yet ahead lay a gaping chasm, akin to the menacing maw of a monstrous beast. Continuing his descent, the pit's size would inevitably shrink further until only a small hollow remained at the deepest point, where he believed a considerable quantity of celestial meteorite gold awaited discovery. After some more time spent descending, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to an object affixed to the adjacent rock wall. It was a piece of celestial meteorite gold, roughly the size of a fist. Its surface was as black as ink, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns that shimmered as if they were molten lava. Its texture hovered between metal and crystal, imparting an illusion of substantial weight, while an eerie warmth radiated from its surface. Occasionally, sparks of violet-black lightning erupted from its edges, distorting the surrounding air into a swirling vortex. Most astonishingly, at its core, a mass of liquid shadow rotated languidly, resembling fragments of a sealed abyss that could induce vertigo with prolonged observation. A smile graced Qing'an's lips. This small piece could be fashioned into a modest dagger. Indeed, he could forge a petite dagger from Yao Miao. He grasped it in his hands, instantly feeling an oscillation of bone-chilling cold and searing heat, accompanied by mysterious energies that sought to cling to him. It felt akin to an untamed beast, striving to retaliate against its captor. However, as the black flames coursed through his hand, the celestial meteorite gold instantly fell into a tranquil state, reverting to its placid demeanor. He pressed onward. This small fragment was insufficient. He believed that greater treasures lay deeper still. Continuing his slow descent, he meticulously scanned his surroundings with unwavering focus. In this profound abyss, the unique energy generated fluctuated between searing heat and bone-chilling cold, creating an immense contrast. For an ordinary peak Emperor realm warrior, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise in this treacherous place. However, for Lu Qing'an, this environment felt as commonplace as any ordinary space. The powerful demonic aura surged around him, completely isolating him from all threats to his being. He descended further and once again beheld a piece of celestial meteorite gold, roughly the size of a human head. "Marvelous!" he exclaimed, quickly stowing it away. This single piece was more than sufficient to forge a divine weapon. He pressed on, hoping to acquire more if possible. As he continued his descent, he traversed approximately 10 miles, discovering a piece of celestial meteorite gold nearly every mile. The size of the gold did not increase with depth, but rather depended on fortune. In the deeper regions, it might be as small as a finger or as large as a grinding stone. Within this 10-mile expanse, he had amassed 2 pieces the size of grinding stones. This should be ample for crafting a divine weapon for himself, along with armor for his eldest daughter and a weapon for his youngest. It seemed he was nearing the depths of this demonic cavern. He hoped to find more celestial meteorite gold. At that moment, the space around him was scarcely larger than a small pond. He suspected that within a mile's further descent, he would reach the very bottom. Yet, his vision was obscured by chaotic energies, leaving him uncertain of just how deep it truly was. Presumably, the entire celestial meteorite cavern was over 50 miles deep, a truly terrifying depth. Continuing his descent, he noticed the scene gradually transforming. The opening above was shrinking. To his surprise, he found no more celestial meteorite gold adorning the rock walls at this depth. It appeared that double his current strength was insufficient. It seemed he would need to triple it. Lu Qing'an summoned additional power, and in the blink of an eye, his abilities surged to 3 times their original strength. At that moment, the discomfort he had just felt vanished without a trace. A cough escaped him. Being stronger was indeed quite exhilarating. He had to admit that the system's enhancement of his power was not without merit. Noticing the absence of celestial meteorite gold on the rock walls, he quickened his descent. After a quarter of an hour, he came to a complete halt. It was then that he finally glimpsed the innermost depths of the celestial meteorite cavern. The deepest chamber was a cramped space resembling a well, the surrounding rock walls polished smooth by chaotic energies, glimmering with a faint purple luminescence. At the center floated a piece of celestial meteorite, gold the size of a cart. Upon seeing this treasure, Lu Qing'an's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, there lay a substantial piece of celestial meteorite gold. In this realm, I possess enough resources to forge numerous creations. However, upon closer inspection of the celestial meteorite gold, he swiftly discerned that it bore distinct differences from the celestial meteorite gold he had previously collected. This colossal piece of celestial meteorite gold remained as dark as ink, its surface adorned with dark golden veins pulsating like veins of blood, while its edges erupted with violet-black electric arcs, warping the surrounding space into a spiraling void. Yet, the most peculiar aspect lay at the core of the celestial meteorite gold, where a translucent, silvery-gray energy entity rotated languidly, breathing in a manner reminiscent of a living creature. As the light fluctuated, star-like blue points shimmered into existence, only to swiftly transform into crimson threads that danced away. The space surrounding the energy entity continually collapsed and reformed, occasionally revealing translucent, tentacle-like ripples that, upon touching the rock wall, elicited a deep, resonant hum, akin to a slumbering behemoth murmuring in its dreams. What manner of being is contained within this? Why does it seem imbued with life? Lu Qing'an felt a profound curiosity and stepped closer. Just as he advanced a single step, the energy entity at the center of the celestial meteorite gold suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura that surged towards him. Such a small creature, it truly possesses life and such ferocity. Faced with the oncoming aura, Lu Qing'an merely waved a hand, effortlessly dispersing the terrifying energy. Had he been merely twice as powerful, he would have suffered grave injuries from this sudden onslaught. Yet now, this entity posed no threat to him. I am determined to uncover what you truly are. Driven by an intense curiosity, he pressed forward. Chapter 29. Extraterrestrial Life. Lu Qing'an approached step by step. With each advance, the energy entity at the center of the celestial meteorite emanated a powerful aura, attempting to thwart his progress. It certainly exhibited a spirited temperament. However, did it truly believe it could inflict harm upon him? Throughout the relentless assaults launched by this energy entity, Lu Qing'an effortlessly dispelled them, as simple as swatting a mosquito. Ultimately, as he drew near the celestial meteorite and extended his hand to touch it, a surge of the annihilation black flame erupted forth, causing the energy entity within to suddenly fall silent. It seemed as though it had been subdued, losing all traces of its former fury. This entity appeared to harbor a certain fear of the annihilation black flame. Each time he collected a fragment of celestial meteorite, he employed the annihilation black flame to neutralize its harmful effects on the human body. Today was no exception, yet to his surprise, after utilizing the flame, the previously aggressive energy entity fell into an absolute stillness. It resembled a dog that, perceiving him as a foe, barked ferociously upon sight. However, once he drew close, weapon in hand, it ceased its barking. Nevertheless, this entity still exuded a semblance of life, pulsating with vibrant energy. It appeared to be a life form primarily composed of energy, a type Lu Qing'an, the erudite Dark Emperor, had never encountered before. He found himself utterly perplexed, unable to discern its nature. Given that the celestial meteorite had fallen from the sky, it was unsurprising that such a phenomenon had not been documented within the Qing'an continent. While he may not recognize it, perhaps others could, and he could take it back for further examination. Now that it was tranquil, he beckoned it forth. Lu Qing'an struck the celestial meteorite with a palm, enveloping the entire energy entity within a shroud of formidable demonic energy, akin to encasing it in a layer of black plastic wrap. His primary intention was to utilize the celestial meteorite for weapon forging, necessitating the containment of this energy entity within another vessel. He retrieved a delicately crafted box, roughly the size of his palm, which offered a commendable space within. However, just as he was about to confine the energy entity within the box, it underwent a sudden transformation. No longer did it assault him as before. Instead, it quivered slightly, transmitting a peculiar thought. The essence of this thought felt vague to Lu Qing'an, reminiscent of a child lacking the sufficient intellect to articulate clearly. It conveyed an awkwardness and a lack of logical coherence. Essentially, it seemed to express a discontent toward the box. He could sense the energy entity's aversion to the vessel. Are you implying that you dislike this box? If that is indeed the case, perhaps you should demonstrate it in some manner. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy entity trembled gently. It appears that one has indeed grown weary of this box. However, I cannot permit you to continue guarding that celestial gold, for it holds significance for me. Thus, you must enter within. Lu Qing'an did not afford this entity the opportunity to refuse and forcefully confine the energy being into the box. Once accomplished, he clapped his hands. This entity evokes a sensation akin to that of child. Yet, it is unique and immensely powerful, possessing at least double the strength of my previous capabilities. This implies that if this being is indeed a life form, and merely a child at that, possessing twice the power that I once wielded, it becomes rather intimidating. It could effortlessly obliterate those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and this is merely in its juvenile state. How formidable might it become upon maturation? I shall take it back for further examination. I harbor no fear of this entity inflicting harm upon me, for I possess a million-fold cultivation strength. No matter how powerful it may be, it cannot surpass my own. After securing the celestial gold, Lu Qing'an surveyed the depths around him with a discerning eye, employing his spiritual sense to ensure nothing valuable was overlooked before ascending. It was time to check on how the children were faring in their refinement. However, as he ascended, the crimson-haired woman, situated over 20 miles deep, experienced a sudden disruption in the surrounding formations. Alas, it seems I cannot remain at this depth any longer. My mental state has shifted considerably, necessitating my departure from the celestial abyss to recuperate before resuming my training. The presence she had perceived moments earlier had greatly altered her mindset, rendering her quite distracted. Ultimately, recognizing her inability to linger, she cast a lingering gaze into the depths below, yet saw no one ascending, prompting her to manipulate the formations and rise to the surface. Her ascent was swift, and as she ascended, the pressure surrounding her diminished. Upon nearing a depth of approximately 3 miles, she abruptly halted, her gaze darting towards a corner. There, before her, was a black light shield. Lu Zixuan and the others were dutifully adhering to Lu Qing'an's instructions, diligently cultivating within the confines of the black light shield. Lu Miao Miao, the weakest among them, could only sit cross-legged a yard away from the center of the black shield, her small face contorted in discomfort, drenched in layers of perspiration. Nevertheless, she remained focused on refining her physique. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi practiced further out, while Su Yui sat nearly at the brink of the black shield. Engrossed in her cultivation, she was not only allowing the energy to refine her body, but also honing her understanding of formations. Her journey was proving exceedingly fruitful. Not only was her body being refined to unprecedented clarity, facilitating smoother future cultivation with fewer bottlenecks, but she had also discovered the awakening of a unique constitution. A constitution intimately connected to formations. As her comprehension of the formation path deepened, this constitution grew stronger, radiating waves of ethereal light. This was the innate formation body. What manner of phenomenon is this? How is it that a being of such cultivation can exist within without perishing? The red-haired woman, from a distance, beheld a black luminous shield. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed intently in that direction. Just as she was pondering the nature of this enigmatic shield, her attention abruptly shifted. Wait, this woman possesses an innate formation body? Upon observing the radiant aura enveloping Su Yuni, the red-haired woman was filled with uncontainable delight. Indeed, it is an innate formation body. Even she, with her unparalleled aptitude for formation, lacked such a gift. Yet this young woman, not yet at the level of an emperor, astonishingly possesses an innate formation body. Those who possess such an endowment find the study of formations exceedingly effortless, akin to quenching one's thirst. A physique coveted by all formation masters. Could it be that this black shield is, in fact, a formation I have yet to encounter? If that is the case, then this black shield is indeed her formation. How splendid! With such exceptional talent, should she become my disciple, my legacy would find a worthy successor. For years, she had been searching for a disciple, scouring the entire demon realm, yet had failed to find one who met her expectations. To her astonishment, this journey for cultivation has yielded such a remarkable discovery. She swiftly made her way toward that direction, her approach capturing the attention of Su Yuni and her companions, who instantly became alert. Chapter 30. Waiting for my brother-in-law's return, the red-haired woman, known as Luo Danhong, noticed an unusual aspect of Su Yuni as she approached the black shield. Wait, the aura emanating from this woman. How does it resemble the spiritual energy from the immortal ruins? Su Yuni was unable to conceal her aura in time. As the woman drew closer, she hastily attempted to retract it, but it was already too late. The two women exchanged silent glances across the black light barrier, each moment stretching into eternity. Su Yuni could distinctly sense the peak power of an emperor emanating from Luo Danhong. Such strength could effortlessly crush them. She now felt a twinge of anxiety regarding whether the black shield set up by her brother-in-law could indeed protect them. Had she known, she would never have practiced her formations here. The relationship between the immortal ruins and the demon domain was fraught with danger. If she were discovered, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Regret washed over her for having been so lost in her cultivation moments ago. However, among the four of them, she was the only one troubled. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi remained calm, showing no signs of concern even as Luo Danhong approached. They recalled the words of Lu Qing'an. As long as they remained within the confines of this light shield, nothing could harm them. You hail from the immortal ruins? Luo Danhong furrowed her brow, surprised to encounter someone with sufficient talent to inherit her legacy, only to find that they were from the immortal ruins. This revelation made her hesitate, or perhaps feel a sense of reluctance. Despite seeing the answer, she could not resist posing the question. Su Yini took a deep breath, remaining silent, for her only recourse at this moment was to buy time. The question posed might also indicate uncertainty about her origins. Seeing that Su Yuni remained mute, Luo Danhong's brows knitted tighter. You cannot speak? Su Yuni, do you misunderstand something? I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Observing Su Yuni's wariness, Luo Danhong recalled something, and a faint smile graced her lips, signaling Su Yuni not to be alarmed. Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. No intention of harming us? Wait. The sudden shift from frown to this demeanor was clearly a deliberate display. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Luo Danhong, frustrated by Su Yuni's continued silence despite her attempts at communication, pondered, what is wrong with this woman? If she had not misjudged. This woman indeed hailed from the immortal ruins. But how could someone from the immortal ruins appear here? It was quite perplexing. Gritting her teeth, she decided not to dwell on whether Su Yuni was truly from the immortal ruins. The rarity of an innate formation body was even less than the probability of the eternal night demon emperor attaining the emperor's position after his breakthrough. Such a talent must be cultivated. If necessary, she would nurture her in secret, allowing her to adapt to the practices of their demon domain and restudy the formations. After all, this woman had yet to ascend to the emperor realm. I have discovered that you possess an innate formation body, and as the strongest in the realm of formations in the demon domain, upon encountering someone of such extraordinary potential, I feel compelled to take you as my disciple. Do you have any inclination to accept my lifelong legacy of formations? Luo Danhong boldly articulated her thoughts. Upon speaking, various formation lights flickered around her, showcasing her profound mastery of the art of formations. Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed awakened her innate formation body, a remarkably rare constitution. The existence of such formidable formation practitioners in the immortal ruins was merely a vestige of ancient tales. Could it be that this individual genuinely wished to take her as a disciple? As she gazed at the formations behind Luo Danhong, she was awestruck by the powerful aura and intricate mastery they exuded. Such potent formations, such complexity. She had witnessed the strongest formation master's work in the immortal ruins. Yet, in comparison, that master seemed utterly inferior to the one before her. The disparity was astonishing. Was this truly the strongest formation master from the demon domain? Why were there so many talents in the demon domain? Whether in strength or in various matters, they surpassed those from the immortal ruins. Were it not for the restrictive barrier, the immortal ruins might have long been obliterated by the formidable beings of the demon domain. Are you certain you wish to take me as your disciple? Su Yuni inquired hesitantly, her heart stirred. With such mastery of formations, if she were to study under this individual, she could indeed learn an abundance of knowledge. I have already discerned your origins from the immortal ruins, which will influence my subsequent teachings. As long as you agree to abandon your current cultivation and adopt the techniques of our demon domain, I shall bestow upon you my lifelong legacy, Luo Danhong stated. Su Yuni's expression darkened. Abandon her cultivation? After painstakingly reaching this realm, she was so very close to the emperor level. Lu Zixuan immediately interjected, Aunt. No. She was quick to prevent her aunt from discarding her cultivation. Fully aware that her father had successfully helped her convert her abilities from the immortal ruins to those of the demon domain, and he could likely assist her aunt as well. If her aunt were to forsake her cultivation, how long would it take to rebuild? Su Yuni swiftly turned to Lu Zixuan, transmitting her thoughts. Zixuan, have you discovered something amiss? Lu Zixuan replied, Aunt, let us wait for my father to return before making a decision. She refrained from elaborating, fearing that her father's potential inability to assist might complicate matters. He should return shortly. Su Yuni's eyes flickered as she then turned to Luo Danhong outside the blacklight shield, cupping her hands in respect. Senior, I will await my brother-in-law's return before deciding. Awaiting your brother-in-law's return? Luo Danhong pondered momentarily before asking. When will he return? Where has he gone? Moreover, is this black light shield your formation? Upon closer inspection, she discerned that this black light shield possessed a unique energy, giving her the impression that it was unlike any formation. Such an unusual effect should indeed be attributed to a formation. Among those present, only Su Yuni was a formation master and possessed considerable strength. Thus, there was a 99% probability that this formation was laid out by Su Yuni. My brother-in-law has stepped out for some matters. He should return shortly. Su Yunin was uncertain whether Luo Danhong was truly a good person, and unable to articulate Lu Qing'an's intentions, she simply replied, "Is this your formation? What is its name?" Luo Danhong continued to inquire. Su Yunin shook her head. "This is my brother-in-law's technique." Your brother-in-law is also a formation master? Luo Danhong expressed her surprise. She had indeed never encountered such an extraordinary formation before. The rarity of a formation unseen by her, the most formidable formation master in the demon domain, was evident. My brother-in-law, I don't think so, Su Yunin mused, uncertain if Lu Qing'an was concealing other secrets from her. It was possible he might also be a formation master, but she was not entirely sure. Luo Danhong furrowed her brow, curiosity piqued, as she reached out to touch the black light shield. Given some time, she could analyze this formation, perhaps even unravel it. Since she was merely waiting, she decided to investigate this particular formation. Her fingers grazed the black light shield, and in the next instant, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Formation activate," she exclaimed, her body enveloped in a radiant array. Boom, boom, boom. The moment she made contact with the black light shield, an overwhelming pressure surged toward her, imbued with formidable aggression and destructive power. She hastily activated her formations in defense, only to be astounded to discover that her 10 top-tier defensive formations were shattered in an instant, with the first 9 obliterated. The last one finally managed to withstand the onslaught. What in the world is happening? Luo Danhong gazed in disbelief as a single wave of pressure had dismantled her 9 defensive formations, plunging her into a sea of uncertainty. Chapter 31. A frightening encounter. Luo Danhong found herself engulfed in profound shock, questioning whether everything she had just experienced was merely an illusion. Yet, despite her repeated examinations, the realization struck her. Her formation had indeed been shattered. In the span of a mere heartbeat, it had vanished entirely. Was this truly the prowess of her brother-in-law? Luo Danhong swiftly turned her gaze towards Su Yuni, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Yuni, equally bewildered, had not anticipated the sheer terror of the blacklight shield. As a fellow formation master, she understood all too well the remarkable speed at which Luo Danhong had erected 10 defensive formations, akin to lightning. She grasped the immense strength of those formations. Yet here they were, formidable as they were, utterly powerless against the energy emanating from her brother-in-law's light shield. In the blink of an eye, 9 such powerful formations had been dismantled. What on earth was happening? What kind of extraordinary ability did her brother-in-law possess? It was truly terrifying. Su Yuni blinked, her wide eyes reflecting the same astonishment as Luo Danhong's, shaking her head in disbelief, signaling her own confusion. "Senior, what did you just do?" She couldn't help but question if Luo Danhong was merely putting on an act. Had she truly dismantled her own formations? Otherwise, how could a mere touch of energy from the black light shield possess such terrifying might? The instantaneous destruction of 9 formidable defensive formations implied that even a peak Emperor-level expert would be obliterated should they come into contact with this black light shield. After all, those 9 defensive formations were comparable to the utmost defense of a peak Emperor-level warrior. Luo Danhong, taken aback by Su Yuni's inquiry, was further perplexed. "I didn't do anything. The light shield is attacking me. Can the light shield even attack? And with such ferocity?" Su Yuni recalled what Lu Qing'an had said before his departure. He had mentioned that as long as the four of them remained within the confines of the light shield, no matter how powerful an opponent might be, they could not breach the black light shield. At that time, she had thought it might be able to deter stronger adversaries, given that her brother-in-law was also a peak Emperor-level expert. Yet it now seemed that his assertion was indeed true. Not even the mightiest peak Emperor could enter. With this thought, her lips trembled slightly as she recalled the words spoken not long ago by Xiao Qing'an and others in the courtyard. Could it be that her brother-in-law was truly an invincible presence in the demon domain, capable of defeating anyone? Had he concealed his strength so deeply over the years? Senior, perhaps you should quietly wait here for my brother-in-law to return, Su Yuni suggested, noticing that Luo Danhong did not appear to be acting. Her concern for Luo Danhong prompted her to offer this advice. She had fully witnessed the formidable prowess of Luo Danhong's formations, which far surpassed her own. If Luo Danhong could indeed inherit a legacy, it would be an immense opportunity for her. Luo Danhong pondered for quite some time, her gaze fixated on the black light shield. Eventually, she nodded. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a little girl behind Su Yuni, her face brimming with delight. Daddy is back. Upon hearing Lu Miao Miao's exclamation, Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni quickly glanced in the direction she pointed, only to find no sign of Lu Qing'an. When they shifted their attention back to Luo Danhong, they finally spotted Lu Qing'an's figure. In the blink of an eye, he had quietly positioned himself behind her. At this moment, Luo Danhong seemed oblivious to the strikingly handsome man in black standing directly behind her. Daddy! Dad! Brother-in-law! Upon seeing Su Yuni and the others joyfully calling out these titles, she was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Calling me daddy and brother-in-law? Wait, could it be that someone is behind me? Impossible. I am a peak Emperor-level powerhouse, equipped with formidable array warnings. No one could silently appear behind me. Who are you? Before Luo Danhong could collect her thoughts, a robust male voice resonated from behind her, startling her. No, what is happening? She swiftly turned around, her array lights flashing wildly as numerous formations enveloped her, showcasing her utmost defense. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an and sensing no malice from him, she exhaled in relief. However, after gazing at Lu Qing'an for a moment, her expression abruptly shifted. Wait, this figure resembles that one from earlier. She quickly turned her head back towards the blacklight shield, and in an instant, it felt as if a current had coursed through her mind, everything falling into place. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Who on earth is this? How terrifying. When did such a formidable being emerge in the demon domain? I'm asking you. Who are you? Lu Qing'an inquired with an expression of indifference. He had already noticed that the blacklight shield he had set up was tampered with. It must have been this woman. He had only briefly encountered her earlier. Her array skills were impressive. However, if she were to attack him, there would be no reason for her to continue living. Yet at that moment, he felt no hostility emanating from her, which was one of the reasons he refrained from taking lethal action against her. The second reason was that her array prowess might be connected to an old friend of his. Could she possibly be his friend's disciple? I am Luo Danhong. Under Lu Qing'an's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Danhong felt an inexplicable tremor within her soul, as if she were being observed by a primordial beast. Unconsciously, she responded to Lu Qing'an's inquiry. What have you done to the demonic energy shield I set here? Are you attempting to sabotage it? The demonic energy shield? Impossible. How could this be a mere magical barrier of such a rudimentary nature? Such a simplistic spell can manifest such terror? No, that cannot be. If the practitioner possesses formidable strength, then it is indeed plausible. Reflecting upon the images she had previously witnessed in the depths below, she swallowed hard once more and hastily exclaimed, No, I was merely curious about what this is, and I only touched it lightly. You may inquire with him if you wish. As she spoke, an inexplicable shift occurred, and her tone began to adopt an air of deference. Lu Qing'an gazed at his two daughters, and upon seeing Lu Zixuan nod gently, he retracted the oppressive aura he had been emanating. Presently, the immense cultivation he had summoned was sufficient, in and of itself, to render a feeble individual unconscious from sheer intimidation. Did she convey anything to you? Lu Qing'an disregarded Luo Danhong any further and leapt into the obsidian shield, positioning himself before his daughters. "Brother-in-law, she was primarily addressing me just now," Su Yuni swiftly interjected. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni and inquired, "What did she say?" Chapter 32. The senior sister of an old friend, Su Yuni, remarked, "Not long ago, I awakened my innate array body here. This esteemed senior discovered it and wishes to take me as a disciple, but requires me to forsake my celestial realm cultivation and start anew with the demonic realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an cast a discerning glance at Luo Danhong. Since his return, he had sensed a peculiar aura emanating from his sister-in-law, indicating a significant transformation in her constitution. If she indeed possessed an innate array body, then her journey here was undoubtedly fortuitous. Having carefully observed Luo Danhong, he felt no animosity. Moreover, her proficiency in array techniques was commendable, allowing her to delve into the depths of the fallen star demon abyss, surpassing even the accomplishments of his old friend in the art of formations. There's no need to abandon your cultivation, but do you wish to become a disciple? If so, you may find it challenging to frequently return to the celestial realm. Lu Qing'an inquired, regarding Su Yuni with respect for her choice. Should she desire to study advanced array knowledge, he would assist her in transitioning her cultivation to that of the demonic realm, a task he found manageable. After all, Su Yuni had yet to ascend to the Emperor realm. Should she achieve that, the situation would become somewhat more complicated, though only slightly so. Su Yuni zipli hatwadili. I am somewhat inclined, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. During her visit to the demonic realm, she had informed her sister and brother that she would return soon. Suddenly telling them she would not return could raise suspicions about her encountering misfortune, thus causing unnecessary concern. If your hesitation stems from your sister and brother, I advise you to disregard their worries. Your sister values strength greatly. If you express your desire to enhance your abilities here, she would undoubtedly support your decision. As for your brother, Lu Qing'an trailed off, harboring a hint of selfishness. He hoped Su Yuni could linger a while longer, as it would undoubtedly bring joy to his daughters. Before Su Yuni and He Hong's arrival, he could see smiles on his daughters' faces, yet he suspected they feigned happiness to avoid worrying him. However, since their arrival, particularly Su Yuni's, he noticed the sincerity of his daughter's joy had significantly increased. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni found merit in Lu Qing'an's words. "Then perhaps I should consider it. After all, there is no rush to return," she said, feeling slightly bashful. Lu Qing'an nodded. Meanwhile, as Luo Danhong listened to their exchange, a bittersweet feeling welled within her. Am I not the one taking on a disciple? Why am I not included in this discussion? Lu Qing'an then shifted his gaze back to Luo Danhong. Do you genuinely wish to accept her as a disciple? You're likely well aware of my capabilities. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards her, there would be no refuge for you in the entire demonic realm or even across the vast Sanyan continent. Listening to the threatening words, Luo Danhong quickly assured, I certainly harbor no ill intent. Rest assured, she was convinced that Lu Qing'an was not speaking idly. Observing Luo Danhong's genuine interest in taking her as a disciple, Lu Qing'an made a decision. Very well, I shall prepare to depart for Mulin City. Will you accompany me, or do you have other matters to attend to? If you have business, leave me a communication mark. I have nothing pressing. All right, let us proceed. With a single wave of his hand, Lu Qing'an retracted the black light shield, enveloping Lu Zixuan and the others in his demonic aura once more. Then, as an afterthought before leaving the heavenly fallen demon cave, he turned to Luo Danhong and inquired, what is your relationship with Huang Hao, the most formidable formation master in the demon realm? Are you his disciple? In his eyes, Luo Danhong appeared quite youthful, whereas Huang Hao was an elderly man with white hair. If they were indeed related, it should be a master-disciple bond. If they truly shared such a connection, then Huang Hao was indeed remarkable for having nurtured such a formidable talent in formation arts. From his assessment, Luo Danhong's proficiency in formations had surpassed that of Huang Hao. He is not the strongest formation master in the demon realm. Upon hearing this name, Luo Danhong's lips twitched slightly before she replied, I am not his disciple. He is my junior brother. Lu Qing'an was taken aback upon hearing this. He is your junior brother? I have never heard of Huang Hao having an elder sister. Yet, he considered that Luo Danhong had no reason to deceive him, nor would she dare to. This led him to ponder whether there was a hidden story between the two. When he had first met Huang Hao, the old man was already renowned as the strongest formation master in the demon realm. It was unclear whether this title was self-proclaimed or bestowed by others. Noticing Lu Qing'an's confusion, Luo Danhong promptly explained her relationship with her junior brother. I have been his companion in apprenticeship since childhood. Although I am his senior in age, my innate talent for formation arts surpasses his, allowing me to grasp the fundamentals more swiftly. Thus, I am considered his elder sister. I am not particularly concerned with public opinion, in stark contrast to my ostentatious junior brother. I am more engrossed in the study of formations, which is why my abilities have consistently outstripped his. There was a time when I reached a plateau in my formation skills, so I secluded myself for a period of 30,000 years. Luo Danhong elaborated on her relationship with Huang Hao, detailing her cultivation journey and accomplishments. My strength far exceeds his. Yet upon emerging from seclusion, I discovered everyone claiming him to be the strongest formation master in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an was at a loss for words upon hearing this. This old man is truly shameless. He knows there is someone stronger than him, yet he continues to boast about being the strongest formation master. However, this behavior was indeed in line with Huang Hao's character. He had encountered many who reveled in pretentiousness, but few could rival Huang Hao in that regard. Since he is your junior brother, then it is fortuitous. You should send him a message to come to Molan City to meet me. Luo Danhong, surprised, responded, Do you know my junior brother? We share a good rapport. You may have heard of my name. Lu Qing'an gazed calmly at Luo Danhong. Upon hearing this, Luo Danhong suddenly realized something, staring in astonishment at Lu Qing'an. After her retreat, the junior brother had been boasting about a particular matter, claiming to be a close comrade of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could it be? No. Surely the Eternal Night Demon Emperor cannot be that formidable. Was it not said? Could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far more powerful than the rumors suggest? Luo Danhong swallowed hard, then cautiously inquired, Could it be that you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Qing'an nodded. Luo Danhong exclaimed, I never imagined you were the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. My junior brother might not be able to meet you for a while. Why is that? The last time we fought together, I inadvertently injured him, and now he is in seclusion to heal. He may not emerge for some time. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an smiled and shook his head. Then it is of no consequence. We shall wait until he completes his seclusion. I am not in haste to see this old friend. Very well, let us depart. He gathered Lu Zixuan and the 4 others, casting a glance at Luo Danhong, who he did not wish to wait for leisurely, and promptly took her along as they soared into the sky. With a whoosh, he lifted the 5 of them above the abyssal demon cave. Then, with a tremor, the void ahead collapsed, revealing a rift in space. In a mere step, he had returned with the 5 of them to the skies above the courtyard of Demon Lin's city in the blink of an eye. Luo Danhong, who had been following Lu Qing'an throughout, was left utterly stunned at this spectacle. Was this still a human being? Chapter 33. The Tsundere blacksmith. Just before Lu Qing'an returned to the courtyard, a diminutive figure cloaked in black, bearing a massive hammer, materialized in the sky above. This newcomer was half the height of an ordinary person, with a receding white hairline and impressively muscular arms, casting a disdainful gaze down upon the courtyard. Upon his arrival, Shui Tianfei and her companions stepped out from the courtyard below. Seeing Wang Duanshan, Xiao Qingyi ascended into the air with a smile. Old Wang, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Wang Duanshan glared at Xiao Qingyi with unabashed contempt. If you dare deceive me again, you shall meet your demise. Perhaps he might deceive you, but I assure you, I shall not. Shui Tianfei interjected coldly, remaining grounded rather than soaring up to greet him. Wang Duanshan's visit was indeed prompted by her presence. Although Xiao Qingyi could imitate her voice, he could not replicate her experiences. After inquiring about the weapons he had forged for her, he was convinced that the voice he heard belonged to the true Shui Tianfei. Understanding her nature, he deemed her unlikely to deceive him. Ignoring Xiao Qingyi, he swiftly descended to stand directly before Shui Tianfei. Shui Tianfei, you truly have not lied to me. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor has returned? Wang Duanshan scrutinized her, hoping to detect a fleeting expression that might affirm the truth of her words. However, her face remained as impassive as ice, devoid of any micro-expressions. He has returned after a brief absence and has asked you to assist in establishing a smithing chamber for this esteemed friend, she replied. Eager to aid Lu Qing'an in this endeavor, she resolved to support the completion of the task. Upon seeing Wang Duanshan, He Hong's face instantly brightened with a warm smile as he stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp Wang Duanshan's. Greetings, esteemed friend. I am He Hong, also a blacksmith. I have admired your forged weapons. They are truly remarkable. Wang Duanshan frowned, swiftly withdrawing his hand with an air of arrogance. Wang Duanshan. He had no interest in fostering a connection with He Hong, as his purpose for being there was singular. He did not come to assist anyone in crafting a smithing chamber. In his eyes, no blacksmith in the entire demon realm could rival his prowess. Viewing He Hong as merely an ordinary craftsman, Xiao Qingyi, witnessing He Hong's warm approach being met with Wang Duanshan's coldness, patted He Hong on the shoulder. Do not take offense. This old fellow has always been like this, as if everyone owes him money. He Hong quickly smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I appreciate individuals with strong personalities. Please, Wang Dao, you come inside. He understood that most blacksmiths possessed stubborn temperaments, some exhibiting peculiar traits. It was undeniable that those with the most eccentric dispositions often wielded the greatest forging abilities. Let us forego sitting, Wang Duanshan. Let us commence the crafting of the smithing chamber directly. On a snowy day, the snowy Empress halted Wang Duanshan, wishing for Lu Qing'an to witness the successful completion of the forging chamber before his return. She aspired to embody the essence of a virtuous wife and devoted mother, supporting him in all endeavors. Clearing her throat, she deemed it essential to sip some tea. Xiao Qingyi glanced at the snowy Empress, pondering her audacity to assign tasks to the guests upon their arrival. However, as soon as Xiao Qingyi voiced his thoughts, he was met with the snowy Empress's piercing gaze. Drink after the work is done, she instructed firmly. Who said I came here to assist you in constructing the forging chamber? Do you not grasp the value I possess? It is beyond my capabilities, Wang Duanshan retorted. The demand for his forging skills spanned from the easternmost to the westernmost corners of the demon realm. It was one thing to seek his craftsmanship, but to request his help in building a forging chamber was akin to using a treasured sword to dig for wild vegetables. What? Do you not heed my husband's words? He has warned that should you refuse to listen, he will make you comply, the snowy Empress stated in a low tone. Oh, since when did the eternal night demon emperor become your husband? Have you succumbed to infatuation again? Moreover, I remain skeptical of your claims, as I have yet to see his presence, Wang Duanshan replied, his disdain evident. He detested being pressured by others. Although his strength was slightly inferior to the snowy Empress's, he was not significantly weaker in a confrontation. Are you challenging me to a duel? The snowy Empress felt anger rise at Wang Duanshan's words. What do you mean by infatuation? Can one not cherish someone without being labeled as such? Xiao Qingyi observed the escalating tension between the two, feeling overwhelmed. He Hong was equally taken aback by the swift shift in emotions among the trio, standing in place, dumbfounded. Qing'an, when will you return? He Hong thought to himself, suppressing a wry smile. Ultimately, through the mediation of Xiao Qingyi and He Hong, the conflict was averted. Wang Duanshan retreated indoors and took a seat. Taoist Wang, I have a question regarding forging. May I inquire? He Hong broke the silence, noting the stillness among the group. He was certain that Wang Duanshan's expertise in forging far surpassed his own, and such opportunities for guidance were rare. I have no time, Wang Duanshan replied dismissively, casting a glance at He Hong with an air of arrogance. He Hong thought, how can one be too busy when merely waiting idly? Undeterred by Wang Duanshan's response, he proceeded to pose his question. It is this, when I forge, it always occurs just before completion. Wang Duanshan claimed to be busy, yet he listened as He Hong articulated his query. Upon hearing the question, a subtle shift crossed his brow, though he quickly concealed this fleeting expression. How laughable it was that one lacked knowledge of such basic principles of forging. Taoist Wang, do you have insight into this? Could you perhaps enlighten me? He Hong implored with a smile. All you need to do is, Wang Duanshan raised his proud head and expounded upon a plethora of knowledge and experience related to forging. After concluding, he glanced at He Hong and remarked, "I suppose you do not comprehend any of this, do you?" He Hong sat in place, his eyes darting rapidly. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly clapped his hands together. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Thank you, Taoist Wang, for enlightening me. Your experience is truly commendable." Hearing He Hong's praise, Wang Duanshan was somewhat surprised that He Hong understood, yet he believed it was due to his own clear teachings, lifting his chin slightly in pride. "By the way, Taoist, I have another question. This one has me even more perplexed." He Hong quickly posed another query regarding artifact forging. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan furrowed his brow. Xiao Qing'an, noticing Wang Duanshan's unexpected silence, remarked with amusement, "Old Wang, could it be that you don't know this one either?" "Nonsense. There are artifact forging questions I don't know. Do not interrupt. I am organizing my thoughts." Wang Duanshan furrowed his brow. He was indeed stumped by a question He Hong posed, one he had not even realized was an issue in forging. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at an answer and articulated it. Upon hearing this, He Hong clapped his hands once more. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" Wang Duanshan, relieved by the perfection of his answer, felt his gaze towards He Hong shift slightly. This fellow possesses some depth. "Thank you kindly, Taoist. Now, for my final question, which has troubled me the longest." He Hong could hardly believe he had such an opportunity to resolve this issue. He would gladly forfeit 1,000 years of life for it. Coming to the demon domain was the wisest decision of his life. "Do you have another question? An even more challenging one?" Wang Duanshan began to feel a twinge of worry. How did this fellow uncover so many peculiar questions about artifact forging, and a more difficult one at that? He Hong scratched his head and chuckled wryly, stating, "I tend to ponder excessively during my idle time, and this question is." After finishing his inquiry, he continued to gaze at Wang Duanshan with eager anticipation. Wang Duanshan found himself utterly speechless by He Hong's question. He truly did not comprehend this. After hesitating for a moment, suddenly, a familiar aura manifested above the courtyard. "They have returned," Xiao Qing'an exclaimed with a smile. Wang Duanshan felt the familiar, powerful presence of Lu Qing'an and his eyes brightened. Indeed, he had not been deceived. This fellow has truly returned. Chapter 34. The unforgettable experience of the weapon refiner. Wang Duanshan and his companions stepped out of the courtyard and gazed skyward, confirming the return of Lu Qing'an and his group. However, Shui Tianfei's attention was swiftly captured by a striking woman with crimson hair, Luo Danhong. No way. How could he have gone out for such a brief moment and returned with a woman in tow? The corners of Shui Tianfei's mouth twitched. This man possesses an irresistible charm, easily attracting admirers, especially now, as she observed Luo Danhong's wide-eyed gaze fixed intently on Lu Qing'an. Something felt amiss. Had he truly enchanted this woman? Moreover, why had she never encountered this woman before? With an aura of the demon realm and peak emperor-level strength, she should not have been unfamiliar to her. Upon noticing Wang Duanshan's arrival, Lu Qing'an's smile widened as he gracefully descended into the courtyard with his companions. "Old Wang, you've arrived," he greeted calmly. "Ha! I thought they had deceived me. At last, you have returned." Wang Duanshan's previously proud demeanor softened as he beheld Lu Qing'an. "I have informed them of my purpose in summoning you. How have you fared?" Lu Qing'an inquired. Xiao Qing'an quickly interjected, "This old fellow simply does not trust us. You have no idea how many times I've been deceived by this old Xiao. After being tricked so often, my skepticism is only natural." "You cannot blame me for that," Wang Duanshan replied hastily. Lu Qing'an chuckled lightly. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao approached Lu Qing'an, tugging gently at his sleeve with her small hand, and asked, "Daddy, who is this gentleman?" "This is Wang Duanshan. You may call him whatever you wish," Lu Qing'an replied. "We are old friends now." "Oh, then he must be Grandpa Wang," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, beaming. "Hello, Grandpa Wang." Wang Duanshan was taken aback. "Huh, this is your daughter? After a millennium's absence, you return with such an adorable daughter." "Grandpa." At this moment, Lu Zixuan chimed in, recovering from his astonishment. Wang Duanshan quickly donned a kind smile. "Ha, what delightful young ladies. I was unaware of your existence, and thus did not bring any splendid gifts. How about this? Choose some weapons at your leisure. Consider them a welcoming gift from Grandpa Wang. He had been refining weapons in his spare time, and the items he presented now were all of the highest caliber. This display left son Minzi utterly captivated. Such lavish generosity. I want some too, she thought, though she felt too bashful to voice it. Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, seemingly seeking Lu Qing'an's approval. He responded with a serene smile. Feel free to take whatever you like. Your Grandpa Wang possesses nothing in abundance except for weapons. Exactly. Take what you wish. I may lack in many things, but I have an abundance of weapons. Wang Duanshan was indeed astonished by Lu Qing'an's daughters, one so endearing, the other so strikingly beautiful. Most importantly, they affectionately referred to him as Grandpa Wang. Just listen. Those two calls of Grandpa Wang were music to his ears, resonating deeply within his heart. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zixuan and her companion were unreserved, for who would ever disdain an abundance of fine weapons? One of them stepped forward to select an item, only to be reminded by Lu Qing'an a moment later. Each of you may take one more. Truly, your grandfather Wang is not in one of such trifles. Indeed. Take more, Wang Duanshan urged. Thus, the two complied obediently, each selecting an additional piece. Once they had made their choices, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Wang Duanshan in sweet tones. Thank you, Grandfather Wang. No need for thanks. Wang Duanshan beamed with a smile. This scene left Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei in silence. This proud old man, who had held his head high all his life, displayed such a side today. Moreover, they had never witnessed Wang Duanshan smile in such a manner before. As Xiao Qingyi contemplated this, he glanced at Lu Qing'an's two daughters and instantly comprehended Wang Duanshan's demeanor. It was no wonder. Lu Qing'an's daughters were indeed delightful. Who could resist such charm? Go, each of you give your aunt a weapon, and one to Minzi as well. Lu Qing'an conveyed to his daughters telepathically. Upon hearing this, the two instantly understood their father's reasoning for encouraging them to take an extra weapon. So that was the intention. Aunt, I have an extra weapon for you. Lu Miao, who was closer to Su Yuni, cheerfully handed over a beautifully crafted celestial-grade sword to her. Su Yuni was taken aback. Lu Zixuan also approached son Minzi, presenting her with the additional weapon. Minzi, this is for you. Is this appropriate? Son Minzi was stunned, her expression one of astonished delight. Take it. It is yours now, after all. It is a gift, Lu Qing'an said calmly. Well, then, thank you very much. Son Minzi swallowed hard, hastily expressing her gratitude. Su Yuni, initially inclined to refuse, felt hesitant to accept a weapon that belonged to her niece, even if her current armament was merely of the upper tier. Yet upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, she pondered for a moment and ultimately accepted. Thank you, Zixuan. Lu Zixuan smiled. No need for thanks, aunt. By the way, who are these two? At this moment, Wang Duanshan turned his gaze towards son Minzi and Luo Danhong. He could discern that Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an, and having heard Lu Miao refer to Su Yuni as aunt, he deduced her identity. However, he remained unaware of the connection between Luo Danhong and Lu Qing'an. Indeed, who is this fellow cultivator? Shui Tianfei echoed the inquiry, specifically referring to Luo Danhong. You need not concern yourselves with that. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed friend of mine from the immortal ruins, Hihong. Have you had the chance to learn about him yet? Lu Qing'an stepped forward, placing a hand affectionately on Hihong's shoulder. Wang Duanshan was taken aback by Lu Qing'an's affectionate gesture. He had never experienced such camaraderie from Lu Qing'an himself. Xiao Qingyi felt a tinge of envy. He had never experienced it either. Shui Tianfei, feeling somewhat unsettled, yearned for such closeness as well. We just made each other's acquaintance a moment ago. Wang Duanshan never anticipated the depth of the relationship between Hihong and Lu Qing'an. My friend possesses quite commendable skills in artifact forging, though he does fall short compared to you. I summoned you today with the intention of having you assist in the forging of a few treasures, while concurrently imparting some wisdom to my esteemed friend, Lu Qing'an stated. Oh, you wish to forge artifacts? Does this mean you have procured some exceptional materials? Ahem, Your friend seems quite capable. He may assist me, and how much he learns will depend on his own fortune." Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's request for assistance, Wang Duanshan could scarcely contain his excitement, though he swiftly concealed his emotions, primarily due to the presence of others who might tarnish his carefully crafted persona. "It is none other than the heavenly fallen divine gold we discussed during our last forging session," Lu Qing'an remarked. "That is splendid news. How much do you have this time? Is it possible to forge a weapon?" Wang Duanshan could not suppress his exhilaration at this revelation. As a craftsman, he relished the opportunity to work with such mystical materials. The memories of assisting Lu Qing'an in forging had lingered in his mind throughout the years, akin to the unforgettable sensation of first love. To his astonishment, after all these years, he was once again presented with the chance to forge a weapon using this extraordinary material. "There's a considerable amount this time. Assess how many items you can forge," Lu Qing'an declared, unveiling the entirety of the heavenly fallen divine gold acquired. In an instant, the magnificent heavenly fallen divine gold materialized before them, suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Duanshan was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. "My goodness." Chapter 35, Sister. "I wish to reside here permanently." Wang Duanshan was utterly astonished by the scene before him, his mind momentarily incapacitated. Such an immense fragment of celestial meteorite gold. Was he dreaming? Where on earth had it come from? Could it possibly have originated from that fabled meteorite abyss? Had Lu Qing'an ventured deeper, perhaps to the very depths of it? Xiao Qingyi, though not entirely aware of the significance of celestial meteorite gold, could still sense its extraordinary nature. Gazing upon the colossal piece, he was equally taken aback. However, witnessing the typically proud Wang Duanshan taking a step back in shock and falling to the ground, he hurriedly helped him up. Wang Duanshan swiftly broke free from Xiao Qingyi's grasp and lunged forward, his hands reaching out to touch the celestial meteorite gold. "It's real, truly real. I'm rich," he murmured to himself, a look of sheer ecstasy lighting up his face. He Qing, a powerful blacksmith, immediately recognized this as the material for Lu Qing'an's weapons and armor. Now, as he beheld the celestial meteorite gold, he too was entranced. Stepping forward to caress it alongside Wang Duanshan, it felt as if they were touching something profoundly beautiful, lost in their reverie. "It's a bit unsettling how they're acting," Shui Tianfei thought, rolling her eyes. "They truly know their worth." Lu Qing'an chuckled, shaking his head at the two, and said, "All right, aside from this piece of celestial meteorite gold, I have some fragments here as well. They're all yours to forge into armor and weapons. Just like before, please assess how many treasures you can create and provide me with blueprints for selection." Only upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words did Wang Duanshan snap back to reality, promptly nodding seriously. "All right, leave everything to me." Xiao Qingyi interjected, "What? You're crafting weapons for him without asking for anything in return? Isn't that a bit too generous?" Wang Duanshan disdainfully shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi and retorted, "You're utterly foolish. Just watch. After this, I shall no longer be the strongest blacksmith of our time. I will become the mightiest blacksmith in history, a figure that future generations will never surpass, a legend without equal. He would become a mythic presence." Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction, handing over the celestial meteorite gold to Wang Duanshan. He then revealed a sphere of energy he had carefully stored, presenting it before everyone. "Behold, what do you think this is? I have never encountered anything like it, and I'm uncertain if any of you have. Those present are nearly all the pinnacle of strength from the demon domain, so perhaps someone has seen it." As the energy sphere appeared, all eyes in the room were drawn towards it. "What is that? It exudes a terrifying aura. Why do I feel that if it wished to kill me, I might not even withstand a single blow? I've never seen anything like it, but it feels incredibly powerful. What could this possibly be? How strange. Is it a life form? Where did you acquire it?" The crowd, having sensed its essence, was thoroughly astonished. Lu Qing'an candidly stated, "In the deepest recesses of the celestial fallen abyss, I discovered a substantial piece of celestial fallen divine gold encasing this object. Initially, it resisted and attempted to attack me, but after I subdued it, it fell silent." Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Those well aware of the perilous nature of the celestial fallen abyss widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Lu Qing'an in astonishment. The deepest part of the celestial fallen abyss. You've entered there? After a brief moment of distraction, Luo Danhong regarded Lu Qing'an with an expression of profound respect. She firmly believed in his words. He undoubtedly possessed the strength to reach such depths. However, Xiao Qingyi expressed skepticism, remarking, "You're boasting. Didn't you previously claim you could only reach around 30 or 40 miles? Now you assert you reached the very bottom?" He was convinced that whatever Lu Qing'an had found within the abyss was fabricated to enhance his own image. Wang Duanshan and Shui Tianfei also regarded Lu Qing'an with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Having visited the celestial fallen abyss themselves, they found it hard to believe Lu Qing'an's claims, despite his superior abilities. Lu Qing'an chose not to argue or explain, simply stating, "Does no one truly know what this object is? It is certainly of extraterrestrial origin. It resembles a life form, and I have the impression that it remains in an unhatched state, not yet fully formed." At that moment, Luo Danhong attempted to voice her thoughts. Lu Qing'an turned to her, asking, "Are you suggesting this could be a beast?" I'm not sure," Luo Danhong replied, shaking her head. Observing that no one else offered an opinion, Lu Qing'an decided to store the energy entity for now, reasoning that answers would eventually come to light. "All right, let us begin constructing the artifact refinement chamber. Everyone, let us collaborate to expedite the process." He began assigning tasks to those present, then turned to Su Yuni and Luo Danhong. "You two discuss your matters. If you find it difficult to decide, you may consult your sister and brother through a message." Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Yuni, hoping she would agree with Luo Danhong. "If you decide to stay here for an extended period, come to me, and I will assist you in transitioning your cultivation." Su Yuni nodded in agreement. "Understood." Hong, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Yuni is also planning to reside here? This friend wishes to take her as a disciple. It's her decision to make." Hong cast a few more glances at Luo Danhong before smiling, pleased at the prospect of Su Yuni remaining. Having another acquaintance in the vicinity would be quite beneficial, especially since coming here was evidently a wise choice. With Lu Qing'an as support, their endeavors and strengths could flourish further. Lu Qing'an and the other men began to ascend towards the mountainous region in search of an ideal location for the artifact refinement chamber, while Su Yuni and her companions invited Luo Danhong inside the house. On a snowy day, Shui Tianfei initially contemplated staying by Lu Qing'an's side, yet upon glancing at Luo Danhong, she restrained herself from pursuing that inclination, seeking to discern the true nature of this woman. She sensed an air of unease. This woman might very well be a rival for a man. "Fellow Taoist, how shall I address you? I do not recall having encountered you in the demon realm." Shui Tianfei inquired with an icy demeanor after Luo Danhong took her seat. "Luo Danhong, you must be the renowned Shui Tianfei. Am I correct?" "Oh, you are acquainted with me? My junior brother has mentioned you a few times. He is Huang Hao." "Ah, you are Huang Hao's senior sister?" Yet I was unaware that he had a senior sister. After conversing for a while, Shui Tianfei gleaned Luo Danhong's background. It turns out she was the senior sister of that fellow Huang Hao. No wonder she had been brought back by Lu Qing'an. She cast a glance at Su Yuni, who had begun to take out a transmission jade slip, presumably to communicate with someone in the immortal ruins. Surely, she intends to contact that woman, Shui Tianfei thought, and a chill surged within her at the thought of the woman who had once captured Lu Qing'an's attention. That foolish woman had better not let Su Yuni remain here. Thus, Luo Danhong would also be unable to stay. As she observed more and more women arriving in the room, her sense of pressure intensified. Moments latte. Once the transmission was established, Su Yuni turned to Luo Danhong and the others, announcing that she would be leaving for a while and retreated to her own room. Once assured that no one was nearby, Su Yuni said, "Sister, there is something I wish to discuss with you. I am considering making this place my permanent residence." Far away in the immortal ruins, Su Qing'an was taken aback by her sister's words, frozen in shock. "No, you intend to stay there and not return." Chapter 36. The unusual identity of my brother-in-law, Su Yuni, while at the celestial abyss, found herself in a state of indecision, with little time to contemplate her choice. She had expressed a desire to consult her family far away in the immortal ruins. However, during her return journey, and especially after receiving that weapon from Lu Miao Miao, she had come to a resolution within herself. She wished to remain here. From her own perspective, Lu Qing'an had assured her that he could assist in transforming her cultivation to align with that of the demon realm without compromising her strength. Moreover, she was certain that under Luo Danhong's tutelage, she would acquire substantial knowledge of array techniques, which would significantly enhance her prowess. Additionally, her two nieces, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao, were also her kin. With family present here and more opportunities for development, why not choose to stay? Thus, as soon as she established the communication link, she articulated her general intentions. Yet, upon concluding her statement, she noticed her sister had fallen silent. "Sister, can you hear me?" Su Yuni realized that her sister must be in a state of confusion. Su Qingying took a deep breath, quickly sending a message to her brother Su Xianyu while responding. "Is something happening over there? Have you encountered danger?" Suddenly deciding to stay long-term, sounds like you're facing some difficulties but prefer not to worry us. She was beginning to regret allowing her sister to accompany her there, realizing he was unable to protect too many people. Su Yuni hastily shook her head, offering a wry smile. "There has been no danger. Rather, I've stumbled upon a significant opportunity, sister. I recently awakened my innate array physique with my brother-in-law's assistance." Innate array physique? Just as Su Qingying processed this revelation, her brother Su Xianyu arrived with Lu Zhongran. Upon hearing that his sister had awakened such a rare physique, Su Xianyu was taken aback. "Isn't that a condition said to exist only in legends? Are you certain?" Su Qingying inquired. "Absolutely. Moreover, a remarkably powerful array master from the demon realm, upon witnessing my physique, wishes to take me as her apprentice. Her mastery of array techniques far surpasses mine many times over, and she just so happens to be the senior sister of a formidable acquaintance of my brother-in-law." "Su Juini et Lai, are you sure you're not deceiving me? This sounds too coincidental, that she's a friend of his." "Su Qingding Thou Wen. Sister, you can't possibly be falling for a trick, can you? Are you certain everything is legitimate?" Su Xianyu's brow furrowed in concern. Having rushed here upon learning from their elder sister that she intended to reside permanently in the demon realm, hearing this only intensified his suspicion that it was all a ruse crafted by Lu Qing'an. Su Yuni replied, "My brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Sister, you should understand his character better than I do. Furthermore, it is quite reasonable that this array master is acquainted with her brother-in-law, given his unique status, which I have only recently come to realize." As she spoke, a bitter smile graced her lips. Who could have imagined that her brother-in-law was none other than the renowned Eternal Night Demon Emperor of the demon realm? No wonder he is familiar with so many of the realm's most formidable figures. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is not only a household name in the demon realm, but also holds considerable renown in the celestial ruins. The imperial position her sister possesses has been cultivated to such an extent that it can rival that of the Eternal Night Emperor. This implies that the heights her sister aspires to are already within the grasp of her brother-in-law. She felt a pang of reluctance to mention this to her sister. What significance could he possibly hold? He is merely a peak sovereign of the demon realm, and surely her sister will surpass him in time, becoming the most powerful being in the celestial ruins, standing alongside the mightiest Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Su Xuanyu stated, hearing her brother's words. Su Yuni's emotions became exceedingly complex as she contemplated whether to reveal the truth. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to do so. Blood is thicker than water. She did not wish to affect her sister's resolve. Whether her sister would uncover the truth through other means would depend on her sister's fate. After all, her brother-in-law is quite renowned here, immensely powerful, and commands respect from many, almost universally known among the elite of the demon realm, Su Yuni noted. "Very well. Even if what you say is true, what about your cultivation from the celestial ruins? How can you study formations with a top-tier array master from the demon realm? Are you certain you can truly comprehend it? The cultivation systems of the two realms are inherently distinct, which will greatly impact your progress." Su Qing'an understood, well, that individuals from both realms would exhibit differences. Her sister relied on absorbing spiritual energy to create formations. Yet there is no spiritual energy in that realm, and utilizing spirit stones to absorb it would be quite troublesome. Thus, her brother-in-law would assist me in converting my celestial ruins cultivation into that of the demon realm, Su Yuni asserted. Nonsense. Second sister, you are typically not so foolish. How could you possibly believe his drivel? Su Xuanyu exclaimed, convinced that his second sister had been deceived by Lu Qing'an. A reasonable person would recognize that converting celestial ruins cultivation into that of the demon realm is impossible. Even if someone possessed extraordinary means, they could only facilitate the transformation for those of lower cultivation levels. How could they possibly transform the cultivation of someone as advanced as his second sister? It would require a miracle. Su Yuni, however, firmly believed in Lu Qing'an. After all, her niece had successfully undergone the transformation. Her brother-in-law must possess the capability, she reasoned. No, second sister, have you been bewitched by that fellow? Why do you place such unwavering faith in him? Su Xuanyu felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that ever since his second sister visited that realm, she had changed completely. Do not speak ill of my brother-in-law. We both know the kind of person he is. I trust him completely. Su Yuni responded, her irritation growing as she listened to her brother's disparaging remarks. Her brother-in-law is immensely powerful, possessing extraordinary abilities, and is also a genuinely good person. Why does this boy persistently slander him? If Su Xuanyu were beside her at this moment, she would surely slap him until his head was sore. Su Xuanyu felt utterly wronged by Su Yuni's scathing rebuke. Sister, look at our second sister. How can she doubt her own beloved brother and choose to trust someone with a different surname instead? I'm only acting in her best interest. Su Qing'an furrowed her brows tightly. After over a millennium of companionship, she believed she understood Lu Qing'an well. However, after enduring these recent events, she began to question whether she truly knew him at all. He had concealed far too many things from her. Yini, do not rush to make a decision. Take the time to thoroughly contemplate whether all of this is reasonable. Currently, we are unaware of your circumstances from afar. Only you can make the judgment. Su Qing'an calmed herself and earnestly urged Su Yuni. Su Yuni replied, Sister, I am well aware of what I am experiencing. This may be the greatest opportunity of my life. Very well, let us pause this matter for now. Take another day to reflect, and we shall communicate again after a day. Su Qing'an felt it necessary to put this matter on hold. She needed to send a message to He Hong as well, to inquire about him in detail. Chapter 37. Su Yuni returns to the celestial ruins after some contemplation. Su Yuni acquiesced to her sister's request. Very well. I shall deliberate for another day, and we shall discuss it further then. She was acutely aware that this sudden decision would likely be difficult for her sister and brother to accept, necessitating a period of adjustment. Once the transmission concluded, Su Yuni let out a sigh. She pondered whether concealing her brother-in-law's identity was a blessing or a curse. The revelation had come to her during a conversation with Luo Danhong and Lu Qing'an, leaving her utterly bewildered. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor, a legendary figure within the demon realm, an invincible presence. Initially, she had been skeptical of Lu Qing'an's assertions in the courtyard, dismissing them as jest. Yet, it turned out to be the undeniable truth. After a moment of deep reflection, she resolved to keep the matter hidden for the time being, so as not to disturb her sister's path of enlightenment. As for how long she could maintain this secrecy, that remained uncertain and depended on her sister's fate. Her sister might reach out to Elder He. She should inform Elder He first. Su Yuni swiftly sent a transmission to He Hong. Meanwhile, He Hong, who was merely selecting a site for his future crafting chamber, was left dumbfounded upon receiving Su Yuni's transmission and hearing the unfolding events. He turned to Lu Qing'an, gazing at him as if beholding a divine being, and stammered, Qing'an, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Upon hearing his words, the others present cast him peculiar glances. Did you not disclose your identity to him? Xiao Qingyi inquired of Lu Qing'an. It seems I have not, Lu Qing'an replied. Wing Duanshan Chakod. You only just discovered this? It's amusing. In the demon realm, Who else could command such respect from us old-timers but the eternal night demon emperor? He Hong, my dearest friend, is in fact the eternal night demon emperor. In the celestial ruins, within a grand hall, Su Qing'an, having concluded her transmission, immediately attempted to reach He Hong, only to find the communication unsuccessful. Why is the transmission failing? Sister, I am increasingly convinced that there is more to this situation than meets the eye. Su Xuanyu clenched his fists and paced anxiously, displaying great agitation. I shall send him another transmission. Perhaps someone interrupted the line earlier, Su Qing'an suggested. Mother, surely father is not that kind of person. Lu Jingran's lips twitched. Although he favored his mother, he could not believe his father would orchestrate such a nefarious scheme. Zhengran, do you truly believe you understand your father? As his son, do you realize he is of the demon realm? Su Xuanyu questioned sternly. Instantly, Lu Zhengran fell silent, taking a deep breath to quell her mounting frustration. Su Qing'an sent another transmission, this time successfully connecting. Elder He, are you busy? Qing'an, is there something you need? I am indeed preoccupied. Please be brief. Indeed, my sister suddenly expressed her desire to reside there permanently. Su Qing'an recounted the situation she had just learned from her sister and inquired, is this matter genuine? Oh, this is indeed true. Your ex-husband possesses extraordinary capabilities. One could say he is remarkably powerful, truly capable of assisting your sister in her transformation of cultivation. So you need not worry. Your eldest daughter has also successfully transitioned, of which I am a first-hand witness. Furthermore, I shall take care of her during my time here. Is there anything else? If not, I shall attend to my other matters. As He Hong spoke these words, a hint of irritation was evident. He was acutely aware of Su Qing'an's transgressions against Lu Qing'an. Presently, Su Yuni's ability to remain here could be viewed as a form of retribution against Su Qing'an. However, he also understood that Su Yuni's choice to stay was ultimately her own. Lu Qing'an had indeed been exceedingly kind to them, under such favorable conditions. Who would not wish to remain? Upon hearing this, Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. Mr. He, are you certain that everything you have said is true? You are not deceiving us, are you? He Hong replied. Qing'an, that is rather unkind of you. Well, have I ever deceived you? If you do not trust me, why then did you reach out to me? Su Qingding zet ponde. Very well, I shall believe you. If there is nothing else, please attend to your affairs, and we shall keep in touch. Understood. After concluding their communication, Su Qing'an's brow remained tightly knitted. Is it truly real? Su Xuanyu had been listening intently throughout the conversation, and at this moment ceased his pacing, stating solemnly, how could this possibly be true? Su Qing'an, with her head bowed in contemplation for a moment, declared, it is imperative that Yuni returns at least once. Indeed, I fear that my second sister may not come back. Su Xuanyu sighed. As long as she does not return, it would be false. However, if she does return and remains resolute in her previous decision, then let it be so. In the demon realm, as dusk approached, Lu Qing'an, having selected a suitable location with Wang Duanshan and the others, found the remaining matters no longer pertained to him. Wang Duanshan announced their intent to work through the night to create the largest and most perfect refinishing chamber in the demon realm. The rest of the tasks were beyond their assistance, so they returned to the courtyard. Upon his return, Su Yuni appeared before him. Brother-in-law, I have made my decision. I will remain here from now on. However, my sister fears that my choice may not be entirely voluntary, so I might need to return for a brief visit. I may require your assistance to take me back to the boundary. Lu Qing'an smiled. No problem. It is a minor matter. When shall we depart? It was splendid news that Su Yuni could stay. Let us leave immediately. When shall I return here? I will inform you at that time, Su Yuni said. Lu Qing'an nodded. Shall I inform the two children? Su Yuni replied. I have already spoken to them. Very well, then let us set off. He took Su Yuni with him, ascending into the sky and breaking through the void, arriving at the juncture between the demon realm and the immortal ruins in a single step. I shall not accompany you back. Please take care on your journey home. He chose not to return to the immortal ruins, deeming it sufficient to escort her to this point. In the realm of the celestial ruins, I find myself devoid of any peril, Su Yuni remarked with a gentle smile. Having exchanged farewells, she traversed the boundary and returned to the celestial ruins. while Lu Qing'an made his way back to the courtyard. Approximately an hour later, Su Yuni hastened to her elder sister's presence. "Sister, I have returned," she announced as she descended gracefully into the grand hall, only to discover a gathering of 5 individuals. Among them were Su Qing'an, Su Xuanyu, and Lin Qingxue, alongside 2 formidable peak emperors from within the celestial ruins. Upon witnessing these esteemed figures, Su Yuni let out a sigh. One was the most powerful array master in the celestial realm, while the other specialized in the mastery of the soul. It seemed her sister harbored suspicions regarding her potential soul control. Summoning the strongest array master was likely an attempt to have her apprentice under his guidance, ensuring her stay within the celestial ruins. "Second sister, come. Have a seat," Su Xuanyu exclaimed, relieved to see his sister's return. As Su Yuni was ushered to sit, she retorted, all right, I am quite capable of sitting myself." At that moment, a surge of frustration welled up within her towards her younger brother, an overwhelming urge to give his head a few good taps. Chapter 38. Fabricating false results. Upon taking her seat, Su Yuni noticed that everyone present was gazing at her, creating an overwhelming sense of being scrutinized as if she were a criminal. "Sister, I have returned primarily to bid you farewell, as I may not come back here often." She had made up her mind. This visit was solely to say goodbye to her sister and brother. Once her cultivation transformed into that of the demon realm, returning here would expose her to potential threats as one perceived to be of the demon domain. "Yuni, your return indicates that you have not encountered peril there. Yet we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that you have been deceived." Su Qing'an hoped her sister would stay, regardless of the outcome or whether she had been misled. She endeavored to persuade her sister to remain. Su Yuni replied, "My return itself proves that I have not deceived you. Moreover, take a look. Is this not the innate array body?" Suddenly, an extraordinary aura emanated from her, followed by a dazzling display of light. The onlookers instantly confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed the innate array body. Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were taken aback. She truly awakened the innate array body. Could it be that everything she said is genuine? Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The most powerful array master of the immortal ruins was momentarily stunned. A flicker of intense light crossing her gaze, intermingled with a deeply concealed glimmer of greed. "Second sister, congratulations on genuinely awakening the innate array body. However, are you certain he can successfully transform your cultivation? Have you witnessed him attempting this with others? Is an elder he over there? Shouldn't he try it first?" Su Xuanyu remained skeptical of Lu Qing'an's capabilities. If someone were to be subjected to an experiment by Lu Qing'an, he would prefer be elder he rather than his own second sister. Su Yuni responded, "Elder he has already reached the emperor realm, which differs from my situation. However, whether my brother-in-law can assist elder he in transforming his cultivation depends on his discretion. Regardless, I trust my brother-in-law. Second sister, please refrain from calling him brother-in-law. He is no longer our brother-in-law." Su Xuanyu grew increasingly agitated upon witnessing Su Yuni's insistence. With a swift motion, Su Yuni could no longer contain herself and struck Su Xuanyu on the head, exclaiming, "I will call him brother-in-law. What is it to you? Second sister, you are." Su Xuanyu, clearly overwhelmed, merely cradled his head in a display of grievance. Su Qing'an furrowed her brows. "Yuni, your brother is only looking out for your best interest." Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Su Yuni replied in a composed tone, "Sister, I have expressed this to you numerous times. I am no longer a child. The choices I make are mine to bear the consequences." Su Qing'an regarded Su Yuni with a deep, contemplative gaze and sighed. At that moment, Lin Qingxue interjected, "Yuni, I have watched you grow and know you are not easily deceived. Nevertheless, you must understand that the individuals from the demon realm differ from those here in the immortal ruins. They cultivate using demonic energy, which alters their mindset, often leading to nefarious thoughts. It would be wise to exercise caution." Upon hearing her disciple speak of the matter, Lin Qingxue became convinced that there was something amiss. It was inconceivable that anyone could transform the cultivation of a saint king from the immortal ruins into that of the demon domain. Not even the most formidable of the demon domain, the eternal night demon emperor, could accomplish such a feat. Unless, of course, there existed someone in the demon domain even more powerful than the eternal night demon emperor. Su Yui regarded the individual who had so profoundly influenced her sister and brother-in-law with a sense of disdain. She was certain that her sister's decision to leave her husband was heavily influenced by Lin Qingshua's meddling. Of course, the final choice was still her sister's. Yet she could not muster any fondness for Lin Qingxue. I am resolute in my decision and confident that I have not been deceived. In the face of Lin Qingxue, she exhibited an unwavering determination. Very well, even if I have not been tricked, is it truly necessary for you to pursue the study of formations there? Allow me to introduce you to our most esteemed formation master from the immortal ruins, Zhang Huairan. With your innate formation body, why must you seek a mentor in the demon domain? Are there formation masters superior to ours in the immortal ruins? At this juncture, Lin Qingxue turned to Zhang Huairan and inquired with a smile, Zhang Taoist, are you pleased with Yui's innate formation body? If she were to become your disciple, would you be willing to impart all your knowledge to her? Zhang Huairan replied with a grin, this young friend possesses remarkable talent, and I shall undoubtedly share all that I have learned. Furthermore, what are the strongest formation master in the demon domain? Should they stand before me, I would crush them like an ant. Su Yui regarded the boastful Zhang Huairan with silent incredulity. She had witnessed his prowess in formations before and had once deemed him quite formidable. However, when compared to the formation strength exhibited by Luo Danhong, the two were hardly comparable. It was not that the immortal ruins were necessarily weaker than the demon domain, but rather that there was simply no basis for comparison. She felt that upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, she would undoubtedly be capable of catching up to Zhang Huairan through her own studies. Yet, she could not ascertain whether, despite possessing an innate formation body, she could ever match Luo Danhong through her own efforts. The intensity of this feeling was overwhelming. Senior Zhang, I apologize, but I have witnessed that formation expert from the demon domain demonstrate her skills, and she is indeed somewhat stronger than you. Su Yui spoke in a measured tone, not wishing to offend Zhang Huairan. However, as soon as her words left her lips, she observed Zhang Huairan's countenance darken. You possess an innate formation body, which is truly exceptional, yet your cultivation is still lacking, and your mastery of formations remains insufficient. How can you discern who among us is stronger? Zhang Huairan's demeanor only reinforced Su Yui's resolve. It was entirely reasonable that the individuals from the demon domain might be stronger. They revered strength above all, where power equated to status, and competition was fierce. In contrast, the social intricacies of their realm often overshadowed raw power, leading to a situation where the strong from the demon domain were truly forged from the crucible of experience. Senior, if my words have caused you any displeasure, I sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my convictions, Su Yui declared with a respectful bow. As Su Yui's words lingered, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. Lin Qingshu interjected, Zhang Daoyu, do not take offense. Why not demonstrate your most formidable formation for Yuni to behold? Very well, I shall reveal to you my strongest formation, Zhang Huairan declared, promptly showcasing his most powerful array before the gathered assembly. How do you find it? Su Yuni remarked, her tone laced with incredulity. Your most potent formation pales in comparison to even the most trivial of others, and is indeed weakened by at least tenfold. Senior, enough. My mind is resolute. Su Yuni endeavored to temper her words, seeking to mitigate their sting. Zhang Huairan stood speechless, while Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow. Yuni, are you truly certain that this individual surpasses Zhang Daoyu in the art of formations? Su Yuni refrained from responding, tacitly affirming her stance. Lacking discernment. Very well. I harbor no desire to take on a disciple. I prefer solitude. Zhang Huairan struggled to suppress his vexation, searching for a graceful exit from the conversation. Observing his distress, Lin Qingxue shifted the topic, directing her attention towards Su Yuni. Very well, should you persist in your choice, let your sister be at ease. First, allow this esteemed Daoyu to assess your soul. I fear you may have fallen prey to malevolent forces which could impair your mind. What do you think? Su Yuni, fully aware of her circumstances and unperturbed by the prospect of examination, nodded resolutely. Jia Daoyu, please proceed. Understood. The elder clad in black robes stepped forward, positioning himself before Su Yuni, and invoked the pinnacle technique of soul detection from the immortal ruins. After a brief moment, he halted, his brow knitting in concern as he turned to Lin Qingxue. Lin Daoyu, there appears to be no issue, he conveyed through thought, audible only to her. Lin Qingxue, upon hearing this outcome, also furrowed her brow. No issues at all. Is it truly so? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she reached a decision, responding telepathically, Jia Daoyu. Proceed as I previously instructed. Are you certain? Absolutely. And I shall ensure you receive a reward afterward. Once their silent exchange concluded, the black-robed elder turned his solemn gaze upon Su Qing'an and stated gravely, Su Daoyu, your sister has indeed been subjected to a peculiar soul secret technique. Su Qing'an's countenance turned icy at this revelation. Are you certain? Su Yuni sprang to her feet, exclaiming, You speak nonsense. Lin Qingxue's voice dropped to a serious tone. I told you this matter was not simple. Qing'an, we cannot allow your sister to return to the demon realm. Chapter 39. A desperate confrontation. Su Yuni cast a glance at Lin Qingxue and the elder, and she could ascertain that the two had conspired together to keep her here. It was even possible that her sister was complicit in this scheme. Consequently, she swiftly turned her gaze to her sister, and upon seeing the serious expression on her face, she understood that returning this time was ill-advised. Yuni, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with you. Why not remain in the immortal ruins for a while? Su Qing'an suggested earnestly. Su Xuanyu, overhearing this, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I knew it shouldn't be this way. This is exactly it. Good grief. That person is truly malicious, employing such underhanded tactics. Su Yuni shot a fierce glare at her brother, then turned her solemn gaze back to her sister, exclaiming, Sister, you don't trust me? It's not that I don't trust you. It's that your circumstances are indeed concerning, and they have nothing to do with whether you are lying or not. Su Qing'an replied, her brow furrowed in thought. Do you honestly believe that my brother-in-law would resort to such methods against me? Why must I be kept there? After being with him for so many years, don't you truly understand his character? Su Yuni's anger escalated with every word. What had happened to her sister? How had she become this way? Taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an resolutely stated, Regardless, you must stay in the immortal ruins for now. We will address the matters that follow later. Indeed, Yuni, you must understand that we're doing this for your own good. Had you not awakened the innate array body, perhaps you wouldn't be facing this predicament. But now that you have awakened, such talent inevitably makes you a target for others. Furthermore, are you not at all concerned that his words might be deceitful, attempting to alter your cultivation? If something were to go awry, what would you do then? Your sister is only looking out for you. Lin Qingxue spoke with earnest gravity. However, in Su Yuni's eyes, Lin Qingxue had become nothing more than a hypocrite. Lin Qingxue, my sister's current state, is largely due to your influence. And now you still seek to sway me? Su Yuni glared at Lin Qingxue, her disdain for her fully revealed. Lin Qingxue's expression darkened at Su Yuni's accusations. Have you no sense of propriety? I have none. I have long harbored discontent towards you. I am acutely aware of my own situation. I have been subjected to nefarious arts that have affected my spirit. You and your entire family are the ones whose spirits have been compromised. Su Yuni Zito Vemendin. Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu were taken aback, witnessing Su Yuni's unprecedented outburst. Lin Qingxue, too, was stunned by the verbal assault directed at her for the first time. Well, Qing'an, do you see this? Is this still your sister? Look at how she has been affected. Just a brief visit to the demon realm, and she has returned in such a state. Do you dare let her go again? I suggest you quickly find a way to confine her and prevent her from returning. Lin Qingxue seethed inwardly. Yuni, are you aware of what you are doing? Su Qing'an at Monitz Den Li. I am fully aware of my actions. I am denouncing a hypocrite. Su Yuni Zito Defianti. You infuriate me. It seems I have long neglected to properly discipline you, leading to this. Su Qing'an stood up about to say something, when she suddenly saw her younger sister drawing a weapon, a 10th grade exquisite sword. To her astonishment, She sensed that this sword's aura was far more potent than her own. How could there be such a vast disparity in aura despite being of the same grade? Moreover, where had her sister acquired such a sword? You wish to make a move? Come then. If you have the audacity, kill me. Su Yuni was uncertain what Lin Qing'an would do to her afterward, but she suspected it might relate to her innate array body. If she could not escape this place, the subsequent events would be beyond her control. Tonight, she must flee. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. This was the first time Su Qing'an witnessed her sister in such a state. She was utterly unrecognizable. To her, her sister had always been gentle and refined, her words soft and pleasant. Yet at this moment, she appeared as a completely different person. Her master's words must indeed hold truth. She had been subjected to the secret arts of the demonic realm. She must be restrained. Yuni, put down your weapon, or do not blame your sister for being unkind. Su Qing'an did not wish to harm her sister, but given the circumstances, she felt compelled to take action. If necessary, she would have to incapacitate her first. Elder sister, do you even realize what you are doing? Su Xuanyu exclaimed after a prolonged moment of shock. I am fully aware of my actions. Su Yuni retreated, striving to utilize the formation to escape swiftly. Qing'an, stop her. If it comes to that, we must incapacitate her. Lin Qing'an spoke in a grave tone. Su Qing'an nodded, the aura of a great emperor surging forth from her. Su Yuni immediately sensed a terrifying presence approaching. She understood that in the face of such a power disparity, resistance was futile. Yet she also recognized that remaining here would render her fate uncontrollable. Gritting her teeth, she positioned the exquisite sword against her own neck. Very well. If it comes to blows, then I shall perish here today. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. Yuni, you, do not act foolishly. Su Qing'an exclaimed in alarm, hastily retracting her aura back within. Su Xuanyu, equally stunned, nearly lost his balance as he shouted. Elder sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? What are you all doing? I possess my own freedom. I shall dictate my own fate. As Su Yuni spoke, she continued to retreat swiftly. Lin Qing'an had not anticipated Su Yuni would take such a drastic step, her expression darkening. Their strength indeed overshadowed Su Yuni's. Yet she was still a sage king in her own right. If they forced the issue, they might not be able to prevent her from taking her own life. She desperately wished to retain Su Yuni. If Su Yuni's actions led to Su Qing'an's hatred, it would be a loss beyond measure. Yuni, you. Su Qing'an saw her sister preparing to exit the grand hall and quickly flew closer. Do not come any closer. If any of you take another step, I will end my life before you. Elder sister, do not move. Let us all remain still. Su Xuanyu was taken aback, for it was the first time he had witnessed his second sister in such a state. He was acutely aware of the resoluteness that followed her decisions. She was unwavering in her commitments. At that moment, Su Qing'an dared not make a move, her fists clenched tightly. After Su Yuni exited the grand hall, she did not proceed directly, but hastily summoned a formation. It was insufficient to merely depart from this place. She needed to traverse to the boundary, which would take an hour of flight. Certain measures were imperative, utilizing the formation to escape. With her gaze fixed ahead, she fervently arranged the formation with her left hand. After a while, she successfully established the formation. Turning to her sister and brother, she took a deep breath and solemnly declared, I shall not return after I leave this time. If you still regard me as your sister, trust me, Lin Qing'an cannot be relied upon. This was her final piece of advice. Upon uttering this, she cast a fierce glare at Lin Qing'an. Just wait. Once my strength surpasses yours, I will return to confront you. With that, she wasted no further time and swiftly activated the formation. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped her. The teleportation array was initiated. A beam of light descended from the heavens, rapidly transporting her upwards in a specific direction. At the moment of ascent, Su Yuni produced a sound transmission jade slip and urgently contacted Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, I am about to head towards the boundary. Come to retrieve me. Lin Qing'an quickly turned to Zhang Huairan, urging, quickly decipher the formation. Pursue her. Chapter 40. I entrust your sister-in-law to you. Su Qing'an swiftly glanced at her master and said, Master, never mind. Let her go. I know her well. If we truly pursue her, she may very well harm herself. Indeed, do not chase after her. Su Xuanyu also feared that his elder sister might act foolishly. Zhang Huairan cast a glance at Lin Qingsno, seeking her opinion. Su Qingying's talent was exceedingly formidable. Heedlessly pursuing her could provoke Su Qingying, leading to unforeseen calamities. Lin Qingsno furrowed her brow and spoke in a low voice. Qingying, are you truly allowing her to leave for the demon realm? Are you not afraid that you may never see your sister again? Su Qingying clenched her fists and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Let her be." The sword her sister had drawn earlier was evidently not hers. It must have been obtained upon her entry into the demon realm. The source was all too apparent. Just as Lin Qingsno was about to articulate her thoughts, Su Qingying turned to Su Xuanyu and said, "Xuanyu, please return and see if you can contact your elder sister. I have matters to discuss with my master." Su Xuanyu nodded obediently, swiftly retrieving a communication jade slip to reach out to his sister. Once he departed, Su Qingying turned to Lin Qingsno and asked, "Master, was the result we obtained earlier fabricated?" Lin Qingsno, under Su Qingying's earnest gaze, did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Zhang Huairan and inquired, "Is it still possible to pursue her now? With the formation on the verge of dissipating, it would be quite challenging, especially given her remarkable talent in formations." Zhang Huairan observed that the traces of the formation had already faded by half, and shook his head. Lin Qingsno sighed and then addressed Zhang Huairan and the other individual, saying, "Esteemed friends, let us conclude matters for today. You may return. I shall fulfill my promise to you." The two nodded in agreement and exited the grand hall, which soon fell into silence. Lin Qingsno took a seat and looked at Su Qingying. "Qingying, since you already know the answer, why do you still inquire of your master?" Su Qingying took a deep breath and, in a somber tone, asked, "Master, why must it be this way? She is my sister." She struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. Lin Qingsno spoke with utmost seriousness. "Your sister has awakened her innate formation body. Such a talent, if retained here, would greatly enhance your future and significantly aid our plans. Do you not see this at all?" Su Qingying retorted coldly, "But she is my sister, not merely a tool. If what transpired earlier leads to her encountering any peril, losing her life, you could never absolve yourself of this matter. You are overly sentimental," Lin Qingsno asserted. "I have told you before, to possess unrivaled strength, you must cast aside all distractions." The atmosphere between them plummeted to an icy silence, lingering for a considerable time until Lin Qingsno finally exhaled deeply, initiating a conciliatory tone. "Very well, it is your decision, but you must understand, allowing your sister to venture there, is it truly in her best interest? We both know that Lu Qing'an cannot successfully facilitate her cultivation transformation. No matter how powerful he is, even if he were to summon the mightiest of the demon realm, the eternal night demon emperor, success remains unattainable. Are you not concerned that he might ruin her cultivation? Yet, it is preferable to her demise." Su Qingying exclaimed. "Moreover, what has angered me the most about your actions this time is your failure to inform me in advance." Lin Qingsno sighed deeply, conceding, "Fine, I acknowledge my mistake. Remember, if in the future you continue to act without consulting me beforehand, especially regarding my family, do not blame me for treating you in the same manner." Lin Qingsno furrowed her brow at Su Qingying's veiled threat. How audacious of her to threaten her. At the juncture between the demon realm and the immortal ruins, Su Yuni exerted all her strength, finally utilizing the formation to arrive at the boundary wall at the fastest speed possible. Upon her arrival, she spotted Lu Qing'an waiting on the opposite side. The sight of her brother-in-law filled Su Yuni with a profound sense of security, allowing her previously racing heart to settle. "Brother-in-law," she called with a smile as she flew over the boundary. Lu Qing'an inquired, "Why the haste to return? Has something occurred?" Previously, Su Yuni had mentioned she would return the following day, yet here she was suddenly summoning him to this location. He sensed an urgency in her voice, suggesting that something indeed troubled her. He offered to enter the immortal ruins to fetch her, but she declined, insisting he wait for her here. "It's nothing serious, just a minor disagreement with my sister." Su Yuni reflected, choosing to withhold further details. She did not wish to burden Lu Qing'an, especially since her sister had already divorced him. The ties between them had genuinely dissolved. The earlier altercation was a family matter, and to trouble Lu Qing'an further would be somewhat inappropriate. Noticing Su Yuni's reluctance to elaborate, and recognizing the situation involved his ex-wife, Lu Qing'an pondered briefly before refraining from pressing her. Have you truly made up your mind to remain in the demon realm? Su Yuni's gaze was resolute. Yes. From now on, I shall remain here. Brother-in-law, can my cultivation truly be transformed? Lu Qing'an smiled reassuringly. Indeed, if you have the time, I can assist you with the transformation shortly. Observing Lu Qing'an's extraordinary confidence, Su Yuni felt a swell of admiration. This was the confidence that strength begets. A confident man is undeniably appealing, yet she pondered why her sister. Upon retrieving Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an traversed the void once more, effortlessly bringing her back to the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Aunt, I thought you wouldn't return until tomorrow. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully, rushing to embrace Su Yuni. Well, it was because I wished to sleep with you that I hurried back, Su Yuni teased, playfully pinching Lu Miao Miao's cheek. However, Lu Zixuan sensed an undercurrent of unease. It seemed her aunt had encountered some troubling experiences during her brief absence. Perhaps she had quarreled with her mother, prompting her swift return. Aunt, are you truly going to stay here permanently and not return? Lu Zixuan asked. Su Yuni turned her gaze towards Lu Zixuan, smiling as she nodded. Indeed, from now on, your aunt will reside with you. Will you find her bothersome? Lu Zixuan quickly shook her head, smiling in response, of course not. Su Yuni chuckled softly before looking at Luo Danhong. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely knelt down, paying her respects. Master, I bow to you. This encounter with the formidable array master Zhang Huairan in the immortal ruins had further solidified her determination to strive for excellence. Yet, she could not forget the recent actions of Lin Qingxue. She yearned to grow stronger and become the most powerful array master. Luo Danhong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to assist Su Yuni to her feet. Ha! My disciple, please rise. At that moment, Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Luo Danhong, speaking calmly. Luo, from now on, you shall be her master. Teach her well, aside from array techniques. I do not wish to see anything else. He was acutely aware of the uniqueness of the innate array physique, which could easily attract unwanted attention. As he spoke, he emanated a portion of his cultivation aura, directed solely at Luo Danhong. Instantly, she felt as though the very world around her had transformed. Standing before her, Lu Qing'an appeared as a god of the apocalypse, rendering her insignificantly small. Luo Danhong understood Lu Qing'an's concerns and quickly transmitted her thoughts. I harbor no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an patted her shoulder. Good. Teach her diligently. If she performs well, I shall reward you handsomely. After Lu Qing'an's hand came down, Luo Danhong immediately felt a sense of lightness wash over her, as if she had been reborn, exhaling a long sigh of relief. How could there be such a powerful individual in this world? Chapter 41. Because the brother-in-law is the eternal night, Demon Emperor Shui Tianfei stood quietly beside them. Her long-lashed eyes narrowed into a mere slit as she observed Lu Qing'an gently patting Luo Danhong's shoulder, her teeth clenched tightly. Yet, her current demeanor was influenced not solely by Luo Danhong, but also by Su Yuni. Why had she suddenly remained here? Furthermore, Lu Qing'an's kindness towards his ex-wife's sister raised questions. Was it out of affection for his former spouse or for Su Yuni herself? The prospect of these two equally stunning beauties residing here was a source of considerable pressure for her. Could she truly fulfill the role of a stepmother? As Su Yuni listened to Lu Qing'an's words and witnessed the shifts in his expression, a warm current surged within her, effectively dispelling the coldness that had settled in her heart after the previous mistreatment at Xinshu. Such an admirable man, and her sister had let him slip away. Yuni, if you have time, I can help you transform your cultivation now, Lu Qing'an said, turning his gaze towards Su Yuni. She nodded decisively. I have time right now. Then let us proceed inside. Lu Qing'an beckoned as he walked towards the room. Shui Tianfei interjected. You two aren't planning to. Lu Qing'an seated himself behind Su Yuni, his hands moving in a rhythmic manner as he began the process of transforming her cultivation. His current strength had multiplied several times over. He could effortlessly assist anyone below the Emperor realm in this endeavor. The logic behind cultivation transformation is quite straightforward. Akin to a blood transfusion, he would cleanse Su Yuni's meridians with his formidable demonic energy and, using powerful techniques, convert her dantian into one suited for demonic cultivation. The prerequisite for success was that his power needed to exceed that of the individual being transformed by thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. With Su Yuni's current prowess, he could easily accomplish this task. Time passed as swiftly as the burning of incense. Lu Qing'an completed the transformation, his expression calm as he withdrew his energy. All right, take a moment to examine your dantian and ensure there are no discomforts. Lu Qing'an rose to his feet. Su Yuni opened her eyes, astonished as she gazed at her hands. As she cultivated, a dense wave of demonic energy emanated from her palms. It worked. It truly worked. I knew that if my brother-in-law said it would succeed, it would indeed succeed. Brother-in-law, thank you so much, Su Yuni exclaimed, rising and looking at Lu Qing'an with excitement, quickly bowing in gratitude. Lu Qing'an hastily intervened. You need not be so formal. Young lady, there's no need for such courtesy between us. It is necessary. After all, we're no longer truly related. Su Yuni replied with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. But you are still Zishuan and Miao Miao's aunt, are you not? She blinked indeed. So, our relationship remains unchanged. Do not harbor any grudges because of my sister and me. Live well here, and if anything arises, you may always come to your brother-in-law. Here, there is nothing I cannot handle. Lu Qing'an assured her with a smile. Su Yuni gazed at Lu Qing'an in his current state, a wave of peculiar emotions washing over her, prompting a soft hum. Very well. You shall train with Luo Danhong from now on. Let her assist you in selecting the appropriate cultivation methods. She possesses a deeper understanding of which demon realm techniques suit you best. In the meantime, acclimate to your present condition. I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Qing'an exited the room. Upon encountering Lu Zishuan and the others who approached with inquiries about the outcome, he responded with a smile, assuring them of their success. Hearing that Lu Qing'an had indeed facilitated the conversion of Su Yuni's cultivation, Luo Danhong regarded him with an added layer of respect. How formidable! The ability to convert the cultivation of a saint king is nothing short of astonishing. Allow her to rest well. Zishuan, tonight you should take care of your sister and ensure she sleeps soundly. Do not disturb your aunt. Understood. In the serene chamber, moonlight streamed through the gauzy window and illuminated the bedside. Su Yuni sat cross-legged on the bed, her profile stunning under the celestial glow. She exhaled deeply, fully adapting to her newfound demon realm cultivation. I always knew my brother-in-law would succeed. A smile graced Su Yuni's face, but thoughts of her sister and brother soon clouded her expression. Since her departure from the immortal ruins, the communication jade slip had been vibrating incessantly, a signal from her brother. Just then, it shook again, revealing that it was indeed her brother trying to reach her. Never mind. This matter does not concern my younger brother. He must be quite worried about me at this moment. Su Yuni infused her energy into the jade slip, activating it. Second sister, you finally responded. Have you returned there? The anxious voice of Su Xuanyu echoed through the slip. Listening to her brother's tone, Su Yuni replied, My brother-in-law has brought me back. The two children were overjoyed to learn I would remain here. Upon hearing that Su Yuni was safe, Su Xuanyu let out a sigh of relief. Good, as long as you're unharmed. You truly frightened me earlier. He was still filled with trepidation, unable to comprehend the extent of her previous reaction. Is sister nearby? Su Juini inquit? Su Xuanyu responded, No, I am in my own quarters. Not long ago, had I not acted as I did, I might have faced prolonged confinement, and my future freedom would have been uncertain. Lin Qingxue is not to be trusted. Su Yuni spoke with grave seriousness. Then, second sister, you were truly not subjected to Lu Qing'an's demonic secret arts? Su Xuanyu asked. Of course not. As I mentioned, just moments ago, my brother-in-law successfully helped me convert my cultivation. It was entirely successful, with no issues whatsoever. knowing her brother genuinely worried for her. Su Yuni refrained from concealing her circumstances. You aren't deceiving me, are you? The conversion was truly successful? Su Xuanyu questioned in astonishment. Indeed, it was successful. Oh, little brother, your long-standing prejudice against my brother-in-law is unwarranted. He is truly a remarkable person. Su Yuni could not help but feel a sense of injustice on Lu Qing'an's behalf. She did not harbor any ill feelings towards her younger brother. Rather, each time she witnessed him treating their esteemed brother-in-law in such a manner, she felt compelled to intervene. However, this lad truly seemed impervious to correction. Su Xuanyu fell into silence. Sister, to be honest, I'm quite confused myself. Yet, I possess a modicum of common sense, having attained the sacred king realm. How can this be possible? Su Xuanyu scratched his head, as his intellect was not particularly sharp, and his sister frequently knocked some sense into him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Su Yuni took a deep breath, realizing there was no need to conceal the truth from her brother any longer. Little brother, if you promise me not to disclose what I am about to reveal to our elder sister, I will share with you a matter that will instantly clarify everything. Not to tell elder sister? What do you wish to say, sister? Do not inquire. Just assure me, preferably with an oath. If you reveal this to elder sister, you shall never win the heart of your most beloved lady. Su Yuni compelled Su Xuanyu to swear an oath that felt rather sinister to him. Sister, are you out of your mind? Can one issue such an oath so casually? Su Xuanyu exclaimed in astonishment. Will you swear or not? If not, I shall ignore you. Su Yuni threatened. After some contemplation, Su Xuanyu finally gritted his teeth and began to swear. All right, the oath is completed. May I speak now? Indeed, dear brother-in-law, it is not merely the case that he is a peak Emperor realm expert from the demon domain. He holds another identity as well. He is the eternal night demon emperor of this realm. As these words were spoken, the two communication jade slips fell into an immediate and profound silence, with not a single sound uttered for 2 breaths. Chapter 42. The Brother-in-Law. My idol Su Xianyu was utterly bewildered by a single statement from his second sister. The eternal night demon emperor. He was the eternal night demon emperor. How could this be possible? The eternal night demon emperor was not merely a renowned figure in the demon domain, but a terrifying existence whose name resonated throughout the entire Songyun continent. The brother-in-law he had always looked down upon was, in fact, the eternal night demon emperor. This must be a joke of monumental proportions. Yet, as he gazed at the silent transmission jade slip, confirming that the person communicating with him was indeed his second sister, he fell into a deeper silence. Having grown up alongside her, he knew well that she was not one to fabricate tales. It could very well be true. However, reason compelled him to remain silent for a while longer before he voiced his skepticism. Second sister, are you jesting with me? Su Yun-yi, seeing her younger brother take so long to respond, and that his first utterance was one of disbelief, felt a keen understanding. When she had first learned that her brother-in-law was the eternal night demon emperor, she too had been astounded, feeling as though the heavens were playing a cruel trick on her. From a young age, she had heard tales of the eternal night demon emperor and felt a tinge of admiration for this formidable man. My little brother, when have I ever deceived you? Moreover, think about it. Why did I trust brother-in-law so implicitly before he even transformed my cultivation? It is because I had already learned of his identity as the eternal night demon emperor. Su Xianyu, hearing this, quickly interjected. Then why didn't Tu inform eldest sister upon discovering brother-in-law's true identity? Perhaps many events could have been averted. Are you foolish? Consider this. If eldest sister were to learn that her former husband is the eternal night demon emperor, what would happen? They are already divorced, and brother-in-law has no lingering feelings for her. What if eldest sister's heart were shattered? This is precisely why I instructed you to keep this from her. Su Xianyu fell silent, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. Eldest sister possessed the unblemished emperor's title, having cultivated to the utmost. Yet discovering that her former partner was indeed the eternal night demon emperor would be. Second sister, I still find it hard to accept this revelation. How could he possibly be the eternal night demon emperor? Su Xianyu struggled to reconcile Lu Qing and with the legendary figure of the eternal night demon emperor he had heard about countless times. One appeared gentle and unassuming, while the other was the most powerful and invincible assassin in the demon domain. How could they be one and the same? This was utterly surreal. Moreover, he had idolized the eternal night demon emperor since childhood. Even now, he aspired to emulate him. Each time he practiced, he envisioned a day when he too could dominate the Qing'an continent, chasing after this very paragon. And now, his second sister revealed that the man he had previously scorned was, in fact, the idol he had revered for so long. His worldview had shattered. Did you happen to see the weapon I took out earlier? Su Yuni was aware that it would be somewhat challenging for her younger brother to accept this information, as she knew he had always idolized the eternal night demon emperor. The thought brought a faint smile to her lips. Well, the man you use to disparage with your sarcastic remarks is, in fact, the idol you've looked up to since childhood. Are you pleased? At this moment, Su Xuanyu realized what his elder sister was implying. The items given by her husband were now possessed by both Zixuan and Miao Miao, and moreover, they each owned treasures even more exquisite than the sword he had previously presented. It seemed to be the most formidable weapon and armor bestowed by her husband. Su Yuni stated. Su Xuanyu could not help but recall how his nephew, Lu Jingran, had flaunted that treasured knife in front of him. Ah, Jingran, your sister and younger sibling have effortlessly acquired items that utterly overshadow your precious blade. He was beginning to accept the fantastical yet hard-to-believe news his sister had shared. The brother-in-law he had scorned was, in fact, the eternal night demon emperor. Upon further reflection, he realized that the tyrant of the demon realm, who had dominated for many years, had mysteriously vanished over a millennium ago. It was rumored that the eternal night demon emperor had entered seclusion to transcend to an even higher and more invincible realm, which explained his prolonged absence from the world. Now, connecting the dots with the time of his first encounter with his brother-in-law and the moment his elder sister met Lu Qing'an, he discovered an uncanny correlation with the time of the eternal night demon emperor's disappearance from the demon realm. After considering all this, it was evident that this was more than mere coincidence. Sister, if he truly is the eternal night demon emperor, does that mean I have lost all goodwill in his eyes? Su Xuanyu spoke with a tremor in his lips. He had ridiculed this brother-in-law for nearly 1,000 years. That was his idol. Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Yuni could no longer contain her amusement and let out a laugh. Ahem, dear brother, well, your brother-in-law is quite a decent person. He probably doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. Su Yuni forced herself to suppress her laughter, yet her comforting words lacked confidence, for she was genuinely uncertain. Her brother had mentioned Lu Qing'an far too many times. Su Xuanyu, well, let us conclude our discussion about brother-in-law here. Su Yuni declared. Wait. Sister, tell me more. Su Xuanyu eagerly pleaded. After a struggle with his thoughts, he squashed his pride, allowing his emotions as a fan to override his rationality. What should I say? Su Yuni inquired. Could you elaborate on how powerful brother-in-law truly is based on your observations during your visit there? Last time, my brother-in-law showcased his strength here, and it did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. He appeared to be only slightly stronger than Lin Qingxue. Of course, this might be attributed to the limitations of the boundary and the fact that my brother-in-law did not fully reveal his capabilities. Hearing her younger brother attempt to defend Lu Qing'an, Su Yuni couldn't help but chuckle. This lad is rather innocent at heart, though sometimes his words can be quite reckless. As for the strength of my brother-in-law, let me put it this way. I have not been here long, yet I have already encountered 4 formidable beings from the demon realm, each far more powerful than Lin Qingxue. The demeanor of these powerful entities upon meeting my brother-in-law was quite remarkable. It is difficult to find the right words to describe it. Su Xuanyi, with a glimmer in his eyes, suggested, worship like a deity? Not quite, for my brother-in-law is genuinely amiable. They seem both captivated and intimidated, desiring to be closer to him while fearing to upset him, as Su Yuni elaborated. I see. That makes sense. Surely, they must feel that way. What other impressive feats does my brother-in-law possess? Su Xuanyu inquired further. Moreover, my innate array body has awakened, and my brother-in-law took us to a place known as the Heavenly Meteor Cavern, where even those of us with lesser cultivation could enter and refine our bodies. Even the less proficient meow meow was unaffected. I have awakened my innate array body because of this. Furthermore, I later heard my brother-in-law mention that he ventured to the very depths of the heavenly meteor cavern and discovered a mysterious energy entity that seemed to possess life. Su Yuni recounted with great detail, her face radiating admiration. Su Xuanyu, listening intently, felt a surge of excitement. The heavenly meteor cavern. I have heard tales of this place. Is it not said that my brother-in-law could only reach depths of 30 to 40 miles? And now, he has ventured to the very bottom. How astonishing. Truly, how astonishing. Chapter 43. The regret of my brother-in-law. Is there more? Is there more? Su Xuanyu was utterly captivated, urging incessantly. Indeed, there is more. When my brother-in-law shatters the void to travel, he can cover tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Both He Lao and I have experienced this firsthand. It is truly astonishing. Su Yuni replied. This. Su Xuanyu gasped in amazement, his mouth agape. How could it be that his brother-in-law appeared far more formidable than the rumors surrounding the eternal night demon emperor? Could it be that what circulated outside was merely a diluted version? It must be so. After all, my brother-in-law is undeniably powerful. Su Yuni stated with utmost seriousness. Wow. Suddenly, I feel a strong desire to visit that place. Su Xuanyu's face was filled with longing. You should reconsider. If elder sister learns of this, she will surely confine you. Moreover, my brother-in-law may not even wish to host you. Without protection, you would be courting disaster. Su Yuni swiftly deterred her brother from such thoughts. She was genuinely uncertain whether Lu Qing'an would be willing to overlook past grievances and welcome her brother. Su Xuanyi, filled with chagrin, slapped his face in frustration. I am such a fool. Wait. Su Xuanyu suddenly had a thought, and a glimmer of hope returned to his reddened face. Second sister, you must help me, since you live with my brother-in-law. Could you perhaps speak a few kind words on my behalf when you have a chance? Just tell him I regret my actions and that I shall never err again. What do you think? As long as you understand your mistake, I will try to say some nice things about you to my brother-in-law. However, I cannot guarantee that he will cease to dislike you. Su Yuni responded. All right. Thank you so much, second sister. You are indeed my most beloved second sister. Moi. Su Xuanyu beamed. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile. When her brother was not being insufferable, she found him rather endearing. Their bond had always been strong. By the way, what about He Hong? Given his close relationship with my brother-in-law, he must be having an incredible time. Su Xuanyu swallowed hard. As for He Lao, with my brother-in-law's assistance, he should soon possess the finest refining chamber in the Qing'an continent, and he will also receive advanced refining knowledge from the most powerful craftsmen in the demon domain. Wait, the most powerful craftsman in the demon domain could be the one who crafted the strongest armor and sword for the eternal night demon emperor. He must be having the time of his life. I am so envious. Su Xuanyu raked his fingers through his hair. Having reached this point in their conversation, Su Yuni knew it was time to conclude. All right, I shall not speak further. Remember what I previously advised. Do not disclose my brother-in-law's identity to elder sister. Otherwise, you will never win over the woman you desire. Moreover, it could cause elder sister to have doubts about her own path. For now, let us keep this secret for as long as possible, Su Yuni warned. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded. Understood. I will remember. His emotions were quite complex. His elder sister had separated from the eternal night demon emperor in this. By the way, remember to be cautious of Lin Qingxue. She likely won't do anything to the elder sister, but I fear she may treat you as she did me. And please take good care of Zhongran. Protect Zhongran. I have always felt that Lin Qingxue harbors some issues. Whenever Su Yuni thinks of Lin Qingxue, her expression turns icy. Previously, she did not perceive any problems with Lin Qingxue, but after recent events, she has come to see through her true nature. She is undoubtedly a malevolent individual. Su Suani notet solemni anzai. I will look after myself and Zhongran. Very well, let this be settled. By the way, second sister, may I inform the elder sister about your situation? She genuinely cares for you. And now that you have successfully transitioned your cultivation, I believe it would be prudent to relay this to her, lest she remain in constant worry. Of course, I will not mention the identity of the brother-in-law. Hearing her younger brother's words, Su Yuni felt a surge of emotion. Despite the unpleasant experiences they had endured, the bond among the three siblings remained strong. Certainly, but you must not let anything slip. Hee, rest assured, your clever brother will not err. Su Swani Chukka, Su Yuini. With that brain of yours, clever? All right, just be cautious. After concluding the communication, Su Xuanyu took a deep breath, stored away the communication jade slip, and closed his eyes to meticulously sort through all the information he had just acquired. Alas, in the end, only a profound sigh escaped his lips. Subsequently, he departed his residence and flew towards the grand hall where his elder sister resided. Upon his arrival, Lin Qingshue's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only Lu Zhongran remained, meditating with eyes closed. Xuanyu, have you contacted your second sister? Su Qingying inquired immediately upon seeing her brother, her concern for Su Yuni evident. I have made contact. Su Suani Zipli. Is that so? How is she faring now? Su Qingding, that's easily. Observing the genuine worry etched across Su Qingying's face, Su Xuanyu managed a bittersweet smile. Elder sister, second sister as well, even exceedingly so. Not long ago, she returned to her residence over there, and moreover, she has successfully transitioned her cultivation. What? Are you certain? Su Qingying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. So soon? Second sister would have no reason to deceive me. From her tone, it must be true. You might consider contacting Elder He to inquire, Su Xuanyu suggested. At this moment, Lu Zhongran also opened his eyes, equally astonished by the news. Su Qingying pondered for a moment, saying, no need to ask. It is best that she has indeed succeeded in her transition. However, she may not return. Elder sister, it's all right. Once I reach the Saint King realm, I will go and visit them. Su Xuanyu could not help but chuckle. Nonsense. What'd you go there for? Su Qingying reprimanded sternly. Seeing his sister's anger, Su Xuanyu quickly withdrew his head. He truly yearned to make the journey. It was not merely concern for his second sister. Su Qingying took a deep breath and said, if you must go, it cannot be you. If absolutely necessary, let Zhongran go. She was acutely aware of the nature of her brother's relationship with Lu Qing'an. Should Lu Qing'an indeed perpetrate harm against her sister, sending her brother would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he would never resort to violence against his own son. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongran replied, Mother, I shall heed your words. He found himself missing both his sister and his younger sibling. Su Xinyu cast a glance at his nephew, feeling a wave of envy. He too wished to go. We shall discuss it later. In a few days, your mother will procure that temporal artifact for you. Within it, the flow of time accelerates 30-fold. A day outside equates to a month inside. You must hasten your cultivation, so when you visit your sister, she will not underestimate you. Su Qingying advised. During this period, she had been urging her son to cultivate diligently, hoping to enhance his abilities. Should the siblings meet again, she wished for her eldest daughter to witness her son's rapid advancement in cultivation, prompting her to reconsider and return to his side. Lu Zhongran nodded, determined to ensure that when he reunited with his sister, she would be unable to match his progress in cultivation. Chapter 44. The Magical Willow Academy, the following day. At the break of dawn, Wang Duanshan and He Hong returned to the courtyard, only to find that it was occupied solely by Lu Miao Miao and Xue Tianfei. With the others absent, Wang Duanshan glanced at Xue Tianfei, who was playfully engaging with Lu Miao Miao, and inquired, Where is Lu Qing'an? Xue Tianfei replied, He has gone over there to instruct the two children on combat techniques. Nodding in understanding, Wang Duanshan and He Hong flew towards that direction. Before long, they beheld Lu Qing'an hovering in the sky, guiding Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi as they sparred. Have you returned? Has the forging room been completed? Lu Qing'an addressed the approaching Wang Duanshan and He Hong. Wang Duanshan responded with a smile. Indeed, it has been successfully crafted. It is undoubtedly a forge that every craftsman in the demon realm, no, in the entirety of the Sanyan continent, will cherish. Furthermore, my old comrade and I meticulously evaluated the heavenly meteor divine gold you provided us last night, and these are the blueprints for the treasures that can be forged. Please select 10 from them. 10? That seems rather substantial, Lu Qing'an remarked, a glimmer of excitement lighting up his eyes. Haha, if we exclude the armor, we could produce even more. Armor is essential. I must also procure a piece for my eldest daughter. Lu Qing'an examined the blueprints handed to him by the two, ultimately selecting 10. Very well, these 10 will suffice. By the way, Old Wang, which faction currently possesses a time artifact in the demon realm? I wish to acquire one for the children, Lu Qing'an inquired, genuinely curious if Wang Duanshan had such a treasure, as these artifacts were notoriously difficult to forge, requiring an abundance of rare materials and intricate procedures. Did you not possess a time artifact with a flow rate of 1 to 100? Wang Duanshan asked. I do not have one at present. However, I recently expended several centuries crafting a similar piece for the Magical Willow Academy. Its flow rate is comparable to the one I crafted for you, but I have heard that when used in conjunction with a prized treasure, the time-flowing Magical Willow, the flow rate can reach an astounding 1 to 300. When I departed from the Demon Emperor's palace, that time artifact remained there, given to my disciple. It is ill-advised to reclaim what has been bestowed, Lu Qing'an replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan's ancient eyes flickered with a hidden depth, particularly at the mention of Lu Qing'an's disciple. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi, who had been observing the two children sparring, also exhibited a glimmer of unusual emotion. Is that so? Shall I take some time to forge another for you? Yet, you are aware that it is quite challenging to produce one in a short span. The process is rather cumbersome, unlike the more straightforward crafting of weapons and armor, Wang Duanshan suggested. Never mind, I shall contemplate alternative methods. Lu Qing'an shook his head and gestured for the two to diligently pursue their craftsmanship as he ascended back into the sky. Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an and remarked with a smile, both are prodigies in combat. One is your child, and the other is his. Yet, they still lack the tempering that comes from real battles. Old Xiao, I recall that you once sent several disciples to the Malyo Academy for training. Now, your disciples seem to be thriving, and you must have some connection with the headmaster there. Do you think it would be beneficial for me to send my two children to that institution for a period of training, allowing them to engage with peers of similar talent? Lu Qing'an inquired. Previously, he had also nurtured a talented disciple in a similarly isolated manner, which resulted in the disciple ascending to power with remarkable speed, achieving an imperial status only slightly inferior to his own as the Eternal Night Emperor. However, due to the lack of interaction with contemporaries, the child adopted a solitary disposition, characterized by a heavy aura of bloodshed, and had no friends, struggling to form connections with others. When he decided to step down from his position as the Demon Emperor, he passed the mantle to his disciple, who now reigns as the Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm. From that point on, he became a hands-off mentor, confident in his disciple-esque capabilities. And after leaving behind a letter, he departed from the Demon Realm. Now, tasked with the upbringing of two daughters, he felt averse to employing his previous methods. This was one of the reasons he had decisively invited son Minzi to accompany him, ensuring that his daughters would not remain friendless. Xiao Qingyi stated earnestly, I believe it is essential for children to interact with a wider circle of individuals. Observing Xiao Qingyi's sincere and resolute gaze, Lu Qing'an was somewhat taken aback. Very well. When you have the opportunity, take me to meet the headmaster of the Malyo Academy. That is easily arranged. Others claim that the old fellow is elusive, akin to a wandering cloud, making him difficult to locate. However, for me, it is quite simple to find him. Xiao Qingyi replied with a smile. The headmaster of the Malyo Academy is a figure somewhat out of place within the demon realm, where many individuals, driven by the need for demonic energy in their cultivation, tend to exhibit a more impatient demeanor. The number of combative personalities is countless. Conversely, the headmaster is renowned for his scholarly pursuits in the demon realm, possessing formidable strength and ranking among the top 10 experts. Yet, he shuns conflict, embodying a gentle and cultured spirit, rich in knowledge, and has established the unique Malyo Academy, where he imparts wisdom and cultivates various prodigies of the demon realm. Over the years, the Academy has produced numerous powerful figures, akin to blossoms scattered throughout the realm. These talents are exceptionally unique, each possessing special abilities and broad horizons, presenting a greater potential than those who merely engage in violence. Even Lu Qing'an, who has become the most powerful demon emperor through the path of slaughter, had only encountered the Malyo Academy's headmaster once. There is truth in the saying, paths of different philosophies seldom align. His approach of using violence as a means to validate his path is precisely what the headmaster disapproves of the most. Then please assist me in locating him, so that my children may train at the Malyo Academy in the future, Lu Qing'an requested, encouraging his children to engage with others. He deemed the Malyo Academy the ideal environment, far less perilous and bloody than the various regions of the demon realm, representing a commendable choice for novice training. Certainly, he would also impart knowledge to the children after their studies at the academy, ensuring their progress would accelerate. I shall reach out to him. Xiao Qing'an nodded with a smile, reassuring Lu Qing'an. Approximately an hour later, Xiao Qing'an brought Lu Qing'an delightful news. He had successfully made contact and was conveniently preparing to return to the Magic Willow Academy. When are you free to accompany me to intercept him? Ahem. I meant to say, to meet him. Xiao Qing'an quickly corrected himself, his expression turning awkward. Intercept him? I can't shake the feeling that you haven't actually reached him. I'm always available, Lu Qing'an replied. Very well. As soon as darkness falls, we shall go. Xiao Qing'an squinted his eyes, chuckling mischievously. Lu Qing'an felt a sense of unease, sensing something amiss with the old Xiao. Chapter 45, Blocking the Dean. Taking the back door, if there was anything Lu Qing'an did not comprehend, he would directly inquire. Old Xiao, do you have something to hide from me? Just tell me outright. My intention in visiting the dean of the Moliu Academy is not only to enroll my child, but also to allow them unrestricted access to the Academy's temporal treasures. I aim to secure a backdoor entry into the institution and ensure my child can utilize these treasures extensively. Given my capabilities, I must provide my child with the finest resources. Xiao Qing'an understood that he could not conceal matters from Lu Qing'an, and a sly grin crept onto his face. My young apprentice has achieved much. After graduating from Moliu Academy, he became a teacher there and has been instructing for many years. He maintains a good relationship with the dean. Yet, as you know, that old fellow's whereabouts are typically elusive, and he is reluctant to meet people. However, I'll learn from my apprentice that he will return to the academy tonight. We can intercept him. With our combined strength, if he is unwilling to see us, we will certainly manage to meet him. Lu Qing'an initially believed that Xiao Qing'an could indeed meet the dean directly, but it turned out to be through this indirect method. Nevertheless, old Xiao was quite resourceful. This was one way to approach the situation. All right, shall we visit your apprentice first then? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Those little rascals have not returned to see me for many years. In their younger days, they would visit me annually, yet now decades pass before I see them. At this point, Xiao Qing'an's expression turned wistful, evoking a sense of loneliness akin to that of a reclusive elder. Let us depart after lunch. Very well. The group shared a meal before he sought out Wang Duanshan briefly. Afterward, he informed his two daughters that he would be stepping out for a while and would return later. The daughters, obedient and not bored at home, did not insist on accompanying him. Just before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Luo Danhong and Su Yuni. I intend for my child to train at Moliu Academy. If you have the time, could you assist me in creating a teleportation array to connect the two locations? This would facilitate my child's travel back and forth. It is impractical for me to pick them up every day. A direct teleportation array would allow them to return independently, which would be far more convenient. Luo Danhong smiled. That is not difficult. Excellent. I will rely on you then. After exchanging these words, he departed the courtyard alongside Xiao Qing'an. A quarter of an hour later, their figures appeared above Moliu Academy. Under the blazing sun, Lu Qing'an stood suspended in the air, his robes billowing in the fierce heat. Below, Moliu Academy resembled an ancient behemoth lying dormant among the mountains. The staggered pavilions, constructed from dark jade stone, had eaves that soared like willow blades piercing the sky, while layers of palatial structures were shrouded in a delicate lavender mist. In the center of the academy stood a towering black willow, reaching into the clouds. The trunk was adorned with silver runes, and its branches cascaded like curtains of time, each leaf glimmering with starlit specks. This was indeed the academy's treasured, time-reversing willow. At that moment, The willow's branches swayed of their own accord, stirring the magical energy within a 10-mile radius into a vortex, enveloping the academy in a boundary that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. At this moment, with the aid of the time treasure, can the demonic willow truly achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 300? If that is indeed the case, how many individuals would strive fervently to gain admission to the demonic willow academy? Lu Qing'an murmured to himself. For others, entering the demonic willow academy is not simply a matter of desire. Regardless of one's strength, it is necessary to pass both written and martial examinations. Of course, there are some formidable individuals who attempt to use connections or resort to threats through force, yet the outcome remains invariably the same: futile. The headmaster of the demonic willow academy is one of the 10 most powerful beings in the demon realm, and in addition, there is another graduate from the academy who is also among the top 10. Occasionally, when the demonic willow exerts its might, even other top-tier experts must tread lightly. Not to mention, many graduates have mingled within various factions in the demon realm, making it a veritable network of influence. Few dare to offend the demonic willow academy lightly, unless one possesses an invincible existence. As an invincible entity, Lu Qing'an would not provoke the demonic willow academy, primarily because its intentions are commendable, and moreover, the academy has never wronged him. Xiao Su, your master has arrived. Come out to greet me. Hovering in the air, Xiao Qingyi smiled as he communicated through a transmission jade slip. Moments later, a middle-aged man hurriedly ascended from below the demonic willow academy, dressed in elegant azure robes. He exuded a serene demeanor, embodying a scholarly aura with each gesture radiating righteousness. It had been quite a while since Lu Qing'an had last seen his young disciple, Song Su, and upon this reunion, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. He appeared even more upright than those from the celestial ruins. Master, Song Su approached swiftly, a smile adorning his face. Little Su, it has been some time since you last visited your master. You deserve a reprimand. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Master, I have been entirely preoccupied with teaching. I truly find it challenging to manage my time. As Song Su spoke, he glanced at Lu Qing'an beside him, and the words that were about to escape his lips faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment. Foolish boy, have you forgotten who this is? Why haven't you greeted him? Xiao Qingyi chided. I have encountered the esteemed elder of eternal night. It has been far too long, Song Su exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he hurriedly bowed in respect. The eternal night, demon emperor, had vanished for over a millennium. Who could have anticipated his return? Lu Qing'an smiled. Indeed, it has been quite some time since our last meeting. You have changed considerably over these years. No, the junior remains the same. It is the elder who seems remarkably different. Song Su suddenly grew more reserved, his demeanor earnest as he scratched his head. Lu Qing'an chuckled. I've spent some time in the celestial ruins. A bit of change is only natural. This time, I must trouble you. I recall you practiced the sword, so please accept this fine blade. He had acquired a top-tier sword from Wang Duanshan when he arrived, and as he came to visit his junior and request assistance, it was only fitting to offer a token of gratitude. I cannot accept this, esteemed senior. Upon witnessing the exquisite weapon presented by Lu Qing'an, which was astonishingly a 10th grade supreme artifact, Song Su realized it appeared to be crafted by the most esteemed blacksmith of the demon realm. Such a treasure was undeniably exorbitant. Xiao Qingyi, wearing a broad smile, urged him, what are you being so polite for? He possesses an abundance of such things. Quickly, put it away. Is that appropriate? Song Su glanced at his master. Xiao Qingyi winked at him. Ultimately, Song Su decided to stow away the sword. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. Very well, now lead us into the academy. The Mo Lu Academy was enveloped by an exceptionally powerful formation, often guarded by the spirit of Mo Lu, making it exceedingly difficult for even peak emperor-level experts to breach its defenses. Naturally, he could accomplish it, but there was no need, as the child would eventually need to enter and cultivate within. There was no point in jeopardizing their relationship. Certainly, esteemed elder, please follow me, Song Su exclaimed with a bright smile as he led the way. Chapter 46. deliberate provocation, Song Su led Lu Qing'an into the formation, descending gracefully into a serene residence within the Magic Willow Academy. At the tea table, Song Su poured tea for both of them, his face adorned with a bright smile, though his movements bore a hint of awkwardness. "Xiao Su, how have you been at the academy lately?" Xiao Qingyi inquired with a smile. He was quite pleased with his disciples, especially this young one, who had already attained the status of a 2-star instructor at the Magic Willow Academy and was diligently striving towards the 3-star rank. Preparing for the competition for the 3-star instructor position, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be secure, Song Su replied with a grin. "Oh, that is indeed wonderful news." Xiao Qingyi nodded in satisfaction. Then, pondering for a moment, he directly asked, "If you become a 3-star instructor, would it be possible to exempt someone from the assessment and arrange for a child to enter the academy for training?" Unaware of his master's true intentions for the visit, Song Su only knew that both his master and Lu Qing'an wished to meet with the academy's principal. Upon hearing this question, he suddenly realized something, and a wry smile crossed his face. "Master, even as a 3-star instructor, let alone as a department head or vice principal, such a thing cannot be accomplished. It would likely require the principal's personal intervention to bypass these regulations." Lu Qing'an, sensing the awkwardness, interjected, "Old Xiao, do not put your disciple in a difficult position. We shall wait for the principal's return and approach him directly." "Agreed," Xiao Qingyi nodded, turning to his disciple with a teasing tone. "Xiao Su, strive to earn some prestige for your master. If you ascend to the position of principal, it would certainly alleviate our troubles." Song Su chuckled awkwardly. "Me, a principal? Even becoming a vice principal or merely a department head would be a dream come true." "Xiao Su, are you truly certain that your principal will return tonight?" Lu Qing'an inquired. Scratching his head, Song Su replied, "Respected elder, I have only heard the department head mention this matter in passing, so it should be reliable, but I cannot guarantee it." "Very well. We shall wait here," Xiao Qingyi stated. Lu Qing'an nodded, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "Respected elder, who is it that you wish to bring into the academy for training?" It had been a long time since he had seen Lu Qing'an, who had returned after more than 1,000 years, and now sought to arrange for someone to enter the academy, which piqued his curiosity. "My daughter," Lu Qing'an replied. "Huh?" Song Su's eyes widened in astonishment. "A daughter? You have a daughter now?" Xiao Qingyi quickly relayed the general situation to his disciple via thought. Upon hearing this, Song Su was even more taken aback. So he had gone to the celestial ruins and even married, resulting in 2 daughters. To cultivate his daughters better, it would indeed be more beneficial to send them to the Magic Willow Academy. As the 3 enjoyed tea and conversation, they quietly awaited the principal's return. At a certain moment, Lu Qing'an glanced up at the time-warping magic willow in the sky, contemplating that since the children would be training here in the future and he had nothing pressing to do, it would be nice to stroll around the academy and observe the surroundings. "Xiao Su, since we have some leisure time, why not show me around your academy?" "Certainly." Thus, the 3 began to wander around the enchanting Magic Willow Academy. Lu Qing'an strolled about, discovering that the environment was quite exquisite, elegant, and serene. Occasionally, he spotted students from various grades meditating in different areas, or groups engaged in discussions about cultivation. The atmosphere was delightful. Indeed, his daughters, upon arriving here, should find ample opportunities to interact with others. He did not wish for his 2 daughters to tread the same path as his disciple. Many students, upon seeing Song Su, approached to pay their respects, greeting him as instructor, which evoked in Lu Qing'an a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his own school days in a past life. "Very well. Xiao Su, lead me to your academy's treasured time-flowing willow," he requested, eager for his eldest daughter to cultivate there, as the time acceleration of 1 to 300 would greatly benefit her training. Before long, the trio arrived at the base of the colossal time-flowing willow. It was a vast plaza, paved with azure stone, at the center of which stood various uniquely designed structures surrounding the roots of the willow. Numerous students were seated in meditation within. Higher up, the buildings obscured the interior from view. But Lu Qing'an could discern that the flow of time there was significantly faster than in the distance. Indeed, with the time treasure, the maximum flow could reach 1 to 300. he mused. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression shifted slightly. His consciousness swiftly delved into a box containing one of his treasures, a box that housed a pulsating energy entity. At that moment, the energy entity was convulsing violently, as if attempting to break free from its confines. With a mere flick of his will, the energy entity was instantly subdued, ceasing its struggles. Nevertheless, he could still sense its overwhelming yearning. Was it yearning for the time-flowing willow? Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze upon the majestic willow. To verify his suspicions, he decided to approach the time-flowing willow and assess the situation. This energy entity, originating from beyond the heavens, was shrouded in mystery. Understanding it might not yield significant benefits for him, but could prove advantageous for his children. Halt! Just as Lu Qing'an prepared to advance, a figure suddenly emerged from the void, appearing before him and blocking his path. Lu Qing'an turned to face this newcomer. The individual appeared to be of a similar age to Song Su, with comparable cultivation, both being in the early stages of the Emperor realm. However, this person exuded less of a scholarly aura and more of a formidable presence. Song Su hurried forward. Lu Hong, what are you doing? Do you dare to impede the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? This Lu Hong was indeed a 2-star instructor from their Magic Willow Academy. Who are these two? Those who do not belong to our Magic Willow Academy are not permitted to approach the time-flowing willow. Lu Hong stated expressionlessly. Do you not know who I am? Xiao Qingyi cleared his throat, placing his hands behind his back to project an air of superiority. His identity as the Thundercloud Emperor was well known in the demon domain, and few were unaware of him. However, Xiao Qingyi, longing to assert himself, found his resolve swiftly undermined by a single utterance from Lu Hong. I do not comprehend. In any case, my duty today is to guard this place. No one from our academy may approach the time-warping demon willow, declared Lu Hong, adhering to the academy's regulations. You truly do not recognize me? Xiao Qingyi furrowed his brow, pondering whether this youth was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Lu Hong certainly recognized Xiao Qingyi, yet what significance did that hold? The Thunder Emperor was indeed formidable. Yet this was the Demon Willow Academy. Following the ascension of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, no forces from the demon realm had dared to disturb this institution. A mere Thunder Emperor, significantly weaker than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, would find no favor here. Moreover, Xiao Qingyi was the esteemed master of Song Su. I have never heard of such a regulation. Lu Hong, are you perhaps attempting to vex me due to our impending competition for the position of the 3-star instructor? Song Su inquired, his gaze piercing into Lu Hong. He too had never encountered such a rule. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi suddenly grasped the situation. It was not that Lu Hong had failed to recognize him, but rather that he had acknowledged him, yet chose to play coy due to the competitive nature between him and his disciple. Chapter 47. Are the youngsters so brave nowadays? Faced with Song Su's questioning, Lu Hong remained silent, a trace of disdainful amusement appearing on his otherwise expressionless face. It was simply disgusting to him. Why must he compete for the position of a 3-star instructor at the same time as me? This time, only one of them could become the 3-star instructor, and he knew that in terms of teaching proficiency, he indeed fell slightly short of Song Su. This realization left him exceedingly displeased. With a high probability of being outperformed by Song Su, Xiao Qingyi, noting Lu Hong's tacit acceptance and his current demeanor, fixed his gaze on Lu Hong and remarked, if there are no surprises, you must have a fairly formidable elder backing you, right? Come on, tell me who it is. Recognizing him and maintaining such an attitude implied that there was indeed an elder behind him who could be regarded as his equal. In the entire demon domain, only a little over 10 individuals could stand alongside him. It was clear that the principal of the Demon Willow Academy was not one of them, as he had always been a solitary figure. Lu Hong continued to remain silent. Song Su interjected, Master, his uncle is the vice president of the academy. Ah, I see. You're actually the nephew of that old fellow, Lu Qingshu? Do you realize that even Lu Qingshu must address me as Taoist Xiao, with due respect upon meeting? As Xiao Qingyi spoke, his expression turned slightly cold, and he suddenly exuded the aura of a peak emperor, intending to intimidate Lu Hong. He could hardly believe that he could not subdue this young man. Lu Hong, however, maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "Senior, I am merely acting according to the rules. Are you attempting to frighten me with your strength and status?" Seeing that Lu Hong was impervious to intimidation, Xiao Qingyi grew somewhat irritated. This young man, even if he adhered to some rules, could have simply turned a blind eye and allowed them to pass. What harm would it have done? Clearly, this was a matter deeply connected to his disciple. "We merely wish to take a brief stroll inside," said Lu Qing'an, who spoke up calmly, not wanting to make things difficult for the younger generation. Lu Hong turned his gaze toward Lu Qing'an. Having never encountered him before and being unable to sense his cultivation aura, he deduced that anyone accompanying Xiao Qingyi must also possess the strength of an emperor. However, as long as the matter concerned Song Su, no one would be permitted entry today. No negotiations. I am here today, and even if the Eternal Night Demon Emperor himself were to arrive, he would not step inside, Lu Hong declared resolutely. At this proclamation, the atmosphere around them suddenly fell silent. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su stared at Lu Hong as if he were a fool. "How dare you? Would you say such a thing if your uncle were here? And you dare to speak to me like that? Cough, cough, calm down. But please refrain from causing a ruckus in the Demon Willow Academy. After all, you still need to allow the children to train here." At this moment, Xiao Qingyi noticed Lu Qing'an's gaze on Lu Hong and hurriedly approached him, grasping his hands and conveying soothing thoughts. "I'm not angry, merely a bit perplexed. A millennium has passed, and the title of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is now used for jest by the younger generation." Lu Qing'an was indeed not angry, but simply surprised. This young man, being a teacher at the Demon Willow Academy, should not have been a fool. In the past, he wreaked havoc in the realm of demons, earning a fearsome reputation. Although countless years have passed since his days of ruthless slaughter, one would expect that his notorious name would still instill terror in the hearts of future generations. Upon hearing this remark, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Xiao Qingyi's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, "Perhaps this fellow is a bit naive." He had already conceived a possible explanation. Lu Qing'an sensed that Xiao Qingyi was concealing something and, through telepathy, inquired, "Are you privy to some insider information?" Xiao Qingyi awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and responded, "Do you truly wish to know?" Cut to the chase. With no alternative, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath and revealed, "It seems to be somewhat related to your disciple." Related to him? Lu Qing'an was taken aback. Xiao Qingyi continued through telepathy, "The story is lengthy, but essentially, after your disappearance for over 5 centuries, your disciple claimed to have surpassed you in strength, showcasing considerable prowess. He even boasted that if you were to return, he could defeat you decisively, asserting that the title of Demon Emperor is rightfully his. Subsequently, he gathered a group of followers in the demon realm, suggesting that the Lu Hong faction has some connection to your disciple. Perhaps he has been brainwashed. After all, these are the younger generations who have never witnessed the terror of the god of slaughter that is Lu Qing'an." Lu Qing'an fell silent upon hearing this. His disciple, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Never mind." Xiao Qingyi, observing Lu Qing'an's demeanor, sought to console him through telepathy. "Do not be angry. After all, he is your disciple. Perhaps his actions are somewhat influenced by your sudden departure." Having seen Lu Qing'an's disciple grow up, he hoped to prevent any deterioration in their relationship. Lu Qing'an chuckled, shaking his head. "It's fine. It's rather commendable for this lad to possess such ambition." Xiao Qingyi fell silent. Then, Lu Qing'an turned his gaze toward Lu Hong. He could not be bothered to quarrel with the younger generation any further and chose to remain silent. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the time-reversing Demon Willow. He intended to discern what the life form within was desperately yearning for. Once he completed his observation, he would depart. Witnessing Lu Qing'an disappear in an instant, Lu Hong immediately deduced that Lu Qing'an was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, regardless of Lu Qing'an's actual strength. The audacity to intrude boldly was a blatant disregard for their Demon Willow Academy. His expression turned cold, and he swiftly pursued Lu Qing'an. Confronting him as he stood before the time-reversing Demon Willow, surprise etched upon his face. "I command you to retreat immediately. Withdraw from this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action." At that moment, Lu Qing'an was wholly engrossed in sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the box. With no time to heed Lu Hong's threats. "Very well. Do not say I did not warn you," Lu Hong declared sternly. He then channeled his cultivation into his body, reaching out to confront Lu Qing'an. He harbored no fear of Lu Qing'an's superior cultivation. As long as Lu Qing'an dared to retaliate and attack him within the confines of the Mo Lu Academy, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire institution. Even a formidable figure like Xiao Qingyi had to carefully consider whether he possessed the strength to confront such a colossal entity. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Lu Qing'an, the latter suddenly turned his head, casting a glance with icy cold eyes. In that singular moment, Xiao Qingyi's movement faltered abruptly, and he found himself inexplicably overwhelmed, as if bearing the weight of the entire Qing'an continent, crashing to his knees with a thunderous thud. Bang! His knees struck the bluestone ground, creating two deep impressions. Stunned, he widened his eyes, feeling an icy chill enveloping him, his mind spiraling into chaos. As visions of a hellish landscape materialized before him, both Xiao Qingyi and Song Su were rendered speechless at this spectacle. They had never witnessed such recklessness. It remained uncertain whether Lu Qing'an, in his current state, would still take lives without a second thought. Should he slay this Lu Hong, he would undoubtedly find himself in direct opposition to the Mo Lu Academy. Chapter 48. Master and Apprentice enjoying watermelon at this moment. Both master and apprentice found themselves powerless to halt the unfolding events. Their strength paled in comparison to that of Lu Qing'an, leaving them with no choice but to observe from the sidelines. Should Lu Qing'an become enraged, any rash attempt to intervene could invite his wrath. "Would you like some?" At this juncture, Xiao Qingyi produced a watermelon seemingly from nowhere. With a gentle twist, he split it in two, offering half to his disciple. Song Su nodded gratefully and accepted the fruit. Thus, the two began to savor the watermelon while watching the situation develop. After merely releasing a hint of his imposing presence, Lu Qing'an paid no further heed to Lu Hong and instead continued to attune himself to the energy entity before him. Devouring? He could faintly discern that this energy was organizing a thought, conveying a singular intent: to consume. As Lu Qing'an stood silently, observing the time-flowing demonic willow, Lu Hong, who had been kneeling, finally snapped back to reality from the apocalyptic visions that had engulfed him. To his dismay, he realized he was drenched in sweat. Yet, when he attempted to rise, it felt as though he had lost all control over his body. He simply could not stand. Tremors coursed through him, fueled by rage. Curse be it! This individual must surely be at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, and not just any ordinary emperor. How dare he humiliate him with such superior cultivation? How dare he attack him within the confines of the demonic Willow Academy? He noticed that his lips could barely move, and he hastily cast a spell to communicate the dire situation to those within the academy. "Come quickly!" The spell surged forth, dispersing into the air. Moments later, a figure appeared rapidly above the time-flowing demonic willow, clad in white robes with flowing black hair. This middle-aged man radiated an aura of formidable strength. Who is this? Xiao Qingyi, having caught sight of the late-stage emperor, realized he did not recognize the newcomer. Turning towards Song Su, who was leisurely munching on the watermelon, he inquired, "One of the hall leaders from our academy, a disciple of the vice principal with considerable talent." Song Su replied, unfazed by appearances. "Ah," Xiao Qingyi smiled. Upon the newcomer's arrival, he quickly spotted Lu Hong kneeling beneath the time-flowing demonic willow, as well as Lu Qing'an, who stood in tranquil observation. "Who are you? How dare you lay a hand on our instructors within the demonic Willow Academy?" Lu Qing'an paid no attention to the newcomer. In his quest to better sense the energy entity, he had closed his eyes. Such audacity! The newcomer bellowed, preparing to descend and rescue Lu Hong. At the same time, he unleashed a secret technique of demonic sound waves in an attempt to free Lu Hong from his predicament. However, at that moment, Lu Qing'an uttered two words, "noisy." As his calm voice resonated, a sound wave erupted forth, colliding with the newcomer's sound wave technique. The latter's attack was akin to raindrops meeting the ocean. instantly swallowed by Lu Qing'an's formidable force. A terrifying sound wave swept over the middle-aged man in an instant. Moments later, two resounding thuds echoed as the newcomer found himself kneeling mid-air, the impact of his knees against the void causing it to shatter in several places. The middle-aged man in white experienced everything that Lu Hong had felt before him, witnessing that the hall master, whose cultivation vastly surpassed his own, was unable to withstand Lu Qing'an, left Lu Hong in shock. It seemed that only his uncle's personal intervention could teach this individual a lesson. He had already spread the news of the events unfolding here, and he believed that his uncle would arrive shortly. Xiao Qingyi observed the scene and remarked, "Disciple, don't blink. The grand spectacle is about to commence." "Oh, is my watermelon nearly finished? Don't eat that piece just yet. Save it for me." "All right." Song Su nodded eagerly, though his pace of eating the watermelon only quickened. Just as they exchanged words, an elderly man clad in a blue and white long robe appeared in the sky, seemingly out of nowhere. His arrival instantly silenced the vast expanse of the void, which had been filled with a restless wind, now abruptly stilled. Everything fell into an unprecedented calm, reminiscent of a desolate graveyard at midnight. "He has come." A smile graced Xiao Qingyi's lips upon recognizing the newcomer, known as Lu Qingxiu, the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, revered as the Emperor of the Clear Abyss. Holding the title of the Clear Abyss Emperor within his realm, all things would lose their senses and succumb to nothingness. Upon his arrival, Lu Qingxiu quickly assessed the situation, particularly noticing his nephew and disciple kneeling, which indicated to him that they were facing a formidable adversary. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his domain, engulfing a radius of 1,000 miles into the realm of nothingness. His gaze fixated upon the two individuals, one being Xiao Qingyi, who appeared not to be the one to engage his juniors, and the other, an unfamiliar figure, Lu Qing'an. At that moment, Lu Qing'an opened his eyes, for upon being drawn into Lu Qingxiu's domain, the mass of energy ceased its movements. The two stood in opposition, one high above and the other below. As their eyes met, Lu Qingxiu, standing high like a deity, suddenly shuddered. This gaze. He swiftly withdrew his domain, the speed so tremendous that it felt as though a mere second's delay could spell his demise. "Oh, have you recognized me?" Lu Qing mused, as his impression of Lu Qingxiu was faint at best, and few knew what he looked like. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps Lu Qingxiu had gleaned his appearance from his disciple. Lu Qingxiu swallowed hard, the calm demeanor he had possessed mere moments ago replaced by palpable fear. He had lived through the era of this harbinger of death. How are you here?" Lu Qingxiu dared not remain aloft any longer. Hastily descending to stand before Lu Qing'an, bowing slightly and offering a respectful salute. Lu Qing'an regarded Lu Qingxiu and queried, "Have you come here for a stroll? Is there an issue?" What Luo Qingxiu truly wished to inquire was not this question, but rather the circumstances surrounding Lu Qing'an's return. This harbinger of death, who had mysteriously vanished for a millennium, had suddenly reappeared. Moreover, his return coincided with their very own Magic Willow Academy. Surely there was no issue. Indeed, it was no issue at all. A forced smile adorned Luo Qingxiu's face, betraying his unease. Lu Qing'an cast a glance at the kneeling Lu Hong on the ground, as well as the middle-aged man in white who knelt in the sky, and asked, "Are they your juniors?" The bitterness etched on Luo Qingxiu's face intensified manifold. "What have you done to provoke this harbinger of death?" "Why, yes," Luo Qingxiu replied. At this moment, Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed his uncle's current display of trepidation, plunging him further into confusion. What on earth was happening? Was this truly the formidable uncle he had always known, a peak powerhouse of the demon realm? Even when facing the demon Emperor Dugu, he had never exhibited such a demeanor. Chapter 49. Letting go of personal qualities. When the younger generation disrespects their elders, it is imperative to educate them properly. Having spoken, Lu Qing'an retracted his magical powers. The two individuals, still kneeling, felt the immense pressure that had weighed upon them dissipate instantly, allowing them to rise at last. Witnessing Lu Hong and the others attempting to stand, Lu Qingxiu hastily conveyed through thought, "Remain kneeling." Lu Hong and the others were bewildered. Remain kneeling? They suspected that the voice they heard was not coming from Lu Qingxiu, but rather that someone was intentionally causing confusion. I shall discipline them adequately. They will not commit such errors again. Lu Qingxiu assured them promptly. Very well, I take my leave. Lu Qing'an wished for his daughters to cultivate here, not wanting to exacerbate the situation, and viewed this incident as a potential bargaining chip for future negotiations. Having spent many years in the immortal ruins, it seemed he had endured an abundance of tranquil days, dulling the once sharp edge of his murderous intent. Furthermore, after recently experiencing a significant event, this trivial matter did not evoke any strong emotions within him. This sensation was difficult to articulate. Having discerned the energy entity's intentions, he deemed it unnecessary to further investigate here. Now was not the time to experiment with this energy entity. He was uncertain what the energy entity would do to the time-reversing demon willow. Carelessly unleashing it could lead to the destruction of the entire tree. He would still need to rely on the time-reversing demon willow in conjunction with temporal treasures to aid his daughters in their cultivation. Lu Qing'an proceeded towards Xiao Qingyi. Observing Lu Qing'an's indifference, Lu Qingxiu lowered his gaze and quickly pondered the events that had transpired. What was the true meaning behind the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's actions? Had it been the former Eternal Night Demon Emperor, this place would have been drenched in blood by now. Uncle, may we rise? Lu Hong's voice broke through Lu Qingxiu's thoughts. Lu Qingxiu turned to Lu Hong and the others, saying, Rise. Once they stood, they swiftly approached Lu Qingxiu, their astonishment still palpable. What on earth is happening? Uncle, what transpired? How could you treat him in such a manner? Who is he? This was the first time Lu Hong had witnessed his uncle behaving in such a way. As the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, he had never exhibited such conduct even in the presence of the esteemed president. Just moments ago, he had referred to that man as Sir. You two fools. In the past, you would have perished 100 times over for your foolishness. You nearly brought disaster upon me. Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend why Lu Qing'an had returned or what he intended to do here. Yet, despite his confusion, he was infuriated that Lu Hong and the others had provoked this harbinger of death. No, Uncle, why are you scolding me? He is the one taking advantage of his superior cultivation to bully us. Then why does he not use his greater strength to bully me? You must have offended him. Fortunately, I recognized him. Otherwise, my life would be in peril. The more Lu Qingxiu reflected, the more he felt a chill of dread. Had he acted directly against Lu Qing'an, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Would he have faced the same fate as those ancient demons, instantly obliterated? Master, he is indeed formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. Yet within the entire demon domain, there are but a few who could rival your strength, remarked the middle-aged man in white, furrowing his brow. Even that Xiao Qingyi, when facing his master, ought to be evenly matched, leaving the outcome uncertain. Have you all become so foolish from your years of study? What connection does Xiao Qingyi have that makes him stronger than I? Lu Qingxiu observed the two, his ire intensifying. This trouble, which had not consumed him, might very well lead to greater calamities in the future. Lu Hong and the others exchanged a glance, and, simultaneously, an answer emerged in their minds. No way. Hasn't he been missing for quite some time? Lu Hong exclaimed. The middle-aged man in white trembled slightly. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That person, just now, was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Who else could it be? However, upon this encounter, I perceive that he seems somewhat changed, as though his murderous intent has lessened. Lu Qingxiu murmured to himself. Given the temperament of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor back then, he would have likely slain indiscriminately by now. Uncle, even if he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, we need not fear him. We are currently under the banner of the Dugu Demon Emperor, who is not inferior to him. Moreover, the two have long since become sworn enemies, haven't they? Lu Hong hastily interjected. Smack! Lu Qingxiu could no longer restrain himself and slapped Lu Hong across the face. What do you know? Do you truly wish to see me perish? Lu Hong stood stunned, gazing blankly at his uncle. Having lost his father at a young age, he was raised by his uncle, and they shared a bond akin to that of father and son. His uncle had always indulged him, never once striking him. This was the first time. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lu Qingxiu calmly replied, "You have not witnessed the era he belonged to. The eternal night demon emperor is far from the simplicity you envision. Furthermore, the master and disciple have yet to engage in battle. The victor remains uncertain. Additionally, should he wish to kill us, with the Dugu demon emperor absent, who could possibly stop him?" Lu Qingxiu felt exasperated by his nephew's naivety. Were it not for his connections, he would never have been allowed to teach at the academy. "From this day forth, you shall enter seclusion." "What? More seclusion? Besides, I am soon to compete with that Song Su for the 3 stars. Before Lu Hong could finish, Lu Qingxiu sternly interjected, "Then you must forfeit the competition." "Uncle, how can this be? I have awaited this day for so long." "Speak again, and I shall strike you." To prevent his nephew from causing further trouble, Lu Qingxiu ultimately and patiently recounted his understanding of Lu Qing'an. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qing'an followed Song Su around the Demon Willow Academy before returning to Song Su's residence. "I had anticipated a bloodbath, yet you refrained from making a move. It appears that you have undergone considerable changes over the years," Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. "I surmise that the elder aims to negotiate more effectively with the dean." At that moment, Song Su suddenly had a revelation and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an and said, "Oh, quite impressive. Was that indeed your original intention?" Lu Qing'an smiled without uttering a word. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi and the others became even more certain. Feeling that Lu Qingxiu's nephew was nothing short of a fool for managing to secure a teaching position at the Magic Willow Academy, Xiao Qingyi chuckled derisively. "Song Su Vima?" He entered the academy to teach at the same time as I did. To be honest, I found it peculiar. His examination results were significantly superior to mine, yet his teaching abilities were vastly inferior, lacking professionalism and the ethics of a teacher. Xiao Qingyi asserted decisively. It all becomes clear then. He must have relied on connections. Lu Qing'an, however, maintained a serene expression, inquiring, "If you have such connections, would you use them?" Xiao Qingyi casually replied, "Of course. There's a saying I hold as truth. Relinquishing personal integrity to relish a morally bankrupt existence. Rather than compromising oneself, it is better to inconvenience others. Living devoid of moral scruples is simply exhilarating." Indeed, he was still the old acquaintance I knew, Lu Qing'an mused with a smile. Having such connections, it was imperative to leverage them. This was also the reason for his visit. If the vice president of the Magic Willow Academy could secure a teaching position for his nephew, it would not be difficult for him to arrange for his daughters to come here for training. "Master, you too must have had connections to gain entry into this academy, right?" Song Su inquired, his expression dull. Xiao Qingyi blinked. "Ah, Xiao Su, your abilities are commendable. You need not doubt yourself. He has no relations with the Magic Willow Academy, and thus cannot leverage connections." Upon hearing this, Song Su finally exhaled, relieved, having thought that his own position was also secured through connections. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an. "In light of this incident, I presume your disciple will soon come seeking you. How do you plan to confront your disciple?" Lu Qing'an responded with great composure, "When master and disciple meet, we shall engage heartily." Chapter 50. The Academy cannot set this precedent. Upon departing from the vicinity of the Demon Willow, Lu Qingxiu returned to his residence. Without delay, he retrieved a communication jade slip to convey a message to the current Demon Emperor, Dugu. "Greetings, Emperor. I have encountered an individual whom I believe will pique your interest." As the transmission connected, Lu Qingxiu, despite knowing that his expression was unseen, could not help but wear a fade of feigned cheerfulness. In a remote chamber of the central region of the demon domain, the Demon Emperor Dugu sat in the depths of his grand hall, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. His demeanor was as cold as steel, with an oppressive gaze that silenced all within his sight, resembling a deity of death come to earth, instilling a sense of suffocation. Upon receiving Lu Qingxiu's report, the Emperor's energy surged violently, as if awakened from deep meditation. "You are not deceiving me. He has returned. Emperor, I would never dare to lie to you. He is with Xiao Qingyi and should still be within our Demon Willow Academy." "Excellent. I shall remember your great merit in this matter." After concluding the transmission, the demon emperor's energy continued to swirl chaotically, yet he remained undeterred in his cultivation. Let me refine for another week, and I shall elevate my prowess further. He had awaited this day for far too long. Compared to his former self, his strength had multiplied manifold. He should have already surpassed him. Lu Qing'an, await my demonstration of superiority as dusk descended, cloaking the sky in shades of twilight. The mists of the demon realm enveloped the night. Lu Qing'an and his companions had been waiting until the hour grew late, when silence enveloped the night. Both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi simultaneously opened their eyes from their meditative states. He has returned. Y senza fain yet familia presenza. Though I cannot confirm if it is indeed him, Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an nodded decisively. It is him. It seems he is aware of our presence at the Demon Willow Academy and has deliberately masked his aura to avoid us. Let's go and confront him. With that, the two figures vanished, leaving Song Su behind, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived before a secluded courtyard of the Demon Willow Academy. Before the courtyard lay a peculiar formation that enveloped the area, accompanied by various intricate arrays designed to disorient any intruder. However, to the now significantly strengthened Lu Qing'an, these trivial tactics felt utterly inconsequential. Friend, will you not come out to greet your guests? Or shall we enter uninvited? Lu Qing'an called into the void ahead. After a brief moment, an elderly man clad in white robes and possessing white hair emerged from the courtyard, his brow furrowed in displeasure. His face, marked by vitality yet adorned with a frown, conveyed a sense of being unwillingly compelled to entertain. Friend Lu, is such a countenance truly necessary? Xiao Qingyi remarked, openly critiquing Lu Xie's demeanor. Without a word, Lu Xie waved his hand, causing all formations to dissipate instantly, before turning without further comment and retreating into the dwelling. Lu Qing'an and his companion followed him into the courtyard and then into the house. A flickering candle illuminated the dim hall, casting an ambiguous shadow. Xiao Qingyi, seemingly unfazed by his surroundings, promptly seated himself in a chosen spot. Speak your mind. I have matters to attend to, Lu Xie stated in a somber tone. You are aware of his identity, I presume? No introduction is necessary? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lu Xie cast a glance at Lu Qing'an, already knowing who it was. There were very few individuals in the demon realm capable of instilling such a sense of urgency in him. Noticing Lu Xie as tacit acknowledgement, Xiao Qingyi intended to elaborate further but was interrupted by Lu Qing'an. Friend Lu, I have a request to make of you. I would appreciate your assistance in allowing my daughter to come to your Demon Lu Academy for training. Lu Xie was taken aback by Lu Qing'an's unexpected request, momentarily stunned. After vanishing for over a millennium, he had a daughter? Regaining his composure, he replied decisively, very well. Aksin, Finu. We shall bring the child tomorrow. Xiao Qingyi remarked, surprised that Lu Xie, whom he had assumed to be a rigid traditionalist, could adapt as well. Indeed, when faced with Lu Qing'an, one had to be flexible. Thank you, friend Lu, Lu Qing'an said with a smile and a respectful gesture. Tomorrow is not feasible. The next assessment for new students will be in 3 years. Only upon passing the examination may they train with us. Lu Xie interjected suddenly after the two had finished speaking. At this proclamation, the courtyard fell into an abrupt silence. Xiao Qingyi's lips twitched as he exclaimed, Old Lu, that's not fair. Are you toying with us? Rules are rules. Many of the top forces in the demon realm and numerous peak emperor-level experts have come here, and I am merely one of many. They must pass the examination to enter our academy. Lu Xie fixed his gaze on Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, enunciating each word with gravity. Are you truly offering no leeway? If there are any conditions, please voice them, Xiao Qingyi replied in a low voice. Lu Xie responded sternly. Precedents cannot be set. Lu Qing'an rose to his feet. Xiao Qingyi was taken aback and hastily grasped Lu Qing'an's arm, pleading, wait. We are all comrades here. Lu Xie, startled, felt a flicker of anxiety, but managed to maintain an expression devoid of fear, thanks to years of cultivation. What are you contemplating? If a resolution cannot be reached, then I shall return. My daughter must be missing me, Lu Qing'an remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Qingyi that conveyed his exasperation. Was he the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation? He then turned his attention to Lu Xie, who remained unfazed, his demeanor as steadfast as a mountain in the face of calamity, and stated, "I shall return in 3 years." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Xie's weathered eyes. Was the eternal night, demon emperor, truly so accommodating? Xiao Qingyi blinked in disbelief, astonished that Lu Qing'an had left without any confrontation. He hurried after Lu Qing'an, asking, "Is it really over just like that? 3 years may not be long for us, but it represents a significant loss for the child. If necessary, we could refrain from killing him, but could at least give him a good thrashing, couldn't we?" Inside the room, Lu Xie's face twitched upon hearing Xiao Qingyi's words. "That old rascal," Lu Qing'an remarked. "If he is so concerned about the rules, striking him would be futile. I possess a method. This entity appears eager to consume something from the time-flowing demon willow. If I release it discreetly, he will be unable to contend with it due to his strength, and he may come to seek my assistance. If he does not, then the rules are immutable, and the tree should be as well." Xiao Qingyi gazed at the ominous energy entity that Lu Qing'an had suddenly produced, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, I thought you were truly going to leave." Within the room, Lu Xie instantly sensed a chilling aura of terror, his awareness entirely focused on the energy entity in Lu Qing'an's grasp. In that moment, he could discern an overwhelming desire for devouring emanating from it, aimed squarely at the time-flowing demon willow. "Aha! Then let us discreetly place this thing over there before we depart. Let us go." Xiao Qingyi, with a furtive glance behind him, spoke with unwavering clarity. "Cough, cough. Gentlemen, please hold on. Upon reflection, I believe some of the rules may indeed be subject to a modicum of flexibility." Chapter 51. Terrifying strength. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi turned their gazes, witnessing an unexpected expression on Lu Xie's face, one that should not have been present. They exchanged glances, both reflecting the surprise in each other's eyes. This old fellow seemed to diverge from their initial assumptions. Clearing his throat, Xiao Qingyi chuckled as he walked back. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, following him indoors. Lu Xie looked at the two seated beside him and inquired, what was that just now? The formidable aura he sensed was even more potent than when he had witnessed Lu Qing'an commit murder years ago. A mere mass of energy emanated such a terrifying presence. And most astonishingly, Lu Qing'an was capable of controlling it. What had the eternal night demon emperor experienced during the 1,000-year absence? To what degree had his power ascended? Lu Qing'an replied, "I am uncertain of its nature, only that it yearns to devour something from your time-flowing demon willow. However, I have suppressed that desire, so will not act recklessly." Lu Xie interjected, "Let us dispense with further pleasantries, old Lu. Speak plainly about how we can adapt. At our age, there is no need for convoluted communication." Xiao Qingyi had come to regard Lu Qing'an's daughters as family. Such delightful children deserve the finest cultivation environment. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, surprised by his proactive assistance. Lu Xie produced a circular metallic object, its surface adorned with mysterious dark patterns. It exuded no aura, resembling an ancient relic worn by the passage of time, akin to a piece of archaic scrap metal. "I have returned to retrieve this item, intending to venture into the sky-falling demon abyss," Lu Xie declared. "I need to bring this treasure nearly 30 miles deep, allowing the fierce flames within to refine and purify it." He fixed his gaze intently on Lu Qing'an. "Since you have returned, let us assist each other. Take this treasure as deep as possible and remain there for an hour." Upon hearing the name Sky-Falling Demon Abyss, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged incredulous expressions. "An hour?" Lu Qing'an queried. For him, accomplishing this task was as effortless as drinking a glass of water, or perhaps even more akin to a single breath, a more fitting comparison. "Preferably until the patterns on the treasure turn golden," Lu Xie added. Lu Qing'an decisively responded, "Very well, hand it over. I shall see to it immediately. Afterward, I will bring my daughters tomorrow, and they may utilize the time treasures from your time-flowing demon willow at their convenience." "Wait, the unrestricted use of time treasures is inappropriate." Lu Xie interrupted hastily. "What is inappropriate?" Lu Qing'an retorted. Activating that treasure to connect with the time-flowing demon willow requires substantial resources. Surely, the burden of such costs cannot fall solely on our Demon Willow Academy? Lu Qing'an, bemused, cast a sideways glance at Lu Xie, wondering what the fuss was about. Xiao Qingyi, rendered speechless, retorted, "Do we, the eternal night demon emperor, truly lack such trivial resources?" Lu Qing'an coughed. "I just returned and discovered that the demon crystals I had previously hidden had been incinerated. We are indeed somewhat lacking. Old Xiao, how many demon crystals have you amassed over the years?" Xiao Qingyi replied, "How about we resort to thievery? With your prowess, it would be a simple task. No one would dare to utter a word." He suggested, having reached a realm where he no longer required demon crystals for cultivation. He saw little reason to hoard them over the years. "Let us assess the situation. After all, we will bear the cost of resource depletion ourselves," Lu Qing'an stated. Lu Xie then nodded, handing over the iron ball to Lu Qing'an. "Let us depart at once." If his memory served him correctly, Lu Qing'an could reach depths of 30 to 40 miles into the Falling Star Demon Cave. Presently, he sensed that Lu Qing'an had grown even stronger, perhaps capable of venturing over 40 miles deep. Lu Qing'an took the iron ball, weighing it thoughtfully, only to find it surprisingly light. The material was not iron, but a metal he had never encountered before. It was entirely different from the celestial star divine gold, yet somehow reminiscent. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. Just as he grasped the iron ball, he noticed an unusual movement from the energy entity, which seemed to harbor an urge to devour. What on earth is this little creature? He pondered, opting not to delve further for now and instead prioritizing his daughter's matters. Thus, Lu Qing'an ascended into the sky, forcefully shattering the void, and led Xiao Qingyi and Lu Xie towards the location of the Falling Star Demon Cave. In the blink of an eye, the trio stepped out of the void, arriving directly above the cave. Xiao Qingyi had already witnessed Lu Qing'an's formidable means of travel, so he displayed no further reaction. Lu Xie, however, was a different story. His expression remained stoic, yet internally he was astounded. "What kind of technique is this?" Lu Qing'an glanced at the two and said, "Wait here. I shall return shortly." He transformed into a streak of light, descending swiftly towards the very heart of the Falling Star Demon Cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, he reached the deepest recesses of the cave. Perhaps due to his return, the energy entity concealed within the box seemed to jubilantly return home. Lu Qing'an disregarded the entity, his brow furrowing in concern. The intensity of the heat at this depth was noticeably diminished compared to before, likely linked to the energy entity's removal. Contemplating this, he retrieved the energy entity and reinstated it to its original position. Instantly, he felt the fierce aura returning to its former intensity. The energy entity, having reappeared, began to slither towards Lu Qing'an, resembling a rotund slime, halting before his thigh, swaying as if displaying cuteness. Lu Qing'an sensed that the entity's attention was entirely fixated on the iron ball in his hand. Why does it appear to perceive this object as a delectable treat? Naturally, he would not relinquish the iron ball to the energy entity. He nudged it away, urging it to keep its distance from the enticing sphere. This matter concerns whether his daughter can enter the Magic Willow Academy for cultivation. After being kicked, the energy entity curled up in the corner, feeling aggrieved. It resembled a scene from an animated film that Lu Qing'an had once watched, where a large round ball sat in a corner, its head down as it traced circles while muttering curses. Lu Qing'an, however, paid no heed to the energy entity, his gaze fixed upon the iron ball in his hand. In less than a mere 10 breaths, a point at the center of the iron ball suddenly flashed with golden light, igniting all the surface patterns as if they had been set ablaze. In the blink of an eye, every pattern transformed into shimmering gold. The iron ball in his hand had seemingly been activated, radiating with brilliance. Is this considered a success? Yet, what purpose does it serve? He still could not discern the function of this precious iron ball. Perhaps it was a unique artifact that required a specific incantation to fully activate. Grasping the iron ball firmly, he glanced at the energy entity in the corner. Time to leave. The energy entity, reluctant to part ways, wriggled toward Lu Qing'an. After securing the energy entity, he transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Moments later, he appeared above the abyss of falling stars, standing before Lu Xie and the others. What happened? Lu Xie inquired with a frown, noticing Lu Qing'an's sudden return after such a brief absence. Lu Qing'an simply tossed the glowing iron ball to Lu Xie. It's done. Lu Xie? Chapter 52. Praise me. Lu Xie gazed intently at the treasure in his hands, which was radiating a golden glow, and felt a surge of astonishment within. How could it activate so swiftly? By his calculations, this treasure should have required a stay of at least an hour, at a distance of over 40 miles, to fully awaken. Yet, it had only been a brief moment since its discovery. How deep have you ventured? Lu Xie swiftly turned to Lu Qing'an and inquired. The speed of activation indicated that Lu Qing'an had undoubtedly traveled beyond the 40-mile mark. Lu Qing'an's expression bore an air of nonchalance. The deepest point. Well, I have fulfilled my promise to assist you, and you should consider yours accomplished as well. The deepest point. Lu Xie's emotions were beyond words. How could anyone reach the innermost depths of the heavenly fallen devil cavern? After the eternal night, demon Emperor's disappearance for over a millennium, how much stronger had he become upon his return? Rest assured, my promise remains unchanged. You may bring your daughter here at any time, Lu Qing'an assured him. Lu Xie took a deep breath, realizing there was no point in probing further into Lu Qing'an's capabilities. He could never measure up to him. Regardless of how formidable Lu Qing'an became, it was no concern of his. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Lu Xie nodded, watching as Lu Qing'an departed with Xiao Qingyi. Once the two had left, Lu Xie redirected his focus to the treasure in his hands. With this artifact, I too can grow significantly stronger, yet I cannot shake the feeling that no matter how hard I strive, I shall never catch up to him. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an took a brief moment before returning to his home with Xiao Qingyi. Zishuan Miao Miao, your father has returned. Daddy, you're finally back. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Lu Miao Miao bounced out, leaping into her father's embrace. Lu Qing'an instinctively lifted her, a tender smile illuminating his face. Did you miss your father? Yes. I couldn't help but think of you, even while enjoying the finest delicacies, Lu Miao Miao replied with a grin. Ha, then give your father a kiss. Mua. Lu Qing'an chuckled, glancing at Lu Zishuan and the others. Father, how did it go? She asked, already aware of her father's endeavors. Lu Qing'an smiled. You will soon be able to train at the best academy in the demon realm. Lu Zishuan had already inquired about the situation at the Moliu Academy from Sun Minzi and was eager to learn of the existence of temporal treasures there. She was bursting with anticipation to utilize every moment to hasten her breakthrough to the Emperor realm, and upon hearing this news, a smile graced her delicate features. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned his attention to Shui Tianfei, saying, There is something I wish to discuss with you. Shui Tianfei's focus was entirely on the spot on Lu Qing'an's cheek, the very place where Lu Miao Miao had just kissed him. How she longed to plant a kiss there as well. Huh, what is it? Shui Tianfei snapped back to reality, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I currently lack sufficient magic crystals. Do you possess any? It is for the children's use at the Moliu Academy's temporal treasures. Tomorrow, he would take the children there and, in turn, provide Lu Xie with a resource contribution. This could be considered akin to tuition. Xiao Qingyi had not saved any money, but Shui Tianfei surely did, for her family was engaged in commerce, with a substantial branch that nearly spanned the entirety of the demon realm's trade associations. How much do you need? I have plenty, Shui Tianfei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at Lu Qing'an's request. The prospect of assisting him filled her with immense satisfaction. I would like 100 million supreme magic crystals, Lu Qing'an stated. Certainly, I shall arrange for them to be delivered immediately, Shui Tianfei replied. Well, when my apprentice arrives, I shall repay you, Lu Qing'an said, feeling no desire to usurp from others. He could simply request a bit from his own disciple later. Why are you being so polite with me? Besides, these magic crystals are not for you, but for the children. So don't speak to me in such a manner, or I shall ignore you, Shui Tianfei playfully chided. She then approached Lu Zishuan and Lu Miao Miao, smiling. Annie Shui will personally take you to the academy and pick you up. How does that sound? That sounds wonderful. Annie Shui, if you have the time, could you accompany me to the academy? Lu Miao Miao asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Miao Miao, what do you intend to do? Lu Qing'an inquired. Lu Miao Miao, suddenly feeling shy, replied, if Annie Shui is there, I can enjoy delicious food while cultivating. You little glutton, can't you concentrate on your cultivation? Don't you wish to swiftly advance to the Emperor realm? Lu Zixuan interjected before her father could respond, playfully pinching her sister's cheek. Lu Miao Miao pouted. I've discovered that when I eat delicious food while cultivating, my cultivation speed is faster than normal. Just look. With that, Lu Miao Miao promptly demonstrated. In mere moments, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present, leaving them speechless. Even Lu Qing'an, as a father, was taken aback to learn that his youngest daughter possessed such an ability. There was no seat. When his daughter practiced Shao Qingyi's technique, her cultivation speed was relatively stable and quite rapid. However, when she munched on a chilled watermelon while practicing, they could distinctly observe the accelerated absorption of magic energy, along with a noticeable increase in her cultivation prowess. See, I wasn't lying. Lu Miao Miao grinned at the assembly. Lu Qing'an and other top-tier powers of the demon realm were at a loss for words. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. It was an eye-opening experience. Lu Qing'an leaned down to pet his daughter's head, saying, Miao Miao, try cultivating again. The ability to eat while simultaneously cultivating and to have an accelerated cultivation speed was indeed remarkable. He was eager to uncover the mystery behind it. Lu Miao Miao demonstrated once more. Lu Qing'an closed his eyes, concentrating for a while before discovering the reason. It appeared that her spiritual roots expanded when she was eating. Moreover, there was a hidden, extraordinarily mysterious cultivation constitution yet to be developed. However, he could not discern how to activate this unique cultivation trait. Forcing the awakening may inadvertently harm my daughter. It is best to wait until she matures and cultivates her skills further before reassessing the situation. If that is the case, then Miao Miao, you may eat while you practice. When Lu Qing'an uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment crept over him. He recalled the times when he caught his young daughter sneaking bites while cultivating, and he had gently admonished her against such behavior. Yay, Aunt Shui, will you accompany me to the academy? If not, that is fine too. But could you bring along some delicious treats you've prepared? Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Have you been spoiling Miao Miao with delicacies lately? Lu Qing'an inquired, directing his gaze towards Shui Tianfei. Just a little. Shui Tianfei averted her eyes, feeling shy under Lu Qing'an's scrutiny. What could I do? If I wish to foster a good relationship with Miao Miao, the only way is to provide her with delightful food. Father, you mustn't speak ill of Aunt Shui. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have discovered that I could cultivate like this. Lu Miao Miao hurriedly positioned herself in front of Shui Tianfei, gazing intently at Lu Qing'an, as if to shield her. Shui Tianfei's heart swelled with warmth upon hearing Miao Miao's words. How she wished this child were hers. Lu Qing'an stepped forward with a smile, saying, I did not speak ill of your Aunt Shui. I was expressing my gratitude towards her. Really? How will you show your appreciation? Surely, there must be some reward? Lu Miao Miao inquired eagerly. Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei. What reward would you desire? Ah, really? Shui Tianfei felt an overwhelming rush of joy. Lu Qing'an nodded. Shao Qingyi, witnessing this scene, wore a mischievous grin. Aunt Shui, seize the moment. I have high hopes for you. Shui Tianfei's heart raced with excitement. Then, please compliment me, she suggested. Shao Qingyi was taken aback by this request. Huh, just like that? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an cast a lingering glance at Shui Tianfei, expecting her to voice a more extravagant demand. Very well, you have done splendidly, Shui Tianfei responded gently. Thank you for your kind words. Chapter 53. The feelings of a couple to display by Shui Tianfei took both Lu Qing'an and Shao Qingyi by surprise. All right, Miao Miao, Zixuan, come with Aunt Shui. I have prepared something for you that should be useful at the Maoyu Academy. After receiving Lu Qing'an's compliments, Shui Tianfei smiled and chose not to dwell on that topic. Instead, she gently took the hands of Lu Qing'an's two daughters and led them toward her room. Reminiscent of a relative preparing a mysterious gift to celebrate a child's admission to a prestigious university. At that moment, Xiao Qingyi stepped forward and lightly nudged Lu Qing'an with his hand. Goodness, is this really the Shui Tianfei we know? She truly embodies the qualities of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, but remained silent. Indeed, Shui Tianfei's recent demeanor had astonished him. In the past, she would have made excessive demands, pressuring them to advance their romantic relationship. If she had done so now, he would have likely maintained a significant distance from her, just as before. However, her current behavior had prompted him to regard her with newfound respect. Look at you, haha. I see it now. Truly worthy of the name Shui Tianfei. Impressive. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Lu Qing'an shot him a sidelong glance. Nothing else to do, let us drink. All right, let us go. In the stillness of the night, the rhythmic chirping of crickets surrounded the courtyard. Inside her room, Lu Zixuan turned to her younger sister, who lay sprawled on the small bed in a starfish position. Meow Meow, are you asleep? The seemingly motionless Lu Meow Meow suddenly turned onto her side. Not yet, what is up, sister? Lu Zixuan replied, exasperated. I thought you were asleep. Were you thinking about something? No. Lu Meow Meow struggled to conceal her thoughts, her eyes darting around as she spoke. It seems you really like Aunt Shui. Is it truly just because she gives you delicious treats? Lu Zixuan inquired. She understood that her younger sister had developed the capacity for independent thought. At her sister's age, she had been similarly aware of many things. Lu Meow Meow secretly glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist, a recent gift from Shui Tianfei. It contained the essence of ice, capable of instantly freezing anything placed within it, while also having a compartment to store items without spoilage. Most importantly, her name was inscribed on the bracelet. I feel like Aunt Shui treats me as well as Daddy does, perhaps even better than Mother. She seems to like me more. Lu Meow Meow pouted, lowering her head to gaze at the bed. Their mother was perpetually absorbed in her cultivation, often retreating to the mountains even during festive occasions. In contrast, their affection for their father stemmed from his constant presence, his understanding of their preferences and concerns. Lu Zixuan fell silent, her gaze drifting to the ring on her finger as she too became lost in contemplation. Sister, I have come to realize that being with Aunt Shui diminishes my longing for Mother, Lu Meow Meow lamented. Observing her sister on the verge of tears, Lu Zixuan approached and embraced her tightly. Then let us cherish our time with Aunt Shui and forget about Mother. The following morning, Lu Qing'an noticed his daughters, who had diligently prepared, and smiled, asking, are you feeling nervous about our imminent departure to the Muliu Academy? Not at all. If only Father could accompany Meow Meow. That would be splendid, Lu Meow Meow replied, though her face was as rigid as if bound by glue. In contrast, Lu Zixuan exhibited no signs of anxiety. Rather, she was eager to embark on the journey. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Very well. I shall accompany Meow Meow on her first day of school. Wonderful. You are the best, Father, Lu Meow Meow exclaimed, rushing to him with a beaming smile. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Sun Minzi, asking, will you join us? Huh? Is that permissible for me? Sun Minzi blinked in surprise. I spoke with the headmaster of Muliu Academy, permitting my daughters to cultivate there. You simply need to pretend to be my daughter, and you will have free access to utilize the time treasures for your training. Is that truly acceptable? I am but a humble individual, and I fear it may bring you disgrace. Before Sun Minzi could finish her sentence, Lu Qing'an firmly stated, it is settled then. You will accompany Zixuan. You two are friends and can look out for one another. Lu Zixuan smiled. Minzi, listen to my father. With you around, I will have company. Indeed, yes. Sister Minzi, let's go together. Lu Meow Meow chimed in, joyfully grasping Sun Minzi's hand. Then, I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. Sun Minzi swiftly bowed to Lu Qing'an, performing a deep salute, astonished by the fortune that had befallen her. Brother-in-law, my master and I have created the teleportation array you required. Shall we set it up today on both sides? Su Yuni inquired with a smile. Auntie, will you accompany us to the academy? Lu Meow Meow asked eagerly, darting to Su Yuni and taking her hand. Lu Qing'an nodded yes. One of you can set up here while the other is at the academy. By the way, Yuni, if you don't mind, you could also pretend to be my daughter and join the Muliu Academy. With this identity, you would have the freedom to retreat into the time treasures there for cultivation. experiencing a time flow rate of 1 to 300, allowing you to ascend swiftly to the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing. Brother-in-law. Isn't that inappropriate? At my age, can I truly pass for your daughter? Xiao Qingyi interjected with a laugh. Your audacity rivals my own. I can only imagine the expression on old Lu's face when he sees you bringing so many daughters. I merely suggested letting the daughters join Muliu Academy. Without specifying a number, he agreed, and now he cannot backtrack. Lu Qing'an replied to Xiao Qingyi with a smile. Moreover, it is likely Lu Xie is aware of the incident with Lu Hong. One reason he spared Lu Hong was his intention to see Su Yuni join the academy. He turned to Su Yuni and said, "Take your time to consider. Would you prefer dignity or the cultivation of your abilities? There is no need for you to say anything. Simply stand aside and await the completion of the admission procedures." Luo Danhong advised disciple. With a time flow rate of 1 to 300, even I would wish to utilize the treasures of time from that realm. Lu Qing'an glanced at Luo Danhong, remarking, "If you're unconcerned about appearances, you could easily pretend to be my daughter." Upon hearing this, Luo Danhong's cheeks flushed crimson. Forget it, forget it. Although many in the demon realm may not recognize me, there are bound to be some who do, particularly my junior brother who is aware of him. Luo Danhong felt quite embarrassed. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni, awaiting her response. Remembering her recent encounter at the Immortal Ruins, Su Yuni eventually gritted her teeth, lowered her head, and blushed as she said, "Very well, I shall give it a try." "All right, then let us depart together," Lu Qing'an replied. "Father, wait a moment. Aunt Shui has yet to emerge," Lu Miao Miao interjected. Aunt Shui had promised to accompany her on the first day. Lu Qing'an gazed towards the room of Shui Tianfei. Just then, Shui Tianfei stepped out. She had evidently taken great care in her appearance, adorned with light makeup. Her natural beauty enhanced, making her look even more poised and enchanting. "Are we ready to set off?" "Let us go," Shui Tianfei smiled. Lu Qing'an remarked, "Did you particularly dress up for this occasion? It is the first time sending a child to the academy, and I certainly cannot allow her to feel embarrassed. A little dressing up is appropriate." Shui Tianfei appeared to treat this day with great significance. "Wow, Aunt Shui, you look stunning," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed as she ran to Shui Tianfei, grasping her hand and bestowing her with emotional value. Shui Tianfei smiled gently. "Miao Miao, you have such a sweet tongue." Lu Qing'an wore a peculiar expression. He felt an odd sensation, as though it were a couple sending a group of children off to school. Chapter 54. The super wealthy lady. Once everyone had gathered, they set forth on their journey. Aside from Wang Duanshan and He Hong, who remained in the artifact forging room, only Luo Danhong was left behind. Moments later, Lu Qing'an arrived above the Magic Willow Academy with a large entourage. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an and his company, Songsu was momentarily taken aback. Such a multitude, including his master, there were as many as 7 individuals. Who could possibly be the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? He quickly discerned 2 children among the women who bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an. They must be the ones. As for the other radiant girl and the enchanting woman, their identities eluded him. "Master, Senior Lu, Senior Shui." Songsu hastily greeted those he recognized, having encountered Shui Tianfei on several occasions. At that moment, Shui Tianfei was holding Lu Miao Miao's small hand, smiling and nodding at Songsu. It was the first time he had seen Shui Tianfei with a smile, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is this truly the Shui Tianfei I know? Smiling. Wait, could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has 2 daughters with Shui Tianfei? No, that cannot be. I have heard my master mention how Shui Tianfei pursued the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but to no avail. "Lead us to your dean," Lu Qing'an instructed. Songsu quickly nodded and guided the group into the academy's formation. Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan observed their surroundings carefully. Upon catching sight of the colossal, time-reversing magic willow, they felt as though they had entered a dream. How magnificent! From that point on, they would train within its confines, able to enjoy a time flow rate of 1 to 300. Su Yuni was well aware of how terrifying such a time flow rate was. The most potent time treasures from the Immortal Ruins seemed to only achieve a rate of 1 to 30. No wonder there were more powerful beings in the demon realm. There was no basis for comparison. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard where Lu Xie resided. After toiling with the treasures throughout the night, Lu Xie sensed Lu Qing'an's presence and tidied up his belongings before stepping out to welcome him. However, upon seeing the group of women following Lu Qing'an, his brows furrowed instantly. This was he recognized Shui Tianfei. He had been curious the previous night about whom Lu Qing'an had fathered daughters with. Now, seeing Shui Tianfei holding a little girl's hand, whose features bore some resemblance to Lu Qing'an, he was convinced. Furthermore, there was another young girl who also bore a slight resemblance to Lu Qing'an. This girl, somewhat older, was dressed and groomed in a manner very similar to Shui Tianfei. Solidifying his conclusion, it seemed Shui Tianfei was indeed with Lu Qing'an. Had they given birth to 2 daughters? Last night, he had thought Lu Qing'an only had 1 daughter, but discovering there were 2 was still manageable. Friend Lu, these are all my daughters. As per our agreement last night, please have them registered and admitted to the academy. Lu Qing'an remarked, gesturing toward all the women behind him, except for Shui Tianfei. Lu Xie momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Do not be astonished. They are all my daughters. This is my eldest, this is my second, this is my third, and this is my fourth. Lu Qing'an casually assigned them a generational ranking according to Su Yuni and the others. Lu Xie felt a wave of discomfort. You're putting me in a difficult position. Just last night, I believed you had but 1 daughter. Now you expect me to admit 4 at once into the academy? This is rather conspicuous. Lu Xie frowned, aware of the implications for his reputation. He had always refrained from granting favors to others. Arranging for a couple of individuals discreetly was manageable, but doubling the number was far too ostentatious. What is this? Are you going back on your word? Lu Qing'an's retort elicited a twitch at the corner of Lu Xie's mouth. He felt powerless. He had indeed failed to inquire thoroughly the previous night. Moreover, he had recently learned that Lu Qingxiu's old acquaintance's nephew had provoked Lu Qing'an. The fact that Lu Qing'an refrained from harming Lu Hong that day clearly indicated a gesture of goodwill towards their academy, or perhaps a deliberate choice not to kill. At this juncture, it would be unwise for him to refuse such a favor. How about you allow 2 daughters to join the academy first, and let the other 2 join at a later date? Lu Xie proposed. Old Lu, are you merely concerned about what others might whisper behind your back? At your age, why bother with such trivialities? Here, a suggestion. If you fear gossip, let Lu Qingxiu bear the brunt of it. Let him take the blame. Xiao Qingyi approached Lu Xie, placing a hand on his shoulder. He quickly grasped Lu Xie's concerns and thoughtfully conveyed a suggestion through a discreet message. If Lu Qingxiu's nephew is after your disciple, then it would be justifiable for you to turn the tables on Lu Qingxiu. Xiao Qingyi smiled, imparting this wisdom. Lu Xie pondered Xiao Qingyi's words, his deep-set eyes flickering with understanding. There was merit in what he said. Lu Qingxiu had indeed kept many irregularities from him. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Lu Xie responded through a message. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi chuckled and lightly tapped Lu Xie's chest twice, as if commending him for being a teachable man. Ahem. All right, I will take care of this matter for you. Please wait a moment. Lu Xie retreated to his quarters and sent a message to Lu Qingxiu. After a considerable interval, he emerged from the room, announcing, all is set. You may approach Lu Qingxiu, and he will see to it. Understood. Lu Xie watched as Lu Qing'an and the others departed, then murmured to himself the phrase Xiao Qingyi had shared. There was indeed wisdom in it. However, he mused, he never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament one day, though it was rather exhilarating. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and returned to his room to continue his studies on his treasures. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and his entourage sought out Lu Qingxiu. Prior to their arrival, Lu Qingxiu wore a gloomy expression. Yet, upon their entrance, he swiftly altered his demeanor, adopting an air of obsequiousness. You have arrived. The director has entrusted me with the task, or rather, it is entirely my own initiative. I shall attend to this matter promptly. Thank you for your assistance. Dear Taoist Lu, it is but a trifling task. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, Lu Qingxiu successfully processed the registrations for Su Yuni and the 3 others to join the academy. He also provided each of them with an identity token, each a treasure in its own right, endowed with various minor functionalities, such as recording lectures and enabling communication with instructors regarding cultivation inquiries. Naturally, many of these functions necessitate periodic contributions of magic crystals to the Academy, requiring a recharge of magic willow essence to activate. Moving forward, how can I ensure that the children can access that spatial treasure at any time? Lu Qing'an inquired. I have successfully upgraded the tokens for the 4 of them, allowing them to visit at any time without restrictions. However, to remain within that temporal treasure indefinitely, a sufficient amount of magic willow essence is required, Lu Qingxu replied. Pray tell, how many magic crystals are needed to allow the children continuous access? Shui Tianfei boldly asked. Lu Qingxu raised 4 fingers. 100 million supreme magic crystals for each individual. While this may seem considerable, it is indeed the necessary expenditure. Upon hearing this figure, Sun Minzi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Such a staggering amount. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed Shui Tianfei tossing a storage ring to Lu Qingxu. This contains a total of 1 billion. I shall not make it difficult for your academy. Consider the remaining magic crystals as a contribution towards establishing additional classrooms, Shui Tianfei declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao exchanged glances, blinking in astonishment. Aunt Shui is so wealthy. Chapter 55. The incomparable women upon arriving in the demon realm. Lu Zixuan inquired about numerous intricacies of life here from Sun Minzi, particularly regarding the currency known as magic crystals, which bore a striking resemblance in value to the spirit stones of the immortal ruins. The supreme spirit stones were equivalent to the supreme magic crystals. She was acutely aware that even someone as formidable as Lin Qingxu, a pinnacle powerhouse of the immortal ruins, would find it exceedingly difficult to procure 1 billion supreme spirit stones. To her astonishment, her snow aunt effortlessly produced 10 billion supreme magic crystals without so much as a hint of strain. Truly, a wealthy matron. At that moment, Lu Qing'an also sent a message to Xiao Qingyi, inquiring, has Snow Tianfei been thriving in her business endeavors over the years? I recall she wasn't this affluent before. Xiao Qingyi replied, in the past, she was perpetually pursuing you, neglecting her own powers. For this past millennium, she has been searching for you, but she has also devoted considerable time to managing her influence. Consequently, her power now spans the entirety of the demon realm, making her a bona fide wealthy lady. Oh, 10 billion. At this juncture, Lu Qingxu, upon receiving the 10 billion supreme magic crystals, widened his eyes in disbelief and delved into his spatial ring. Upon confirming the presence of the 10 billion supreme magic crystals, he swallowed hard. Incredible. He had initially thought he was here to shoulder the blame. Little did he expect this burden would be so gratifying, just a small slice of greed. And he was already in the money. Splendid. I shall elevate the magic willow value of these 4 lovely ladies' tokens to the maximum, Lu Qingxu declared with a grin. He then reclaimed the 4 tokens to attend to this matter. Lu Qing'an turned to Snow Tianfei and remarked, you've been quite generous. In an instant, a gentle smile blossomed on Snow Tianfei's previously expressionless face. This sum is negligible. You have just returned to the demon realm, and likely possess few magic crystals. Should you require more in the future, simply let me know. I can provide as much as you need. Lu Qing'an thought to himself, truly a wealthy matron. As much as you need? Snow Aunt, you are indeed affluent. Lu Miao's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Snow Tianfei. Snow Tianfei chuckled. It's not too shabby. If Miao desires anything, I can procure it. I'll let you in on a secret. The delectable treats you enjoy are all courtesy of Snow Aunt's arrangements. Wow, being rich is wonderful. I want to strive to earn money too. Then I can buy whatever I desire. Lu Miao exclaimed. Ha ha, you needn't earn it, dear. Snow Aunt can simply provide for you. There's no shortage of funds here. Is that so? Just how much do you possess, Snow Aunt? Well, let us just say that acquiring 1/3 of the industries in the demon realm would be quite manageable, Snow Tianfei replied with a smile. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi and sent a message. Is she being truthful? Even in his prime, he never amassed this many magic crystals. Xiao Qingyi responded. Her statement is an understatement. If you were to casually inquire at any shop in a city, there's a 3 in 10 chance that the owner is affiliated with Snow Tianfei's trading company. After she dedicated herself to business, her company has grown increasingly astonishing each year. It has now ascended to become the most formidable trading entity in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an was aware that the Shui Tianfei family had been managing a business association for generations. However, he had not anticipated that, after a millennium of his absence, the association had achieved such remarkable success under Shui Tianfei's stewardship. Lu Miao, though unsure of the extent of this achievement, was nonetheless impressed and offered Shui Tianfei her emotional support. On the other hand, Lu Zixuan understood the implications of this success more profoundly. Her gaze towards Shui Tianfei shifted, infused with admiration. She couldn't help but compare Shui Tianfei to their mother, realizing that in terms of strength, she surpassed her, displaying a gentler demeanor towards both their father and them, all while thriving as a formidable businesswoman. To be honest, when she first saw Shui Tianfei so close to her father, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet at this moment, her feelings began to transform. Perhaps it was indeed a positive thing for her father to be with Aunt Shui. Su Yuni, observing Shui Tianfei as well, shared a sentiment similar to Lu Zixuan's. She couldn't resist contrasting her own sister with Shui Tianfei, only to bitterly conclude that her sister was in no way comparable. Most significantly, Shui Tianfei's treatment of the daughter of her rival was unexpectedly gracious. If Shui Tianfei's current demeanor was genuine and devoid of any pretense, then she indeed overshadowed Su Yuni's sister. Lu Qing'an watched as Shui Tianfei engaged in pleasant conversation with Lu Miao, feeling a shift within himself. He couldn't help but reflect on whether his previous prejudice against Shui Tianfei had been excessive. Perhaps his understanding of her was insufficient. Surely, he mused, his judgment had not been in vain. Shui Tianfei was, after all, quite an admirable woman. At that moment, Lu Qing'an received a telepathic message from Xiao Qingyi. He refrained from commenting further on the matter. Initially, he had suspected Xiao Qingyi might have been influenced by Shui Tianfei, either through monetary means or intimidation, to facilitate their connection. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the old man genuinely regarded him as a close friend when he spoke those words. Let's not dwell on me. I recently went through a divorce. What about you? At your age, have you considered finding a companion? Lu Qing'an responded telepathically. A glimmer of profundity passed through Xiao Qingyi's eyes, as if the sands of time had transported him to a distant past. He then shook his head with a smile. I am inherently free-spirited. Having 3 disciples is sufficient for me. Besides, with your 2 daughters residing here, I am not lonely. What need have I for a companion? A slight smile graced Lu Qing'an's lips as he chose not to pursue the topic further. He had heard tales of Xiao Qingyi's past, knowing that the old fellow harbored untold stories locked away in his heart. Eventually, Lu Qingshu returned with the token, flatteringly presenting it to Su Yuni and her companions. Having memorized their appearances, he quietly mentioned that should they encounter any issues at the academy, they could directly seek his assistance. Upon confirming that his daughters had indeed joined the Magic Willow Academy, Lu Qing'an inquired, they are now able to cultivate within the academy, are they not? Indeed, they can freely attend classes. Our instructors are exceptionally professional, having delved into various cultivation realms and different physical constitutions, emphasizing tailor instruction. Lu Qingshu elaborated on the academy situation. Due to concerns regarding his disciples, Lu Qing'an was hesitant to impart knowledge to the children indiscriminately. However, if they were to cultivate here, it was imperative to assess the caliber of the instructors. In his eyes, there was a hint of superficiality among them, particularly regarding Lu Qingshu's nephew. Very well, I shall accompany the children to attend the classes, he declared. Certainly. With that, Lu Qing'an took Lu Zixuan and the others along to the lessons. He specifically instructed Lu Qingshu to refrain from following them, opting for a discreet observation to gauge the true capabilities of the instructors at the Magic Willow Academy. As they traversed various classrooms, their movements resembled that of a leader inspecting students in a previous life. whenever they encountered instructors imparting knowledge. Lu Qing'an would pause and take a seat at the back, listening intently. He discovered that several instructors indeed possessed commendable skills. Upon entering another classroom, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Lu Hong delivering a lecture. "Ah, this fellow," Xiao Qingyi squinted, observing. Intrigued, Lu Qing'an remarked, "Let us listen to his teaching." Song Su had mentioned that Lu Hong's admission to the academy was likely facilitated through connections, suggesting he was among the less competent instructors at Magic Willow Academy. If he proved to have merit, Lu Qing'an would feel entirely at ease allowing his children to receive guidance here. A little additional instruction at home would ensure that he had no worries about their development. Chapter 56. Indulging your dark desires after listening for quite some time. Lu Qing'an cast a surprised glance at Xiao Qingyi. It seems there is some substance here. Indeed, the lad displayed a certain level of proficiency when discussing the arcane arts of the demon realm. However, he still pales in comparison to my disciple. Xiao Qingyi, harboring a hint of doubt, wondered if perhaps his disciple had slightly belittled Lu Hong due to personal sentiments. Yet, he would never publicly acknowledge any shortcomings of his pupil. Lu Qing'an chuckled. If Lu Hong possessed such capability, he felt reassured. Very well, the discourse has concluded. Now, I shall randomly select a few individuals to respond to the questions I previously posed. Lu Hong spoke in a deep voice. In an instant, a multitude of students sat up straight. In order to discern Lu Hong's true abilities, Lu Qing'an had intentionally obscured their presence with a spell upon entering, rendering Lu Hong unable to see them. At that moment, he overheard several students whispering among themselves. Yesterday, it seemed Lu had encountered some vexations, as he had scolded those inattentive students rather harshly. Observing his perpetually indifferent countenance today, it appeared he was poised to reprimand someone again. "May fortune smile upon us. Please don't call on us." The magic technique I practice is solely mastered by Instructor Lu. Otherwise, with his temperament, I certainly would not attend his lectures. Upon hearing the students' hushed conversations, Xiao Qingyi remarked, "So this is where the lad lacks professionalism. It is indeed inappropriate to vent frustrations upon the children." Lu Qing'an replied with a cold smile, "Remove your concealment and grant this lad another lesson." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Lu Qing'an said nothing further, directly indulging Xiao Qingyi's mischievous whim, while also ensuring Lu Hong remembers his daughter. He would never scold her in class. Thus, Lu Qing'an lifted the obscuration. Coincidentally, Lu Hong had just selected a student, pointing to a male student seated in the front row where Lu Qing'an and others were situated. "You there." As soon as Lu Hong uttered these words, he was taken aback, recognizing Lu Qing'an and his companions. "What? Why are these two eminent figures here?" His mind raced with astonishment. "Zixuan, it seems you were the one he pointed at." Lu Qing'an glanced at his eldest daughter. Lu Zixuan blinked her beautiful eyes. "Father, it appears the instructor is addressing this gentleman in front of me." However, seeing her father's resolute expression, Lu Zixuan still rose to her feet. "Greetings, instructor. Please proceed with your inquiry," she stated confidently. "Liang." "No, I did not mean you." He was oblivious to the relationship between Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an, yet the affectionate manner in which Lu Qing'an addressed the child indicated a profound bond. Wait a moment. Why do they bear such a resemblance? Upon closer inspection, Lu Hong felt a chill. "It cannot be. Instructor, are you not going to ask me a question?" Lu Zixuan, noting Lu Hong's silence, gently reminded him with a smile. She had been attentively listening throughout the lecture, diligently jotting down the key points. At this moment, within the vast classroom, there were several hundred students of varying levels of cultivation. All eyes were directed towards Lu Zixuan. Upon seeing her, both men and women were utterly captivated. "How beautiful! Wow! When did our academy acquire such a stunning beauty?" "Wait, look! The women seated beside her are also extraordinarily lovely. Don't just gaze at the beauties. Look at Teacher Lu. Why is he drenched in sweat?" "Indeed, what could be troubling Teacher Lu? Goodness, this is the first time I've seen him like this." Lu Hong was not only bewildered, but also felt as though his mind was muddled. His mouth opened and closed, yet no words emerged. The questions he had pondered earlier could not be articulated. It was not until Lu Qing'an suddenly spoke up that there was a break in the silence. If you have questions, please ask. Lu Hong quickly regained his composure, swallowed nervously, and hurriedly said, "Then I would like to inquire while asking his question." Lu Hong stuttered slightly, yet he managed to convey the essence of his inquiry. After listening, Lu Zixuan took a moment to gather her thoughts and responded clearly. As teacher mentioned earlier, the most crucial aspect of this demonic technique lies in the modulation of internal energy and blood flow. Therefore, excellent. Absolutely splendid. This student articulated her thoughts exceptionally well. Let us applaud. Upon hearing Lu Zixuan's response, Lu Hong's mind was in disarray. He did not even contemplate whether her answer was indeed correct. He hurriedly spoke up. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Huh? Is this really Teacher Lu? Yesterday, several students answered questions quite well, yet they were still critiqued by Teacher Lu. And now, he is heaping such praise on this beautiful student, and calling for applause. The group of students felt compelled to comply and promptly clapped. Lu Zixuan blinked. Did I really perform that well? Father, did I truly do admirably? Why such a strong reaction, especially from Teacher Lu? She whispered. Of course. Who wouldn't be proud to have you as my daughter? Lu Qing'an replied with a doting smile. Xiao Qingyi chuckled silently. Could this boy behave any differently? All right. This student, you may take your seat now. That will be all for today. Everyone, please disperse. Lu Hong quickly interjected, no longer daring to pose further questions. Teacher Lu, if any students have inquiries, could you assist in answering them? Lu Qing'an asked. This of course. I can. Lu Hong's back was already soaked with sweat. Grandfather. I shall call you grandfather. Please spare me. Meow meow. After listening to the teachings, do you have any questions for the teacher? Lu Qing'an turned to his youngest daughter. Lu Meow Meow blinked her large eyes. I don't have any. I was too busy eating to pay close attention in class. Father, may I refrain from asking the teacher? Lu Meow Meow flashed a bright smile, somewhat embarrassed. You may ask whatever you wish. Thus, with no other option, Lu Meow Meow rose to her feet. Lu Qing'an had urged her to stand not only to ensure that Lu Hong remembered his two daughters and refrained from troubling them in the future, but also to cultivate the children's confidence and initiative in such a crowded setting. Instructor, may I pose a question? When one is hungry, is there any adverse effect from practicing the demonic arts you mentioned? Lu Meow Meow blinked and posed a query that left everyone present in utter bewilderment. Lu Hong's mouth fell agape. What sort of question was this? It was a blatant attempt to put me in a difficult position. Yet it was indeed a pertinent question. Lu Hong stiffened his neck, compelled to offer praise. The onlookers were left speechless. It is indeed inadvisable to practice this demonic technique while hungry. There exists a 10% risk of succumbing to madness during such times, demonstrating the depth of research by this student. Let us applaud. A chorus of applause followed. Xiao Qingyi's perception of Lu Hong shifted significantly. This was a remarkable individual. Chapter 57. The enigmatic temporal treasure. The assembly of students present discerned the reason behind Lu Hong's peculiar demeanor. It was due to the striking middle-aged gentleman speaking before them. Lu Hong was none other than the nephew of the vice president, Lu Qingxiu. It could be said that within the academy, he held a position of near invincibility. Save for the president himself. Who might this man be? Quite extraordinary indeed. Furthermore, what was the connection between the two young ladies and this middle-aged figure? They appear to be students of our esteemed academy as well. The fact that even Lu Hong treated them with such deference indicated that they were not individuals to be trifled with. After achieving the desired outcome, Lu Qing'an rose and led Lu Zixuan and the others away. Upon exiting the lecture hall, Lu Zixuan inquired, Father, did that instructor offend you earlier? Lu Qing'an replied, Not particularly. The young man simply lacked discernment and inadvertently crossed my path. A little admonition is all that is necessary. Oh, Lu Zixuan thought, having sensed her father's intention to assert his authority over the instructor. It seemed there was more to it than merely the instructor's frustration being redirected towards the students. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Your father harbors another intention. You are still young and may not perceive it. Lu Zixuan blinked, taken aback by this insight. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the temporal willow. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Lu Qingxiu had already been waiting quietly. Lu Qing'an's primary motive for enrolling his daughters in the Magic Willow Academy was to grant them access to the temporal treasures. At the core of the temporal willow's roots lay a vast, swirling white vortex. Indeed, the entrance to the spatial treasure. At this moment, the entrance was enveloped in a soft, pale yellow energy, imbued with a mysterious aura. Venture inside and experience it for yourselves. Zishuan, keep a close watch on your sister. Lu Qing'an instructed, turning his gaze to Su Yuni and the others. Only those possessing a status token could enter within. Understood. Lu Zishuan nodded earnestly. The four of them proceeded together, stepping into the radiant entrance. As they entered the white vortex, they were gently enveloped by an unseen force, and their surroundings suddenly dissolved into pure white. As the sensation of weightlessness receded like a tide, their vision expanded. A grand white dome stretched infinitely above them, dazzlingly bright with a lustrous sheen reminiscent of mother of pearl. The ground and all structures were composed of semi-transparent, milky white crystal. What captivated their attention most was a 10-tiered, circular cultivation tower that soared upward like a spiraling staircase to the heavens. Each level was separated by translucent white energy barriers, with the spatial runes of time and space becoming increasingly dense as one ascended. Each of these chambers was a distinct cultivation room. The door of the cultivation room on the lowest tier bore the character 1, with ripples of time fluttering like delicate veils. The time flow rate in the first level cultivation room was 1 to 30. The second level's time flow rate was 1 to 60. Ascending to the 10th level, the time flow rate in the cultivation room reached an astonishing 1 to 300. Both Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi gazed upward toward the highest tier. They are free to utilize the cultivation chambers within. Now, the magical willow value within their identity tokens is so abundant that they can continuously access the 10th level of the cultivation rooms. Shall we ascend to the highest floor? Lu Zishuan inquired, her anticipation palpable. With a time flow rate of 1 to 300, it meant that while a single day passed outside, 300 days elapsed within. It's nearly a year. I heard it just requires intention. Let me give it a try, Sun Minzi remarked. She directed her focus towards the uppermost level. In the next instant, she found herself standing on the 10th floor. Indeed, Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly attempted the same. Yes, sister, come up. Lu Zishuan and Su Yuni swiftly materialized at the highest tier. Do we have access to all the cultivation rooms here? Lu Zishuan asked. We shall find out. Su Yuni replied, approaching a cultivation room before her. The door was firmly closed, lacking a handle, only a white or present. It's a formation. She produced her identity token and pressed it against the surface. In the next moment, the door vanished, transforming into a swirl of white mist. Let me take a look inside. After entering, Su Yuni emerged shortly, her speed suggesting she had barely stepped in before retreating. It's quite spacious inside. It's a unique realm with abundant magical energy, and there are several cultivation facilities. She explored thoroughly, but the rapid time flow made her seem as if she had only just entered before exiting. You all should give it a try. All right. The three of them each selected a cultivation room to enter. Upon completion of their explorations, they reappeared outside. Sister, it's so vast and empty inside. I don't want to be alone. Can I cultivate with you? Lu Miao Miao expressed. Let us see if it's possible. Lu Zishuan attempted to enter the same cultivation room with her sister, but the answer was negative. Only one person could occupy a cultivation room at a time. After their examination, they collectively departed from that space, returning to where Lu Qing'an and the others awaited. How was it? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile, observing the four. Lu Zishuan and her companions responded with cheerful expressions. It was splendid. Father, Miao Miao feels a bit uneasy cultivating alone in such a vast space. Lu Miao Miao pouted. Miao Miao, you are still quite young. There is no need to come here frequently. You can start visiting regularly once you turn 10. Lu Qing'an affectionately ruffled his youngest daughter's hair. The child is still young. Occasional cultivation is sufficient. It's indeed concerning for such a young child to be alone in a space devoid of others, as it could lead to feelings of confinement. He couldn't help but recall his own apprentice, who, as a child, had secluded himself to break through, Perhaps that was why his temperament had become so. Yay! Father is the best, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, embracing Lu Qing'an with joy. The arrangements for the teleportation array have been meticulously completed by your esteemed master, and it is said that new innovations have been introduced. Upon your return, you'll be able to connect the array to your identity tokens, allowing you to swiftly teleport home directly through these tokens. If you have some free time now, please proceed to set up the teleportation array here as well, suggested Lu Qing'an. Certainly, Su Yuni began to arrange the formation. Shortly thereafter, the teleportation array was successfully established. Now, you may practice your cultivation here at your leisure. The ideal schedule is to attend classes at the academy in the morning and dedicate your afternoons and evenings to cultivation, returning home at night. Understood, Father. We shall first enter to practice for a while and return home later, Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply use the communication jade slip to reach out to me, Lu Qing'an responded. Of course. Observing Su Yuni and the others eagerly making their way towards the entrance of the training space, he chuckled and then turned to his youngest daughter. Miao Miao will come home with me. All right. Before departing, Lu Qing'an glanced at Lu Qingxiu, cautioning, do not tamper with the teleportation array and let everything else proceed as usual. There is no need to provide special accommodations for my children. Understood, Lu Qingxiu thought to himself, pondering how one could avoid special treatment. As Lu Qing'an and the others departed, Lu Zixuan and her companions engaged in their cultivation until nightfall, emerging from the time treasure with an insatiable desire for more. Radiant smiles adorned their youthful faces as they returned to the courtyard, still exhilarated from what felt like months of cultivation, despite only having spent half a day outside. Aunt Minzi, I have successfully broken through 3 levels of cultivation. It feels exhilarating, Lu Zixuan exclaimed with joy. Su Yuni took a deep breath, striving to contain her excitement, and replied, not only have I transcended a minor realm, but I have also thoroughly researched the formations that previously eluded my understanding. Sun Minzi had also achieved a breakthrough of 3 levels. The trio was eager to utilize the teleportation array and return to the courtyard to share their newfound knowledge. Just as Su Yuni was about to activate the teleportation array to return, she suddenly realized her brother was trying to communicate with her. Chapter 58, Zhengran. Do not humiliate yourself in a residence within the immortal ruins. Uncle, has Annie not connected yet? Lu Zhengran, still shouldering the treasure blade, wore an expression of unrestrained excitement upon his distinctly angular face. Clearly, he had encountered something delightful today, and, at this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to share this joy with someone. She must be preoccupied with other matters. What is it that you wish to discuss with Annie? Su Xuanyu, too, wished to communicate with his second sister, so he contemplated reaching out to her later that evening. Lu Zhengran replied with a grin, did you not notice? I have just broken through to a new minor realm today. Your recent advancements have indeed been remarkable, Su Xuanyu remarked, glancing at Lu Zhengran's cultivation level, which had reached the 5th stage of the transformation realm, and began to grasp what Lu Zhengran sought, the affirmation of others. What is more, I have finally succeeded in joining the most prestigious academy within the immortal ruins, the Qing'an Academy. I managed to cultivate there for 2 whole hours. The time flow within that training space is 30-1. Is simply exhilarating. As Lu Zhengran spoke, his face radiated with excitement, and his desire to share this news only intensified. He was eager to inform his sister of his latest breakthrough, curious to see her reaction upon learning of his advancement in cultivation. At his level, to achieve a breakthrough within a single day was something others would scarcely believe. Su Xuanyu nodded with a smile. Indeed, my sister possesses remarkable abilities, enabling you to pass the entrance assessment of Qing'an Academy. Furthermore, she has granted you the privilege of training for 2 hours each day within that temporal treasure. Why am I not afforded such treatment? By the way, are you acquainted with a certain instructor at your academy named Nangongyan? Upon mentioning this, Su Xuanyu's expression shifted slightly, a faint smile adorning his face. Uncle, you know instructor Nangongyan? She is the most beloved instructor at Qing'an Academy. Lu Zhengran exclaimed in surprise. She is the goddess of your uncle. Alas, were I not of an advanced age, I would wish for your sister to arrange for me to join Qing'an Academy as a student. Su Suani Zipli, he had pursued Nangongyun for several years. They had met during a previous expedition. However, in comparison to her distinguished lineage from the renowned Nangong family, his own background was rather insignificant. The Nangong family was one of the most powerful clans in the Immortal Ruins, boasting 2 peak emperor-level experts among its ranks, along with numerous others at that level. Although his sister had recently ascended to the emperor level, holding the title of pure emperor, his status still paled in comparison to Nangongyun's. Unless one day she were to reach the pinnacle of the emperor level, becoming the strongest in the Immortal Ruins. Perhaps then he might be deemed worthy of Nangongyun. Lost in thought, Su Xuanyu suddenly recalled Lu Qing'an. The exclamation of a sigh escaped him, heavy with emotion, startling Lu Zhengran. Lu Zhengran observed as Su Xuanyu momentarily lost his usual fervor, blinking in surprise. Uncle, I am still somewhat perplexed by matters of the heart, yet it appears that Nangongyun has not yet wed another, which indeed leaves you with a glimmer of hope. Lu Zhengran, under the impression that Su Xuanyu's sorrow stemmed from Nangongyun's situation, attempted to offer solace. Upon hearing these words, Su Xuanyu sighed heavily. Zonghuang, you do not understand. What I lament is the loss of your father, the perfect brother-in-law. I wish I could slap myself twice for this folly. Had Lu Qing'an remained my brother-in-law, I would have been entirely deserving of Nangongyun. Nay, in fact, she would scarcely be worthy of me. If I were to declare that the eternal night demon emperor is my brother-in-law, others would surely steer clear of him. Indeed, in the realm of the Immortal Ruins, the name of the eternal night demon emperor commands respect, even with the barriers in place. No one in the Immortal Ruins could possibly hinder the eternal night demon emperor's wrath. As Su Xuanyu wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly realized that the communication jade slip had been activated. At that moment, in the demon domain, Su Yuni returned to her courtyard, exchanged greetings with Lu Qing'an and the others, and then retreated to her room to connect the communication jade slip. What is it? Su Yuni inquired. Su Xuanyu's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Second sister, what is the situation over there? Su Yuni replied, what situation could there be? Everything is quite well. If there is something, speak quickly. Su Xuanyu was eager to inquire whether his second sister had spoken favorably of him to Lu Qing'an in an effort to mend their relationship. However, upon seeing Lu Zhengran approach with excitement, he felt compelled to hold his tongue. He could assure himself that he would not reveal the truth of his brother-in-law, being the eternal night demon emperor, but he could not guarantee the same for Zhengran. There is something Zhengran wishes to discuss with you. Su Xuanyu sighed internally and, having spoken this, handed the communication jade slip to Lu Zhengran. Aunt! Lu Zhengran exclaimed excitedly. Zhengran, what is it? Su Yuni's demeanor shifted to a more composed tone, her face adorned with a slight smile. Su Xuanyu noted the sudden warmth in his second sister's voice, and his lips twitched. Second sister, am I truly such a source of disdain for you? Aunt, is my sister nearby? Lu Zhengran asked hopefully. Su Yuni replied, she is in the hall, sharing her joy with your father. Lu Zhengran inquired, sharing joy? What has transpired? Your sister has just broken through to the third minor realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengran fell into stunned silence. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Aunt, you must be jesting. Lu Zhengran furrowed his brow, convinced that Su Yuni was merely teasing him, pouting slightly. Su Xuanyu observed this exchange with an odd expression. Had he been unaware of his brother-in-law's true identity as the eternal night demon emperor, he would have reacted just as Lu Zhengran did, unable to fathom the news. After all, achieving 3 minor breakthroughs in a single day is, to say the least, astonishing. The realms beyond the transformation realm become increasingly arduous to traverse. Not to mention the last time he heard his second sister mention that his niece had instantly transcended a major realm, reaching the harmonization stage. The 3 minor realms of the harmonization stage are exponentially more challenging to transcend than the 3 minor realms of the spirit transformation stage. Su Yuni was acutely aware of what Lu Zhengran was contemplating. This child had consistently endeavored to outshine both Lu Zixuan and himself in the pursuit of cultivation, striving for swifter breakthroughs. Hearing this news was undoubtedly disheartening for him. which left her hesitating over whether to temper his spirits. You can just consider me teasing you, Su Yuni remarked with a wry smile, ultimately unable to bring herself to wound her young nephew's feelings. Those who knew her understood the softness of her heart. Ah, aunt, you are truly wicked. I knew it couldn't be that terrifying, Lu Zhengran exclaimed, his face a portrait of melancholy as he exhaled deeply. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile, at a loss for words when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Aunt, Senior Luo has provided us with identity tokens to join the array. Could you please hand me your token? This will facilitate our future transportation to the Magic Willow Academy. Ah, yes. Come in, Su Yuni replied. Lu Zixuan entered the room, retrieving the identity token from Su Yuni's grasp. At that moment, the sound of Lu Zhengran's excited voice emanated from the communication jade slip in Su Yuni's hand. Sister, are you there? Upon hearing her younger brother's voice, Lu Zixuan furrowed her brow slightly. Yes, what is it? Sister. Today, I made a breakthrough to the next minor realm. I am now at the 5th layer of the spirit transformation stage. Su Yuni could not help but facepalm at Lu Zhengran's proud declaration. You rascal. You truly bring shame upon yourself. Lu Zixuan chuckled at her brother's words. Is that so? You are impressive. Indeed, to be honest. My rapid advancement is thanks to my time at the Qing'an Academy, where I utilized a time-altering artifact that allows me to train at a pace of 30-1. From now on, I can cultivate for 2 hours every day there. Su Yuni. Lu Zixuan's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 59. You will only deceive Qing'an Academy. You actually joined Qing'an Academy? Lu Zixuan exclaimed in a tone that seemed surprised, as if teasing a child. Indeed, my mother personally took me there, and with the dean's consent, I was exempted from the examination and directly admitted to Qing'an Academy. Lu Zhengran lifted his chin, striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Lu Zixuan remarked, impressive. In a time-flow ratio of 1:30? 2 hours a day. Are you certain? Ahem. Ordinary students can only access the training room with a 1:10 time-flow ratio, but due to my mother's influence, the dean has granted me unrestricted access to the 1:30 training room. I can train for 2 hours daily, which is approximately an additional 50 hours compared to others, roughly equivalent to 5 extra days of training, Lu Zhengran replied with a smile. That is truly remarkable. By the way, have you really reached the 5th level of the transformation realm? Lu Zixuan feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Indeed, I have attained the 5th level of the transformation realm. At this point, Lu Zixuan felt the urge to stop teasing her foolish younger brother. While it was indeed impressive, to be honest, I have recently joined the Demon Willow Academy over in the Demon Realm. Have you heard of the Demon Willow Academy? Su Yuni shook her head, wishing to interrupt Lu Zixuan, fearing that Lu Zhengran might suffer a blow to his confidence if this continued. Zixuan, perhaps you should refrain from continuing. After some thought, Su Yuni privately transmitted her thoughts to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan glanced at her aunt and fell silent. Ultimately, she restrained herself, understanding that he was her brother sharing blood ties. Though he could be quite infuriating as an elder sister, she should exercise a bit of forbearance. I haven't heard of it, and I'm not very familiar with that side. It must possess some strength, but in my opinion, it cannot compare to Qing'an Academy. For Qing'an Academy is the strongest institution in the vicinity of Xinshu. Lu Zhengran was well aware of what his sister intended to imply. He suspected she was attempting to fabricate a boastful tale. What a coincidence it was that he had just joined Qing'an Academy, and now his sister claimed to have joined some academy in the demon realm. It was as if she was openly challenging him. Hearing her younger brother's infuriating response, Lu Zixuan gritted her teeth but held her tongue. Fine, you're right. It indeed pales in comparison to your Qing'an Academy. If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way. Lu Zixuan silently chanted to herself. After all, this was her brother. She needed to be patient and not hold it against him. I knew it. You don't happen to lack even the time treasures, do you? Lu Zhengran said triumphantly. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to return the communication jade slip to Su Yuni, she could not hold back any longer upon hearing this. A brother is a brother. It's impossible not to teach him a lesson. Feeling quite pleased with yourself, are you? Very well. I earnestly tell you that in the presence of the Demon Willow Academy, Qing'an Academy is but a younger sibling. Qing'an Academy would be utterly crushed. Listening to Lu Zixuan's words, Su Yuni sighed. Well, it seems that this pair of siblings must determine a victor. Indeed, what is there to boast about? Ha, sister, you did not say that just a moment ago. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lu Zhengran could not help but chuckle, as if he had finally triumphed over her, filling him with joy. Lu Zixuan, listening to her brother's laughter, wore a look of disdain. Go ahead and laugh. So ignorant, utterly ignorant. Have you ever encountered a time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 30? I've heard of one with a ratio of 1 to 300. Coincidentally, we have such treasures at the Magic Willow Academy. Furthermore, today my sister and our aunt have spent half a day cultivating within it. Indeed, half a day. As she spoke, Lu Zixuan finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Keep bragging. Sister, I have discovered that since you arrived in the demon realm, your cultivation may not have increased, but your talent for boasting has certainly multiplied, and with a time flow rate of 1 to 300. Why not claim it's 1 to 3,000, or even 1 to 30,000? Upon hearing his sister's words, Lu Zhengran could not help but roll his eyes. What a braggart! Is it not merely a slight difference in cultivation? Su Xuanyu, listening to the banter between his two nephews, wore a peculiar expression, his eyes darting about. In the past, he would not have believed his niece's words. But now, he did, especially since Lu Zixuan had mentioned that his second sister had also gone there to cultivate. Sister, you two have entered the time treasure with a flow rate of 1 to 300. Su Xuanyu snatched the communication jade slip from Lu Zhengran's hands, exclaiming in astonishment. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, well, how should I put it? She knew her brother believed her, yet she was somewhat reluctant for him to do so. This is simply maddening. Ah, why? I loathe myself, Su Xuanyu wailed, cradling his head, as though his wife had run off with another man. Lu Zhengran furrowed his brow. Uncle, what is wrong with you? You cannot possibly believe it, can you? Su Xuanyu glanced at Lu Zhengran, his face twitching. Zhengran, you have no idea. Your father is the eternal night demon emperor. What your sister says is highly likely to be true. A time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 300. Ah, it eludes me. Zhengran, do not speak to me. Cease the communication. I suddenly wish to be alone. Su Xuanyu covered his forehead. Uncle, isn't the woman you admire teacher Nangongyin? Who is this being alone? Lu Zhengran frowned. Su Xuanyu. Sister, you may deceive others, but not me. How could there possibly be a time treasure with a flow rate of 1 to 300, and you claim to have cultivated for half a day? Impossible. The time treasures here allow for a maximum of 2 hours of cultivation. Lu Zhengran was quite displeased. What vexed him further was that his aunt was completely siding with his sister, continuously assisting her in her fabrications. Ha! Continue in your ignorance, breaking through a level in cultivation each day, and you revel in it. You have yet to experience the vastness of the world. Today, I, your sister, have transcended 3 minor realms, and not merely the 3 minor realms of the transformation stage, but the 3 minor realms of the integration stage. Lu Zixuan was no longer inclined to converse with her brother, this jester. Go ahead and boast. Why don't you claim that you have already attained the Emperor's realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengran became even more incredulous. In 2 months, I shall venture over there, dare to wager, and we shall see whose cultivation is superior at that time. Lu Zixuan, startled by her brother's intention to visit, paused momentarily, then scoffed and replied, I can't be bothered to bet with a fool. Come if you wish, just ensure that you don't drop your eyeballs on the ground. Very well. I must attend to my affairs. Farewell. With that, Lu Zixuan disregarded her brother further, took the identity token from Su Yuni, and hummed a tune as she strode out. You are simply afraid. Truly a deceiver. Just wait. I shall unmask your lies. After uttering these words, Lu Zhengran waited for a response from his sister, but instead, he received a reply from Su Yuni. Zhengran, your sister has gone to attend to her matters. Well, try not to dwell on it too much. Focus on your cultivation at the Qing'an Academy, and just consider what your sister said to be false. Su Yuni advised, Aunt, all you do now is conspire with my sister to deceive and bully me. Oof. I shall ignore you. Zheng ran. In the next moment, the voice of Su Xuanyu emanated from the communication jade slip. Second sister, stop speaking. Zheng ran has run out. Su Yuni sighed. Oh, this child. Second sister, do not concern yourself with Zheng ran. He is still a child, ignorant of many things. He will get over his anger in a day or two. Please attend to your brother instead. I, at this moment, wish I could strike myself down. If only there were indeed a treasure that could accelerate time 100-fold. I too would long to enter and cultivate. Su Xuanyu lamented, beating his chest in despair. Chapter 60. Matters concerning the disciple. Su Xuanyu had never encountered a treasure with such a remarkable time-flow ratio. A 1:100 ratio was already astonishing, but a 1:300 ratio was utterly unprecedented for him. Had he not heard this from his second sister, he would have dismissed it as mere fantasy. Now that she had confirmed the existence of such a time-flowing artifact and mentioned her own experience in cultivating with it, combined with her husband's unique status, it was highly probable that it was indeed true. Su Yuni affirmed, it is indeed real. When I first heard of it, I was equally astonished. The extraordinary time flow of this treasure is related to the time-reversing willow, the revered artifact of the Magic Willow Academy. Without the presence of the time-reversing willow, this treasure would merely possess a 1:100 time flow. Second sister, I envy you so much. Now I understand why you insist on staying there. If I were in your position, I would be even more resolute. Su Xuanyu could only harbor feelings of envy. By the way, second sister, are you truly able to cultivate there at your convenience? Is there no limit to the duration of your training? Su Xuanyu could not help but inquire. Indeed, my brother-in-law has made arrangements with the academy's headmaster, and only the 4 of us are permitted. No one else is allowed. However, there is something else that transpired. Su Yuni's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled the incident of impersonating Lu Qing'an's daughter. It was a memory she would cherish for a lifetime, as it was extraordinarily unique. Su Xuanyu closed his eyes, internally chastising himself for being foolish. Finally, he weakly pleaded, Second sister, I earnestly beg you, whenever you have a moment, please speak a few kind words from me to my brother-in-law. From now on, I vow to heed your every word. You are my dear second sister. Is that agreeable? Towards the end, Su Xuanyu resorted to a charming display of affection. Su Yuni was at a loss for words. Given how you previously offended my brother-in-law, it puts me in a difficult position. I will do my best. By the way, did Zhengran mention he would be coming here in 2 months? Was that just a casual remark, or does he genuinely intend to come? Is that acceptable to eldest sister? Su Yuni inquit. Su Xuanyu replied, Eldest sister seems unperturbed by Zhengran coming here. After all, he is my brother-in-law's son, and she trusts him. As for me, alas, even if I wish to go there, I probably cannot inform eldest sister. What if she worries that Zhengran might not want to return after experiencing this place? Su Yuni's expression was peculiar. The conditions here are simply too favorable, too tempting. I can hardly withstand such trials. One can only imagine how your little nephew will feel upon witnessing Lu Zixuan's cultivation level and what decisions he might make. Cough. Eldest sister has always been quite confident. As we both know, frankly, I believe it will be beneficial for Zhengran to go there. Eldest sister is solely focused on her cultivation, and she rarely attends to the children. If my brother-in-law can provide a better environment for nurturing the child, sending Zhengran there could be quite advantageous, Su Xuanyu remarked. Su Yuni nodded in agreement with this perspective. It seems rather unkind towards one's elder sister. While Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were still engaged in a whispered conversation, Lu Zhengran had already departed from Su Xuanyu's side and made his way to the grand hall where Su Qing'an resided. As he entered, his eyes narrowed with indignation and a hint of grievance. To his surprise, not only was his mother present, but Lin Qingxue was also there. He promptly greeted Lin Qingxue with a bow. Zhengran, is there something you wish to discuss? Su Qing'an had been engaged in serious conversation with Lin Qingxue when she noticed her son, shifting her focus to him. Mother, my sister speaks nothing but lies. She cannot bear to see me thrive and has been vexing me. He recounted the events that had just transpired, embellishing the tale, particularly when he mentioned the treasure with a time flow rate of 1:300. Mother, Senior Lin, do such treasures truly exist? Lu Zhengran was skeptical. which prompted him to seek clarification. Lin Qingxue and Su Qingying exchanged glances. A time flow rate of 1 to 300? Your sister likely heard of your admission to the Qing'an Academy, where you could cultivate within such a treasure and felt envious, deliberately trying to provoke you. To my knowledge, there are those in the demon realm capable of crafting treasures with a time flow rate of 1 to 100, but 1 to 300 is unheard of. The probability of such a treasure's existence is exceedingly low. It makes sense now. I thought it was impossible. Oomph. I knew she was deceiving me. A semblance of smile finally graced Lu Jingran's face, and he felt somewhat relieved. Su Qingying also believed her eldest daughter had exaggerated. She understood that the two children had been competing in secrecy, and given their stubbornness, it was only natural for them to resort to fabrications to irritate one another. After all, they were still children. Zhengran, let me tell you, once your mother breaks through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, we will have a considerable chance of acquiring a treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 150. At that time, you shall no longer need to cultivate within the treasures of the Qing'an Academy, Lin Qingxue announced with a smile. What? A time flow rate of 1 to 150? Lu Zhengran was left speechless, his face lighting up with joy. Su Qingying added, that will be contingent upon my breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. For now, I must continue my efforts. With your talent, Qingying, I estimate you will likely break through within a decade, Lin Qingxue remarked with a smile. Really? Wonderful. Mother, you are the best. Haha. Will I be able to use this time treasure freely? Can I cultivate for an entire day? Lu Zhengran exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Of course. This treasure belongs solely to your mother, and you may use it at your leisure, Lin Qingxue replied. Wow. Incredible. Mother, keep up the great work. Su Qingying smiled and nodded, gazing tenderly at her son. I have matters to discuss with your mother. Return and cultivate diligently, striving to surpass your sister, Lin Qingxue encouraged, sending Lu Zhengran on his way. Understood. I shall go cultivate now. Lu Zhengran arrived with a countenance full of defiance, yet departed with an air of triumph, humming a tune as he left. Su Qingying shook her head with a smile, then turned to her master. Master, may I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Lin Qingxue replied, it pertains to that matter. Although your current cultivation level is still modest, your innate talent is remarkably formidable. In the future, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of greatness and stand atop the strongest in the immortal ruins. However, at present, it is imperative for you to consolidate your foundation and establish connections with other powerful factions. Su Qingying nodded. I understand and shall heed your guidance. Very well. The relationships among the top factions in the immortal ruins are intricate. You must navigate these relations with care, particularly with the Nangong clan, the Xia clan, and the Long clan, as they are most worthy of your attention. I have devised a strategy for you to foster good relations with them. What strategy? They are already aware of your potential. You could take on 1 or 2 disciples from each of their families. Taking disciples? Indeed, by accepting disciples, their families will have a considerable connection to you. Given your promising future, they will be more than willing to allow their most talented members to become your apprentices. All right, I shall follow your advice. Then I will handle this matter. Our future plans will also involve these factions, so you must find a way to manage your relationships with them. Until you break through to the pinnacle of the great Emperor realm, it is best not to provoke any discord. Su Qingying nodded in understanding. In the demon domain, the sun shone warmly in the afternoon. In front of a stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi were seated, enjoying tea and conversation. Speaking of which, your disciple must have learned of your return by now. Why hasn't he come to find you? Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lu Qing'an, equally curious, noted logically he has been back for some time, and with Lu Qingxu and others seemingly connected to him, he should already be aware of my return. From my understanding of my disciple, he would have rushed over by now. I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps he is in the midst of a closed-door retreat? Lu Qing'an speculated. At that moment, Su Yuni concluded her conversation with Su Xianyu and exited the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an at the stone pavilion, she approached him. Brother-in-law, I wish to have a word with you. Chapter 61. The Daughter's Slave? What is it? Lu Qing'an inquired, observing the somewhat awkward Su Yuni. Seeing Su Yuni cast a glance in his direction, Xiao Qingyi directly asked, "Should I step aside?" "That's unnecessary." Su Yuni gathered her thoughts and decided to disregard the discomfort. After all, she had promised her younger brother to assist. "Brother-in-law, it's like this. My brother is already aware that you are the eternal night demon emperor. Is that so?" And then Lu Qing'an replied, "Brother-in-law, you might not know this, but this kid has idolized the eternal night demon emperor since childhood." Su Yuni continued, stealing a glance at Lu Qing'an to gauge his reaction. She noticed a hint of surprise flicker across his face. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. "He regards me as an idol? What an interesting notion." Intrigued, Xiao Qingyi conjured a watermelon, swiftly slicing it into pieces before indulging in it. "The tales of your deeds during your time in the demon domain have not only spread within that realm, but also reached the immortal ruins. Consequently, there are individuals there who admire your strength and style, some even taking you as a role model. My brother is one of them." Su Yuni wished to express that she too belonged to that group. "Oh, I see." Lu Qing'an nodded slightly, realizing the extent of his renown. It was surprising to learn he had a considerable following even in the immortal ruins, and he anticipated that his brother-in-law would be among his admirers. Now that he was aware of his identity as the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, things had taken an amusing turn. This young man had often challenged him before. Of course, Lu Qing'an had his own motives for involving his brother-in-law. When he first arrived at the immortal ruins and sought to temper his violent impulses, he felt the cleansing wasn't thorough enough. He intended to find someone to practice controlling his murderous intent, but everyone he encountered there treated him kindly, making it difficult to find a suitable target. Unexpectedly, his brother-in-law appeared just when he was troubled, fitting perfectly into his plans. Initially, he struggled to restrain himself a few times, but as time passed, he gained better control, ultimately assuring himself that he harbored no malice, as long as certain taboos were not crossed. Now that he knows you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he regrets his past actions and often laments that when he thinks of how he treated you, he wishes he could punish himself. Su Yuni's face flushed as she spoke. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, devoured the watermelon with even greater enthusiasm. He had anticipated some juicy gossip. Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law had been quite insufferable. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. "Oh, and then he has been persistently asking me to apologize on his behalf, seeking your forgiveness." Su Yuni finally felt a sense of relief, having conveyed everything. "This young man, in the past, has certainly hurled insults at me. However, as I have mentioned before, while he may indeed be a bit deserving of a beating, he is not entirely bad." Lu Qing'an chuckled. "Oh, brother-in-law, have you forgiven him?" Su Yuni's eyes brightened. Lu Qing'an shook his head. "Forgiveness is not an option." This. Su Yuni began to perspire. Lu Qing'an was merely teasing her and continued with a smile. "I'm just joking. This young man no longer concerns me. Whether we meet or not in the future is inconsequential." Su Yuni quietly inquired, "What if he comes here one day?" Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. "If he does come, I shall certainly treat him well." He deliberately emphasized the word treat. A shiver ran down Su Yuni's spine. "Brother, you better not come. Something big is going to happen." Lu Qing'an chuckled softly and refrained from elaborating further. He truly did not regard Su Xuanyu as a serious matter. While the young man was indeed quite irritating when he confronted him, he treated his children well. Although he had divorced Su Qingyi, it did not alter the fact that Su Xuanyu was the uncle of his 3 children. Should Su Xuanyu wish to visit the children, he would welcome him. Nevertheless, he would not mind playing a few pranks on the young man. "Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Su Yuni hastily excused herself and scurried away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile and then turned to Xiao Qingyi. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "You still have such a wicked sense of humor," Xiao Qingyi remarked, fully aware of Lu Qing'an's nature. He would never be petty with his brother-in-law. It was merely a playful scare. In response to Xiao Qingyi's words, Lu Qing'an chose not to reply, merely smiling in silence. "Let us continue enjoying our tea. Haha, I've had my fill of gossip, so I shall refrain from further drinking. However, I do hope your brother-in-law pays a visit. That would surely add to the amusement," Xiao Qingyi remarked, increasingly finding the situation entertaining. It was quite amusing to think that this young uncle idolized Lu Qing'an, despite having acted so insolently in the past. Life in the demon realm progressed warmly. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Su Yuni and her companions made daily visits to the Mo Lu Academy for training and study, returning only in the late afternoon or evening. After 2 days of acclimatization, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi had fully adjusted to the training environment at the academy. They began to immerse themselves in the diligent atmosphere, particularly Lu Zixuan, who became increasingly dedicated to her practice. On this day, upon their return, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi suddenly sought out Lu Qing'an. "Father, there is something I would like your assistance with." "What is it?" Lu Qing'an inquired gently, noticing that his daughter had just advanced 2 levels in her cultivation. The speed of her progress was quite remarkable. As one's cultivation level increases, the rate of advancement typically slows. Thus, Lu Zixuan's rapid improvement was a testament to her exceptional talent. Recently, we have been secluding ourselves for breakthroughs, achieving rapid progress. However, I find it challenging to fully grasp the extent of my newfound strength. More practical experience is necessary to understand my capabilities. Consequently, I have decided to slow down my cultivation and engage in more real combat. During this time, Minzi and I discovered a unique treasure tower within the Magic Willow Academy, which can conjure the presence of magical beasts. Together, we attempted to advance through its levels, but we could only reach the 3rd tier before we could not proceed further. Is there such a challenging tower within the Magic Willow Academy? Indeed, our current predicament lies in our insufficient understanding of magical beasts. We have scoured the Academy's library for information, yet we still lack specialized knowledge regarding the weaknesses of various magical creatures. At this moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei, asking, "Could we acquire detailed information on all types of magical beasts from the demon realm?" Shui Tianfei smiled and replied, "This is simple. I can issue a bounty and have some professionals compile the information for us." Lu Qing'an nodded appreciatively, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." He understood that the children sought this information not solely for practical combat reasons, but also out of a burgeoning interest in overcoming challenges and striving for higher levels. If it were up to him, he would not concern himself with the weaknesses of magical beasts. He would simply focus on enhancing his combat skills and overcoming obstacles through sheer force. Yet, for the children, he was willing to fulfill their desires. "Shouldn't you thank Aunt Shui?" "Thank you, Aunt Shui." Shui Tianfei chuckled. "It's a trivial matter. I will have it ready for you by tomorrow." "Wonderful." The two joyfully returned to their room. At this point, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi and inquired, "When did the Magic Willow Academy acquire such a tower? I had never heard of it before." "It is indeed curious. That fellow Lucia seems to have procured many peculiar treasures from unknown sources. And much of what exists within the Magic Willow Academy has emerged only in the last millennium. Regarding the tower the children mentioned, it is called the Beast Tower. This Beast Tower comprises 10 levels, each capable of conjuring numerous magical beasts. Upon acquiring this treasure, the Magic Willow Academy promptly designated it as a tool for students to hone their practical combat skills. All students can form teams to challenge its levels, with a maximum of 3 individuals per team, and the conjured magical beasts are of equal rank to the trio. Upon overcoming a level, all 3 participants earn a certain amount of Magic Willow points. Moreover, the tower can analyze the combat skills of the students inside and provide rankings. In response, the Academy established a leaderboard, enticing young students to strive for recognition, thereby intensifying their training and combat techniques. After learning about the Beast Tower, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile, "What an amusing contraption. With my daughter's exceptional abilities, she is bound to dominate the rankings." "Huh, I see you for what you are, a doting father," Xiao Qingyi teased with a laugh. "How could one not become a doting father with such a remarkable daughter?" Lu Qing'an retorted with a grin. "Indeed," Xiao Qingyi agreed. "That's just how it should be." Chapter 62. The arrival of the disciple at dawn the following day. Before Lu Zixuan and her companions made their way to the Magic Willow Academy, the personnel of Shui Tianfei had already delivered the necessary materials to them. "Zixuan, here you go. Study diligently," she said. "Is it already here?" Lu Zixuan stared blankly at Shui Tianfei, astounded by her efficiency. Shui Tianfei chuckled softly. In the future, if you need anything, just reach out to Aunt Shui directly. There's no need to trouble your father. She had taken on a maternal role, delighted to assist Lu Zixuan. Hearing this, Lu Zixuan blinked, yet managed a wry smile. All right, I will do my best. Thank you once again, Aunt Shui. Shui Tianfei nodded with a smile, watching as Lu Zixuan and her companions teleported away. Once they had departed, she let out a gentle sigh. Xiao Qing'an, observing from nearby, communicated telepathically. It has barely been a moment, and you wish for the child to recognize you as a stepmother? Keep striving. The child will eventually embrace you completely. Shui Tianfei glanced at Xiao Qing'an and nodded. She had to admit, Xiao Qing'an's words were quite astute. At that moment, she noticed Lu Qing'an emerging from his room, gracefully approaching her like a gentle maiden. I have something to discuss with you, she said softly. What is it? Lu Qing'an's perception of Shui Tianfei had shifted since his return. He now faced her with considerably more warmth, a faint smile adorning his face. I may need to return to my family for a while. I cannot say how long I will be away, Shui Tianfei informed him, as if seeking permission. That is fine. Attend to your matters and return when you can. By the way, you should inform the child in advance, especially Miao Miao. It seems that upon arriving home, the first thing she does is seek you out rather than coming to me. Lu Qing'an sighed at this point. After spending just a day at the academy, perhaps she had grown fond of it, as her first inquiry was about any delightful treats from Shui Tianfei before seeking him out to play. Understood, Shui Tianfei nodded. Is it anything significant? Is it about the last incident with the magic crystals? Do you require my assistance? Lu Qing'an inquired tentatively. It is not regarding the magic crystals, merely some trivial matters within the family. How could I impose on the eternal night, demon emperor, for such things? Shui Tianfei giggled behind her hand. Very well. After their conversation, suddenly, all three turned their gaze skyward. Ah, your disciple has finally arrived, Xiao Qing'an remarked with a smile. Outside, the morning light had originally bathed the scene in golden hues, the sky clear and radiant. A gentle breeze stirred, the dew on the tips of the grass glimmering in the sunlight, enveloping the entire landscape in a tranquil and harmonious glow. However, without warning, a pitch-black rift tore through the distant heavens. Dense demonic energy surged forth from the fissure, instantly consuming the brilliant rays of dawn. The clouds churned violently. The once crimson and golden dawn now tainted with a murky violet black, as if the heavens had been splattered with putrid blood. A fierce wind arose, swirling dust and stones, and the very earth seemed to groan under the unbearable weight. From afar, the ground trembled with thunderous footsteps, each step causing the earth to shudder and fissures to crack like spiderwebs. Amidst the dense, magical fog, a figure of a man gradually emerged. He traversed the void, leaving desolation in his wake, and even the air seemed to freeze into ice. When did this lad become so pretentious? Lu Qing'an remarked, observing the transformation of the surroundings. Isn't it just what you taught me? Xiao Qing'an retorted with a smile. Lu Qing'an shot him a glare. Moments later, a silhouette appeared above the courtyard. He was tall and slender, resembling a drawn sword, lean yet exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. His countenance was as cold as a chiseled statue, with sharp brows and elongated eyes that hinted at a crimson undercurrent, his thin lips pressed tight and devoid of warmth. Clad in a dark brocade robe that enveloped his upright form, the hem adorned with dark golden demonic patterns. He was most strikingly accompanied by a dark halo that hovered behind him. This halo resembled an abyss that consumed all, its edges flowing with a blood-red gleam, sometimes morphing into a grotesque, demonic visage, at other times contracting into a pure black void, emanating an unnerving pressure. Under the radiance of the imperial aura, his pale fingers were distinctly articulated, as if a mere squeeze could shatter mountains and rivers. Lu Qing'an, Li Zongxuan called down coldly. Xiao Xuanzi, you're showing a lack of respect for your teacher. How can you address your master by his full name? Lu Qing'an replied calmly. You are not my master. Li Zongxuan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, as if Lu Qing'an had slaughtered his entire family. Lu Qing'an asked, if I'm not your master, then who is? I have no master. Well, if you have no master, what brings you here today? Is that any of your business? You, after all these years. Haven't tea changed much. You still act like a child, Lu Qing'an chuckled. Seeing you smile makes me sick. Li Ganchuan Shota. All right, I was wrong. I shouldn't have left without a word. Please don't throw a tantrum. Lu Qing'an coaxed like a parent soothing a child. I told you, I have no master. With a furious roar, Li Tsongxuan shook the heavens and the earth. As the winds and clouds shifted ominously, all living beings across the vast expanse prostrated themselves. Lu Qing'an remarked, "You little rascal, you have quite the temper. So tell me, what do you wish to do? I have come today to claim your head." Upon uttering these words, Li Tsongxuan swept his hand through the void, creating a grotesque, scar-like rift in the air. He reached within and, upon withdrawing his hand, grasped a blood-red longsword. This blade radiated a terrifying aura, rivaling Lu Qing'an's own treasured sword. Seeing this sword for the first time, Lu Qing'an assessed it with some surprise. "Where did you acquire this sword, you little brat?" "Huh, not only does this sword rival your divine weapon, but I have also grown powerful enough to crush you. Today marks your demise. Do you truly wish to kill me? Do you aspire to be an ungrateful wretch?" Lu Qing'an remained calm and composed, inquiring with an air of indifference. "How noisy! Come forth and seek your demise." Li Ganchuan Bayuba. Lu Qing'an pursed his lips. It seemed inevitable that they would clash. "Very well. I shall observe whether you have made any progress during our years apart." "Huh! Slaying you will be as effortless as dispatching a mere chicken. All right, today I shall impart some lessons to you, my wayward disciple." With a smile, Lu Qing'an's figure flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the zenith of the heavens. Li Tsongxuan snorted coldly, his form also vanishing in a flash to pursue Lu Qing'an at the pinnacle of the sky. The two stood 1,000 miles apart. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiao Qingyi set out a chair and hastily sliced open a watermelon, then glanced at Shui Tianfei beside him. "Would you care for some?" Shui Tianfei, arms crossed and standing upright, disregarded Xiao Qingyi's offer. Li Tsongxuan has indeed grown significantly stronger. His aura now nearly matches what it once was, she remarked. This was certainly true. After Lu Qing'an's disappearance, Xiao Xian had dedicated himself fervently to cultivation, his talent being extraordinary, which accounted for his current prowess. However, no matter how much stronger he became, it would be of little consequence. Upon returning, Lu Qing'an had transformed into something even beyond human comprehension. Xiao Qingyi had witnessed Lu Qing'an's formidable strength firsthand. This individual remained akin to a sovereign deity, exerting pressure upon all formidable contenders, leaving them unable to stand upright. Chapter 63. Welcome home at the pinnacle of the firmament. Li Tsongxuan fixed his gaze upon Lu Qing'an, who was standing across from him, weaponless. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Do you still think of me as that naive youth? Draw your weapon at once." Although he had relinquished his weapon to others, he believed that against this insolent young man, it mattered little. "After all, your ambition to surpass me is utterly futile." Lu Qing'an, with a beaming smile, spoke in a tone reminiscent of teasing a child. "Very well. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over these years. Today, your demise is inevitable." The aura of murderous intent radiated from Li Tsongxuan, evoking the impression that Lu Qing'an had slain his entire family. Lu Qing'an shrugged and beckoned with his fingers. "Come on, let me see if you've made any progress over these years." Li Tsongxuan ceased his verbal sparring, his body trembling as he unveiled his most formidable cultivation. A surge of demonic energy erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying domain enveloped a radius of thousands of miles. Under the manifestation of the solitary emperor's throne, time and space came to a sudden standstill. In this realm, he appeared as an invincible deity. "Do you see? My solitary emperor's throne can now rival your eternal night emperor's throne." "Indeed, it can," Lu Qing'an replied, "but in my master's eyes, it is merely mediocre. I am eager to see how long you can maintain this bravado. Quickly display your emperor's throne." Why would a master need to utilize the emperor's throne to discipline his disciple? Just come at me. What audacity! When did you acquire such a penchant for idle chatter? Can't you simply engage in combat? Lu Qing'an interrupted, noticing Li Tsangxuan's incessant prattling. Li Tsangxuan's cheeks flushed with anger as he retorted, "Who is babbling? Fine. You seek death. I shall oblige." With no further ado, he unleashed his fury. With a thunderous roar, the demonic energy surged around him like a tidal wave, instantly coalescing into countless pitch-black blades that tore through the void, emitting a piercing shriek. He shook his arms, gripping his sword, as the blades transformed into a cataclysmic storm of death, converging upon the divine weapon in his hands. Boom! With a sweeping motion of his hands, he directed the colossal blade towards Lu Qing'an. With a massive blade passed, the very fabric of space fractured, revealing chaotic currents. Observing Li Tsangxuan strike, a subtle smile graced Lu Qing'an's lips. This young man had indeed grown significantly stronger. However, he still had some distance to cover. Extending his hand forward, he gently gestured, and a black light shield materialized, blocking the impending doom. In an astonishing display, the seemingly fragile black shield, which appeared as though it could be pierced effortlessly, completely withstood such a formidable attack. Li Tsangxuan was taken aback, then gritted his teeth. Humph. This is merely an appetizer. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Upon uttering these words, he commanded the divine weapon to hover before him, palms pressed together. With a mighty tremor, an imposing phantom of a 10,000-foot demon god materialized behind him. The six-armed demon god unleashed six world-destroying fist imprints, the force of which caused the earth to collapse for miles, and the heavens to be rent with countless fissures, bearing down upon Lu Qing'an's blacklight shield. That's not bad, but still not enough, Lu Qing'an remarked indifferently. As he had predicted, such a terrifying assault could not breach his blacklight shield in the slightest. Li Tsangxuan, astonished, raised his voice defiantly. I refuse to believe that. Upon finishing his exclamation, a gash suddenly appeared on his brow, a crimson light piercing through the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, the laws of the universe disintegrated, and even the river of time was stained crimson. He grinned malevolently as he activated the Dugu Emperor's position. Within his domain, all things became stagnant, save for that bloodlight, which surged toward Lu Qing'an at a speed that transcended causality. The air echoed with the wails of tormented spirits, as if this strike compelled even the heavenly Tao to retreat in fear. This time, the blacklight shield was finally shattered. Observing this, Lu Qing'an chuckled inwardly. This lad has indeed inherited some of my former splendor. Ha ha ha. Is it truly so difficult to break your techniques? Prepare to meet your end. Li Kanchuan lauga triumphantly. After the cataclysmic onslaught shattered Lu Qing'an's blacklight shield, it surged onward towards him. Lu Qing'an slightly raised his gaze, lifting his right hand. His fingers delicately gathered like petals, and that soul-devouring blood light, which could make even the heavens tremble, dissipated like smoke and was pinched between his fingers. It erupted at his fingertips, condensing into a small point of black void. Throughout this, Lu Qing'an's hair remained undisturbed. Is that all? Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled lightly. Li Tsangxuan was utterly dumbfounded. No, is that it? Xuanzi, do you have no stronger attacks? Come again. Lu Qing'an stood with his hands behind his back, not having taken a single step. Li Tsangxuan trembled all over, gritting his teeth. No matter how he pondered, he could not conceive a technique stronger than the last. He had already unleashed his strongest 3 moves. It shouldn't be. I have clearly caught up to your strength. What is going on? Li Tsangxuan roared in anguish, his eyes reddening. Lu Qing'an, noticing his disciple's sudden frenzy, furrowed his brow slightly, ceasing his teasing. You have indeed nearly caught up to my former self. This much I must commend you for. You have worked diligently over the years. This talent is indeed remarkable. I do not need your approval. I refuse to believe it. Yu Shai Di. Once again, the imperial position behind Li Tsangxuan erupted with terrifying power, propelling him toward Lu Qing'an. The towering silhouette of a demon god reappeared. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Lu Qing'an, launching a frenzied assault. However, his blows could not land on Lu Qing'an, all being repelled by a malevolent aura emanating from him. Countless striking fists were rendered utterly useless. Why? Li Zongxuan, in a maddened frenzy, swung his fists, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, growing increasingly red. At that moment, he resembled a poisoned blade, its edge captivating, yet riddled with cracks gnawed by the passage of time. Those sharp angles piercing the world were merely scabs formed from unhealed wounds, silently oozing pain in the shadows of neglect. Lu Qing'an gazed at Li Zongxuan's extreme, yet sorrowful demeanor, feeling a pang of compassion. He took a deep breath, stepped forward with his left foot, and a terrifying aura erupted from his being. In the next moment, Li Zongxuan, who had been attacking furiously, suddenly halted, as an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, capable of instilling fear in all living beings. Li Zongxuan seemed to be frozen in place. Xiao Xuanzi, my abrupt departure years ago was a decision made out of necessity. I could not take you away. Moreover, this is a trial you must endure. Seeing you again now brings me great solace. You have indeed grown. His departure had originally been intended to allow for a proper farewell to his disciple. Yet after 3 days and nights of contemplation, he ultimately chose to leave without a word. At that time, Li Zongxuan was already formidable but remained excessively dependent on him, to the point where he was the only one in the world with whom he could share his heart. For any issue, he would seek his counsel. For any matter, he would request his opinion. Had Li Zongxuan been aware of his intention to leave the demon realm, he would have undoubtedly followed him relentlessly. Now, upon seeing his disciple again, he felt that his earlier decision was justified, yet simultaneously he was filled with remorse towards him, especially at this moment, witnessing him as a solitary, abandoned child, feigning strength on the outside while suffering internally. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan could no longer maintain his composure. The floodgates of his pent-up emotions burst open as he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from his reddened eyes. Why did you abandon me? Why did you leave without a word? I hate you. I hate you. Lu Qing'an inhaled deeply, squatting down to gently stroke Li Zongxuan's head, reminiscent of their first encounter. Back then, Li Zongxuan was the same age as Lu Miaomiao. Barely clad and enduring the bitter cold, he had gone many days without food. Upon witnessing a passerby drop a coin, he rushed to retrieve it, only to be met with brutal kicks and punches, leaving him bloodied in a corner of the street. As hunger and cold gnawed at him, his body stiffened and vitality ebbed away. Just as he hovered on the brink of death, a tall, warm figure appeared before him. Child, what is your name? Li Zongxian. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Xuanzi. Come home with me. A large hand gently caressed his head. In the heavens above, the fierce winds howled. Li Zongxuan looked up at Lu Qing'an, who knelt before him, his slender and handsome face streaked with tears. Xiao Xuanzi, my absence was due to personal matters, but I have returned and will never leave again. The fury etched on Li Zongxuan's face was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of grievance as he gazed at Lu Qing'an's unchanging, gentle countenance, filled with compassion. The most steadfast hatred in his heart was obliterated in an instant. Master, welcome home. As the words left his lips, the surging demonic clouds in the sky receded like a tide, and the golden rays of dawn pierced through the gaps, showering light upon the master and disciple. The icy tears on Li Zongxuan's face gradually began to warm. Chapter 64. The object of affection. Lu Qing'an gazed at Li Zongxuan, who was on the verge of tears like a child, and felt a profound sense of empathy. To him, Li Zongxuan was no different from his own son. He enveloped Li Zongxuan in a swirl of magical energy, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he comforted him like a child, saying, There, no need to cry. You're all grown up now, yet you still act like a child. Aren't you a bit embarrassed? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan quickly turned his face away, hastily wiping his cheeks with his hands. When he faced Lu Qing'an again, the tears had vanished, although his eyes remained notably reddened, still reflecting a glimmer of grievance. Yet, there was also a hint of embarrassment and defiance in his expression. I didn't cry. I just had some sand in my eyes earlier. Io Rascal. Come here. Give a master a hug. Lu Qing'an opened his arms. I'm not a child anymore. Why should I hug you? Now that I hold the esteemed title of Demon Emperor, what would others think? Li Tsongxuan retorted. Yet under Lu Qing'an's encouraging gaze, he stepped forward and embraced him briefly, only to receive a few hearty pats on his back from Lu Qing'an, which left him wincing in pain. You've truly grown stronger after over 1,000 years. Your master is very pleased. Now, let me see what other changes you've undergone. As Lu Qing'an circled around him, Li Tsongxuan instinctively straightened his posture. He seemed to have matured somewhat, which was commendable. Of course. Haha, let us not linger here. Come, let us sit down and chat. I want to hear about your experiences over the years. Lu Qing'an was elated. During his time in the immortal ruins, he occasionally thought of this boy, concerned about what might befall him alone in this realm. Yet, he understood that the child had grown up and needed to learn to face challenges independently. In the blink of an eye, the two descended into the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei watched them, smiles adorning their faces, as if their happiness was derived from witnessing the bond between teacher and disciple grow stronger. That little rascal hasn't changed much. He still forgets to address his elders properly, Lu Qing'an remarked, noticing Li Tsongxuan's bashful demeanor as he bowed his head slightly upon seeing Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei, still exuding an air of shyness reminiscent of his younger years. Xiao Qingyi chuckled, "Ha, the child has grown up. There is no need to be overly concerned with such formalities anymore." Master Xiao, Aunt Xue, Li Tsongxuan murmured, his head still lowered, barely audible. Both Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei were momentarily taken aback. Lu Qing'an was equally surprised and then placed a hand on Li Tsongxuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha, you have indeed changed. Well done. Now come in and let us talk." Li Tsongxuan glanced at Lu Qing'an, who wore a warm and genuine smile, causing the corners of his mouth to curve slightly in response. Being praised by his master felt wonderful. The four of them returned indoors, where Lu Qing'an personally brewed tea, filling Li Tsongxuan's cup to the brim. "Little Xuanzi, come, tell your master about your life in recent years." Cough. "Let me primarily address the matter of whether there are any friends or perhaps, a woman of interest." He bore the countenance of an eager father. Just as Li Tsongxuan raised his cup to sip, the mention of a woman he fancied caused him to unexpectedly spit out the tea he had just taken in. What woman could I possibly fancy? Wait, hold on, Lao Xiao. Did you see that? This lad seems to be genuinely involved. Lu Qing'an was taken aback. If there were none, he would not exhibit such a change. It appears there is indeed something afoot. Little Xuanzi, come, share with us your elders whom you are fond of. Do you require our ancient wisdom to assist you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi became instantly intrigued, producing a watermelon from seemingly nowhere, ready to enjoy the gossip. Li Tsongxuan wished fervently to bury his head in his chest, saying, "I don't know what you are talking about." The group engaged in light-hearted banter, with the primary topic revolving around Lu Qing'an and the others teasing Li Tsongxuan. Lu Qing'an took the time to thoroughly understand Li Tsongxuan's circumstances over the years. This young man had devoted himself almost entirely to cultivation, managing the Demon Emperor Palace adeptly, and had even come to control several factions. As for a woman he favored, it was likely he had someone in mind. However, Lu Qing'an refrained from inquiring further about the identity of the young lady. It was conceivable that this lad harbored secret affections. "Master, I owe you an apology as well." At that moment, Li Tsongxuan shyly scratched his head. "You have done nothing wrong. Why apologize? After discovering your abrupt departure, I initially sought you for some time, and upon failing to locate you, I resorted to disparaging you, claiming I had surpassed you long ago, hoping to provoke you from your concealment." A grimace formed on Li Tsongxuan's face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei exchanged knowing smiles. This was precisely why Xiao Qingyi had displayed a flicker of intrigue when Lu Qing'an had first mentioned Li Tsongxuan. "What of it? You have indeed become as formidable as I once was, which speaks volumes of your diligent cultivation during this period." Lu Qing'an gazed at Li Tsongxuan with pride. This young man had evolved into such a powerful figure, which was truly gratifying. Had he not possessed the benefits of the system's rewards, it would have required considerable effort to triumph over his disciple in battle. Seeing that his master was not angry, but rather praising him, Li Tsongxuan finally managed to smile. "By the way, little Xuanzi, have you seen Xiao Haizi at the Demon Emperor Palace or anywhere else?" That fellow seems to have wandered off to play. Lu Qing'an inquired. He was unsure of the whereabouts of his contracted beast. Li Zongxuan shook his head. Xiao Haizi? Hasn't it always been by your side, master? I have not seen it. If I did, perhaps I could locate you. How curious. Where could that fellow have gone? Lu Qing'an mused quietly. Master, I am more curious about your circumstances over the years. Why did you suddenly venture to the immortal ruins? No wonder I cannot find you. Li Zongxuan suddenly asked. Now it was Lu Qing'an's turn to be evasive. Well, ahem, it is not something I can disclose in detail at the moment. He primarily wished to maintain his esteemed image as a grand master in front of his disciple. All right, whenever you are ready to speak with me, do so. Li Zongxuan replied with resolute affirmation. Lu Qing'an smiled gently, noting that the child remained largely unchanged. In his eyes, Li Zongxuan possessed a somewhat reclusive nature, shying away from social interactions and occasionally displaying a degree of stubbornness. Yet, he remained a slightly proud, genuine, and sincere young man. Qing'an, I must return for a while. You two continue your conversation, and I shall return shortly, Shui Tianfei said with a smile as she stood up. Very well. If anything arises, send me a message. Oh, and please inform Miao Miao that I will regularly send someone to deliver delicious food. Understood. After watching Shui Tianfei depart, Lu Qing'an continued his dialogue with Li Zongxuan. The master and disciple appeared to possess an inexhaustible array of topics, conversing without pause. It was not until evening, when his daughter returned from the academy, that Lu Qing'an finally ceased his discussion with Li Zongxuan. Lu Miao Miao burst into the room, exclaiming as she ran, Father, Miao Miao is back. Where is Aunt Shui? After scanning her surroundings and failing to locate Shui Tianfei, she noticed Li Zongxuan, who was currently having his shoulder affectionately clasped by Lu Qing'an. Oh, Father, who is this big brother? Chapter 65. Master, you actually have a daughter? Father. Li Zongxuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his once cold and handsome visage transforming into a tableau of disbelief as he fixated on Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao Miao. Master, is this your daughter? Lu Qing'an smiled tenderly at his daughter, gesturing for her to come closer. Her full name is Lu Miao Miao. She is my daughter, and you should refer to her as your older sister. Let's call her Xian's sister. Father's disciple? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large eyes, turning her gaze toward Li Zongxuan, before breaking into a beaming smile. Hello, Xian brother. I am Lu Miao Miao, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Li Zongxuan, momentarily lost in a daze, shook his head to regain his composure. Hey, little brat, my daughter is greeting you. You should respond. Oh, why you? Hello, I am Li Zongxuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. He stammered, resembling a bashful young man as he introduced himself awkwardly. Wow. Upon closer inspection, I realize Xian brother is really handsome. Xian brother, hug me. Lu Miao Miao wa bruoka li ganchuan eajarli. Lu Qing'an chuckled, shaking his head. This little girl, so young and already enamored with handsome boys? Am I not handsome, too? Li Zongxuan's mind momentarily short-circuited again as he watched Lu Miao Miao approach, his cheeks flushing crimson. He nearly lost his balance and fell from his chair. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he would have embarrassed himself. Ultimately, he found himself unable to evade, as Lu Miao Miao clasped his hand, gazing into Lu Miao Miao's eager eyes, filled with a desire for affection. He gulped before lifting her into the air. Oh yay, higher. Lu Miao Miao squealed with delight. Li Zongxuan internally cried out for rescue. Who will save me? Haha, all right, no more playing. Li Zongxuan hurriedly set Lu Miao Miao down. Xian brother, has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? Lu Miao Miao suddenly tilted her head, inquiring. Li Zongxuan blinked and scratched his head. Perhaps. You are the second most handsome man I have ever seen. So you are indeed very handsome. Li Zongxuan felt completely at the mercy of this little girl. How could children today be so articulate? Then, who is the most handsome? Unsure how to continue the conversation, he decided to follow Lu Miao Miao's lead. Naturally, it is Father. Father is the most handsome in the world. Oh, indeed. Li Zongxuan nodded vigorously in agreement. He too believed his master to be the most handsome in the world. Yes. I did not expect Xian brother to think the same as Miao Miao. Li Zongxuan grinned foolishly. At that moment, 3 figures entered from outside. It was Lu Zixuan and her companions, who walked into the room with cheerful expressions, seemingly having had a fruitful day at the academy. As they entered the room and beheld a stranger seated beside Lu Qing'an, they hesitated momentarily, pondering, "Who is this person?" "Sister, come quickly. This is Brother Xian, the disciple of Father." Lu Miao Miao darted over to Lu Zixuan, grasping her hand and leading her towards him. "Father's disciple? Brother Xian?" Lu Zixuan gazed at Li Zongxuan and soon realized that he emanated an exceptionally formidable aura, distinctly different from their father's restrained presence, imposing a palpable sense of pressure. Li Zongxuan looked at Lu Zixuan, momentarily taken aback, and swiftly glanced at Lu Qing'an. "Master, you have not just one daughter, but two? And they're this grown-up?" Lu Qing'an chuckled. "Why don't you introduce yourselves? We are all family." Lu Zixuan regained her composure and smiled at Li Zongxuan, saying, "Brother Xian, I am Lu Zixuan, my father's eldest daughter. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, I am Li Zongxuan, Master's disciple. Delighted to make your acquaintance," he replied, feeling somewhat less awkward this time, having gained experience from his previous introduction with Lu Miao Miao. "Zixuan, if you encounter any issues with your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek guidance from your brother Xian. His prowess is quite commendable," Lu Qing'an remarked. "Certainly, Brother Xian, I will turn to you for any cultivation inquiries," Lu Zixuan responded with a smile. "Of course." Li Ganxuan nuda eajarli. "Master, who are these two?" At that moment, Li Zongxuan suddenly communicated telepathically with Lu Qing'an. It was then that Lu Qing'an recalled Su Yuni and Sun Minzi, smiling as he introduced them. "This is my sister-in-law, Su Yuni. You may call her Aunt Su. And this is Sun Minzi, a friend of Zixuan." "Olhat, on Su, Minzi. I am Li Zongxuan," he said, appearing somewhat bashful. Presently, Li Zongxuan felt much like a modern child visiting relatives. Su Yuni nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile, while internally astonished by the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Zongxuan. So powerful, Lu Qing'an exuded an aura that was remarkably subdued, rendering him devoid of any sense of pressure, leading many to perceive him as a relatively moderate cultivator. Yet, the formidable pressure radiating from Li Zongxuan felt akin to that of a primordial beast concealed within him. Despite his seemingly timid and earnest demeanor, akin to a bashful child, Su Yuni found herself reluctant to meet his gaze. It was as if he could obliterate her with merely a breath. The intensity was utterly staggering. Sun Minzi's sensation was even more pronounced than Su Yuni's. Upon hearing Li Zongxuan's self-introduction, she had already discerned his identity, the contemporary demon emperor of the demon domain. She had never laid eyes on Li Zongxuan before, only having heard whispers of his name, and knew not of his appearance, as he often remained secluded, rarely departing from the demon emperor's palace. Nonetheless, the deeds he had accomplished over the years had instilled dread in many formidable figures within the demon domain. Shortly after the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, some questioned whether Li Zongxuan possessed the prowess befitting a demon emperor and sought to challenge him. To their astonishment, every challenger fell effortlessly beneath Li Zongxuan's blade. None could withstand even a single strike. Certain factions, unwilling to accept Li Zongxuan's authority, clandestinely spread rumors to tarnish his reputation. However, when the winds of gossip began to swirl, several prominent factions were eradicated overnight, with no survivors among the strong. His decisive brutality and terrifying strength rapidly became the talk of the entire demon realm, with many asserting that Li Zongxuan had surpassed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Now, as she beheld Li Zongxuan in person, she too was taken aback by the aura of dread emanating from him. Yet, when she observed him behaving somewhat shyly before Lu Qing'an, resembling a mere child, her perspective on Li Zongxuan underwent a profound transformation. "All right, everyone is back. Old Chow, let us prepare a sumptuous meal. It is a rare occasion for us to gather. Let us dine together as a family," Lu Qing'an exclaimed with a smile. Today, he felt an immense joy, marking the happiest day since his separation. Chapter 66. The Warning of the Blonde-Haired Boy. Then I must showcase my finest culinary skills. After saying this, Xiao Qingyi went off to prepare the ingredients and began cooking. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. causing Lu Miao Miao's large eyes to shimmer with delight. Like a little gourmand, she eagerly began to devour the food. Brother Xian, the dishes made by Grandpa Xiao are simply delightful. You should eat more. She even took a moment to lean closer and softly remind Li Tsongxuan. Li Tsongxuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qing'an noticed that the little girl harbored a fondness for his disciple, which pleased him greatly. This young man had few friends, so it would be wonderful if he could befriend his daughter. By the way, Father, when will Aunt Shui return? After taking a couple more bites, Lu Miao Miao tilted her head to look at Lu Qing'an, her mouth still full. What? You miss Aunt Shui already, just after she left for a while? Yes. Will Aunt Shui be back tomorrow? Aunt Shui told me she would send someone regularly to bring you delicious food. It's not just the food I want. I miss Aunt Shui too. Lu Qing'an was somewhat taken aback by her words. Could it be that this little girl had truly grown close to the Snow Empress? Xuanzi, don't be so reserved. We're all family here. Relax, Lu Qing'an remarked, noticing Li Tsongxuan's hesitance to partake in the meal. I'm not being reserved. This was Li Tsongxuan's first experience dining with so many people, especially those who shared such a close bond with his master. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Lu Qing'an chuckled. You're just like you used to be. Remember to come by more often and spend time with Zixuan and the others. You are all peers. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi exchanged glances. Peers? They could not overlook the intimidating aura that Li Tsongxuan exuded. Such a formidable peer brought with it a sense of pressure. All right, Li Gengxuan Nudda. By the way, Zixuan, did you gain anything at the academy today? Lu Qing'an seemed to take on the role of the conversation's facilitator, helping to steer the discussion while serving food. Upon hearing his question, Lu Zixuan and son Minzi shared a glance, their lips curving into faint smiles. Father, today we met a very handsome student. We made a new friend and agreed to face challenges together. Lu Zixuan exclaimed cheerfully. Lu Qing'an, who had just been wearing a gentle smile, suddenly froze at her words. A very handsome friend, as he watched Lu Zixuan and son Minzi exchange yet another glance. Their smiles widening, his silence deepened, warning of the blonde-haired boy. What father wouldn't he be alarmed upon hearing such news? He chewed on his food, striving to maintain a composed expression, and smiled as he inquired, Is that so? What is the name of this new friend? Muronghua, Lu Zixuan replied. Muronghua. Upon hearing the name, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched slightly. It was undoubtedly a male name. This was troublesome. Has the moment arrived? Observing his daughter and son Minzi reveling in their joy, he closed his eyes, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. This is a journey to be undertaken. His daughter has grown. Inevitably, she must encounter the opposite sex. Muronghua. At this juncture, Li Tsongxuan inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan turned to Li Tsongxuan, smiling. Brother Xian, do you know Muronghua? I do not, though I have heard about him once. I am quite familiar with the Murong family, Li Tsongxuan replied, scratching his head. When Lu Zixuan looked at him, he felt a bit shy to meet her gaze. Although they had become somewhat acquainted, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Oh, I see. Lu Zixuan nodded and continued. I've heard that the Murong family is quite formidable in the demon realm. And Muronghua is indeed impressive, far stronger than both Minzi and me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and smiled. Zixuan, it's rare that you have a friend in the demon realm. Why not bring him over for a meal someday? No way. I must see what this young man is like. If he is truly a golden-haired lad, it would not bode well. To befriend my daughter, he must first pass the scrutiny of her father. We have only just met. Let us get to know each other better first, Lu Zixuan said, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. Lu Qing'an. Oh no, his daughter is shy. Very well. Once you're more familiar, bring him home for a meal. All right. After dining, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi made their way to a stone pavilion outside the courtyard to enjoy some wine. Li Tsongxuan intended to follow, but was halted by Lu Miao Miao, who, without her companion Shui Tianfei, turned her attention to find Li Tsongxuan to play. This left Li Tsongxuan feeling utterly distressed, casting a pleading glance towards Lu Qing'an. However, Lu Qing'an actually wished for Li Tsongxuan to spend more time with Lu Zixuan and her friends, hoping they would become friends, thus providing Li Tsongxuan with companionship. He directly instructed, as the older brother, make sure to entertain your sister well. Master, Li Zongxuan's lips quivered as he attempted to voice his concerns, but was silenced by a single look from Lu Qing'an. With no other recourse, he had no choice but to play with Lu Miao Miao and the others. Brother Xian, I want to ride a horse. Ride a horse? Should I fetch you one? Not a real horse. I'll teach you. Consequently, Li Zongxuan found himself with Lu Miao Miao perched upon his shoulders, soaring through the courtyard. Brother Xian to the left. Ha! Brother Xian to the right. Brother Xian straight up to the heavens. Oh yeah, Li Zongxuan, Zixuan, Minzi, weren't you both engaged in challenges today? If there's anything you don't understand during battle, just ask your brother Xian when he comes down, Lu Qing'an remarked, glancing at Lu Zixuan and her companion, discussing the details of their challenges in the courtyard. Is that all right? Lu Zixuan inquired. There's no need for formality. Play with him more. This rascal won't take the initiative. Interact with him whenever you can, Lu Qing'an advised. All right. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi exchanged glances and nodded. Once Lu Miao Miao had finished her laughter, Li Zongxuan thought the moment had finally concluded. However, the next instant, he noticed Lu Zixuan and son Minzi approaching him. Brother Xian, we seek your guidance. Li Zongxuan was taken aback. Under Lu Qing'an's direction, Li Zongxuan took considerable time to acclimate to the atmosphere. Sitting in the stone pavilion with a cup of wine, Lu Qing'an observed his disciple gradually shedding his initial awkwardness, especially during discussions of cultivation and combat, which brought a smile of paternal pride to his face. Xiao Qingyi, witnessing the joy radiating from Lu Qing'an, remarked, "This place is increasingly reminiscent of home." Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi and said, "Old fellow, you might find yourself cooking often from now on. Hey, if it remains this lively every day, I wouldn't mind preparing 3 meals for you." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. "Come now, let us drink a bit more in good spirits." Lu Qing'an raised his cup to clink with Xiao Qingyi's. Xiao Qingyi nodded with a smile. As night deepened, the children began to retire for the evening. Li Zongxuan approached Lu Qing'an, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "What is the matter? Not pleased to be with the children?" Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. "Not at all, just a bit unaccustomed." Li Zongxuan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Well, once you're done with matters in the Demon Palace, do come visit your teacher more often," Lu Qing'an encouraged. "Of course," Li Zongxuan replied, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "Master, I shall take my leave for today, as there are a few matters I must attend to." You've worked hard," Lu Qing'an said, patting Li Zongxuan on the shoulder. The identity of the Demon Emperor was bestowed upon Li Zongxuan by him, primarily due to the overwhelming responsibilities attached to it. He wished to avoid being caught up in the turmoil. "All right, I shall take my leave now and return to see you later." Lu Qing'an nodded, then suddenly opened his arms wide. Li Zongxuan lowered his head and stepped forward to embrace Lu Qing'an, a gentle smile forming on his lips. Subsequently, Lu Qing'an watched as Li Zongxuan soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. He stood in place for a while, gazing at the distant sky, before a smile crept onto his face as he turned to return to the house. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao unexpectedly emerged from the room. "Father, has Brother Xian left?" Lu Qing'an lifted his daughter into his arms, saying, "He has matters to attend to." "Why, father, you seem quite fond of Brother Xian." He felt pleased with his daughter's earlier display of enthusiasm, as it had encouraged his disciple to engage. Oddly enough, his daughter had never interacted so freely with a stranger before. "I sense that you hold Brother Xian in high regard, which is why I also like him," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed. "Oh, you can perceive that, can you?" Lu Qing'an asked. Lu Miao Miao nodded earnestly. Then a look of sympathy crossed her small face. "But I feel sorry for Brother Xian, which is why I want to play with him more." This statement left Lu Qing'an momentarily taken aback. "Very unfortunate, you say?" "Indeed. The moment I laid eyes on Brother Xian, I sensed that he had been living in solitude for an extended period, burdened by profound sorrow." Lu Qing'an furrowed her brow slightly. What is this feeling emanating from the girl? Could it be that she possesses a unique ability? "Father, I wish for Brother Xian to visit here more often. I do not want him to be sad any longer." Lu Miao Miao pouted as she made her heartfelt request. Lu Qing'an maintained a gentle smile on her face. "Very well. Father will heed Miao Miao's wishes. From now on, Miao Miao should spend more time with Brother Xian, striving to become his closest friend. Shall we? Absolutely. Determination radiated from Lu Miao Miao's small face as she nodded earnestly. Chapter 67. You are the father of Murong Hua, aren't you? Deep within the depths of the Demon Palace, in a grand hall, a multitude of individuals had already gathered by the time Li Xiangxuan made his appearance. Each of these figures emanated a terrifying aura of demonic energy. Their formidable cultivation levels astonishing, with many reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As Li Xiangxuan entered, their gazes swiftly turned toward the throne at the front, and they all rose to their feet, bowing respectfully with cupped hands. The Demon Emperor, seated upon the throne, a specially crafted curtain was positioned before Li Xiangxuan. This curtain effectively obstructed others from perceiving his gaze and spiritual awareness, yet did not hinder his ability to sense those present. I had to attend to some matters outside. I apologize for keeping you waiting. As long as he was not facing anyone directly, his speech flowed effortlessly. Oh no, we have only been waiting for a short while, came the reply from a peak Emperor realm expert, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. This individual was the leader of a prominent sect within the demon domain. The others echoed similar sentiments, asserting that their wait had been brief, with no one daring to voice a complaint. In truth, they had been waiting for a full 2 hours. Li Xiangxuan stated, "Very well, let us proceed to discuss serious matters." The Demon Palace stands as the most powerful force in the demon domain, controlling its very lifeblood. Various major powers must heed the commands of the Demon Palace. Li Xiangxuan had also assembled a team, uniquely his own, to better manage the myriad affairs of the demon domain. The individuals before him comprised his management team for the entire Demon Palace. They convened at specific times to hold meetings. A group of people began to report on the events that had transpired during this period. Subsequently, one individual brought up a certain matter. Demon Emperor, regarding the issue we previously discussed, we need one of our factions to oversee it. Have you made a selection? The speaker was Lu Qingxiu, who was not only the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, but also the head of the prominent Lu family in the demon domain. He believed that by raising this matter, he would secure the position. After all, he had recently provided Li Xiangxuan with crucial intelligence of great importance. Upon hearing Lu Qingxiu mention this matter, the other attendees narrowed their eyes. Each faction yearned to claim this position for themselves. Li Xiangxuan, upon hearing this, swept his spiritual awareness over the assembly. He was about to assign this task to Lu Qingxiu, especially since Lu Qingxiu had recently conveyed the news of his master's return. However, his attention was swiftly drawn to another individual, the head of the Murong family. The Murong family was also one of the top prominent families in the demon domain, ranking somewhere in the middle among these elite powers. Yet, he recalled the name mentioned by Lu Zixuan during his master's recent banquet. Murong Hua. Murong Hua shared a close relationship with Sister Zixuan. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangxuan made his decision. Then, let the Murong family and the Lu family jointly oversee it, he stated calmly. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present exchanged bewildered glances, including Lu Qingxiu, who appeared utterly flabbergasted. Why is there still talk of the Murong family? At this moment, Murong Mei, the head of the Murong clan, found himself utterly bewildered. Among these top-tier powers, the Murong family could only be considered mediocre, having made no particularly noteworthy achievements here. Why, then, had the Demon Emperor suddenly bestowed upon him such a monumental favor? Even if the two factions were to jointly manage that matter, the Murong family would stand to gain immensely. Demon Emperor, this matter. Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by Li Xiangxuan. Let this matter be decided. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxiu felt he had no choice but to swallow the words he was about to utter. Very well, earning half is still profit. But are there any other pressing matters? Li Ganchuan Ninkidat. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. A figure stepped forward, his expression grave. Speak. The individual quickly reported. Not long ago, a small power near our sect appeared to have been mercilessly slaughtered by that mysterious organization. When our sect members arrived, they discovered that over 10,000 members of that faction had perished in an incredibly short time, including several who had reached the Emperor realm. All souls have been siphoned away before death. At this revelation, all the powerful figures present stiffened. Over a century had passed, and they had resurfaced again. Li Zhangshuan's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. It seems they have reemerged. Investigate thoroughly, and at the first sign of their movements, report to me immediately. This time, I shall eradicate them. Understood. The group bowed in acknowledgement. Well then, if there are no other matters, you may all return. Murong may stay. Li Zhangshuan dismissed the crowd, leaving only Murong Mei behind. The assembly of formidable beings cast puzzled glances at Murong Mei. Why had this old man suddenly gained such favor with the demon emperor? Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Murong Mei for a moment before departing. Murong Mei remained in a state of confusion, nodding as he remained in place. Shortly after, the group of top-tier powerhouses exited. In the grand hall, only Li Zhangshuan and Murong Mei remained. Murong Mei felt as if ants were crawling all over him, perplexed by Li Zhangshuan's probing gaze. Demon Emperor, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? Murong Mei inquired respectfully. Li Zhangshuan replied, I recall you have a daughter named Murong Hua, correct? Murong Mei blinked in surprise. Why this sudden inquiry? Yes, indeed, she is my daughter. May I ask why the Demon Emperor is inquiring about her? A whirlwind of emotions surged within him at the mention of his daughter. Could it be that she had caused some trouble? Li Zhangshuan remembered this name because he had initially thought it belonged to a male, only to learn it was actually Murong Mei's daughter, thus making a stronger impression on him. Your daughter is quite remarkable. Regardless of your feelings towards her, treat her well in the future. Li Zhangshuan smiled. Since Murong Hua had become a friend of his master's daughter, he felt compelled to look after her. Murong Mei's mind was shrouded in confusion. I have always been kind to my daughter. Yet, why would the Demon Emperor utter such words? What on earth has transpired? Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. You may continue with your affairs. All right, I shall take my leave now. Murong Mei bowed slightly, still in a fog of bewilderment, as he exited the grand hall. After departing the demon palace, he swiftly soared towards his family home. Soon, he arrived at the Murong residence and hastened to his daughter's chamber with utmost urgency. Father, what is the matter? Murong Hua asked, furrowing her brow upon seeing her father appear in such haste. She wore her hair in a shoulder-length bob, her features sharp and striking, with frost-kissed red lips. Clad in flowing black robes, she exuded an air of elegance and grace. Her visage was strikingly perfect, yet there was a masculine vigor about her, radiating a remarkable charisma. Murong Mei gazed at his daughter and promptly inquired, Little Hua, have you encountered the solitary demon emperor recently? Murong Hua was taken aback. No, I have been diligently cultivating at the academy. That cannot be. While at the academy, did anything significant occur that you have not mentioned to me? I have merely been traversing the challenges within the pagoda at the academy. Nothing of great consequence has transpired. Father, what is truly happening? Upon hearing her response, Murong Mei became even more perplexed and recounted the recent events. Murong Hua, upon hearing this, was equally bewildered. What? The solitary demon emperor is actually paying attention to me? This is unfathomable. Are you certain you have not achieved any remarkable feats at the academy, such as an exceptionally swift progression through the challenges? I assure you, I have not. I have merely been overcoming challenges with friends, and our pace can only be described as average. This is indeed perplexing. The two of them were left scratching their heads, unable to fathom the underlying happenings. However, it was fortunate that this was a positive development. In fact, it was a monumental opportunity. Regardless, maintain your current state, for this could greatly elevate the standing of our Murong family. Chapter 68. The disparity among disciples on the following morning. In the celestial ruins, as the golden rays of dawn broke through, the sky remained pristine. Su Qing'an and Lin Qingxue stood before a grand banquet hall, welcoming esteemed guests from all directions. Sister, among your disciples, you even have Nan Gongyun, Su Suani, clad in fresh attire and having made a special effort in his appearance, stood beside Su Qing'an, his expression brimming with excitement. Today marked the grand ceremony for Su Qing'an to accept her disciples. Under Lin Qingshue's meticulous planning, Su Qing'an was set to take on 4 disciples, each a prodigy from the prestigious families of Nangong, Huangfu, Long, and Huang. This promised to be a magnificent event. Su Qing'an nodded with a smile. I hear you have known Nangong Yun for quite some time. Aware of her brother's affection for Nangong Yun, she intended to create more opportunities for him post-ceremony. Su Xuanyu scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish as he replied, Well, we've been friends for many years now. He had harbored a secret admiration for many years. With the goddess now becoming his elder sister's disciple, he would have more chances to interact with her. As time passed, an increasing number of guests arrived. Lin Qingxue had prearranged everything, having extended invitations to all the top powers within the celestial ruins to elevate her disciple status beforehand. Qing'an, although you're still in the late stages of the Emperor realm, your imperial position is unique. You ought to carry yourself with the poise of a peak Emperor realm powerhouse. When you face the assembly of peak Emperor realm experts later, do not feel overly constrained. Just relax, Lin Qingxue advised. Master, I am aware, Su Qing'an replied, her face radiating confidence. She was destined to become the strongest woman in the Songyun continent. However, she recognized the importance of maintaining decorum, as the primary goal was to foster good relations with the 4 great families and avoid any missteps. Understood, she affirmed. Moments latte. 2 voices resonated from the heavens above. The Nangong family has arrived. The Huangfu family has arrived. Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled. They are here. The 2 groups descended from the sky simultaneously, landing gracefully before the banquet hall. Ha! Taoist Lin, Taoist Su, we have kept you waiting. The first speaker was the head of the Nangong family, accompanied by a graceful and charming young woman. Upon seeing her, Su Xuanyu broke into a foolish grin. Ha! Taoist Nangong, you've arrived. Lin Qingxue welcomed them, ushering Su Qing'an forward. Esteemed friends, please take your seats. Su Qing'an, after exchanging pleasantries, guided everyone inside. Shortly after the arrival of the Nangong and Huangfu families, many more guests appeared, with the Long and Huang families arriving soon thereafter. Before long, the immense banquet hall was filled to capacity, hosting an array of the most distinguished powers from all corners. Su Qing'an faced an unprecedented assembly of formidable individuals for the first time. Despite knowing that she would eventually surpass everyone present, a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Suppressing her nerves, she followed Lin Qingshue's lead and greeted the guests with utmost courtesy, particularly towards the prominent figures of the Nangong family. The disciple-accepting banquet unfolded smoothly, culminating in a successful ceremony where Su Qing'an officially took on her disciples. Master, we bow to you. Good. Disciples, no need for formalities. Su Qing'an beamed at the 4 exceptional talents of the immortal ruins, envisioning a future where, as the mightiest of them all, she would cultivate these disciples into unparalleled powerhouses, establishing herself as an insurmountable presence. Once the ceremony concluded, the gathering indulged in merriment, engaging in lively conversations and the intricacies of social interaction. Su Xuanyu observed the head of the Nangong family and his sister enjoying their drinks and laughter across the room. Quietly, he approached Nangong Yun, whispering, Sister Yun. Just moments before, Nangong Yun had been seated alone, lost in thought with her head bowed, lacking her usual vivacity. However, upon hearing Su Xuanyu's voice, her eyes sparkled momentarily as she mustered a faint smile in his direction. Brother Xian, it seems our relationship is growing ever closer. Su Xuanyu exclaimed as he settled beside her. Indeed, Nangong Yun replied with a smile, though a shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes. What is the matter? You don't seem very happy today, Su Xuanyu observed, concern etching his features. Nangong Yun hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. It's nothing really? If something troubles you, feel free to share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you, Su Xuanyu said earnestly, not wishing to see the woman he cherished burdened by worries. Just as Nangong Yun was about to respond, an icy voice pierced the air behind them. Yun, are you unhappy? Startled, Nangong Yun turned to see Huang Fuqi, who had spoken. In no Su Xuanyu shot a frown at Huang Fuqi. Yun, Huang Fuqi fixed his gaze on Su Xuanyu, declaring, as the younger brother of our master, I extend a warning. Keep your distance from Yin Er. The chilling intensity of Huang Fuqi's stare made Su Xuanyu's expression darken. Moreover, he realized Huang Fuqi had deliberately showcased his cultivation level to him. Initial stage of the Emperor realm. Such was the prowess of a prodigy. Feeling utterly powerless against someone of his age, yet possessing a significant cultivation advantage, Su Xuanyu managed to ask, "Why should I distance myself from Sister Yin?" Because Huang Fuqi began, but at that moment, a voice resonated from the assembly of elite figures gathered at the immortal ruins. It is a rare occasion to have so many old friends gathered today. On such a joyous occasion, allow me and the venerable Huangfu to announce another piece of delightful news. My daughter, Nangong Yun, is now betrothed to my esteemed nephew, Huang Fuqi. Their wedding will soon take place. This indeed brings our families even closer together. Su, my friend, you shall be the mentor to these two young souls. Will you preside over their wedding ceremony? The speaker was none other than the head of the Nangong family. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Qing'an momentarily froze, casting a hurried glance at her brother. Then, prompted by Lin Qingxue, she regained her composure and smiled at the head of the Nangong family. Very well, I shall officiate the ceremony. Haha, it is settled then. Dear friends, you must all attend. Nangong Yin lowered her head, her lips barely moving. Su Xianyu appeared as though struck by lightning, lost in a daze. Huang Fuqi looked at Su Xianyu with a disdainful expression. This is the reason. From now on, Yin'er shall be my woman. The banquet concluded, and the guests had all departed. Su Xianyu hurriedly sought out his sister. Sister, I must speak with you. His face was etched with urgency. Su Qing'an sighed. I know what you wish to say. Sister, please help me. I sense that Yin'er does not wish to marry him. Su Xianyu's eyes were filled with bloodshot fervor. Su Qing'an turned her gaze toward her mentor. Lin Qingxue stepped forward, stating, Xianyu, you are burdening your sister. Moreover, both families have consented to this union, and your sister has no authority over it. But, there are no buts. You have grown up. You must understand that some matters are beyond control. Do not place your sister in a difficult position. Lin Qingxue admonished. Su Xianyu clenched his teeth, casting a glance at Lin Qingxue. Then, disregarding her, he fixed his gaze intensely on his sister. He remained silent, his eyes pleading with her. However, Su Qing'an's final response was a furrowed brow and a shake of her head. Xianyu, there are countless flowers in the world. Lin Qingxue urged, be obedient. Do not allow matters of romance to hinder your sister's grand aspirations. Furthermore, Nangong Yin may not necessarily dislike Huang Fuqi. Su Xianyu tightened his fists, his nails digging into his skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. Very well. He turned and departed, his figure forlorn. Su Qing'an observed her brother's sorrowful visage, her brow furrowing in concern. That night, as thunder rumbled, Su Qing'an was immersed in her cultivation when a message suddenly jolted her senses. She swiftly exited the grand hall, flying at great speed toward a certain direction. Upon reaching the Nangong estate, she beheld her brother lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 69. Two versions of the story rain cascaded from the heavens, unrelenting. As Su Xianyu lay on the ground, blood continuing to flow from his wounds. The downpour rendered the scene utterly tragic. Upon witnessing this harrowing sight, Su Qing'an's mind momentarily faltered, and she rushed forward in a frantic manner, channeling her spiritual energy into her brother. After a brief examination, her expression turned icy as she realized that her brother still clung to a faint breath of life. He had not succumbed to death. However, his meridians were shattered, his dantian obliterated, and his cultivation utterly ruined. He had become a mere shell of his former self. Who could have done this? Su Qing'an's aura of an emperor surged forth, shaking the surrounding structures to dust in an instant. She cast a cold gaze around her. At that moment, three figures stood nearby. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yin, the head of the Huangfu family, and Huang Fuqi. The Nangong patriarch's expression was equally grim as he clutched his daughter's shoulders tightly. In response to Su Qing'an's inquiry, the Huangfu patriarch furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and began, Su Daoyu, please do not be angered. Allow us to explain. Before his father could finish, Huang Fuqi stepped forward, his countenance devoid of warmth. "Master, it was I." The Huangfu patriarch quickly turned to his son, clicking his tongue, and at that moment he began to closely observe Su Qing'an, wary of her potential aggression. If Su Qing'an were to act, he would be a loss. After hastily administering a pill to Su Xianyu, thereby preserving his life, Su Qing'an's chilling gaze turned towards her newly accepted disciple, her fists clenched. At that instant, a murderous intent emanated from her, causing the rain to abruptly cease. An ethereal glow of imperial radiance appeared behind Su Qing'an as she prepared to strike. Yet in this critical moment, a figure materialized beside her, interposing a hand. "Disciple, hold your hand. If you act, the entire plan will be ruined." Upon hearing this transmission, Su Qing'an responded with an angry mental retort. "But my brother, listen to your master. I will handle this. You must remain calm. Those who aspire to greatness cannot act on impulse. Besides, your brother is not yet dead." Lin Qingshui's voice echoed in Su Qing'an's mind. Perhaps the weight of Lin Qingshui's message restored Su Qing'an's composure. She glanced at her brother, gritted her teeth, and restrained her fury, resuming the flow of spiritual energy into him. Seeing Su Qing'an regain her calm, Lin Qingshui sighed in relief, then furrowed her brow as she addressed the three individuals present, fellow Taoists. "I require a satisfactory explanation. What transpired here?" The Huangfu patriarch, sensing the absence of immediate conflict, softened his demeanor slightly and clasped his hands together. "Lin Daoyu, allow me to elucidate the matter at hand." His words conveyed a sense of rational clarity and compelling authority. He recounted the events. Su Xianyu, having indulged in drink, had unexpectedly arrived at this location, sought out Nangong Yun, and declared his feelings for her, insisting on eloping. This scene was witnessed by Huang Fuqi, who intervened. However, the inebriated Su Xianyu, in a state of drunken bravado, attempted to attack Huang Fuqi. Ultimately, in a moment of helplessness, Huang Fuqi had no choice but to take action. Regrettably, in his youthful exuberance, he failed to exercise restraint, resulting in such an outcome. Such is the nature of events. It is true that my son lacked discernment in this matter, and he indeed erred. However, when it comes to dignity, it is undeniably challenging for the young to maintain their composure. As for the veracity of my statements, Taoist Lin may inquire with Taoist Nangong. The head of the Huangfu family cast a glance at the head of the Nangong family, and a tacit understanding flickered between their gazes. Taoist Lin, "The situation is indeed as Taoist Huangfu has described," spoke the head of the Nangong family. Su Qing'an, detecting a hint of alcohol on her brother, couldn't help but furrow her brows. She quickly turned her gaze to Nangong Yun and, in a hushed tone, asked disciple, "Is the situation as it is?" At that moment, Nangong Yun stood frozen like a wooden statue, her body trembling slightly. Only after Su Qing'an's inquiry did she regain her senses, casting a glance at her father. The head of the Nangong family regarded his daughter with a profound gaze. Biting her lip, Nangong Yun glanced at Su Xuanyu, her eyes still slightly red. Ultimately, she made a decision, lowering her head and gently nodding twice. "Yes." Su Qing'an fell silent, her heart brimming with unexpressed anger. Lin Qingshui, regardless of the truth of the situation, found that this was the best course of action. Su Xuanyu was alive, and if the situation was indeed as described, she had no fear of Su Qing'an losing her composure. "Disciple, although Shao Qi has erred, Xuanyu's mistakes are of greater magnitude. We must prioritize the greater good. We both require the support of their families at this juncture." Lin Qingshui's voice resonated in Su Qing'an's mind. Clenching her fists, Su Qing'an ultimately relaxed her grip. She had sacrificed her entire family and relinquished many things for the sake of a promising future. "Master, I shall take my brother home." She lifted Su Xuanyu and soared towards their abode. Lin Qingshui entirely let go of her tension. A day later, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Within a quaint and antique room, Su Xuanyu struggled for a considerable time before finally opening his heavy eyelids. "Little brother," Su Qing'an exclaimed with concern. Upon opening his eyes and seeing his sister, he momentarily froze, but then a surge of anger-inducing memories flooded back, twisting his face into a grimace. Yet, soon after, a look of bewilderment replaced his expression. What has happened to my cultivation? No, this cannot be. How could my cultivation have vanished? Su Qing'an, at a loss for words, could only grasp Su Xuanyu's hand. Xianyu, please remain calm. Sister, what on earth has happened to me? Your dantian and meridians are in disarray. As she spoke, Su Qing'an quickly glanced at an elderly man with white hair standing nearby. The old man donned a green robe adorned with a depiction of an alchemical furnace, the most formidable alchemist in the immortal ruins. Taoist Chun, is there any possibility for my brother to recover his cultivation? The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for considerable time before ultimately shaking his head. Su Daoyu, you should seek assistance elsewhere. I currently find myself at a loss. Or perhaps grant me some time to delve deeper into this matter. Now that my younger brother's condition has stabilized, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyu was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless upon the bed. Disabled? He himself was disabled? Yet this sentiment lingered for but a fleeting moment, as another thought swiftly invaded his mind. Sister, what of Yinmei? How is she? Is she unharmed? Su Qing'an furrowed her brows. She is unharmed. That is a relief. Su Xianyu felt a slight easing of his distress. However, his emotions soon twisted once more, his visage contorting into one of fury. Huang Fuqi. Sister, it is Huang Fuqi. Su Xianyu's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding audibly. In that moment, his madness epitomized the essence of deep-seated enmity. The humiliation he endured the previous night echoed in his mind. He had consumed a modicum of alcohol to bolster his courage, approached Nangong Yun to confess his affections, and had successfully prepared to elope with her. Yet, they had scarcely made any progress when Huang Fuqi relentlessly pursued them. Huang Fuqi's strength surpassed that of both Su Xianyu and Nangong Yun, and he was swiftly subdued by Huang Fuqi's might. He could not erase the memory of Huang Fuqi's repugnant expression, demanding that he kneel to secure their release. For the sake of their future, he chose to relinquish his dignity. Yet even upon kneeling, Huang Fuqi reneged on his promise, insisting that he prostrate himself before him. He shattered his own pride, doing everything asked of him. Yet Huang Fuqi merely taunted him, declaring it a game with fools. There was no possibility of their escape. In a fit of rage, he unleashed an unprecedented force, striking Huang Fuqi, but this act only served to enrage Huang Fuqi further. Su Xianyu recounted his ordeal to his sister, his anguished cries rendering his throat hoarse. Su Qing'an, upon hearing a different version of events, fell silent. Xianyu, the account I have heard differs significantly from yours. Su Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, bloodshot and incredulous. Sister, do you not believe me? He was taken aback, astonished to see a glimmer of doubt upon his sister's face. Xianyu, did you consume alcohol last night? This singular question left Su Xianyu utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 70. Endless grievances left unspoken. I did drink. But I only had a little. Su Xianyu exclaimed. This belief etched across his face as he looked at Su Qing'an. Sister, you don't believe me? With a sigh, Su Qing'an extended her finger, channeling her spiritual energy to invoke a mysterious technique, gently tapping Su Xianyu's forehead. See for yourself. A vivid scene unfolded in Su Xianyu's mind, revealing the events of the previous night as witnessed by Su Qing'an. After absorbing the memory, he was struck as if by lightning, muttering in a daze, impossible. How could Yuan? Sister, she must have been coerced. Xianyu, enough. Su Qing'an's emotions were a turbulent mix, despite her unwavering faith in her brother. The unanimous consensus on the other side left her feeling powerless, and she had to consider the greater picture. Su Xianyu gazed at Su Qing'an, increasingly sensing her unfamiliarity, his pupils shimmering with shock. Sister, just as Su Xianyu was about to speak further, several figures entered the room, led by Lin Qingxue, followed by three others: the patriarch of the Nangong family, the patriarch of the Huangfu family, and Huang Fuqi. Xianyu, how is your health? The Nangong patriarch inquired with deep concern, approaching him as if Su Xianyu were his own son. Thank goodness, My dear nephew, you are unharmed. Otherwise, it would have been a grave sin. The Huangfu patriarch, mirroring the Nangong patriarch's concern, suddenly turned cold upon glancing at Huangfu Qi and scolded, "Rebellious son, aren't you going to come forward and apologize for your recklessness?" "Xianyu, I am truly sorry for my thoughtlessness. I hope you can forgive me." Huangfu Qi feigned seriousness, bowing deeply at Su Xianyu's bedside. Upon seeing Huangfu Qi, Su Xianyu's face contorted in rage. "Huangfu Qi, I will kill you." "Xianyu." Lin Qing Shui's voice resonated, grounding Su Xianyu momentarily in a state of shock. He exchanged a glance with Huangfu Qi, perceiving a glimmer of amusement and mockery in Huangfu Qi's eyes, as if taunting him. "Pathetic, what can you do to me?" Su Xianyu fell silent, glancing at Lin Qing Shui, then at the three from the Nangong family, before finally turning his gaze to his sister. When their eyes met, he noticed she was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless. "Where is Yuan? Where is she?" Su Xianyu suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned to the Nangong patriarch. If only Yuan were here, she could validate his truth. "Xianyu, last night, Yin was startled and has no desire to see you again, which is why she did not come this time." The head of the Nangong family cast a deep glance at Su Xianyu, shaking his head with a sigh. "Child, how could you let alcohol lead to such a mishap? Nevertheless, my dear nephew, I shall not make things difficult for you. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred. By the way, this is a letter from Yuan for you. Do take a look." The head of the Huangfu family remarked, "Friend Su, we shall not disturb Xianyu any longer. Let him rest well." Their visit was merely a formality. Su Qing'an inhaled deeply and nodded. As they exited the room, Huangfu Qi turned back for one last look at Su Xianyu. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Su Xianyu clenched his fists tightly and quickly opened the letter to read. Indeed, it bore the handwriting of Nangong Yun. However, the content within was utterly foreign to him. "I was drunk. I forced you to elope. Su Xianyu felt an overwhelming weakness in his hands, causing the letter to slip and fall to the ground. He lay on the bed, utterly drained, his gaze vacant. Why? Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, silently falling onto the wooden floor. Su Qing'an watched her brother in such despair, her heart aching, her fists tightening. Yet, the timely admonition of her master echoed in her mind. The greater good. "Sister, are you truly not going to avenge me?" Su Xianyu felt his vision blur, not turning to face his sister. His voice choked like a child who had been bullied. Su Qing'an remained silent. Su Xianyu forced a smile, tears welling up even more fiercely in his eyes. Then he wiped them away with determination. "If it were my second sister, she would undoubtedly believe me. She would definitely seek revenge for me." Su Qing'an gazed deeply at her brother, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Xianyu, it is not that I do not trust you, but for me, everything is of great importance right now. You must endure for a while. Wait for me." Before Su Qing'an could finish, Su Xianyu shook his head with a look of despair, saying, "Sister, please leave. I wish to be alone." Su Xianyu fell silent once more. The two remained quiet for a while, until Su Qing'an finally stood up and said, "I will arrange for someone to take care of you. You should rest and recuperate well at home during this time." Su Xianyu was left speechless. Su Qing'an walked towards the door, but at that moment, Su Xianyu suddenly uttered another sentence. "He is still at the Qing'an Academy, right? Do not inform him of this matter. I do not wish to affect him." Su Qing'an sopti at no wet. The room fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping it, until Su Xianyu's choked voice broke the quiet. Still lying on the bed, he suddenly struck the bed frame with force, helplessly roaring into the void. Only when he was utterly exhausted did he cease. In that moment, endless grievances welled up within him, with no one to confide in. Holding the communication jade slip, he hesitated for a long time, yet he still refrained from investing spirit stones into it. At present, he lacked even the ability to channel spiritual energy into the communication jade slip. He could only deposit spirit stones. Ultimately, he could not resist and decided to invest spirit stones into it. "Sister." In a secluded courtyard within the realm of magic, dawn breaks. revealing a clear sky and the cheerful chirping of birds. Su Yuni is meticulously braiding Lu Miao Miao's hair in preparation for their visit to the Magic Willow Academy. Huh? Why is there a voice transmission so early in the morning? Aunt, is it Uncle sending the message? Lu Miao Miao inquired. Indeed, he must be missing you both. Su Yuni replied with a smile. It doesn't matter if he misses us. I still find him rather distasteful, Lu Miao Miao retorted. Oh dear, your uncle may have a sharp tongue, but he is a good person at heart. Miao Miao, please don't be upset with him, all right? Su Yuni urged. Fine. In light of Aunt's request, I shall reluctantly call him uncle today, Lu Miao Miao acquiesced. Thank you, Miao Miao, for making your aunt happy. Su Yuni Juka. Her spirits lifted as she continued to style Lu Miao Miao's hair. Infusing her energy into the transmission jade slip, she amplified the sound. What is the matter, little brother? Sister, I miss you. Su Xuanyu's voice, slightly hoarse yet controlled, emerged, devoid of any peculiar undertones. Why are you being so sentimental? Su Yuni chuckled, then recalled that her brother's message likely pertained to her husband. So she added, I apologize to your brother-in-law on your behalf last time. He doesn't seem particularly angry with you, treating you as a child. I've always said he possesses great magnanimity, so you should take solace in that. Oh, really? That is quite good. Su Xuanyu responded. By the way, Miao Miao is here. Do you have anything to say to her? Su Yuni prompted. Uncle. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao fulfilled her promise and called out to the transmission jade slip. Though her tone carried a hint of arrogance, she indeed voiced it. Upon hearing the endearing call from Lu Miao Miao, Su Xuanyu was momentarily taken aback. Since Lu Miao Miao turned one, she had not referred to him as uncle. Yet, this utterance caused a smile to twitch at the corners of his mouth, breaking his composure entirely. Did you hear that? Miao Miao has finally agreed to call you uncle. Remember to treat your brother-in-law well. Perhaps Miao Miao will fully acknowledge you as her uncle. Su Yuni laughed. Exactly. As long as you refrain from mentioning my father, I might just be able to begrudgingly call you uncle forever. Lu Miao Miao raised her chin slightly, tilting her head. Su Xuanyu, lying on his bed, could no longer contain himself. A torrent of grievances and complex emotions surged forth, and he burst into tears. Although he quickly covered his mouth, the sound of his sobbing reached Su Yuni. Both Su Yuni and Lu Miao Miao were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Su Yuni initially thought her brother was moved to tears, but upon reflection, her expression shifted. Little brother, is something happening over there? Chapter 71. Upon learning of her younger brother's plight, Su Xuanyu bit his hand, suppressing his emotions before finally speaking. It's nothing, it's just, I was deeply moved when Miao Miao called me uncle. As one ages, one becomes increasingly sentimental. Su Yuni felt that something was amiss. Su Xuanyu continued, Miao Miao, I heard you have joined that academy. Make sure to cultivate diligently. All right, uncle, you too. Lu Miao Miao seemed to sense something as her tone suddenly turned much more obedient. Su Xuanyu's emotions were once more stirred by Lu Miao Miao, and he hastily added, Second sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he abruptly severed the communication. He was filled with grievances, but ultimately chose to conceal them. He knew that if his second sister were to learn of his situation, she would be anxious to return. And given that she had already converted her cultivation to that of the demon domain, returning here could lead to unforeseen dangers. Far away in the demon domain, Su Yuni furrowed her brows. She was now certain that her brother was hiding something. Miao Miao, will you take care of the remaining hair? Yes, I'll manage it myself. All right. Su Yuni picked up the communication jade slip, but after a moment's contemplation, she chose not to contact her brother directly. Instead, she hesitated briefly before reaching out to her sister. Hello, Su Qing'an, upon receiving her sister's message, paused for a moment before recalling something, her expression growing slightly tense. Could it be that she has learned of the situation here? Su Yuni was about to inquire if anything had happened to her brother, but the words nearly escaped her lips only to be swallowed back. After a moment of reflection, she feigned seriousness. Sister, quickly, tell me everything about Xuanyu. If her brother intended to conceal the truth, it was uncertain whether she would obtain a definitive answer from her sister. Su Qing'an fell silent. So, you have indeed found out. Did the little brother tell you? Su Qing'an sighed. I only wish to hear it from you. Su Yuni insisted. Something has indeed transpired. What could it possibly be? She was acutely aware of her brother's temperament from a young age. Even when he broke his leg at the tender age of 3, he managed to hold back his tears, a stubborn soul indeed. What kind of grievance could lead him to such a state? Su Qing'an frowned. Do you wish for me to recount the entire story once more? She assumed that her sister had already been informed of the events and chastised her for not taking action. Su Yuni gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her patience, and spoke in a low voice. Answer me. Su Qing'an clenched her fists, remaining silent for a long while before finally revealing everything she had witnessed the previous night. This matter is not as simple as you think, nor is it that I do not trust our brother. You should be well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Nangong and Huangfu families. If I truly did something, first, I lack the strength to face it. Secondly, Su Qing'an attempted to articulate her own difficulties, but before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Su Yuni's sharp reprimand. Su Qing'an. Su Yuni's eyes were already a shade of crimson, unable to contain her fury as she let out a furious cry. Merely hearing her sister recount the events that befell her brother last night left her breathless with rage. She believed in her brother more than anyone else. It was absolutely not mere drunken foolishness. Moreover, she was acutely aware of why her sister spoke such words. The excuse of punishment was not the true reason. It was that she did not want her aspirations to be marred by this incident. He is your brother. If you do not trust him, who will? You watch him grow up. How can you not know what kind of person he is? Furthermore, Huang Fuqi is clearly far superior to him. He possesses the capability to incapacitate him. Why then did he render him so utterly defeated? Why was he brought to such a state? Think carefully. You have already known the answer. You simply refuse to. At this point, Su Yuni's voice had grown hoarse, and suddenly she realized something. Quickly halting her speech and turning to look at Lu Miao Miao, she wished she could slap herself. How could she allow the child to witness her in such a state? Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, she spoke gently. Miao Miao, why don't you go find your sister? Your aunt has some matters to attend to. Lu Miao Miao stood quietly at this moment, like a frightened bird, but after a blink, she nodded quickly and scampered out of Su Yuni's room. Miao Miao was just beside her. How could she act like this in front of the child? Silence. Su Yuni's disappointment in her sister reached a peak at that moment. Su Qing'an, I am utterly disappointed in you. I am your sister. Xuan Yu is your brother. Your husband was once the man you cherished most. And there are 3 children. You, for your grand ambitions, for your own power, you have forsaken everything. Very well. In your eyes, we are all expendable. Aren't we? Su Yuni could no longer contain her disappointment in her sister. All the words she had pent up bursting forth in one breath. Su Qing'an, upon hearing her sister's tirade, felt an unfamiliarity wash over her. Is this still my gentle and lovely sister? Su Qing'an, from this day forth, we are no longer your family. I will return shortly to take my brother away. After all, to you, he has already become a useless individual, of no value to your grand schemes. I will do everything in my power to assist him in regaining his strength. Su Qing'an replied in a low voice. There is no need for your feigned sincerity. After all, my brother has long wished to come over here. If you still consider us your family, then grant us our freedom. Upon finishing, Su Yuni severed the communication jade slip, no longer wishing to hear her sister's voice. Not a single word more. After her outburst, she remained rooted in place, taking 3 breaths to release the pent-up energy within her. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply several times until her emotions were in check. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was resolute to the utmost. Little brother, I will return soon to bring you over. Wait for me. Su Yuni transmitted this message to her brother. Sister, I truly have nothing to say. Please do not return. Su Xuanyu, upon hearing these words, realized something and hurriedly interjected. If you utter another word, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Listen carefully. Once you regain your composure, gather your belongings. Await my return. Su Juni spoke gunli, her tone resembling that of a queen issuing an unquestionable decree, leaving no room for her brother's dissent. Su Xuanyu fell silent, his lips twitching. A sense of grievance washed over his features once more. The unconditional love from his sister rekindled a flicker of warmth in his heart, which had grown utterly desolate. All right, do not cry. Wait for me. With that, Su Yuni concluded their telepathic exchange, took a deep breath, and after regaining her composure, exited the room. She was determined to return immediately. She would not attend the academy today. Brother-in-law, I. However, just as she stepped out, she noticed Lu Miao Miao, her head bowed, seemingly having whispered something to Lu Qing'an. When she glanced in Su Yuni's direction, her slightly moist eyes darted away. Lu Qing'an frowned and turned to Su Yuni. Yuni, let us have a word. Chapter 72. The sudden disgrace of the Huangfu father and son outside, in front of the stone pavilion. What has transpired with that boy? Lu Qing'an asked nonchalantly. Moments ago, he had witnessed his young daughter anxiously exiting Su Yuni's chamber, seemingly startled by something. Concerned, he called her over to inquire. It was then revealed that something had indeed occurred with Su Xuanyu. Su Yuni had conveyed some troubling news to Su Qingying, inadvertently alarming his daughter. Turning her gaze towards the room, Su Yuni noticed Lu Miao Miao clutching the doorframe. Peering curiously, her eyes slightly reddened as if she had erred in some way. At that moment, Su Yuni felt a pang of guilt. How could she display such distress in front of child? Clearly, she had frightened her. She longed to chastise herself for her display of emotion. Brother-in-law, I apologize. It was not my intention to alarm Miao Miao. Su Yuni expressed regretfully. Not at all. That child is quite resilient. Look at her. She seems to feel a bit guilty towards you. Lu Qing'an replied. Su Yuni lowered her head, her guilt deepening. Please, take a seat and tell me what has transpired, he continued. Su Yuni fidgeted with the hem of her garment, hesitating to sit, reluctant to impose her family troubles on Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law, it's really nothing significant. I wish to return there for a while, but I'm uncertain how long it will take. With her magical domain cultivation, she was unsure whether she could return safely. Yet, for her brother, she must go back. What I dislike most about you is this very trait. I have stated before that I regard you as family, and Miao Miao has entrusted me to assist you. So, do not hesitate to share what has occurred. Perhaps I can be of help, Lu Qing'an urged gently. Su Yuni met his soft gaze and glanced at Lu Miao Miao, her grip on her garment tightening before she finally spoke. She understood that to lead her brother away from the sorrowful realm of the immortal ruins, her current strength was insufficient. After listening to Su Yuni's account, Lu Qing'an remained silent, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Have you finished? He inquired. Su Yuni nodded, a bitter acknowledgement. Then you need not concern yourself with this matter. Allow him to recuperate there for a time. Once he is fully recovered and able to act freely, he can come here on his own. You should set this aside, focus on your cultivation at the academy, and wait for him, he instructed. This. Before Su Yuni could respond, Lu Qing'an interjected. Are you going to heed my advice? Seeing the resolute expression on his face, Su Yuni contemplated for a moment and ultimately nodded. It seemed her brother-in-law had already devised a plan. Very well, I shall head to the academy now. Yes, make sure to communicate well with Miao Miao. She is still feeling a bit unsettled, he added. Understood. Su Yuni made her way towards the room. After Su Yuni departed, Xiao Qingyi, who had been feeding the fish by the pond, approached Lu Qing'an. Are you not going to do something? Do you have an affinity for eavesdropping on others? Ahem, I happened to overhear. Are you planning to return to the fairy ruins for a while? That young man has encountered a calamity, which seems to be an inevitable outcome, and I have no part in it. He appeared indifferent to the situation. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an, but chose to remain silent. Subsequently, Su Yuni led Lu Miao Miao and the others to the academy, leaving only Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qing'an in the courtyard. Let us brew some tea. Do bring forth your treasured leaves, Lu Qing'an suggested, observing Xiao Qingyi as they exchanged gazes. Xiao Qingyi replied, There is but a final couple of tales of the demon god, mother tree tea left. To consume it solely between us would be a bit extravagant. Perhaps we should wait until more company arrives to partake? No more idle talk. When I have the opportunity, I shall procure another pound for you. Oh, you promised that yourself. I shall not hold back. Xiao Qingyi chuckled, eagerly making his way inside. However, when he emerged with the tea leaves, he discovered that Lu Qing'an was no longer seated within the stone pavilion. He shook his head with a smile. completing the tea brewing in under 10 breaths, and soon, Lu Qing'an reappeared at the pavilion. "Where did you go?" Xiao Qingyi inquired with a grin. "I stepped away for a moment," Lu Qing'an replied. "Oh," Xiao Qingyi chuckled again. "Are you thirsty? Is the tea not ready yet? Here, drink up. This flavor. Could it possibly be from the apex leaves of the demon god's mother tree? As long as there is something to drink, that suffices. I lack the prowess to acquire the topmost leaves. If you wish, you may go pick them yourself." "Very well, I shall go when I find the time," Lu Qing'an affirmed. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Magic Willow Academy, Su Yuni hesitated for a considerable time before transmitting a message to Su Xuanyu. "Younger brother, I may not be able to return to fetch you. My brother-in-law has advised that you should first recover there for a while, and once you're fully healed, you may make your way over here. He mentioned he is no longer upset with you and seems to consent to your stay here. Is my brother-in-law truly not angry with me anymore?" "Indeed, focus on your recovery and refrain from dwelling on past matters." "All right, I shall take good care of myself. If there is anything else you wish to share with me, just send a message. I am always available. Thank you, elder sister." After concluding the transmission, Su Xuanyu lay still on his bed, gazing at the message jade slip in his hand. His fractured heart seemingly mending slightly. There was nothing left in the fairy ruins to keep him tethered. "Elder sister, meow meow, brother-in-law." He took a deep breath, arriving at his final decision. He would recover diligently, and, once everything was restored, find a way to venture toward the demon domain. With great effort, he rose to wash his face, intending to cleanse the traces of tears. Just then, a sudden and rapid sound of breaking air echoed from above. It appeared that several powerful figures were hastening toward the mountain where his sister practiced. At that moment, within a grand hall, Su Qing'an, who had just managed to suppress her emotions and was preparing to continue her cultivation, abruptly opened her eyes. In the next instant, 10 figures materialized before the hall. The visitors this time are all formidable beings of the Emperor realm, hailing from the Nangong and Huangfu families. Among them, 2 peak Emperor realm experts from the Nangong family are present. The head of the Nangong family wears a grim expression. Additionally, there is another peak Emperor realm expert from the Huangfu family, who has long been in seclusion for cultivation. As this Huangfu family's peak Emperor realm expert descends, he casts a chilling gaze at Su Qing'an, his demeanor exuding an unrestrained aura of murderous intent. "Su Qing'an, what have you done to our family head and young master?" Upon witnessing the arrival of these 10 individuals, Su Qing'an's brow furrows as she perceives their aggressive stance, akin to that of an inquisition. At this moment, upon hearing his words, she is utterly taken aback. "What have I done to them?" Chapter 73. Who is responsible? Su Qing'an furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that a significant event had transpired, one that involved the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Qi. Yet, what could she possibly do against these two? She had already endured the sight of her brother being so grievously harmed by Huangfu Qi. What power did she possess to alter their fate? What was the intent behind their visit? The head of the Nangong family and his companions observed Su Qing'an, noting her perplexed demeanor, and exchanged glances of concern. Was it possible that the head and son of the Huangfu family were not actually incapacitated by Su Qing'an? At that moment, Lin Qingxue arrived hastily, landing within the grand hall. She had received crucial intelligence, and her expression was rife with complexity. Upon her arrival, she swiftly turned her gaze to the head of the Nangong family and the pinnacle powerhouse of the Huangfu clan, speaking in a grave tone. "Friends, I have come to understand the unfolding of events. Please remain calm. The situation is not as straightforward as it seems." The pinnacle powerhouse of the Huangfu family, named Huangfu Hongtian, fixed his gaze intently on Lin Qingxue upon her arrival. It was plausible that she could be implicated in this matter. "Master, what on earth has transpired?" Su Qing'an inquired in a hushed voice. Lin Qingxue observed Su Qing'an with a mixture of emotions. She was uncertain of her disciple's current capabilities. If it were not her disciple, then who could it possibly be? "My dear disciple, not long ago, Huangfu Dao and his son Huangfu Qi were suddenly ensnared by a terrifying pressure within their home, without a soul in sight, and in an instant, their meridians were shattered, their dantians obliterated. Their cultivation was entirely destroyed, rendering them unconscious. Lin Qingxue recounted the information she had gathered, her eyes reflecting doubt and confusion regarding Su Qingying's potential to achieve such a formidable feat. Could her disciple truly reach such terrifying heights? The absence of witnesses compounded the horror of the situation. The father and son were instantaneously rendered powerless. The news had initially struck her with disbelief, but upon confirmation and witnessing Huangfu Hongtian's arrival, the truth had become evident. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying felt as if she had been struck by lightning, falling into a state of shock. What? Is this even possible? I cannot comprehend. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? If it were merely Huangfu Qi, it would be one thing, but the head of the Huangfu family is of the same caliber as you, a pinnacle emperor. How could this be? Su Qingying's brows knitted tightly, her mind racing with skepticism. Surely, she must have misheard, or perhaps there was some misunderstanding at play. Wait, if neither of them appeared, who can validate the truth of this? This was the crux of the matter. Lin Qingxue quickly turned her gaze to Huangfu Hongtian and said, "Friend, I understand the sentiments of the Huangfu family at this moment, but consider this. My disciple is currently only at the late stage of the emperor realm, and my own strength, as you are aware, is comparable to yours." Huangfu Hongtian found himself equally perplexed by this assertion. Although Su Qingying's status as an emperor was indeed remarkable, having reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, she was presently still at the late stage, a fact that could not be concealed from them. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Xuanyu had recently been rendered powerless, cast aside by Huangfu Qi. Now, with both father and son of the Huangfu family similarly stripped of their abilities, Su Qingying undoubtedly emerged as the prime suspect. How she achieved this, however, remained a mystery. If it isn't you, then who could it possibly be? Huangfu Hongtian spoke with a grave tone. I refuse to believe that anyone could so easily incapacitate the head of the Huangfu family. I must see them both. Su Qingying, somewhat skeptical, replied. Very well. You shall go and see for yourself. Thus, the group set forth towards the Huangfu residence. Upon Su Qingying's arrival before the father and son, she found them pale and bedridden, clinging to life by a mere thread, their cultivation levels dissipating into nothingness. They had evidently been rendered utterly powerless, even more severely than her brother. While her brother could at least move the following day, the prospects for these two looked grim. Whether they could ever regain self-sufficiency was uncertain. She even noticed that Huangfu Qi's trousers were damp. This revelation prompted Su Qingying to examine them closely, confirming that the identities of the Huangfu father and son were indeed genuine, leaving her in silence. Lin Qingxue stood nearby, equally bewildered. It is true. Everything is astonishingly real. Who could it be? What more do you have to say? Huangfu Hongtian ground his teeth in frustration. The most formidable head of the Huangfu family, along with the extraordinarily gifted Huangfu Qi, had both been reduced to such a state. The Huangfu family's influence in the immortal ruins would surely plummet. After a prolonged moment of confusion, Su Qingying finally mustered her resolve. Do you believe I am responsible for this? Huangfu Hongtian replied sternly. Who else could it be but you? Su Qingying's demeanor turned icy. If I possessed such power, would you dare speak to me in this manner? Huangfu Hongtian instinctively recoiled 2 steps, as did the other members of the Nangong family, quickly distancing themselves from Su Qingying and her apprentice. You need not act in such a manner. I have stated that I am not the culprit. As for who is, I am currently unaware. Furthermore, if I wielded such strength, who in this immortal ruins could rival me? Su Qingying spoke with conviction. The members of the Nangong family exchanged glances. The fact that the Huangfu father and son had been suddenly incapacitated within their own residence, with Huangfu Hongtian nearby and no signs of a struggle, spoke volumes about the terrifying power of their adversary. Thus, I advise you to allow the two to recuperate properly and refrain from baseless speculations. This incident appears to be a case of retribution, as I have heard an alternate version of events from my brother. At this point, Su Qingying glanced at the head of the Nangong family. Upon meeting her gaze, he felt an icy chill run through him and quickly averted his eyes. If Su Qingying were indeed the perpetrator, would he not also risk her wrath? Huangfu Taoist, I believe Su Taoist's assertions hold merit. The head of the Nangong family clenched his teeth and quickly turned to Huangfu Hongtian in an attempt to soothe him. After a significant pause, Huangfu Hongtian finally nodded. Very well. I will tentatively place my trust in you. I shall ensure that they are well cared for. I hope you can assist in uncovering the truth behind this. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation. After Su Qing'an finished speaking, she directly departed with her master, leaving Huangfu Hongtian and the others standing silently in place. Once the master and disciple left the Huangfu residence and arrived at a desolate location, they paused mid-air. Standing opposite each other, they unexpectedly spoke in unison. Master, was it you? Disciple, was it you? Upon concluding their statements, they simultaneously furrowed their brows. It appeared that neither was responsible for the situation at hand. Then, whose handiwork could it possibly be? Su Qing'an held her breath, swiftly scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Could it be that someone was stealthily observing them from the shadows? The individual capable of such tactics possessed formidable strength, even if they were concealed nearby. It was likely that the two of them would remain oblivious to their presence. Chapter 74. Weeping to Death. The brother-in-law is true love. The two returned to the grand hall where Su Qing'an practiced. Master, do you think it is possible that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is behind this? Su Qing'an suddenly inquired. She truly could not fathom who in the vast Songyun continent possessed such formidable power. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor remains the most powerful entity on the continent. I have witnessed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor committing acts of murder near the boundary wall. His strength is indeed formidable. Without the influence of the boundary wall, he might not have been able to achieve such feats, yet once he arrives here, it is certainly beyond his capabilities. Lin Qingxue asserted emphatically. Is it truly impossible for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Are you implying that there exists someone in Songyun continent who surpasses him in strength? Su Qing'an's eyes narrowed sharply at the implication. It is not out of the question. Perhaps there is someone in the immortal ruins with powers comparable to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, someone who has been concealing their identity. This incident is evidently linked to your brother, Lin Qingxue declared. She, too, was engulfed in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Wait, could it possibly be him? Su Qing'an's expression remained composed as she uttered the word him, having completely sealed off her emotions regarding him. Lin Qingxue, aware of who Su Qing'an referred to, scoffed dismissively. Him? He is merely a peak emperor of the demon realm. When Lu Qing'an displayed his cultivation last time, I observed clearly that he was only slightly stronger than I am. In a confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps Lu Qing'an's prowess is greater in the demon realm, but here he is on par with me. If I cannot achieve something, how could he? He is not even worth a strand of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's hair, let alone come here to incapacitate a peak emperor. Lin Qingxue did not conceal her disdain and aversion towards Lu Qing'an. She had not forgotten the day he threatened her, a moment that startled her. Even now, the recollection left her feeling stifled. She longed for the opportunity to return to that day and teach the arrogant and ignorant Lu Qing'an a lesson. Moreover, she was quite certain that Lu Qing'an's strength was not particularly formidable. She possessed an ability that allowed her to gauge the true strength of others once they revealed their power. That day, Lu Qing'an did not even possess half the strength of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. How could he easily incapacitate a peak emperor? Then could it be the foreign power you once mentioned, Master? Su Qing'an's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, they cannot easily intervene to destroy beings from the lower realms, as it would result in backlash. I highly doubt it. After all, why would a foreign power assist your brother? If all else fails, let us inquire with your brother. Lin Qingxue spoke with a serious tone. This matter evidently concerns Su Xuanyu. Perhaps Su Xuanyu knows something. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. Although he was not the one who incapacitated Huang Fuqi and his son, her brother might find some relief upon hearing this news. Thus, the two proceeded to Su Xuanyu's room. Su Xianyu lay upon his bed when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Upon realizing the visitors were Su Qing'an and Lin Qingxue, he promptly closed his eyes, feigning ignorance of their presence. Little brother, how is your health? Su Qing'an inquired with concern. Su Xianyu remained silent, continuing to keep his eyes shut. I understand you are still upset with me, but I have come to share some news. Not long ago, the father and son of Huang Fuqi were unexpectedly rendered powerless by a mysterious individual. Su Xianyu's eyes flew open, and he swiftly turned his head, astonished as he gazed at his sister. What did you say? He questioned, suspecting he had misheard. The situation of Huang Fuqi and his father is even worse than yours. Do you know what transpired? Are you familiar with this mysterious figure? Lin Qing Shui scrutinized Su Xianyu, observing his shock surpassing their own. It appeared he was as unaware of the events as they were. Su Xianyu's astonishment stemmed from his knowledge of the true culprit. Sister-in-law. Oh, my dear sister-in-law. His eyes brimmed with tears, guilt swelling within him. Just recently, he had heard from his second sister that his brother-in-law intended to let the matter rest. Who would have thought he would swiftly deal with that scoundrel Huang Fuqi? A task his own sister was reluctant to undertake, this brother-in-law, whom he had long mocked, executed without hesitation. Well done indeed. Su Xianyu shouted into the void, celebrating his vengeance. Little brother, do not become too agitated. Do not further harm your health. Su Qing'an urged anxiously. I do not require your concern. I ought to express my gratitude to the mysterious individual you speak of. Su Xianyu brushed off Su Qing'an's hand. As for your inquiries, I know nothing. All I know is that my own sister would not assist me. Yet this mysterious person did. I am weary. I need a rest. Su Xianyu's admiration for his brother-in-law had reached its zenith. He longed to rush to the demon realm immediately, kneel before his brother-in-law, apologize, and embrace him warmly. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow, observing her brother turn away, unwilling to meet her gaze. He appeared genuinely unaware of the information at hand. Ultimately, she departed with Lin Qing Shui. Very well, rest well. Once Su Qing'an and Lin Qing Shui had left, Su Xianyu swiftly retrieved a communication jade slip, depositing spirit stones within. Moments later, the communication slip connected. Second sister. Little brother, what is it? Oi Yunyi, who had just arrived at the academy and was preparing to cultivate within the time treasure, inquired swiftly, concerned about her brother's well-being. Not long ago, the father and son of Huang Fuqi were suddenly rendered powerless by a mysterious individual. They seem utterly oblivious to how it happened. Su Xianyu exclaimed excitedly. Su Yun was taken aback. Sister-in-law. The image of Lu Qing and flashed in her mind. However, her previous impression was that he seemed disinterested in this matter. Suddenly, she could not help but let out a soft laugh. I never imagined my brother-in-law possessed such an endearing side. A quintessential example of a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. Little brother, it must be that my brother-in-law returned for a brief visit. It has hardly been long since I arrived at the academy, and I suspect he sought vengeance for you during my absence. Su Yuni could sense her younger brother's current excitement and exhilaration, which brought her comfort. Earlier, upon hearing her brother's voice, she feared he might be contemplating a dire decision, which was why she was eager to return and bring him along. Now, everything seems to be unfolding according to her brother-in-law's intricate plans. After avenging her brother, he has seemingly released a burden from his heart. I thought my brother-in-law was quite upset with me. To my surprise, he truly cares. I'm on the verge of tears. Alas, even my own sister was unwilling to seek retribution on my behalf. Yet my brother-in-law. Su Xianyu felt a blend of joy and sorrow, his emotions remarkably complex, but predominantly filled with aspirations for the future. Although he felt utterly defeated and betrayed by the woman he cherished, he glimpsed a bright horizon ahead. This incident clearly indicates that his brother-in-law harbored no anger towards him and was willing to assist in avenging him. Consequently, he could eventually venture into the demon realm to reunite with his brother-in-law. At long last, he would have the opportunity to engage with his idol, whom he had admired since childhood. Little brother, set aside thoughts of our elder sister. She has her own choices and her own path to follow. Let us focus on living our lives well. Su Yuni took a deep breath, having made a resolution. From now on, let us each find peace in our own ways. Very well, I shall heed my second sister's advice. After I recover a bit more, I will devise a plan to join you. Chapter 75. guiding my daughter in swordsmanship. The twilight sky was adorned with the remnants of the setting sun, while the emerald bamboo filtered the golden light. The empty courtyard lay carpeted with fallen leaves, and the bamboo curtain gently rolled up the evening clouds. It was once again the time of dusk. In front of the stone pavilion in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat together, sipping tea and admiring the bamboo after a long day. Lu Qing'an had been pondering over his child all day, contemplating a visit to the academy, yet ultimately chose to remain at home, believing it essential for his child to learn independence and forge friendships. Suddenly, a series of teleportation sounds resonated, and a flicker of joy illuminated Lu Qing'an's calm countenance. "Father, Meow Meow is back." The adorable little one dashed like a gust of wind, racing towards Lu Qing'an. With a warm smile, Lu Qing'an approached and lifted Lu Meow Meow high into the air. "Oh, Meow Meow has made several breakthroughs today. Hee. I also practiced a new movement technique. Did you see how swift I was? Indeed, you are truly my daughter. Come, give her father a kiss." Lu Qing'an turned his cheek, and without hesitation, Lu Meow Meow pouted and pressed her lips against him. "Mua, have I satisfied you, father?" She giggled. Inda. Later, I shall ask Grandpa Xiao to prepare a delicious feast to reward Meow Meow for her diligent practice today." "Oh yay, you're the best, father." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. "What would you like to eat tonight, Meow Meow? How about barbecue?" "Of course. By the way, father, has Aunt Shua not returned yet?" Lu Meow Meow inquired, glancing quickly towards the house, her brows furrowing as she found no sign of Shui Tianfei. "Your Aunt Shue probably has many matters to attend to. She may take a while longer. However, she sent someone to bring you some delicious treats, which are inside." "All right, then I shall go enjoy what Aunt Shue has bought for me." Once her feet touched the ground, Lu Meow Meow transformed into a whirlwind, dashing towards the house. The dexterity with which she executed her movements suggested an experience akin to centuries of training. Indeed, Meow Meow's talent is remarkable. Is such a technique truly suitable for one her age? It appears that with an extraordinary father comes an extraordinary daughter, Xiao Qingyi remarked, shaking his head in admiration. "What do you mean by extraordinary? Please refrain from speaking nonsense," Lu Qing'an retorted with a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. "Father," at that moment, Lu Zixuan gracefully approached, sidestepping the cracks in the ground, and greeted them sweetly. "How was your day at the academy?" Lu Qing'an asked, noticing that his eldest daughter had not made any breakthroughs. He surmised she had spent the day honing her combat skills. "Though I have not improved my cultivation, I have gained immensely. I feel a much stronger command over my current abilities, and my combat prowess has significantly increased. Most importantly, I receive an extraordinarily stylish sword technique from Muronghua. Father, could you please guide us in our practice? Ideally, we would love to master it tonight." Lu Zixuan produced a weathered book, her face alight with anticipation. The title inscribed upon it read, "The Sword of Elegance." Upon hearing the name Muronghua and the description extraordinarily stylish, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched, his emotions becoming quite complex. Did he truly provide you with a sword technique for practice? Indeed, Muronghua is simply wonderful, handsome and kind-hearted. I truly wish to cultivate with her every day. Lu Zixuan exclaimed with a smile, glancing at Sun Minzi. Sun Minzi wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Zixuan's sentiment, nodding in affirmation with a cheerful expression. Lu Qing'an interjected, "Together every day. Oh no, it seems the time has come for the women to leave home. Ahem, why not ask him when he is free to come over for a meal?" Lu Qing'an contemplated secretly visiting the academy to ascertain what made Muronghua so charming. However, upon reflecting on the clandestine nature of such an endeavor, he deemed it rather foolish and dismissed the thought. "Sound good. I'll ask her next time." Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. "All right, let me take a look at this sword technique." Just as Lu Qing'an was about to retrieve the sword manual, a figure appeared from the sky. It was none other than his disciple, Li Tsongxuan. Master, Li Tsongxuan, having finished his tasks at the Demon Palace, had little else to occupy him, so he came here, hoping to enjoy another dinner. Although many strangers had been present during his last meal with his master, he had found it immensely enjoyable. "Ah, your elder brother Xian has arrived. Let him teach you," Lu Qing'an said to Li Tsongxuan. "Little Xian, Please guide your sister Zixuan in the sword technique. Ah, the sword technique? All right, sounds good. Elder brother Xian, take a look at this sword technique. Lu Zixuan said with a smile as she moved closer. With Li Songshuan's arrival, he took on the role of a mentor, leading Lu Zixuan and her companions to the horizon to practice their sword techniques. Brother-in-law. At that moment, Su Yuni, who had been standing aside for quite some time, finally noticed that there were no other individuals around Lu Qing'an. With a gentle smile, she stepped forward and called out. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law, my brother has already informed me of today's events. Thank you for helping him vent his frustration. Gratitude shone in Su Yuni's eyes. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, shook his head and smiled. He had anticipated that this young man had returned to the immortal ruins to assist his brother-in-law in seeking vengeance. He was still as protective as ever. In the past, he and Lu Qing'an had not shared such a close relationship. In fact, they had been rivals, differing in ideals, yet not to the extent of being archenemies. Each time they faced off, Lu Qing'an would invariably best him, leaving him feeling thoroughly oppressed. This strained dynamic persisted for quite some time, and he often wondered if Lu Qing'an viewed him merely as a source of amusement, as he would frequently come to engage him. However, everything changed one day when he fell victim to an organization of suppression, in what seemed to be a fatal ambush. To his astonishment, those he had considered friends did not come to his aid. Instead, it was Lu Qing'an who stepped forward. On that day, a particular phrase uttered by Lu Qing'an resonated with him to this day. What level are you at to bully the same person as me? After that incident, he completely surrendered to Lu Qing'an and began to gravitate towards him, ultimately forging the relationship they now enjoyed. Now, Lu Qing'an's actions reminded him of those times, and he couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. Lu Qing'an, in response to Su Yuni's gratitude, appeared nonchalant and remarked, I do not comprehend what you are referring to. It does not concern me. Su Yuni covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking her brother-in-law was indeed as she imagined. Tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. How endearing. Well, I have conveyed my thanks, brother-in-law. Now, I shall return to my room to continue refining my formations. She aspired to grow stronger, especially now that her younger brother had lost his cultivation. It was her duty to care for him and strive to become the most formidable formation master. Go ahead, Lu Qing'an replied with a smile and a nod. Xiao Qingyi observed Su Yuni's light-hearted demeanor as she walked away and turned to Lu Qing'an with a grin, saying, You remain the same, always treating those close to you well, yet refusing to acknowledge it. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi and retorted, That is none of your concern. Hurry and prepare the ingredients for the barbecue for my daughter. Haha, I shall do just that. Xiao Qingyi responded cheerfully, refraining from further comment. Lu Qing'an shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips before heading inside to play with his youngest daughter. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lu Zixuan and the others finally returned to the courtyard. Father, I have mastered the sword technique. Brother Xian is truly remarkable, far superior to the instructors at the academy. Lu Zixuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The level of instruction was exceptional. Li Songshuan, having been praised by Lu Zixuan multiple times, felt a hint of shyness as he lowered his gaze upon hearing this once more. Do not be misled by your brother Xian's social skills. His talent in cultivation surpasses even that of your father. Teaching you this sword technique is a trivial matter, Lu Qing'an remarked, patting Li Songshuan on the shoulder, offering him praise. Master, I am merely adequate. How could I possibly compare to you? Li Songshuan blushed slightly at the compliment from Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an chuckled and then turned to his daughter, saying now, Demonstrate it for me. I wish to observe. Lu Zixuan and her companion eagerly nodded and soared into the air to perform their technique. After a series of maneuvers, they descended gracefully. Father, how was it? Lu Zixuan asked expectantly. Lu Qing'an stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, It was satisfactory, though this sword technique could benefit from further refinement. Allow me to demonstrate once. How much you learn will depend on your own capabilities. Wow, Father, you merely glanced at it and can perform it. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Qing'an smiled enigmatically and ascended into the sky. Li Songshuan, gazing at his idol with admiration, remarked, "Sister Zishuan, watch closely and behold what true invincible genius looks like. If I possessed even half of Master S talent, I would be awakened from my dreams with laughter." Chapter 76. A sword shocking the 9 provinces. Upon hearing this, both Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, their focus entirely captivated. Su Yuni, who had just returned to the room to accompany Lu Miao Miao, emerged with her, both gazing skyward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an had ascended to the heavens. Standing with hands clasped behind his back in the void, his clothes unmoving, and his eyes half closed, as the world around him suddenly dimmed, he unleashed his sword intent, effortlessly sealing a vast expanse of space within 1,000 miles to prevent the complete collapse of the void with a single strike. At that moment, the setting sun bled red, but as he raised his hand, the invisible sword intent fragmented it, transforming it into a sky filled with crimson sparks. The entire courtyard seemed to descend into a realm of swords, with bamboo silently disintegrating into powder and fallen leaves suspended in midair, intricately sculpted into myriad tiny sword forms by the sword energy. "Watch closely." He chuckled softly, raising his hand gently, his fingertips descending, resembling a sword. A frosty white sword mark materialized in the air before his finger, and with a forward motion, a flash of sword light streaked past, initially delicate as a filament. This sword light swiftly tore through the heavens. Following its passage, it inexplicably drew together all the sword lights within this realm. As thousands of sword shadows converged from the myriad of celestial and earthly entities, surging forth into the void. Where the sword light passed, space cracked like glass, revealing the chaotic currents roiling behind. Even more astonishing, within the sound of the sword's resonance lay a hidden dragon's roar. Each wisp of dissipating sword energy transforming into translucent dragon shadows, swirling and roaring, tearing the clouds into a vortex. As the sword's might coalesced, the myriad fragmented leaves suddenly trembled, shooting skyward into the vastness, where they formed the characters for elegance and the heights, lingering for an eternity. Sword intent transformed into spirit. All things in heaven and earth became sword. Li Tsangxuan murmured to himself, his eyes radiating a terrifying starlight. Powerful, incredibly invincible. Lu Zishuan stared at her trembling hands in awe. That single sword strike was something she could never master in her lifetime. "Father, you overestimate me too much." Both Sun Minzi and Su Yuni were equally mesmerized, and in that moment, they gained a profoundly clear understanding of the concept of invincibility. "Wow, Daddy is so handsome." Lu Miao Miao, unlike everyone else, was the only one present capable of articulating her thoughts. Simultaneously, in various directions of the demon realm, in the centers of bustling cities, deep in the mountains and at the ends of the Dead Sea, formidable beings sat, stood, or lay in different postures. Just a moment ago, they were engaged in mundane activities, but the next instant, they all abruptly raised their heads to gaze at the sky. Each looked in different directions, as they felt a profound tremor emanating from within their hearts, leaving them utterly astonished. What terrifying pressure! Who on earth is it? Who is fighting? This dreadful sensation is even more intimidating than the eternal night demon emperor. Who? Who could possibly exist within the demon realm with such terrifying power? Damn it! I knew the outside world was fraught with danger. I thought having reached this level of cultivation, I could rival that eternal night demon emperor and finally stop living in seclusion. It seems I must endure a while longer. In an exceedingly concealed gorge deep within the mountains, an atmosphere thick with malevolence and decay enveloped a blood-encircled altar, upon which sat a multitude of formidable beings at the apex of power, their terrifying auras palpable. The sheer number of these entities was overwhelming, impossible to count at a glance. In unison, they opened their eyes, glowing with a crimson light, revealing an unexpected brilliance within their elongated pupils. This power did not belong to the realm of Songyun continent. One among them spoke in a deep voice. Above the courtyard, Lu Qing'an, after demonstrating his understanding of the elegant sword technique, concentrated his intent, and the sword domain converged. In the next moment, the space he had just disrupted rapidly returned to its original state under the influence of his demonic energy. He descended back into the courtyard, smiling at his eldest daughter. Zishuan, can you discern the primary distinction between my sword and yours? Lu Zishuan, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Father, how can I answer that? My sword was akin to a child's play. The difference lies in the infusion of sword intent. However, you are still too inexperienced to grasp the essence of sword intent. Nevertheless, you can learn the basics and incorporate them into your sword technique. Allow me to awaken your potential. Lu Qing'an approached his daughter and gently tapped her forehead. In an instant, Lu Zishuan began to levitate, enveloped in a sphere of energy. Her eyes closed as she entered a realm of wondrous comprehension. Moments later, she opened her eyes wide, a unique aura radiating from her. Father, what is this? Lu Zishuan sensed she had touched upon a special realm, and as she raised her hands, a distinct energy emerged, exuding an exceptionally pure and serene essence. This is the intent you have comprehended. Although it significantly differs from sword intent, if you incorporate this into your sword technique, its potency will be greatly enhanced. Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile. Really? Let me try. Lu Zishuan exclaimed, filled with anticipation as she soared into the sky, drawing forth her divine weapon and once again executing the sword technique. After performing the technique, she distinctly felt an increase in its power. Not only did the moves appear more graceful, but their effectiveness had more than doubled. Wow, it's true. Lu Zishuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing his daughter succeed on her first attempt, Lu Qing'an felt an even greater sense of satisfaction regarding her talent. Truly, she was his daughter. He then turned his gaze towards Sun Minzi, beckoning her forward. Before long, Sun Minzi also experienced a boost in her abilities. In comparison to Lu Zishuan's rapid improvement, Sun Minzi took a bit longer to fully master the elegant sword technique, having to execute it several times. To Lu Qing'an, her talent was still remarkable. Among the entire demon realm, only a handful could earn his recognition. Master, during our last battle, you didn't even utilize a fraction of your strength, did you? At that moment, Li Tsangxuan spoke up. Lu Qing'an chuckled and patted Li Tsangxuan's shoulder. You are indeed formidable, but my circumstances are quite unique, different from yours. He possesses a system, and within his sea of consciousness lies a cultivation level 1,000,000 times greater. Hence, no one could possibly compare to him. Well, if you are indeed stronger than I can accept that. Li Tsangxuan chuckled. All right, let us prepare for dinner. Lu Qing'an draped his arm around his disciple's shoulder as they made their way indoors. The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together, followed by a gathering filled with laughter and conversation that lasted until the late hours of the night. The following day, upon arriving at the academy, Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi made their way to her classroom. Upon reaching the entrance of the classroom, they spotted a strikingly handsome woman with short hair standing there. Exchanging glances, Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi smiled as they approached. However, before they could reach her, several other women confronted the short-haired beauty. Huajia, why have you suddenly stopped training with us? One asked. Hua, I noticed you've been spending time with two strangers. Have you abandoned us? Another chimed in. Indeed, I've never seen those two before, and they seem lacking in strength. They don't belong to any prominent faction. What can you possibly gain from associating with them? Confronted with their incessant inquiries, Murong Hua furrowed her brow. At that moment, an exceptionally graceful woman among them suddenly gestured for silence, and the others fell quiet. Ahua, our families have been friends for generations, and our businesses have collaborated countless times. How can you forsake our training for two newly acquainted wild women? Spending time with them will yield you no advancement, Zhang Yi said softly, her gaze fixed on Murong Hua. Aya, please do not speak ill of them. They are truly wonderful. We can all enjoy each other's company. I have learned so much while overcoming challenges with them. Murong Hua replied, Are you really defending those two wild women? Zhang Yi feigned a dramatic demeanor, clutching her chest and appearing on the verge of tears. Murong Hua was taken aback. Who refers to whom as wild women? At that moment, Lu Zishuan stepped forward. Chapter 77. a weapon that stunned the companions. As Zhang Ye and her companions beheld Lu Zixuan and her friend approach. They instantly reacted as if facing a formidable foe, casting them a collective, menacing glare. Upon recognizing Lu Zixuan, Mu Ronghua offered a bittersweet smile and said, "Zixuan, Minzi, I apologize, these are my friends, and they may harbor some misunderstandings about you." Seeing Mu Ronghua's attempt to ease the tension, Lu Zixuan graciously decided to show her respect by refraining from continuing the quarrel with Zhang Ye. "We are not wild women. We have only recently joined the academy. I am Lu Zixuan, and this is my close friend, Sun Minzi," she said, attempting to introduce herself to Zhang Ye and her group. Zhang Ye furrowed her brows and retorted, "Recently joined the academy? Who are you trying to deceive? The admission assessment has already passed, and the next assessment will not occur for another 3 years. Yeah, but I really haven't seen them around the academy," a girl whispered into Zhang Ye's ear. Thus, the two newcomers appeared suspicious to Zhang Ye. Clearly influenced by her emotions, she regarded Lu Zixuan and her companion with displeasure. "Pray tell, from which faction do you hail?" she inquired, genuinely curious about how these two had appeared within the academy's confines. With their remarkable beauty and cultivation levels, they should have left some impression on her. However, Lu Zixuan's claim of recently joining the academy was utterly implausible. Even the Duga Demon Emperor could not breach the academy's rules to suddenly allow 2 students to enroll. "We belong to no faction," Lu Zixuan replied. "Ah, so you're solitary cultivators," Zhang Ye concluded. "That is somewhat accurate," Lu Zixuan acknowledged with a nod. "Enough of this banter. Let's not speak in such a manner. Grant me this favor. We are all of similar cultivation levels and of the same age, outstanding talents. Engaging in mutual exchange and cultivation would yield great benefits, so there is no need for hostility," Mu Ronghua interjected, sensing the atmosphere growing tense once more. For her, whether Lu Zixuan and her friend hailed from a prestigious faction was inconsequential. During their joint trials, she found them remarkably reliable, able to entrust her safety to them without hesitation. Their synergy surpassed that of her collaborations with her local friends. This was precisely why she had been consistently teaming up with Lu Zixuan and her companion. Moreover, Lu Zixuan and her friend exhibited commendable character, which endeared them to Mu Ronghua, prompting her desire to forge a friendship with them. Lu Zixuan, wishing to alleviate Mu Ronghua's burden, turned to Zhang Ye and said, "We truly have only recently joined the academy and harbor no ill intent towards you. If possible, we could cultivate together and share insights." She recalled her father's advice to broaden one's circle upon arriving at the academy. With that in mind, she resolved to attempt friendship with Zhang Ye and her group. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain, but she had taken the initiative to extend her hand. "Indeed, our cultivation levels are quite similar, both at the integration stage. And your talents are passable, I suppose. But have you heard the saying? Different circles should not be forcibly integrated. As solitary cultivators, how could you possibly become friends with the daughters of prominent families like us?" Zhang Ye's face was etched with disdain. "Indeed, behold, this is the exquisite sword my father has bestowed upon me. You shall never acquire a blade of this caliber in your lifetime." Suddenly, a woman behind Zhang Ye produced a mid-tier sword of the 10th grade, exuding a dense and formidable aura of magic. The hilt was adorned with precious gems, radiating an air of opulence and luxury. The other women regarded Lu Zixuan and her companion with a bemusement typically reserved for jesters. Undoubtedly, the sight of such a sword would incite envy within them. Mu Ronghua wore a peculiar expression, for she was acutely aware that both Lu Zixuan and her companion possessed swords of unparalleled excellence, forged to the utmost standard of the 10th grade. During their trials, they wielded these exceptional swords, which emanated a power distinct from ordinary 10th grade weapons, as though crafted by an extraordinarily skilled artificer. "Oh, this is your lifetime, not ours. Minzi, let them witness true craftsmanship," Lu Zixuan declared, smiling as she unveiled the sword gifted to her by Wang Duanshan. She refrained from revealing her father's sword, choosing to keep it concealed until a critical moment when it might attract undue attention. Sun Minzi nodded with a smile and presented the sword Lu Zixuan had given her previously. Instantly, the atmosphere in the gathering plunged to an astonishing low. The young women gasped, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the magnificent swords in Lu Zixuan and her companion's hands. Impossible. Zangia, momentaristundet, gaspet in astonishment. What? Is it counterfeit? Lu Zixuan inquired. This. It bears a striking resemblance to the sword forged by the renowned artificer Wang Duanshan from our domain. A woman behind Zhanya exclaimed. This revelation left Murong Hua equally astonished. Wang Duanshan. No wonder. She had suspected that the creator of these blades was no ordinary craftsman. It turned out to be the esteemed Wang Duanshan. The woman who recognized the swords as possibly being the work of Wang Duanshan did so because her father was fortunate enough to possess a sword forged by him, which he displayed with pride, showcasing it to anyone who passed by. As his daughter, she had seen this distinctive style countless times, thus immediately identifying the unmistakable craftsmanship. Zhanya felt the same way. Her earlier exclamation was rooted in her realization that these swords were indeed the handiwork of the most formidable artificer in the demon realm. Wang Duanshan. Her father possessed one as well. Lu Zixuan turned to the speaking woman, surprised. Your insight is quite remarkable. These swords are indeed forged by Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. She dares to refer to Wang Duanshan as Grandpa. What could her status possibly be? Zixuan, are you well acquainted with Wang Duanshan? Murong Hua, equally astonished, inquired hastily. Lu Zixuan replied, Well, it's not that we are very familiar. We have merely crossed paths a few times. After Wang Duanshan visited our courtyard, he appeared before us on several occasions, and then he was continuously engaged in the crafting room nearby with Hihong. They seemed to immerse themselves in their work, as if they would not emerge until every weapon was completed. Huh, I thought you were truly well acquainted. Is it not akin to gilding one's own visage? And to address him as grandfather Wang directly, Zhanya remarked through gritted teeth. Yet, gazing upon the exquisite swords in their hands, she could not help but feel a genuine envy. Aya, refrain from such remarks. Murong Hua interjected, furrowing her brow. Zhanya inhaled deeply and inquired, Pray tell, how did you acquire these two swords? They were gifted by Grandfather Wang, Lu Zixuan replied. The group responded with astonishment. Oh my, a gift? Why not mention that Senior Wang Duanshan presented a plethora of swords for your selection, and you turned them down, yet still shamelessly accepted these? Zhanya was both amused and infuriated, transforming into a veritable embodiment of jealousy, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She was uncertain of the origins of the swords in Lu Zixuan's possession, but she was certain their claims were mere fabrications. It was highly probable that some elder behind them had expended considerable wealth to enlist Wang Duanshan's assistance in crafting these weapons. Listening to Zhang Ye's words, Lu Zixuan could not help but blink her beautiful eyes and replied, How coincidental. It aligns perfectly with what you said. The group remained silent, taken aback. Chapter 78. Returning home with a group of classmates, Sun, Minzi noticed Zhang Ye and her companions regarding Lu Zixuan with expressions akin to disbelief. She shook her head, recalling the scene she had witnessed that day, which indeed aligned with Zhang Ye's description. Haha, Ahua, did you see that? This individual with a mouth full of deceit. Are you truly certain you wish to befriend such a person? Zhang Ye seized the opportunity like a hawk, casting a concerned glance toward Murong Hua, as though fearful that she might be duped. Murong Hua, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, Zixuan, this does seem a bit. What, do you think I am lying? How do you suppose we acquired these two exquisite swords? Lu Zixuan retorted, Surely, you simply had good fortune, obtaining some exceptional materials and beseeching Senior Wang Duanshan to forge them for you. Regardless of your reasons for possessing such swords, it cannot absolve the undeniable truth of your fabrications. Zhang Ye replied firmly. Lu Zixuan shrugged. Think as you wish. Perhaps this is simply a case of differing paths. Turning to Ahua, she inquired, Do you believe me? Her concern lay solely with Murong Hua's perception. She yearned to integrate into Zhang Ye's circle, as her father had advised her to cultivate friendships. Yet, it appeared unnecessary now. Murong Hua, uncertain how to respond, still harbored a flicker of doubt. She chose to change the subject, saying, Let us not dwell on this. The lecture is about to commence. We should head inside. Wait, There is still some time before the lecture begins. Let's talk a bit more. Zhanya, seizing a rare opportunity to unveil Lu Zixuan's true nature before Moronghua, was reluctant to relent. Even if they could not discuss the matter of the swords gifted by Wang Duanshan, she could still address Lu Zixuan's attempts to embellish her status by referring to Wang Duanshan as Grandpa Wang. You just claim that you are not well acquainted with Senior Wang Duanshan, having merely met a few times, yet you address him as Grandpa Wang. Will you not provide a more satisfactory explanation? Moronghua furrowed her brows, feeling uneasy about Zhang Ye's insistence on pressing the issue. Must you truly make it so difficult for her? Because my father is quite familiar with Grandpa Wang. Lu Zixuan replied with remarkable composure. Is that so? Who is your father? Zhanya inquired with a mocking smile. That would be Wang Duanshan himself. Lu Zixuan declared. In the entire demon realm, no one commands his respect. Not even our dean or the infamous Duga demon emperor could persuade him to forge weapons without meeting his exacting standards. Moreover, I have never heard of anyone being particularly close to Wang Duanshan. Lu Zixuan nearly blurted that her father was the Evernight demon emperor, but recalled her father's counsel to refrain from disclosing her lineage unless absolutely necessary, especially within the academy. At that time, she had been unaware of the reasoning, but Sun Minzi had provided clarity. Her father had slain many formidable adversaries during his time in the demon realm, and those adversaries had left behind numerous descendants. While they could not exact revenge on her father, knowing her identity as the Evernight demon emperor's daughter could incite them to find ways to harm her. Lu Zixuan cast a glance at those present, uncertain whether any of Zhanya's elders had fallen victim to her father. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, My father is also a loose cultivator, a name you likely wouldn't recognize. It seems rather amusing that Elder Wang Duanshan has such a close relationship with a loose cultivator. How laughable! You don't even know what his temperament is like. Yet here you are boasting so extravagantly. Truly shameless. Zhanya burst into laughter, quickly igniting a ripple of chuckles among the women behind her. Moronghua felt increasingly awkward. Lu Zixuan continued, What temperament does Grandfather Wang possess? Elder Wang Duanshan is solely devoted to the art of crafting weapons, having dedicated his entire life to it. Without a single friend, in his eyes, there is nothing beyond weapon forging, devoid of any social grace, making it exceedingly difficult for others to engage with him. Even when my father sought his assistance in crafting, if he didn't present materials that piqued the old man's interest, he would be dismissed with a cold demeanor. To claim your father is a friend of his is utterly ludicrous. Zhanya regarded Lu Zixuan as if she were a clown. Lu Zixuan asserted, You may not have even seen him in person. I find Grandfather Wang to be quite amiable, with a kind smile and a warm demeanor. Sun Minzi, upon hearing this, forced a smile that betrayed her discomfort. Zixuan, while your earlier remarks may have been misguided, this truth stands. Elder Wang Duanshan is indeed quite peculiar. He only exhibits kindness when in the presence of your father and you. Zhanya's laughter intensified upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words. Moronghua, unable to endure the scene any longer, sighed Zixuan, Please stop. This is getting out of hand. Well, since you all refuse to believe me, I shan't bother to prove anything. The treasured sword is in my possession. Feel free to indulge in your fanciful thoughts. Lu Zixuan, undeterred by Zhanya's opinions, shifted her gaze to Moronghua. Ahua, my father has invited you to our home for a meal. I wonder if you're free after school? She suspected her father's intentions were merely to assess whether her new friend was a good person. In her eyes, Moronghua was quite admirable, worthy of becoming one of her closest friends. Moronghua paused momentarily. A meal, you say? Lu Zixuan nodded. I am indeed free. But why does your father wish to meet me? She inquired, puzzled. I have few friends here in the demon realm. Minzi is one, and you are the second. He simply wishes to meet my friends. Very well, I can make a visit. Moronghua did not refuse, knowing that the Magic Willow Academy conducts thorough investigations of all students' family backgrounds, and she could easily inform her father beforehand. Moreover, she possessed a formidable protective talisman. Should her life be in peril, her father could arrive swiftly. Awa, how can you go home with someone you've only just met? I trust Zixuan, Moronghua replied. Then take me along. Fang Yang insistive. We shall all go. The other women chimed in eagerly. Their curiosity about Lu Zixuan's family had already peaked. Among the many thoughts that occupied her mind, especially Zhang Ye's, was a desire to expose Lu Zixuan's deceit. Lu Zixuan cast a glance at Zhang Ye and her companions, contemplating the idea of bringing back more people. It seemed harmless enough, yet she felt compelled to consult her father first. I shall inquire with my father. She produced a communication jade slip, and, after posing her question, received an affirmative response. My father approved. Upon learning this news, her father appeared somewhat astonished and inquired how she had made so many friends. Very well. It is settled. Zhang Ye gazed intently at Lu Zixuan, declaring, Little girl, just wait and see. I am eager to discover your father's true nature. As a mere wanderer, he must have heard of my father's name. When the time comes, I shall reveal my father's identity before him and observe his reaction. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an had just put away the communication jade slip, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Wang Duanshan and He Hong sat before Lu Qing'an, and seeing the rare smile on his face, Wang Duanshan inquired, What good fortune has befallen you? Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. Zixuan mentioned that she wishes to bring a group of friends over for dinner. I never imagined she would be so adept at socializing. In just a few days, she has made so many acquaintances, surpassing even my own social skills as her father. My friends in the demon realm are few, mostly those of the subdued kind. Oh, then I must prepare small gifts for Zixuan's friends. Wang Duanshan chuckled. He had returned to the courtyard because he and He Hong had completed the tasks entrusted to them by Lu Qing'an, having refined all the treasures. Lu Qing'an examined the various treasures displayed on the table and remarked, The weapons and armor produced this time are quite commendable. Once the children return, we shall equip them. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze was drawn to a piece of armor he had specifically customized for his eldest daughter, noticing some asymmetrical details. Old Wang, this aspect is amiss. Please return and rectify it promptly. It must be entirely symmetrical, or else my daughter will feel discomfort while wearing it. What? You can discern that? Truly a meticulous father. Very well, I will attend to it immediately. Chapter 79. Manifesting Glory Before Others in the Magic Willow Academy. The instructor, Murong Shan, entered the classroom where Lu Zixuan and her companions were seated in a row. Murong Shan, an elderly gentleman, happened to be an elder of the Murong family. Ayuya, do you know this instructor, Murong Shan? Lu Zixuan inquired. Sitting beside her, Murong Hua smiled and replied, He is indeed an elder from our Murong family. How fortuitous! Lu Zixuan remarked with a smile. I wish to impart to you a sword technique today, known as the wind and flower sword technique, which is one of the few techniques our Murong family is permitted to share. This technique is suitable for all sword cultivators and is quite fundamental. If you're interested in learning it, you may come to me to receive the mental method. Of course, even if you choose not to learn it, you can still gain some insights from my explanations, Murong Shan said, stroking his beard and smiling. Upon hearing this, a group of students eagerly raised their hands to request the mental method. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi exchanged glances, contemplating the irony of the situation, for they had just mastered this sword technique the night before. By the way, Zixuan, Minzi, did you review this sword technique after returning home? Murong Hua asked cheerfully. Zhang Ye frowned and said, Ahua, did you also share the sword technique with them? This technique is meant to be taught externally. Murong Hua nodded. Their family had been disseminating this technique to enhance their reputation, and the Murong family's acclaim in the outside world was indeed partly due to this shared sword technique. Lu Zixuan smiled and replied, With the guidance of an elder brother last night, we successfully practiced it, and with my father's assistance in refining it, we now have our own understanding of this sword technique. She felt this technique suited her well and was grateful to Murong Hua for sharing it. Murong Hua was momentarily taken aback. What? You succeeded in your practice? Are you certain? She blinked in disbelief. This sword technique was not particularly difficult, falling into the medium range, and she had spent approximately half a month mastering it herself, though she had not yet reached its pinnacle, let alone developed her own understanding. Her talent had already been deemed exceptionally rare by her family. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi nodded earnestly, their expressions sincere. Observing that they appeared genuine, Hua fell silent. Astonished. Is it truly so extraordinary? You really know how to boast. Zhanya could no longer contain herself. You succeeded in just one night. You must be joking. Not only Zhanya, but several other girls seated nearby cast disdainful glances at Lu Zixuan and her companion, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They had indeed received this sword technique from Hua and had attempted to practice it, finding that it took at least a month to grasp even the basics. Despite guidance from family elders, Hua felt that there was no need for the two to lie, as the truth could easily be discerned through practical experience. Zixuan, what cultivation level does the elder brother who taught you possess? Hua pondered before posing the question. Perhaps the mentor of the two possesses remarkable insight, and furthermore, he is a formidable practitioner who has mastered the swordsmanship of the Murong family to its pinnacle. Lu Zixuan remarked with a smile, the peak of the Emperor realm. Oh, no wonder. Wait, are you certain it's your brother? Hua nodded, initially believing she had deduced correctly, but upon further contemplation, sensed an inconsistency. A peak Emperor realm expert could hardly be merely her brother. After all, her father, too, was a peak Emperor realm expert, yet he was considerably older. A rare case of having a daughter in his later years. In the demon realm, it is quite uncommon for peak Emperor realm experts to be of tender age. Lu Zixuan smiled. My father instructed me to call him that. He is my father's disciple, so our generations are equivalent. Hua blinked her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Your father's disciple? Then your father must be quite impressive. His disciples are all peak Emperor realm experts. Who exactly is your father? You're exaggerating. Can you not boast for once? Zhanya could not help but interject with sarcasm. Lu Zixuan, unfazed, merely rolled her eyes at Zhanya. What am I boasting about? Which part of my words is untrue? If I were to tell you my father is the eternal night demon emperor, wouldn't you all declare I've lost my senses? This only piqued Hua as curiosity further. Once our class concludes, let us visit your home. She was increasingly inclined to believe Lu Zixuan's previous statements. A peak Emperor realm expert, alongside a peak Emperor realm disciple. Such connections with Wang Duanshan were indeed plausible. Ayuya, have you lost your senses? You can't possibly believe her, can you? Zhanya's chest heaved with agitation, utterly flabbergasted. What sort of enchantment has she been subjected to? All right, I shall begin discussing the swordsmanship now. By the way, to facilitate your understanding of this technique, Xiaohua, please come up and demonstrate. Shan, standing at the podium, announced with a smile. Upon hearing her name, Hua promptly stood up. Certainly. She then turned to Lu Zixuan and the others, saying, please refrain from making noise. Wait for my return. Lu Zixuan nodded. However, at that moment, Zhanya quickly rose to her feet. Grandfather. This student claims to have mastered the Fenghua sword technique overnight. Let her demonstrate. Zhanya saw an opportunity and stood boldly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes directed at Lu Zixuan. As her words echoed, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Zixuan. The girl seated beside Zhanya exchanged knowing smiles. It seems Sister Ye is quite clever. Now, Lu Zixuan is bound to embarrass herself, to have mastered the Fenghua sword technique overnight and claim to have her own understanding. How dare she? Let's see how she can boast now. Hua, glancing at Lu Zixuan, found herself equally curious about whether Lu Zixuan had truly succeeded in mastering the technique. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Zixuan remained unperturbed, standing with calm composure and confidence gleaming in her eyes. Very well, I shall take the stage. Shan initially believed that Zhanya and her companions were merely jesting, as he had successfully mastered a sword technique in a single evening, which seemed rather farcical. Not to mention, it was the esteemed Murong family's swordplay of elegance. However, upon witnessing Lu Zixuan truly rise to her feet, he found himself perplexed. Was it really a jest? Wait, perhaps it was indeed a jest. This young lady must have been practicing their swordplay of elegance for quite some time, and now she was merely seeking to showcase her prowess before an audience. Who would have thought that a girl would also relish in the spotlight? Very well then. Shan shook his head with a smile, recognizing the camaraderie between Lu Zixuan and Hua. he decided to indulge in their playful antics. Lu Zixuan nodded and gracefully leaped from her seat, advancing to the training space at the front of the classroom. "Instructor, shall I demonstrate here?" she inquired. Murongshan calmly nodded in affirmation. Lu Zixuan surveyed her surroundings. The space was ample, yet she pondered the potential destruction should she wield a top-tier sword technique. Reflecting on the scene from the previous night involving her father, a smile graced her lips, and she began to emulate the movements. In the next moment, a surge of energy enveloped her, and with her hand transformed into a sword, she executed a swift motion. Whoosh! The air around her suddenly morphed into a stream of sword energy, converging towards the primary sword force, slicing through the void ahead with a resounding crackle. This sword technique was not only visually captivating, but also embodied a meticulous balance of symmetry, devoid of any flaws. After completing the move, Lu Zixuan exhaled, satisfied with her execution. "Is that sufficient, instructor?" She turned to Murongshan. He remained silent, his eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Zixuan sensed a peculiar atmosphere in the classroom. Turning to look, she noticed that Murong Hua and Zhang Ye, among others, were staring in disbelief, their mouths agape. The entire room fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 80. Homeward bound after a series of rapid blinks, Murongshan finally regained his composure and, in a state of heightened excitement, swiftly inquired, "Esteemed student, whom did you learn this sword technique from? Is this truly an adaptation of our Murong family's illustrious swordplay? It seems to have ascended to a significantly higher level." He was certain that a woman of the combined embodiment realm could not possess such an evolved sword technique without the guidance of an exceptionally formidable master behind her. In response to his query, Lu Zixuan pondered for a moment before replying, "Instructor, this was taught to me by my elder brother and father." She had already mentioned this to Zhang Ye and Murong Hua, so it mattered little whether she disclosed it again. As long as she refrained from revealing her father's imperial title, she believed there would be no significant issues. "Oh, how do your brother and father address themselves?" Murongshan asked eagerly. The transformation of their family's swordplay was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, and if they could obtain the consent of Lu Zixuan's brother and father to share the adapted techniques with the Murong family, it would enhance their reputation significantly. Lu Zixuan directly shook her head, stating, "My father has instructed me to refrain from mentioning his name in public, so I regret I cannot answer your question, instructor." Murongshan frowned slightly, but then spoke gently. "Very well. We shall discuss this further after class. You may return for now." Lu Zixuan nodded and rejoined Murong Hua and the others. Upon returning to her seat, she noticed that Murong Hua and the others had turned to her with astonished expressions. "Zixuan, what you said earlier was truly authentic." Murong Hua was the first to ask, her heart nearly skipping a beat from the stunning display Lu Zixuan had just exhibited. That strike was no longer merely the Murong family's illustrious swordplay. It was a superlative version of it. Lu Zixuan responded with a smile and a nod. Murong Hua swallowed hard, her anticipation mounting as she yearned to visit Lu Zixuan's home to meet the father she had mentioned and his disciples. She wondered if she too could receive guidance from such a powerful figure, perhaps mastering the illustrious swordplay to the same extraordinary level as Lu Zixuan had just demonstrated. Zhang Ye and the other young women fell silent, hesitant to speak ill of Lu Zixuan any longer. Particularly, Zhang Ye felt a burning flush on her cheeks, akin to a slap across the face. Yet, she dismissed the discomfort and instead pondered if the matter of the swordplay was indeed true. Then could the earlier claims also hold validity? No, that is impossible. The swordplay must be genuine, but the preceding statements were certainly fabrications. She shook her head, her resolve solidifying. It was quite possible that Lu Zixuan's father truly was a peak sovereign of the emperor realm. As for the claim regarding her father's disciples being peak sovereigns as well, that seemed unfounded. The one who guided Lu Zixuan in mastering the sword technique was most likely her father. An individual of such high caliber as her father was indeed within her grasp. As for the treasured sword, it had to be that Lu Zixuan's father possessed unique materials that allowed Wang Duanshan to forge that magnificent weapon. Indeed, that must be the case. Since you promised to let us accompany you, I am determined to unveil all your deceit before my very eyes." At this moment, Zhanya was entirely driven by her pride, a defiance stemming from the heart of a child. The lessons soon came to an end. After class, Murong Shan summoned Lu Zixuan and Murong Hua to a secluded spot devoid of other students, expressing his desire to meet Lu Zixuan's father. However, upon learning that Murong Hua would be visiting Lu Zixuan's home later, he immediately dismissed the idea, sending a message to Murong Hua with some instructions before departing with a smile to attend to his own affairs. Meanwhile, after their class, Lu Zixuan and her companions began to form teams for their challenges. Zhanya and her group, observing Lu Zixuan's trio continuing to tackle the challenges together, frowned as they stood before the tower. "Sisteria, surely what Lu Zixuan said cannot all be true," one of the girls remarked. Zhanya shot a glance at the speaker and replied sternly, "Until I see her family situation with my own eyes, I shall remain unconvinced. We will have the opportunity to visit her home soon enough. At that time, we shall act according to the circumstances and verify the truth. But wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to do so in her home?" One person chuckled wryly. "What is inappropriate about it? Her father is likely a pinnacle emperor-level powerhouse. My father is also at the peak of emperor-level strength. What do I have to fear? Just follow my lead." Time passed quietly. As dusk descended, Lu Zixuan and her companions exited the Beast Tower ahead of schedule. "I can't believe you both have cultivated the wind and flower sword technique to such a level. You are truly remarkable. Today's challenges went exceedingly smoothly. We're almost at the 6th level." Murong Hua gazed at Lu Zixuan and her companion with envy. She was astonished to discover that Sun Minzi could also wield the unique wind and flower sword technique, leaving her momentarily speechless. After growing stronger, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi effortlessly overcame challenges that had previously posed great difficulty. "Ahua, once we return home, I will see if my father can offer you a bit of guidance," Lu Zixuan whispered. She had already come to regard Murong Hua as a good friend and wished to ask her father if he could provide some pointers. "Really?" Murong Hua asked, brimming with excitement. Yes, yes." Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile. Just then, Zhanya and her group hurried over. "Have you finished? When will you take us to your home?" Zhanya fixed her gaze on Lu Zixuan, inquiring intently. Lu Zixuan replied, "Right now, but I must wait for 2 others." She sent a message to her sister and aunt before leading Murong Hua and the others toward the teleportation array near the time-warping willow. Upon arriving, Su Yuni stepped out from the time treasure just in time. "Aunt," Lu Zixuan called, waving her hand. "Aunt?" The group of girls turned to look at Su Yuni, who was stunningly beautiful and possessed the strength of a holy king. "Oh, Zixuan, are these your friend from the academy?" Su Yuni asked gently upon seeing the lively young women standing behind Lu Zixuan. "Zixuan, your aunt is so beautiful." Murong Hua transmitted her thoughts. Lu Zixuan smiled. "Of course, my aunt is beautiful. Aunt, this is Murong Hua, whom Minzi and I have mentioned, along with these friends of Ahua. Are you indeed Murong Hua?" Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Murong Hua would be a handsome young man, not a girl. "Greetings," Murong Hua said with a smile and a bow. "Hello, hello," Su Yuni replied with a nod, only to notice that Zhanya and the others did not acknowledge her. She felt a tinge of surprise. It seemed that the dynamics were somewhat off. "Sister, aunt." At that moment, Lu Miao Miao's voice rang out from a distance. She approached swiftly like a gust of wind, and as she fully appeared, she stopped in front of Lu Zixuan and the others, holding a large candied hawthorn skewer. Tilting her head to observe Murong Hua and the others by Lu Zixuan's side. "Sister, who are they?" Lu Zixuan introduced, "This is my sister." "Wow, Zixuan, your sister is so adorable," Murong Hua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted a delightful doll. "You're quite beautiful yourself," Lu Miao Miao replied with a smile after receiving the compliment. "Well, it's just okay," Zhanya muttered at that moment. How could Lu Zixuan have such a charming sister? How is that fair? Upon hearing Zhanya's comment, Lu Miao Miao pouted, ready to retort, when suddenly a faint voice from behind called out, "Big sister, where are you?" Lu Miao Miao hastily urged, "Sister, let us hurry back." After saying that, she activated the teleportation array with her identity token. An luminous portal appeared before her as she swiftly dashed inside, as if evading some calamity. Su Yini followed closely behind Lu Miao Miao, entering the portal. Lu Zixuan turned to Murong Hua and the others, who were observing the unusual teleportation array, and said, "Let us go. Stepping inside will take us to my home." In a daze, Zhanya was unaware of how she ended up entering the portal, and just as it closed behind her, she heard a familiar voice. Cousin? It seemed to be the voice of her cousin. With a sudden whirl, the environment transformed before them. Lu Miao Miao appeared in the courtyard, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. That chubby little boy was so annoying. He insisted on calling me Big Sister. Lu Miao Miao muttered under her breath as she dashed into the courtyard. Father, Miao Miao is back. Chapter 81. A bustling scene. Lu Qing'an was seated near the entrance when he heard the voice of his youngest daughter, his eyes brightening with joy, a paternal smile gracing his face. Rising to his feet, a flicker of intrigue passed through his gaze, mingled with curiosity. He was eager to see just how charming this Murong Hua truly was. However, upon noticing the group of young, radiant girls accompanying his eldest daughter, his brow furrowed slightly. Wait, why are they all girls? Where is Murong Hua? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze shifted to the Murong Hua closest to his daughter. Could it be that the girl was using a boy's name? Daddy! Hug! Lu Miao Miao transformed into a whirlwind and appeared before Lu Qing'an in the blink of an eye. Lu Qing'an chuckled as he lifted Lu Miao Miao into his arms, then turned his attention to his eldest daughter. Dad, I brought my friends back. Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Su Yini chimed in, brother-in-law. Lu Qing'an nodded with a warm smile. At that moment, Murong Hua and the others were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, still reeling from their extraordinary arrival. What kind of teleportation array was this? It was astonishing that such a device existed within the Academy. The Academy had the capability to set up a teleportation array not only within its grounds, but even before the time-flowing demonic willow. Most importantly, they had just heard Lu Zixuan mention that they were currently in Demon Lin City. The journey from the Demonic Willow Academy to Demon Lin City was lengthy. What level of teleportation array could transport them here in an instant? What caliber of array master could have set up such a formation? The information they possessed indicated that even the strongest array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao, could not achieve such distances. As they began to recover from their astonishment, their gazes gradually shifted towards Lu Qing'an. Upon seeing him, they were once again struck dumb. So handsome. No way. You actually have such a handsome father. In the demon realm, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. The higher the cultivation level of the old demon lords, often due to the absorption of demonic energy or the conditions under which they trained, their appearances tend to be rather ordinary, even unattractive. No matter the means employed, it is challenging to alter such physical traits. Yet, Lu Qing'an's striking visage was truly breathtaking to them. Was he really a peak emperor-level powerhouse? And so young. Murong Hua quickly transmitted a message to Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, is this really your father? Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile, replying, Do we not resemble each other? Murong Hua scrutinized them closely. Their features indeed bore a striking resemblance. No wonder Lu Zixuan was so beautiful. Surely, her mother must have been stunning as well. It made sense, given that Lu Zixuan's aunt was also so lovely. However, as she approached Lu Qing'an alongside Lu Zixuan, she unexpectedly realized that he did not exude a powerful aura, nor did he emanate any demonic energy. It cannot be. Murong Hua's expression appeared slightly dazed. The formidable aura emanating from her father, a peak Emperor Realm expert, would leave her breathless whenever she approached him. Yet, despite being a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse, she felt no such overwhelming presence from Lu Qing'an. He seemed rather ordinary and gentle. Zhanya and the other young women shared the same sentiment. After a series of astonishments, they realized that Lu Qing'an lacked that distinctive sense of power, and their eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. They had found the flaw in his deception. I knew it. Now your lies have been unveiled. Zhanya cast a glance at Lu Zixuan, internally smirking. Of course, she did not confront Lu Zixuan immediately, as she was currently in Lu Zixuan's home. Moreover, being in the city of Mo Lin, if she were to be expelled, it would take her quite some time to return home. She would reluctantly dine here. and after leaving, she would mock Lu Zixuan mercilessly when they met at the academy the following day. Zhang Yu exchanged glances with the other young women, their expressions conveying a shared understanding of their thoughts at that moment. "Father, this is Moronghua. They are friends of Ahua," Lu Zixuan introduced, leading Moronghua and her companions forward with a smile. "So you are Moronghua?" "Indeed, just as my daughter described," Lu Qing'an remarked, his gaze fixed on Moronghua, thoroughly pleased. As long as she wasn't a blonde. Junior pays respects to the esteemed elder. Although Moronghua could not sense a powerful aura from Lu Qing'an, she chose to trust Lu Zixuan. Perhaps there was a special reason for this. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, then noticed that the few young women behind Moronghua had not greeted him. "These little ones, could it be? Please come in. My old friend has stepped out to prepare the ingredients. He will return shortly to cook for you," Lu Qing'an said, not dwelling on it further as he ushered them inside. Upon entering the house, the group was surprised to find someone already seated within. It was He Hong, a mid-level Emperor Realm cultivator. "Haha, are you all friends of Zixuan? Come, have a seat," He Hong greeted with a smile. Lu Zixuan introduced Moronghua, saying, "Ahua, this is Grandpa He, a good friend of my father's." Moronghua quickly offered her greetings, calling out to Grandpa He, Zhang Yu, and the other young women. Upon seeing He Hong's cultivation level, exchanged knowing glances. Just a mere early Emperor realm. If a friend's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Emperor realm, then Lu Zixuan's father shouldn't be that formidable either. Just as they pondered this, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Luo Danhong. Lu Qing'an, wishing for a gathering that evening to enjoy a fine meal, had invited Luo Danhong, who was cultivating nearby. As soon as Luo Danhong arrived, Moronghua and her companions instantly fixed their gaze upon her. So beautiful. Wait, that aura of cultivation, peak Emperor realm, with such beauty and strength. Could she possibly be Lu Zixuan's mother? Upon realizing this, Moronghua felt a sense of certainty. Surely, this must be the mother of Lu Zixuan. If that is the case, could it be that Lu Zixuan's father is indeed a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm? Otherwise, how could his wife possess such strength? So many people, Luo Danhong remarked with a smile upon noticing a group of young women entering the room. "This is Senior Luo Danhong," Lu Zixuan introduced with a smile. "Senior Luo Danhong?" Moronghua was taken aback. "You address her as Senior? Isn't she your mother?" "Master. Su Juinis my." Luo Danhong nodded, and then turned her gaze towards Lu Qing'an. "You summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" She had been engrossed in her cultivation array when she suddenly received Lu Qing'an's transmission, prompting her visit. Lu Qing'an responded calmly. "It is a rare occasion with so many gathered tonight. Let's share a meal together." "Oh, that sounds agreeable," Luo Danhong replied with a smile, her demeanor exuding respect and courtesy. To Moronghua, Zhang Yu, and the others, Luo Danhong's respectful attitude struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly astonished. "No way. You, the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, conversing with such deference to Lu Zixuan's father?" Chapter 82. The world has gone mad. Zhang Yu exchanged glances with her companions, a frenzied communication echoing in their minds. This cannot be real. Is it possible that this is merely a performance for our benefit? Yet, the aura emanating from him undeniably belonged to a pinnacle emperor. It resembled that of my grandfather. But how could she converse with him in such a manner? Zhang Yu began to grasp the complexity of the situation, momentarily transcending the confines of her rational thoughts. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's seemingly unassuming father was, in fact, an immensely powerful being? This is inconceivable. A pinnacle emperor should possess comparable strength, and such a demeanor during their interaction is unfathomable. Moreover, Su Yuni had just referred to this woman as her master. Shouldn't this woman, therefore, be of a higher rank than Lu Zixuan's father? This is utterly illogical. A performance? Indeed, it must be so. Where there is inconsistency, there lies a problem. At that moment, Moronghua was equally bewildered, yet refrained from letting her thoughts spiral into chaos. Instead, she directly transmitted a message to Lu Zixuan, inquiring about the situation. "Zixuan, is this woman not your mother? Why does she speak to your father in such a peculiar manner?" This is rather strange. Upon being asked about her mother, Lu Zixuan's eyes dimmed slightly, a hint of bitterness coloring her response. She is not my mother. She is my aunt's master. The circumstances surrounding their conversation are rather complex. I will explain later. Is that so? Moronghua pondered for a moment before asking, when will your mother return? Her curiosity regarding Lu Zixuan's mother had been piqued. My mother, she is occupied with matters in a distant place, so she will not be coming here. Lu Zixuan wished to avoid deceit while not delving too deeply into discussions about her mother. Very well. Please take a seat. There is no need to stand. Lu Qing'an observed the group of children still standing and gestured for them to sit. He then proceeded to walk towards Xiao Qingyi's room, where he discovered the hidden tea leaves of the demon godmother tree, intending to treat his daughter's friends. Brother-in-law, allow me to brew it. Su Yunyi chimed in with a smile. Lu Qing'an nodded, as he had matters to discuss with his daughter's companions. I see you all possess remarkable talents. You must hail from a formidable faction within the demon realm, correct? Moronghua respectfully replied, Esteemed elder, I come from the Morong family. Ah, and you? Lu Qing'an glanced at Zhanya and her friends. Once more, Zhanya and her companions exchanged glances. Upon noticing Luo Danhong seated nearby, they felt an involuntary sense of apprehension in Lu Qing'an's presence. The Li family, the Zhang family, the ancient demon mansion. The other families did not elicit much recognition from Lu Qing'an, but upon hearing the mention of the ancient demon mansion, he smiled and remarked, Ah, you hail from the ancient demon mansion? How fortuitous. What has become of that esteemed figure from your faction? Was it Sunzi the Great? Ah, yes, Sun Zeta. How fares he now? He had confronted this individual on 2 occasions, leaving a faint impression, primarily recalling the nickname he had given him. Do you know my grandfather? Inquired the woman named Lu Huijun, her tone laced with surprise. Is he your grandfather? How is he faring now? Lu Qing'an responded with a smile. Years ago, he experienced a collapse of his Tao heart and secluded himself for an extended period. Lu Huijun's expression grew somewhat somber. Oh, Lu Qing'an remarked, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Could it possibly be connected to me? Father, do you know her grandfather? Lu Zixuan asked. Lu Qing'an hesitated to delve into the topic, as he might very well be the adversary responsible for Lu Huijun's grandfather's Tao heart collapse, making the conversation rather awkward. Yet, in response to his eldest daughter's inquiry, he could only offer a brief reply. There's a slight connection. May I inquire how you address your esteemed predecessor? I have heard from Zixuan that your predecessor's disciples are all at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, so your predecessor must also possess similar prowess. What is your imperial title? Lu Huijun boldly posed the question, foregoing the guessing games favored by Zhanya and others, opting instead for directness. As Lu Qing'an felt the gaze of the young women converge upon him, he deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth, reasoning that he could later persuade them not to disclose anything indiscreet. However, just as he was about to speak, a booming laughter echoed from outside. The children have arrived. Xiao Qingyi appeared at the doorway, stepping inside with a cheerful demeanor. Upon his arrival, the attention of Zhanya and the others shifted to Xiao Qingyi. The aura of his cultivation was incredibly formidable, even more so than Luo Danhong. After all, Luo Danhong's strength lay primarily in formations. Is that the Thundercloud Emperor? Moronghua and Zhanya, not lacking in discernment, recognized Xiao Qingyi immediately, having seen him before in the circles of formidable beings within the demon domain. There are quite a few of you. Luckily, I had the foresight to prepare additional provisions for this gathering. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. We have met the Thundercloud Emperor. Moronghua and the others quickly rose, bowing respectfully. Having never encountered Luo Danhong, they speculated that she had likely only recently ascended to that realm. In contrast, Xiao Qingyi was the renowned Thundercloud Emperor, a top-tier powerhouse famed throughout the demon domain, and rumored to be a close friend of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Such an awe-inspiring figure certainly warranted their respect. Quite polite, Xiao Qingyi remarked with a smile. Grandpa Xiao, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lu Miao Miao approached him with a grin, tilting her head in inquiry. Whatever Miao Miao wishes to eat, I shall prepare. Xiao Qingyi affectionately ruffled Lu Miao Miao's hair. Observing the tender rapport between Xiao Qingyi and Lu Miao Miao, along with the latter's endearing address, Zhang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Grandpa Xiao. Wait a moment. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's father is the son of the great Emperor Lei Xiao? In other words, Lu Zixuan is the granddaughter of Xiao Qing'an? Zhang blinked, her eyes reflecting a dazed expression as her lips twitched in disbelief. Who would have thought she was the granddaughter of the Emperor Lei Xiao? It is no wonder she could enlist the formidable Wang Duanshan to forge weapons. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Zixuan introduced, "This is my father's friend, Xiao Qing'an. I believe you all are acquainted with Grandpa Xiao. Grandpa Xiao, this is Muronghua, and these are all friends of Ahua." Xiao Qing'an nodded with a smile. No need for formality. They are all friends of Zixuan. Consider this place your home. Please take a seat, he said warmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang and Muronghua were momentarily stunned. Your father's friend. At that instant, their gaze swiftly shifted to Lu Qing'an. Truly, a peak expert of the Emperor realm, to befriend the Emperor Lei Xiao, coupled with the earlier display by Luo Danhong, was sufficient to confirm everything. Wait a moment. What is that scent? The benevolent smile on Xiao Qingyi's face faltered suddenly, his expression stiffening. My tea leaves. How could they all be brewed? Xiao Qingyi exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at Su Yuni. When he left, he had mentioned allowing Lu Qing'an to brew some tea from the demon godmother tree for the guests, but he never implied to brew them all. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, Lu Qing'an gently kicked Xiao Qingyi, saying, I asked her to brew it. Do you have an issue with that? Moreover, could you refrain from being so stingy in front of the younger generation? Very well. Xiao Qingyi fell silent immediately. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's telepathic message about procuring a few pounds for him the next day, his demeanor shifted dramatically, breaking into a grin. Drink up. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. Zhang and the others were left speechless. The Emperor Lei Xiao had been kicked by Lu Zixuan's father, and he appeared so nonchalant about it. This world must have gone mad. Chapter 83, What on Earth? How could the jovial Wang Duanshan be like this? Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as she frantically communicated with Muronghua and the others. They were all rapidly exchanging thoughts, their voices intertwining chaotically within their minds, intensifying their confusion. Before their arrival, they had confidently believed their families and forces were at least the equal of the Lu Zixuan family, if not superior. Initially, they had even mocked Lu Zixuan, deeming her devoid of any substantial backing. Now, however, they could hardly fathom the consequences their strongest family member would face after confronting the mighty Emperor Lei Xiao. This was indeed Emperor Lei Xiao, one of the paramount powers of the demon domain, a being of the same caliber as the head of their own Demon Willow Academy. To still be smiling after receiving a kick from Lu Zixuan's father. Was this truly not an illusion? Zixuan, what exactly is the identity of your father? Muronghua transmitted, her voice trembling, reflecting her own shock. What status could one possess to treat Emperor Lei Xiao in such a manner? Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. If my father wished to speak with you, he would do so. Muronghua, I can hardly contain my eagerness to know the answer. At that moment, Su Yuni had finished brewing the tea, initially unaware of its precious nature. She had come to realize its remarkable qualities during the process, sensing the terrifying energy it possessed. Drink up, for you. This is a treasure, Lu Qing'an said. At this moment, Zhang and the others regarded Lu Qing'an with newfound respect, their gazes tinged with reverence. They could not comprehend why Lu Qing'an lacked the overwhelming aura they expected, but they were certain he was anything but ordinary. He must indeed be a peak-level emperor, and perhaps even one of the top powers of the demon domain they had yet to encounter. Very well. Muronghua and the others looked at the filled celadon cups before them, cradling them in their hands. Upon inhaling the fragrant aroma of the tea, they were momentarily stunned. Wait, this scent, just a whiff, was enough to loosen the cultivation bottleneck that had plagued them for some time. They exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Consequently, they hastily drank the tea in one gulp. Boom! They felt enveloped by a unique aura, a resonating rumble emanating from a certain place within them, echoing in their ears. Soon after, they discovered that the bottleneck that had troubled them for a while had indeed been shattered. Moreover, the sensation was not merely that of overcoming one barrier. It felt as though many future bottlenecks had also been obliterated in an instant. Murong Hua and the others swiftly closed their eyes, entering a peculiar state. After what felt like 2 breaths, they opened their eyes, filled with exhilaration and astonishment. The enhancement of her innate talent was astonishing. What on earth has transpired? Lu Zixuan gazed at Murong Hua and her companions, who exhibited an exaggerated and peculiar expression after finishing their tea. Her mind swirling with confusion as she took a sip from her cup. It wasn't anything extraordinary, she mused to herself, merely a bit tasty. If she had known that her talent could no longer be elevated, she would have thought differently. Senior, what sort of tea is this? Murong Hua now regarded Lu Qing'an not as before, but rather with the reverence one might reserve for a remarkable being. It was unimaginable that their visit would yield such an extraordinary opportunity. Lu Qing'an replied calmly, "It is simply the leaves of the demon god mother tree. If you can drink it, indulge freely. It will benefit you." The demon god mother tree. Murong Hua and Zhang Yu exclaimed in unison, their astonishment rendering them momentarily numb. They had all heard of the demon god mother tree. It was well known throughout the demon realm. Even among the most powerful of their families, few had ever tasted its tea. Zhang Yu's father had only drunk it once, when he had been fortunate enough to attend a banquet hosted by a top-tier powerhouse in the demon realm. Upon returning, he had insisted that he would willingly sacrifice several thousand years of his lifespan for another opportunity to savor it. Now, as Zhang Yu observed Su Yuni refilling her cup, her lips trembled. "Father, your daughter is unfilial. I shall drink this in tribute." Gulping it down, she exclaimed, "Cheers." Murong Hua and the others swiftly lifted their cups and drank heartily. The tea from the demon god mother tree. They had struck gold. Lu Qing'an calmly observed the children's fervor, but when his gaze fell upon Sun Minzi, he noticed that her previously cheerful expression was suddenly shadowed by a hint of sadness upon hearing the name of the demon godmother tree. He shook his head subtly in response. Seeing Murong Hua and the others in such a euphoric state, Lu Zixuan blinked in bewilderment before turning to her father. "Father, what is wrong with him?" she inquired via thought transmission. "They're simply enjoying something precious. Their reaction is quite normal. Do not mind them. They will grow more fond of you," Lu Qing'an replied telepathically. He sensed that, aside from Murong Hua, the other young women seemed to harbor some prejudice against his daughter. However, since she had brought them along, it indicated that she did not entirely dislike them. Moreover, to him, they were all juniors. Granting them a small opportunity was of little consequence, as long as they treated his daughter well in the future. Of course, should they harbor ulterior motives after receiving benefits, he would not hesitate to respond accordingly. Suddenly, as they were sipping their tea, Murong Hua and the others abruptly halted, sensing an inexplicable tremor resonating within their souls. At that moment, they dared not continue drinking. Could it be that they had consumed too much, inciting the ire of their elder? They pondered and concluded that must indeed be the case. After all, such treasures are indeed exceedingly precious. Earlier, urging them to drink more was merely a polite remark. "Go on, drink up," Lu Qing'an said with a smile as he noticed Murong Hua and the others suddenly pausing. Murong Hua and her companions shook their heads vigorously, resembling a ratledrum. "Please, no teasing. We cannot drink anymore. Have you had enough?" Lu Qing'an inquired. "Quite enough. Very well then." Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi, saying, "Old Xiao, please prepare dinner." "Sure, I shall get to it," Xiao Qingyi replied, whistling as he made his way to the kitchen. Murong Hua and the others sighed in relief, glad that Lu Qing'an had moved on from the topic. Just then, another figure appeared at the door. "Grandpa Wang," Lu Zixuan exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Lu Miao Miao added with a smile, "Grandpa Wang, it has been ages since we last saw you." "Ha! I have been busy with forging recently, but now that I'm done, I'm here to spend a few days with you all." Wang Duanshan chuckled, then looked at Murong Hua and the others. "Have the children all arrived?" Lu Qing'an nodded. "Zixuan, please make the introductions," Wang Duanshan said with a benevolent smile. Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile. "Grandpa Wang, this is Murong Hua, and these are her friends. Ahua, you should already know Grandpa Wang. No need for me to introduce." Murong Hua and the others were taken aback. "Senior Wang Duanshan, and he is smiling. This is astonishing. Haha, since they are all friends of Zishuan. I have no special gifts, so consider these weapons as a meeting gift. Come, choose one each, Wang Duanshan said, producing a collection of mid-tier 10th grade weapons and gesturing for Muronghua and her companions to step forward and select. Chapter 84. Entertaining the children, these weapons were crafted during his leisure time, and he did not possess any particularly close friends. Moreover, with many individuals seeking his expertise in weapon forging and offering substantial rewards, he found no need for magic crystals and thus retained them all. The array of weapons presented by Wang Duanshan instantly dazzled the eyes of Zhanya and the other young women. Was this spectacle truly real? The smiling figure of senior Wang Duanshan, unveiling such a multitude of weapons for their selection, was astonishing. It perfectly aligned with what Lu Zishuan had described. It was indeed real. How could this be? They swiftly turned their gazes toward Lu Zishuan and Lu Qing'an. Was this due to Lu Zishuan's father? Otherwise, how could they merit such treatment from senior Wang Duanshan? Do not be polite with this old fellow. Take one, Lu Qing'an calmly suggested, particularly regarding Muronghua, whose presence he found increasingly agreeable. He felt a twinge of guilt for having previously suspected Muronghua of being untrustworthy. This child was commendable, even gifting sword techniques to her daughter. Henceforth, aside from Sun Minzi, his daughter would have another friend, alleviating worries of her following in the footsteps of his apprentices. Additionally, arriving in this new realm of magic would aid her adaptation to the environment. Is this truly permissible? Muronghua questioned softly, feeling somewhat hesitant. It's far too precious. If my father were to see such a weapon, he would surely drool in envy. I can scarcely imagine the scene upon returning home. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Wang Duanshan chuckled. What is this? Are you unimpressed by these trinkets of mine? And no, not at all. Muronghua and the others quickly shook their heads. Who would dare dismiss your weapons in the entire realm of magic? Ahua, take one, Lu Zishuan encouraged with a smile. Very well. Muronghua swallowed hard, striving to suppress her wildly beating heart as she approached to select a weapon. Senior, I will like this one. Yes, take it. Wang Duanshan replied. Upon grasping the sword, Muronghua immediately sensed its uniqueness. The aura emanating from it was extraordinarily powerful. Unable to contain herself, she bowed deeply and exclaimed, Thank you, Senior. Haha, if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Zishuan. It is because of her friendship that I treat you all in this manner. Wang Duanshan said with a laugh, unperturbed by the implications of his words, openly sharing his thoughts. Hearing this, Muronghua glanced at Lu Zishuan, a unique emotion flickering in her heart. Zishuan, thank you. Muronghua conveyed telepathically. Lu Zishuan replied with a smile, We are friends. There is no need for such formalities. And you all? Hurry up. My hands are getting weary. Wang Duanshan remarked, eyeing Zhanya and the others. Oh. The cheeks of Zhanya and her companions flushed with embarrassment, their hearts heavy with guilt, particularly for Zhanya, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Nevertheless, she stepped forward and chose a weapon. After making her selection, she glanced at Lu Zishuan and, in a soft tone, conveyed her apology. I'm sorry. Lu Zishuan, with remarkable grace, replied, It's all right. Zhanya stood frozen, struck by the realization that such kind-hearted individuals truly exist in this world. Wang Duanshan collected the remaining weapons and walked toward Lu Miao Miao with a smile. Miao Miao, have you made any friends? Upon hearing the word friends, Lu Miao Miao's mind conjured the image of a chubby boy grinning foolishly, and she quickly shook her head. Miao Miao's friends are Brother Xian, Aunt Shui, and Daddy. Of course, Grandpa Wang is also a friend, so I don't need any more friends. Huh, so Grandpa Wang is your friend too? How sweet. Wang Duanshan's face radiated affection as he gently poked Lu Miao Miao's chubby cheek. Lu Qing'an was unconcerned about his little daughter becoming reclusive. This lively girl was capable of playing with anyone, so he was in no hurry to urge her to make more friends. Daddy, I want to tell you something. At that moment, Lu Zishuan turned to Lu Qing'an, her face alight with joy. What is it? Today, at the academy, our instructor happened to teach us the Feng Hua sword technique, and I demonstrated the version you guided me through. Huh, that must have astonished your instructor. Lu Qing'an smiled indulgently, recognizing his eldest daughter's exceptional talent. One could only imagine the scene in the classroom at that moment. Zhanya and her friends quickly lowered their heads, their faces filled with remorse. They felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could dig a hole and hide away. At that moment, Hua remembered the task he had come to fulfill, feeling slightly awkward as he said, "The instructor is an elder from the Morong family, who was utterly captivated by Zishuan. She mentioned that you had guided her, and our elder has entrusted me with a request. Could you allow Zishuan to teach us this new Fenghua sword technique?" Lu Zishuan glanced at Hua and then smiled at Lu Qing'an. "Daddy, if you have the time, could you also guide a Hua?" Lu Qing'an casually replied, "Sure, after we finish eating. There's no rush. It won't hurt to mentor a junior. Besides, how could I refuse such a lovely daughter's request?" "Ha, thank you. Daddy, you're the best," Lu Zishuan exclaimed with a grin. Lu Qing'an's lips curled slightly as he reached out to tousle Lu Zishuan's hair. "If I don't spoil you, who else will?" Zhanya and her companions observed this tender exchange, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. This father-daughter duo shared a beautiful bond. Moreover, they too yearned for such a strong and handsome father. Indeed, esteemed senior, regarding the question we posed earlier, Hua seemed to recall something, her words faltering, yet driven by insatiable curiosity. She eventually voiced her inquiry. She was eager to uncover the true identity of Lu Qing'an. How could a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse, whom they did not recognize, exhibit such profound respect towards Lu Qing'an? Furthermore, he dared to challenge Emperor Lei Xiao and allowed Wang Duanshan, the most formidable master of artifact forging, to be so intimately close. In the demon realm, he could not possibly be an unknown individual. "Would you like to know my imperial title?" Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, not only did Hua nod vigorously, resembling a garlic pounder, but Zhanya and the other women also nodded in swift agreement. Their movements were synchronized, as if they had rehearsed this moment for an extended period. "I can reveal it to you." Hua and her companions widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting the answer. The lone demon emperor, he delighted in playing with these young ones. Puffed. Lu Zishuan stifled a laugh, quickly transmitting a thought to Lu Qing'an. "Father, you are quite mischievous." Chapter 85. Deceiving the child seated on the edge. Su Yuni and Luo Danhong couldn't help but stifle their laughter upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words. Meanwhile, Wang Duanshan, who was playing with Lu Miao Miao, paused for a moment, glanced at Lu Qing'an, and shook his head with a smile. This lad's mischievous humor was still intact. In the past, Lu Qing'an had deceived him using various false identities. One could never fathom how many aliases he had adopted. He was truly a master of disguise. Muruanghua, Fang Ya, and the others remained completely oblivious to the deceptive nature of Lu Qing'an's statement. Upon hearing it, their eyes widened in astonishment. The Demon Emperor Dugu. It was actually the Demon Emperor Dugu. Wait, Senior, I once caught a distant glimpse of the true visage of the Demon Emperor Dugu, but you seem somewhat different. At this moment, Hua and the others quickly regained their composure, blinking in disbelief as they fixated on Lu Qing'an. It was Zhanya who voiced the skepticism, for she had seen the Demon Emperor Dugu not once, but twice. Although from a great distance the view was clear, Lu Qing'an, with utmost seriousness, replied, "When one is out and about, it is only prudent to conceal one's true visage from others. That was merely a guise I adopted." Now made sense. Upon hearing this, Zhanya and the others no longer harbored doubts, their faces instantly illuminating with admiration. So it was the Demon Emperor Dugu. That explained everything. The Demon Emperor was remarkably youthful and among the most formidable in the demon realm. This clarified why such peak emperor-level powerhouses exhibited such reverence. At that moment, Hua's eyes brightened with realization as she exclaimed, "You are indeed the esteemed Demon Emperor Dugu. Not long ago, you bestowed upon our Muruong family an opportunity. At that time, my father and I could not comprehend the reason, but you mentioned it was related to me. Now I understand. Zishuan, thank you." As Hua spoke, she directed a gaze filled with sincerity towards Lu Zishuan, her delicate face radiating gratitude. She had always wondered why the Demon Emperor had mentioned her and afforded such a grand opportunity to her family. It must have been that Lu Zixuan had brought her up to him. Lu Zixuan blinked and looked at Lu Qing'an. Upon hearing her, Lu Qing'an chuckled and shook his head. This mischievous child had indeed been up to such antics behind the scenes. It was quintessentially in line with his temperament. Indeed, I personally mentioned it to your father, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Lu Zixuan covered her mouth and giggled again. Father, is it really appropriate for you to deceive my friends like this? Though it is undeniably entertaining. At this moment, Zhanya and the others were fervently exchanging thoughts in their minds. Her father was actually the demon emperor. Why isn't my father a demon emperor? How mistaken we were. I wish I could slap myself a few times. What should I do? Woo-woo. I hope she hasn't remembered all those things I said earlier. Can we still maintain contact with her afterwards? Miruonghua conveyed through thought. Stop being like this. I believe Zixuan is a wonderful person. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, she surely won't hold it against you. Upon hearing Miruonghua's words, Zhanya and the others felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Yet they quickly nodded in agreement. As long as Lu Zixuan held no grudge against them, they vowed to make amends in the future. Lu Qing'an, noticing that no one among Miruonghua and the others had discerned his deception, shook his head with a smile, feeling disinclined to continue the charade and ready to reveal the truth. However, at that moment, the weather outside underwent an unexpected change. Just a moment ago, Lu Miao Miao had been playing with Wang Duanshan, but in the next instant, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Aunt Shui is back. She dashed outside, resembling a child eagerly awaiting their mother's return. Lu Qing'an chuckled to himself, amused by the child's exuberance. Lu Zixuan's eyes also lit up as she gazed outside. Miruonghua and the others sensed a shift as well, realizing the temperature had suddenly dropped, indicating the arrival of someone significant. Could it be another peak expert from the Emperor realm? Indeed, any formidable presence capable of visiting the residence of the infamous Dugub Demon Emperor must be exceptionally powerful. Before long, a stunning woman clad in a white gown, adorned with a gentle smile, entered the room while cradling Lu Miao Miao. Who are these children? Shui Tianfei observed Miruonghua and the others, slightly taken aback by the unexpected gathering. She had received a message from Lu Qing'an, informing her of the lively atmosphere tonight and inviting her to join for a meal, mentioning that Miao Miao missed her. Thus, even though she had yet to complete her business affairs, she decided to return for dinner. Aunt Shui, Lu Zixuan greeted her with a smile. Shui Tianfei nodded in acknowledgement, noticing that Miruonghua and the others were of similar age to Lu Zixuan and seated beside her, leading her to surmise that they were likely classmates from the academy. Zixuan, are these your friend from the academy? Lu Zixuan confirmed with a nod, introducing Miruonghua and the others by name. Ahua, this is Aunt Shui. Her full name is Shui Tianfei. Perhaps you have heard of her? Miruonghua and Zhang Yu needed no introduction from Lu Zixuan. Shui Tianfei, how could they not recognize her? At that moment, Miruonghua and the others widened their eyes in awe, their hearts racing with excitement, akin to starstruck fans encountering their beloved idol. Young girls of their age invariably have their own heroes and role models. Shui Tianfei, as one of the few elite female experts in the chaotic realm of the demon domain, not only possessed formidable strength, but also unparalleled business acumen throughout history. Most importantly, she was both strikingly handsome and breathtakingly beautiful. She epitomized the idol of every young woman within the demon clan. What bonded them together? Their shared admiration for the same idol. Shui Tianfei, the Ice Emperor. They tirelessly collected information about the Ice Emperor from various sources and engaged in lively discussions. And now, the very Shui Tianfei they had collectively admired for so long appeared right before them. Zhanya could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed. Zhanya's sudden lack of restraint affected the nearby women, creating ripples of astonishment akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. Even Miruonghua covered her mouth, emitting a series of muffled gasps, her feet tapping in excitement. The group present stood in a state of bewilderment. Lu Zixuan blinked rapidly, observing the seemingly irrational behavior of Miruonghua and the others, then quickly cast a glance at her father. Father, what has come over them? She inquired telepathically. Lu Qing'an recalling a familiar scene reminiscent of videos from a past life. Responded, Zishuan, could it be that your friends are also infatuated with celebrities? Perhaps they are quite enamored with your Aunt Shui. Is that so? Lu Zishuan blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, Shui Tianfei soon discerned the cause of Muronghua's excitement. Whenever she appeared in public, she was invariably pursued by young girls seeking her autograph. Aunt Shui, I've admired you for such a long time. Could you possibly inscribe your imperial title for me? Zhang Yi suddenly stood up, boldly making her request. The other girls mirrored her eagerness, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Shui Tianfei. With a warm smile, Shui Tianfei replied, Very well, since you are all friends of Zishuan, I shall inscribe for you after we finish our meal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi and the others swiftly redirected their gaze towards Lu Zishuan. What should we do? I'm so envious. Zishuan, tell me, do you get to see Aunt Shui every day? At that moment, Muronghua's voice echoed in Lu Zishuan's mind. Lu Zishuan looked at Muronghua and gently nodded. If Aunt Shui is not preoccupied with other matters, she usually resides here. Muronghua's lips quivered slightly. What should I do if I am so envious that I feel like crying? Chapter 86. The idol of all girls at this moment. Shui Tianfei took out from her treasure storage the gifts she had prepared for Lu Miao Miao. It consisted of various special snacks that she had her subordinates collect over the recent period. Miao Miao, Aunt Shui will be busy again tomorrow, so keep these to enjoy. Aunt Shui, are you only coming back for one night? Upon seeing the pile of snacks, Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with delight, her small face radiating a charming smile. However, when she heard that Shui Tianfei would be leaving again the next day, she couldn't help but pout her lips. Shui Tianfei sighed with a wry smile. Once Aunt Shui finishes her work, I'll come back soon. We'll play together every day. All right, Lu Miao Miao replied, somewhat despondent. Zishuan, this is a gift I prepared for you, Shui Tianfei said, presenting a carefully wrapped present to Lu Zishuan with a smile. Lu Zishuan was slightly surprised. I have a gift too? Thank you, Aunt Shui. Shui Tianfei smiled softly. She always enjoyed preparing little gifts for others. Whenever she visited Lu Qing'an, she would bring along small tokens of affection, sometimes flowers, sometimes peculiar trinkets. Yet, each time, Lu Qing'an seemed less than enthusiastic, having sternly informed her that he would no longer accept her gifts. This time, she was unaware that Lu Zishuan had brought back a group of friends. Glancing at Muronghua and the others, she said, I didn't know you all would come, so I didn't prepare gifts for you. Here are some magic crystals. You may share them. No need. We don't want any. Muronghua quickly waved her hands. However, she soon felt the piercing gazes from Zhang Yi and the others, along with their telepathic urgings. These are gifts from Senior Shui Tianfei. You must accept them. We don't want them. We could just keep them and admire them every day. Shui Tianfei replied. No need to be polite. Remember to take good care of Zishuan. Of course. We promise. Zhang Yi and her companions vowed with fervor. This was a mission bestowed upon them by their idol. They must fulfill it with utmost dedication. Muronghua, slightly embarrassed, accepted a storage ring, but nearly lost her balance upon realizing the quantity of magic crystals inside. 30 million. Muronghua was too intimidated to keep such a gift and hastily passed it to Zhang Yi beside her. Zhang Yi, puzzled by Muronghua's strange expression, wondered what it meant. But upon seeing the number of magic crystals within, she swiftly passed it to the next person. Thus, the others repeated the same action until the last person held a storage ring the size of a fingernail, trembling with disbelief. Never had they encountered such a wealth of magic crystals. At this moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei and inquired, Is managing the Commerce Guild quite troublesome? Do you need my assistance? Upon hearing this, a look of surprise blossomed on Shui Tianfei's face, her voice gentle as she covered her mouth with a smile. I never expected you would take the initiative to help me with my problems. Are you not afraid that I will grow fonder of you? As soon as Shui Tianfei finished her sentence, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Due to the excitement of the snowy day, Shui Tianfei inadvertently forgot to communicate with Lu Qing'an through the usual means and spoke directly instead. Upon realizing her blunder, she cast a glance at Lu Zishuan and Muronghua, her delicate face akin to freshly fallen snow. momentarily blushed with a faint hue before she feigned calmness and averted her gaze. Lu Qing'an found himself at a loss for words as he was publicly teased by Shui Tianfei, although he had often been the subject of her playful banter. This was the first time he had experienced such an encounter in front of so many younger peers. Both Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao were aware of Shui Tianfei's affection for their father, and they exchanged knowing glances without further comment. Wang Duanshan and the others were even more cognizant of Shui Tianfei's long-standing admiration for Lu Qing'an and regarded the situation with indifference. However, Muronghua and the others present were utterly astonished. What on earth did we just witness? Their idol, actually. In an instant, their gazes darted to Lu Qing'an. Hadn't Shui Tianfei always been enamored with the eternal night demon emperor? Why was she now interested in the solitary demon emperor? Moreover, was the solitary demon emperor not a disciple of the eternal night demon emperor? What kind of scandalous news was this? Old Xiao, is dinner ready yet? Lu Qing'an called towards the kitchen, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Almost there. I'm employing the three-headed, six-armed technique to cook. It will be ready in just a quarter of an hour. All right, let me know if you need assistance. No need. The kitchen is my sacred domain. No one is allowed to enter, except for Miao Miao, of course. After conversing with Xiao Qingyi, Lu Qing'an turned to Zhanya and the others, who were still fixated on him. What's the matter? Zhanya and her companions quickly averted their eyes. Could it be that after the eternal night demon emperor's disappearance, Shui Tianfei had transformed her love into hatred and was now entangled with the disciple of the eternal night demon emperor? As this thought crossed their minds, they looked at Shui Tianfei with a sense of shattered illusions. No way. Muronghua, unable to bear the weight of this revelation, stared blankly at Shui Tianfei and could not help but ask, Senior Shuiyu, you actually like the solitary demon emperor? It felt as though her world had crumbled. Her admiration for Shui Tianfei stemmed not only from her extraordinary beauty and formidable abilities, but also from her unwavering devotion. In the entire demon realm, who did not know of Shui Tianfei's affection for the eternal night demon emperor? After his disappearance, she had traversed mountains and rivers in search of him, visiting every perilous location, and had even journeyed to the immortal ruins, returning wounded. Deep down, she harbored a singular wish, that her idol, Shui Tianfei, could reunite with the eternal night demon emperor and find true love. For young women from prominent families and powerful factions, their destinies were often dictated by others, frequently forced into marriages with men they did not love. She too might one day find herself on that very path. In the snowy day, Fei's belief was unwavering. She yearned for the day when she, too, would possess the audacity to disregard everything for the man she loves. However, she was taken aback to discover that she was associated with the infamous Dugu demon emperor. Do I harbor feelings for the Dugu demon emperor? Fei's composure faltered momentarily as Muronghua uttered those words, leaving her in a daze. Lu Zixuan covered her forehead in exasperation. Father, look at this predicament. Fei furrowed her brow. Who told you that I have feelings for the Dugu demon emperor? Then why did you just say you like the senior? Muronghua, emboldened by an unknown courage, blurted out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fei noticed Muronghua glance at Lu Qing'an, and she blinked, her astute mind momentarily befuddled. You mean he is the Dugu demon emperor? A realization dawned upon her, and she regarded Muronghua with a look akin to that of an amused teacher observing a naive student. Muronghua and Zhanya, along with the others, nodded in unison, gathering the courage to seek clarity on the matter. Fei turned her gaze to Lu Qing'an, narrowing her eyes with a slight smile, curling at the corners of her lips. Have you been toying with the younger generation? Lu Qing'an chuckled, just teasing them, nothing more. You truly are incorrigible, Fei replied with a playful smile. Muronghua and the others were left in a state of confusion, just as they struggled to unravel the situation. An unfamiliar figure emerged outside. Upon entering the room, Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan greeted him with cheerful exclamations. Brother Xian? Li Sangshuan nodded with a smile, but upon noticing the gathering of people in the room, his steps faltered, anxiety washing over him. Master, why are there so many people here? Muronghua and Zhang were left speechless upon seeing Li Zongxuan. The Dugu Demon Emperor? Master? Wait, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Chapter 87. Your father is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Brother Xian. Come sit over here. Lu Miao Miao hurriedly vacated her seat and took the one beside Shui Tianfei. Lu Zixuan also smiled and said, Brother Xian, come sit. Li Zongxuan glanced at the spot next to Lu Zixuan and then at the group of unfamiliar young girls. Lowering his head, he replied, It's fine. I can stand for a while. Just sit when I ask you to, Lu Qing'an insisted. All right. Li Zongxuan, unable to refuse, felt compelled to comply with his mentor's request and awkwardly settled beside Lu Zixuan. Ahua, my father was just joking. This is the Dugu Demon Emperor, Li Zongxuan. He is also the elder brother I mentioned earlier, the one who guides me in cultivating your family's Fenghua sword technique, Lu Zixuan introduced. Muronghua exclaimed, Your brother is the Dugu Demon Emperor. Your father is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Ah, the sky is falling. How could the friends I just met have such terrifying identities? Hello. Li Zongxuan awkwardly glanced at Muronghua and the others, forcing a smile as he greeted them. Muronghua and her companions, still reeling from the revelation, immediately rose to their feet and bowed deeply to Li Zongxuan. We, the juniors, pay our respects to the Demon Emperor. Li Zongxuan felt embarrassed and said, There's no need for such formalities. As friends of Zixuan, you're my friends as well. You're our friend? Oh my heavens! Are you joking with us? Please sit down. The fact that we are gathered here signifies our fateful connection. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Muronghua and the others quickly complied and returned their attention to him. Eternal Night, Demon Emperor. By now, I trust you understand my imperial title. Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. Playing with these children is rather amusing, Shui Tianfei remarked with a chuckle. Muronghua and her companions nodded vigorously. They were now at ease. So this was why Shui Tianfei favored the Dugu Demon Emperor. They had been deceived by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Goodness, would others believe this if they shared it? They had indeed been fooled by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. What honor that was. Wait, just as they thought of this, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Shui Tianfei had a fondness for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and was publicly expressing her affection for him. This was perfectly understandable. However, they quickly glanced at Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao. The two were the daughters of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. So with whom had the Eternal Night Demon Emperor fathered two daughters? Shui Tianfei was not their mother. That role must belong to another. Yet here was Shui Tianfei, professing her love for Lu Zixuan's father in front of them. Most perplexingly, Lu Zixuan and her sister were so fond of Shui Tianfei. Ah, what a tangled web of relationships. Now that you are aware of my identity, there's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Lu Qing'an cast a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of it, calmly transmitting a coded voice message to the group. Upon hearing the words echoing in their minds, Muronghua and the others were suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. All right, they nodded at lightning speed. Good. You are all wonderful children, Lu Qing'an said with a gentle smile. Now, Xiao Xuanzi, engage in conversation with the children. Me? Li Zongxuan pointed to himself, as if to inquire, Are you referring to me? Did you not just declare yourself their friend? It is only natural to converse with friends, Lu Qing'an remarked, having intentionally summoned his disciple to facilitate interaction with others. Such an opportunity to help the boy overcome his social anxiety must not be squandered. Li Kangxuan stammelet, How old are you all? He looked at Muronghua and the others, his words trembling forth almost syllable by syllable, ultimately posing a question that left the room in silence. Clearly, he lacked any semblance of conversational skill. Muronghua and the others, however, quickly responded in a manner akin to soldiers reporting for duty, solemnly stating their respective ages. 17, 15, 16. Oh, so you all. Li Zongxuan fumbled, and upon witnessing his awkwardness, Lu Qing'an chuckled softly. Although the moment was indeed somewhat embarrassing and amusing, it underscored the importance of taking the first step. Once that initial barrier was crossed, many things would naturally follow. He wished for Li Zongxuan to break free from his solitude, hoping that even if he were to leave one day, the boy would continue to live happily, no longer shrouded in bitterness due to his absence. Under Lu Qing'an's gentle guidance, the atmosphere lightened, and the group began to engage in more relaxed conversation. Occasionally, Lu Miao Miao would interact with Li Zongxuan, prompting him to gradually open up. Laughter began to fill the air. Before long, Xiao Qingyi initiated the clearing of the table, preparing to serve an array of delicacies. The grand dining table was soon laden with exquisite dishes. Murong Hua and the others swallowed hard. They realized each dish was a spirit food, greatly beneficial for their cultivation. All right, let's eat. Don't hold back. Feel at home. Lu Qing'an, as the head of the household, encouraged with a smile. Understood. After an hour had passed, the meal concluded, and the outside world was cloaked in darkness. Soon, a crescent moon ascended the heavens, casting its silvery glow upon the courtyard. Lu Qing'an, feeling disinclined to instruct Murong Hua and her companions in their sword techniques, entrusted that task to Li Zongxuan, hoping to further encourage his interactions with these young individuals to help him fully overcome his shyness. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and the elite practitioners, including Shui Tianfei, settled in a stone pavilion, observing the group of children frolicking nearby. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, Xiao Qingyi mused with a smile. What? Have you resigned to old age? Wang Duanshan quipped. Are you not resigned? Xiao Qingyi retorted. I am perpetually 18. Wang Duanshan showcased his biceps. Xiao Qingyi remarked, still only 18. Yet you lack any sense of shame. I am merely 10 years old. Laughing, he added, your words are not entirely unfounded. You have often regarded me as your grandson. A thought crossed Wang Duanshan's mind, and he chuckled. Xiao Qingyi continued. Speaking of being a grandson, you all have treated me as such more than 10 times, haven't you? Lu Qing'an teased. Xiao Qingyi and Wang Duanshan fell silent, for there was indeed truth to this statement. Perhaps it was due to their habitual roles as grandsons that Xiao Qingyi was so indifferent about it. After all, being anyone's grandson is still being a grandson, so why not embrace it? Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. He Hong chuckled as well, remarking, every day here is filled with amusement. Chapter 88. The Unified Equipment Artifact as the moon grew ever brighter. Lu Qing'an instructed Su Yuni and the others to escort Murong Hua and her companions back to the academy, for it was late, and their families would surely worry. Once Su Yuni and the others returned to the courtyard, he summoned everyone to the stone pavilion. A luminous pearl hung above, casting its brilliant light in all directions, illuminating even the tiniest insects hidden among the nearby grass. Once they were seated, Lu Qing'an gestured for the group to take their places. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao were filled with curiosity about their father's intentions, sensing that he was about to announce something of great significance. Could it be they quickly glanced at Shui Tianfei nearby, their eyes widening in surprise. Zixuan,